Hey there! Welcome back to another Manhwa recap. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button. And if you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to support the channel. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Hey, idiot. Did you turn the camera on yet? I'm filming here, you moron." As the screen flickered to life, a voice chimed in, "What's up, everyone? It's your favorite hunter YouTuber, Do here with another video," he said with a grin. "Welcome to my channel. Today, we're taking down some C+ rank monsters. I'm going to show you exactly how to handle these spiders." As he spoke, he looked up at the swarm of spiders crawling above him like ants. As you can see, these creatures live in hives just like ants. They're classified as arachnids. Even though the team is already fighting them, Do remained calm, standing in place as he continued. However, these aren't like the spiders back on Earth. For starters, they won't attack immediately. They usually shoot webs first. Just as he was talking, a piercing screech from the spiders made him jump. He looked back, shocked, and shouted, "Wait, they aren't shooting webs. They're charging straight at us. Everyone, use your weapons to block them." As he parried their attacks, Dakshin panicked, shouting, "What the hell is going on? Kill them first." Siku, standing behind the camera, quickly cut the feed and replied, "Got it. Annie, you're on camera duty. Strategize and edit." Siku watched the scene unfolding in front of him, completely bewildered. No way. Their combat style. They aren't supposed to charge head-on. They're hunters. That's why they lay webs to trap their prey first, injecting venom to paralyze them and let them die slowly. There's no way they would just attack like this. While he was lost in thought, Dochin glared at him furiously. "You idiot. Once I finish these bastards off, you're next." No sooner had he said that, he lunged at the spiders. Siku tried to call out, "Wait, don't." But Dochin was already swinging, slicing off a spider's leg. Then, with one clean strike, he cut it in two. The attacks were brutal, and in an instant, the spiders were slashed apart, unable to fight back. Standing over the carcasses, Dochin panted, exhausted, then turned back with his sharp, enraged glare. "What the hell was that? You told me they'd shoot webs first." Hearing this, Siku couldn't help but wonder to himself. That should have been their last resort. Why would they charge like this? Are they desperate? Is there nothing left for them to lose? Just then, a shout snapped him out of his thoughts. "Siku!" Dochin grabbed him by the collar, livid. "Are you kidding me, you moron?" Siku stammered, I'm sorry." But Dochian didn't care. He shoved him hard and roared, "An apology? What good does that do? I almost died because of you. Do your research properly, you idiot." With that, he stormed off in a rage. Useless trash with no useful abilities. Meanwhile, Siku stood there, eyes vacant. "I'm unawakened, but the ability I got, it's so mediocre. It's basically useless for a hunter. So, the only way I've survived is by analyzing monsters and telling the others how to beat them." In those moments, he would confidently give instructions. The monster in front of you, its weak point is. But back in reality, all he got was abuse. "You moron. I almost died because of you. If it weren't for me, you'd all be dead already." While he stood there blankly, the others were pointing at him, trembling, screaming, "Dochin." Dochin looked confused, having no idea that a monster had snuck up behind him. A split second later, the ground shook. A giant, hideous spider monster attacked, sending everyone scrambling for their lives. "High-rank monster, run." Even Siku joined the crowd, sprinting away. Dochin, running for his life, glanced back at his dropped sword. "If I keep this up, I'm going to die. Damn it, my sword. If I want to survive here, I need bait." He glanced at Siku. In the next second, Dochian ruthlessly kicked Siku to the ground. Siku cried out in pain as Dochian gave a sinister laugh. "You're it, Siku." Trapped, Siku could only crawl on the ground, muttering, "You bastard." Meanwhile, the sound of the monster grew closer. Siku's face turned pale. The beast was right behind him. He was trembling so hard he couldn't move. As the monster lunged, Siku thought, "My body won't listen to me. Am I really going to die like this?" The giant spider loomed over him, its fangs bared, shrieking loudly. Memories flashed back to the hospital. A voice called out, "Siku." He looked at the person in the bed, his eyes filled with pity. "Yes, Mom," his mother rasped. "You have to protect Sio." Ah, that phrase became his motivation. Back in the present, he gritted his teeth. "No, I can't die here. Not yet. I have to protect my little sister. Sio, ah." With that thought, Siku lunged for Dochian's dropped sword. He turned to face the monster, burning with a desire to live. He rushed forward to attack, but before he could, a massive wave of power suddenly erupted, leaving him stunned. "What is this?" A figure appeared, a man with a red cloak and blonde hair. Siku stared in total shock. Who is that? A massive shockwave hit, drawing everyone's attention. A guy with a muscular build, sharp teeth, and glowing purple eyes glared at the newcomer. "Where are you hiding, you bastard?" Siku was completely confused. "Who are these people?" The white-haired man jumped up, launched an attack, and sneered, "You arrogant punk. You aren't getting away." Siku watched, stunned. "Wait, are they fighting each other?" The white-haired man gathered energy in his fist. The blonde man did the same. They clashed, and the sheer power of their impact sent a shockwave so strong it left Siku completely breathless. Watching that clash, Siku was completely bewildered what the hell was even happening. The white-haired man took a few steps back. The blonde man did the same, keeping his eyes on Siku, weighing the kind of people who could make even spiders and high-level monsters tremble in fear. These beings, far beyond their league, kept fighting without pause, tearing through the area and wrecking everything in their path. Neither of them would yield, both inflicting heavy damage with their powers. Caught in the shockwaves, Siku just stood there, stunned, wondering who the hell these two were. The white-haired man's eyes flashed with a terrifying light, and in a split second, he launched a brutal kick at the blonde man. The blonde man was sent flying, slamming painfully into a massive rock wall. The white-haired man, filled with rage, shouted, "Where is the one you're hiding? You're persistent as a leech, aren't you?" "I've had enough of this," the blonde man retorted, adding, "It won't be long now." The next second, the blonde man gathered power in his palm. Seeing this, the white-haired man smirked, still want to play tough, huh? In an instant, their powers collided once more. Neither of those two massive sources of strength would back down. The white-haired man said coldly, "If you keep this up, you're just going to hurt yourself." The blonde man, on the other hand, remained completely calm. Smiling, he replied, "I don't care." Then, he glanced towards Siku. "Since I've left a door open, sorry for dragging you into this mess." That remark left Siku deeply confused. Hearing those words, the white-haired man was equally shocked and yelled, "Don't tell me you're planning to." Just then, the two energy sources merged into a massive orb that exploded instantly. Under those circumstances, the blonde man showed no fear. He just smiled gently. The white-haired man, however, refused to accept it, his face contorted in rage. The shockwave from their power caused everything to explode, obliterating everything in sight. Siku remained rooted to the spot, staring intently as the blonde man spoke. Amidst the confusion, he said, "I'm leaving it to you." As those words fell, a protective shield appeared, shielding Siku from the blast's shockwave. Dust and debris filled the cave. Siku was still reeling, gasping for air and full of disbelief, thinking, "What the hell is going on?" Right then, Siku accidentally stepped on a glowing phone on the cold ground. He turned to look at it. As soon as he picked up the phone, he wondered, why is there a phone here? Immediately, a message popped up. New manager confirmed. Checking connection path. Siku read it in a daze. What the hell? The screen continued to display. Assignment. Manager position completed. Siku wondered, what on earth is this? Instantly, countless images flooded Siku's mind. The phone flashed again. Welcome to GoTo Manager. Seeing this, Siku was incredibly curious. GoTo. Outside the cave, Dochion's group was gasping for air, utterly exhausted after their escape. Dochion, frustrated, spat out. Damn it, what the hell is my luck? How the hell did we run into a high-level monster in a C-rank dungeon? The lackeys nearby chimed in. We survived because of you, boss. Using Siku as bait was the right call. That's an experienced B-rank hunter for you. Dochion smiled and replied, I didn't name our team Raid for nothing. Obviously, I was prepared for a situation like this. The moment he finished, Siku appeared from behind, shouting in a blind rage, Dachin, you son of a bitch. Hearing that, Dachin looked confused, then realized it was Siku. He quickly turned around and asked, How are you? But Siku's fist was already closing in on his face. Dachin quickly blocked with his elbow, then calmly struck Siku, asking, Did you forget you're just an F-rank loser? I don't know how you survived, but that's enough. He laughed wickedly as he spoke. I'm too lazy to find a new editor. Siku frowned and shot back. Are you serious? You think I'm going to work for a scumbag who just tried to kill me? Dochion nonchalantly placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, You're the one who was on your knees, crying and begging for money to save your sister. Remember, I helped you out as generously as I could, didn't I? Don't get cheeky with me. You need to repay me, so know your place. As he finished, Siku immediately shoved his hand away and spoke clearly. If you can't accept it, then don't let it slide. That's going to be my motto, because you live so, like a total piece of shit. I don't know if this is useful, but if people are acting like scumbags and you can't take it, you take revenge instead of forgiving them. The video I recorded, can you imagine how many people would react if I uploaded this? Hearing that, Dochion sneered contemptuously. You know damn well I can kill you right here and now. Siku, however, wasn't afraid. He even challenged him, I might die, but you'll go to prison and lose everything you've built. Well, want to try it? This caused Do-chan to smile menacingly, threatening Siku. If that video appears anywhere, your little sister won't be safe either. At these words, Siku went dead silent. He didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Do-chan, appearing bored, turned to leave. We're finding a new editor. What are you guys doing? Clean this stuff up. Watching Do-chan leave, Siku shouted angrily, keep using my sister as a threat, and you won't even be able to imagine the consequences. Back at his house, Siku held the phone, curious. The Gods channel? What is this? Siku scrolled through the screen, thinking hard. GoTube is a free website where anyone can upload videos. Out of all the channels, the most famous one is the Hunter channel. However, while he was lost in thought, countless notifications popped up. Saint Sword. I got this from Hephaestus. I'll try using it on Lose Something. Odin. Consume the name. In 12 minutes, watch how a veteran player destroys this boss. As he read, Siku became increasingly curious. Gods from mythology, characters from legends, heroes, and mythical beings. Are they all running channels on this? A second later, he remembered the blonde person in the cave. Wait, that person was an AI? Why would he give me this phone? The more Siku thought about it, the more helpless he felt, throwing the phone onto the table. Everything was so hard to understand, but what if it was real? If they really opened a channel? Thinking about it, Siku guessed there had to be at least 1 million subscribers. Thinking this, Siku continued scrolling through the phone. Let's see. It looks like NDT0. Why not try it once? The screen clearly displayed the words justice, loyalty, and determination. The reason why I gave up my family for the devil, I will explain. As soon as Siku clicked subscribe, the phone notified him. To become a member, you must watch and learn from the lesson. Insight trait S+. This shocked him immensely. Meanwhile, notifications kept popping up. You have subscribed to the channel of Dewey Lian. You have subscribed to channel 13. You have received Insight S+. Reading this, Siku was confused and muttered, S+? S+ only exists as a classification, not an actual rank. People who fought against the Demon King, the 13 heroes, everyone believed they possessed S+ level traits. And yet, I got it just by clicking a subscribe button? No way. Thinking this, Siku suddenly looked at his hand. If it were real, I should be able to feel something, but nothing changed. Then he became lost in thought. Is it because it only enhances my observational skills and my intelligence? If so, it really is very difficult to notice the difference immediately. Right then, another piece of information appeared. Hercules, to celebrate the 10,000 subscriber event, I will organize a free personal training session on how to destroy Jack's house. Siku quickly clicked subscribe. Then he spoke up. Maybe subscribing to this channel will feel different. An instant notification rang out. You have subscribed to Hercules' channel. Received superhuman strength. Just reading that, Siku was stunned, slammed the table, and shouted. He only hit it once, but he was already able to easily destroy the iPad in front of him, leaving him open-mouthed. What? I actually obtained in star trait. The information line continued to appear. You have used superhuman strength. Proficiency has increased. Proficiency in superhuman strength. 0.1%. Looking at the phone in front of him, Siku was full of confusion, muttering to himself, oh my god, I received an S-level trait just by clicking subscribe? I don't understand. I don't understand. What on earth is this platform? Meanwhile, a notification rang out again. Proficiency in Insight S+ has increased slightly because you put in the effort to think. Proficiency in Insight S+, 0.1%. Holding the phone in his hand, Siku was full of confusion. Proficiency, I have to reach 100% to fully receive the trait. Personal training by Hercules. Immediately, he quickly tapped the screen. In the video, everyone was looking at something in a state of stunned confusion. A large pillar was being lifted, accompanied by a loud voice. That's it. That's it. Hercules said, both lifting it and getting excited. This is truly amazing. This leg training tool. No sooner had the words left his mouth than with a single stomp, Hercules easily shattered the ground into 100 pieces. Hercules unleashed his strength while excitedly yelling, awesome. As soon as he saw this scene, Siku was left wide-eyed and stunned. What is this? Oh my god. Immediately, Siku tried to unsubscribe. How could I ever follow this? I understand now why he only has 1 subscriber. I could never do something like that. However, the system immediately reminded him, cannot unsubscribe. Hercules suddenly pointed his finger directly at Siku and warned, hey, you skinny guy, you can come whenever you want, but you can't leave. This made Siku's eyes widen, his mouth gape, and he broke into a cold sweat, feeling frantic. A myriad of notifications appeared continuously. Cannot unsubscribe, cannot unsubscribe, cannot unsubscribe, cannot unsubscribe, cannot unsubscribe. Under these circumstances, Siku could only helplessly mutter to himself, "Cannot unsubscribe." The system quickly explained, "Once you have subscribed, you cannot unsubscribe. Subscribe to channel 2 out of 3. Meanwhile, Hequeen was full of joy as she said, "All right, see you tomorrow then." The phone suddenly rang with the name Bastard, making Siku extremely curious. "Who is calling me?" Just reading the name on the screen, he spoke up, feeling annoyed. "Why is this guy calling me?" Then he quickly asked, "What do you want?" Dochi replied excitedly, "Oh, you actually picked up? I thought you blocked me." Siku didn't bother paying attention to that. He just coldly asked, "I asked you, what do you want?" Dochin said, "You don't have anywhere to go, right?" Siku irritably questioned, "Did you call just to mock me?" Dochin calmly replied, "I just wanted to discuss a few things." Just hearing this, Siku frowned and cursed. "What?" Dochin smiled and said, "Don't be so mean. We've always worked together, right?" Siku still kept an annoyed attitude, replying, "Whatever you want, speak up. I don't have much time." This made Dachin extremely frustrated. "This guy." Then, he quickly said, "The Sang group wants to collaborate on a gym together. Do you want to join?" Hearing this, Siku was openly surprised and said, "The Sang group? The #1 financial company in Korea." In Siku's train of thought, the granddaughter of the group had recently awakened, with 2 S-level traits for a hunter. "I guess they want to enter the hunter industry." Dochian smiled and continued, "I guess they want to expand their business, so they want to see what this industry is like. It's the Sang group. What do you think?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Siku flatly replied, "Hell no." Doshin hurriedly interrupted, "Really? How about this? I'll pay you 5,000 per video." Siku couldn't help but be amazed at this amount of money and yelled, 5,000? This made Dochan immediately humble himself to persuade him. "That's 10 times more. This is a win-win deal. Both sides benefit. So how much do you want?" Dochan said calmly, 50,000. Hearing that, Dochin was stunned and yelled, "Huh? 50,000? Are you crazy? Do you really think you're worth that much?" Then, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, could it be that he knows the group will pay me a lot of money? Meanwhile, the system suddenly showed information that proficiency and insight had increased slightly. Insight plus proficiency, 0.2%. Siku continued speaking, "Let me guess. Why would the group want to gym with you and not with S-level hunters?" Dochian gave a forced smile and replied, "You guess." Siku calmly explained that since her niece had awakened 2 S-rank traits, the chairman of the Taisen Corporation definitely wouldn't just sit idly by. He wanted his niece to learn the basics first. And what's the most fundamental thing for a hunter? Knowing how to take down monsters. The only reason your channel has 21,000 subscribers and can make money, thank you, 21,000 subscribers, is because of my unique analytical skills. So, the reason the Taisen chairman picked you isn't because of you, but because of my knowledge. Hearing him break it down like that, Doshian turned pale and stammered, "But 50 million is still too much." Siku just coldly shot back, "Not interested." This sent Dachian into a fit of rage. The veins on his face were bulging. Siku, on the other hand, stayed composed, set his phone down on the table, and added, "If you can't borrow the money or whatever, then go find someone else." The next day, inside a B-rank dungeon, the two of them, Dachin and Siku, were in the same party again. Siku, with a look of extreme annoyance, asked, "When are you going to transfer the rest of the money?" Dachin angrily replied, "I already told you. I'll transfer it once this raid is over." "And when is Han Chae-jin supposed to get here?" Just then, they both looked behind them to see Han Chae-jin standing there. She introduced herself, "I'm Han Chae-jin, the person joining this raid. Let's get going." Han Chae-jin. The moment Siku saw her, he couldn't help but be surprised and think to himself, "Is this girl really Han Chae-jin? She's beautiful, but she's going to be hard to approach." However, the very next second, he focused on his goal. "As long as I get my money, that's all that matters. I'm just doing my job." After walking for a while, the group encountered a monster. The moment he saw it, Han Chae-jin spoke up, "Is that a Hercules?" Dochan smiled and replied, "That's right. That monster is ranked B+. Among B-rank monsters, it's arguably the toughest. But with regeneration bordering on immortality, those who don't know the attack pattern will die." Dochin was explaining the weakness just like Siku had explained it to him earlier. The tactic everyone knows for that Hercules is to attack the heart and take its head before it can regenerate. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Chae-jin gripped her sword tightly and charged straight at it. Her face filled with intensity. She leaped high into the air, and with a single thrust, she pierced the monster's heart. Han Chae-jin moved with incredible agility, and the beast was slain instantly. Seeing this, both Dachion and Siku stood there, stunned. Meanwhile, Han Chae-jin just nonchalantly said, "Easy. Dochin immediately put on a smile and started praising her, thinking about how she took it down so easily after just one explanation as expected of an S-rank hunter. Hearing that, Han Che-jin didn't hesitate to ask, "Are you sucking up to me?" Right then, Siku noticed her sword and looked at it in confusion. "Wait, that sword?" He immediately asked, "That's likely an Aeolian weapon, isn't it? How much did that thing cost?" Han Che-jin calmly replied, "About 20 billion. Hearing this, both Siku and Docheon were shocked and shouted, 20 billion. Han Che-jin didn't seem to care and pointed deep into the cave, saying, "But I haven't gotten used to it yet with just one Hercules. Let's go deeper." 1 hour later, standing in a pool of blood, Han Che-jin confidently said, "I think I've gotten the hang of it now. Doesn't look like there are any more Hercules left. Let's call it a day here, shall we?" Right then, Docheon suddenly grabbed her hand and showered her with praise. Han Che-jin coldly replied, "I'm leaving now." 2 seconds later, Docheon's face was twisted in anger. He thought to himself in frustration, "I thought this would be a great opportunity getting escorted by an S-rank hunter, but I haven't been able to do anything. And I'm about to get ripped off 50 million won by that bastard Siku." Siku, as if sensing that, smiled and thought to himself, "That's definitely what he's thinking. Good for him." Suddenly, they noticed a strange noise. Han Che-jin asked in suspicion, "What was that?" Seeing this, Docheon rejoiced silently. "This is my chance." He spoke up. "Based on the size of that, isn't that a high-level monster?" However, unlike what he said, Siku's body suddenly trembled, as he thought, "No, this isn't just a high-level monster." Just a second later, a giant, malformed monster appeared. As soon as he saw its razor-sharp fangs, Siku realized instantly that it was a boss. Before his thought could even finish, the boss struck at Han Che-jin. Her eyes turned serious. In the next second, she tried to use her sword to parry the giant boss's attack. Docheon looked around in a panic, then immediately turned and fled. "Damn it, run." The boss suddenly broke into a sinister grin with glowing red eyes. A split second later, Han Che-jin was sent flying. The boss smashed the rocks with its raw strength, and debris flew directly toward the people who were running. Docheon was panting as he tried to escape. As he ran, he thought to himself, "Forget the Taysan Corporation and forget her. I just need to survive. I have to run. I'm running. Damn it, I can't die here. I have to get away from this place as fast as I can." Just as he thought that, Docheon's face turned white as a sheet. The boss had appeared right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Facing this terrifying sight, Docheon felt completely helpless. He shook with fear, muttering to himself, "I'm done for." Luckily, Han Che-jin arrived just in time to block the boss's attack for him. Its arm slammed straight into the cold ground. In an instant, Han Che-jin was blasted away again. She was clearly in pain as she slammed into the cliff wall. The boss kept raining down attacks on Han Che-jin. Watching this, she felt helpless and thought, "I have to dodge." The next second, Han Che-jin put all her strength into climbing up the boss's arm. She got right up to its face and unleashed a flurry of attacks. This finally caught the boss's attention. Han Che-jin stood there blankly for a second as the boss swung its massive hand directly at her. The blow carried immense power. Han Che-jin moved quickly to dodge, but the boss was still fast enough to catch her. It landed a heavy blow, and she could only parry helplessly with her sword. After witnessing that scene, Siku, watching from afar, was stunned. He whispered to himself, "We can't beat this thing. Even if that's Han Che-jin, even if she's an S-rank hunter, she's still just an inexperienced rookie. We can't win." Meanwhile, the boss kept attacking relentlessly. It struck with a ferocious expression on its face. Siku could only watch intently. In a state of helplessness, he thought to himself that the only choice was to leave Han Che-jin behind and run, or else he'd die. He shivered uncontrollably, his heart trembling. Or, he could trust in the supernatural power of GodTube, though he had no idea what its rank was. Just then, a figure darted past, startling Siku. It was none other than Docheon. The moment he saw the scene before him, Siku's expression darkened. Memories of the past instantly flooded his mind. This all happened because of that guy's ridiculous investigation. Die, Siku. Back then, Siku had looked so incredibly desperate. Returning to reality, Han Che-jin was still struggling to hold off the boss's power. Siku could only stand there, stunned and deep in thought. "We can't win." 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. "Or else I'm going to die a humiliating death right here." Siku quickly bolted to one side and shouted loudly. As he spoke, he thought to himself, "Money and power. When you're facing death, those things are useless. However, if I leave Han Che-jin here and run, I'm no different from that trash, Docheon." With that thought, Siku bravely launched an attack. Alone, he fought the massive boss. As he struck, he thought of the person who had abandoned him to run away. Siku's strike caught the boss by surprise. Even Han Che-jin wasn't an exception. He blocked its fist. She looked at him with a face full of curiosity. Who the hell is he? At that moment, Siku seemed to be surging with power. The light around his body suddenly radiated, and the image of Hercules appeared within Siku's body, filled with overflowing spiritual energy. The boss swung and missed, its hand getting stuck against a large cliff wall. A second later, it used its other hand to attack Siku. He tried to block, but the impact was still too much. The boss attacked with eyes burning like fire. Siku screamed, giving it his all. Just a second later, Han Che-jin understood his intent and quickly leaped high into the air. The boss just stood there with a blank, bewildered look on its face. Han Che-jin plunged her sword straight into it, causing blood to spray everywhere. She kicked off hard to gain momentum. After one jump, Han Che-jin easily moved onto the boss's body. Then, moving with agility in just an instant, Han Che-jin defeated it. After finishing the job, she quickly landed softly on the ground. Siku couldn't help but ask, bewildered, is it over? The moment the words left his mouth, the system immediately announced, Insight, S+. This made Siku realize right away that something wasn't right. Many types of bosses can change their form, so the transformation would happen naturally. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Siku shouted, dodge. Meanwhile, the boss was slowly regenerating its body. It furiously gripped Han Che-jin. Under the boss's strength, Han Che-jin cried out in pain. Siku, on the other hand, could only think helplessly. No, if Han Che-jin dies, everything is over. But I can't do anything. If all the traits I received from GodTube are real, even if they're still weak right now, and if they really are my power. Just then, the boss suddenly noticed something. It was Siku. He was hopelessly trying to pry the boss's fingers off Han Che-jin. Thinking to himself, I might be able to buy a little time, Siku in this situation could only helplessly shout, run. Aim for its heart. Instantly, Han Che-jin tried to wriggle out of the boss's hand. Luckily, she escaped easily. With a stern face, Han Che-jin said, I understand. Just like that, she charged forward to fight the boss again. Watching Han Che-jin attack, Siku cheered her on. Just trust me and go for it. Han Che-jin vanished and reappeared agilely in front of the boss. Meanwhile, the boss was still looking blank. It quickly noticed Siku. Siku, conversely, just gripped its hand tightly, smiling defiantly. Right at that moment, Han Che-jin charged in from nowhere. She slashed a long line across the boss's arm, causing it to wail in unbearable pain. Han Che-jin, however, didn't even change her expression. A second later, she struck straight at the boss's heart. In this situation, Siku, down below, was calculating meticulously. Can I hold on for another half second? There's no time to explain how to attack. As soon as the thought finished, he shouted loudly, it has two hearts. This caught Han Che-jin completely off guard. She repeated, two? Siku could only rely on Han Che-jin, thinking to himself, I believe she'll discover the second one with her sixth sense. Meanwhile, the boss attacked Han Che-jin again, forcing her to quickly retreat backward. Han Che-jin's face was filled with seriousness, accompanied by Siku's thoughts echoing, no, she has to find it right now. Han Che-jin leaped, pointing her sword straight at the boss. The spot she attacked was the opposite side of the other heart. Siku was suddenly surging with power. Pushing off with his feet, he screamed, now, stop and die. As he spoke, he charged in to attack. Instantly, the system chimed in. Your skills have been temporarily enhanced. As Siku charged, Han Che-jin quickly landed safely. The boss could only stand there, blankly watching. In an instant, a massive shockwave erupted. With Siku's power, the boss was completely eradicated. Han Che-jin covered herself from the blast of power, thinking to herself with relief, we won. A second later, she called out, hey. However, the strange thing was that Siku didn't answer. He even swayed, his limbs wobbling, before passing out right on the spot. In this situation, Han Che-jin couldn't help but be curious. Who the heck is this guy? The scene before him slowly materialized. Seeing that, Siku asked with suspicion, a hospital? Just then, someone approached him. Excuse me, may I ask? As soon as he saw the person in front of him, Siku yelled, Han Che-jin. His face suddenly turned bright red. Wondering, he asked, what are you doing here? Han Che-jin pointed to one side and replied calmly, can't you see the IV drip? I'm the one who brought you to the hospital, because you were severely injured. Your muscles were torn, and your ribs were broken. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned in close and asked, Han, how are you feeling? This made Siku feel a bit uncomfortable, thinking, she's sitting too close. Just then, Han Che-jin sat even closer. It startled him. She reached out and placed her hand on his forehead, making Siku's face turn bright red to his ears, accompanied by utter confusion. Han Che-jin, on the other hand, Wasn't thinking much of it, she said calmly. It seems like you have a bit of a fever. Under this close contact, Siku's eyes seemed to drift somewhere else. While Siku was still dazed, Han Chae-jin spoke up. Come to think of it, we haven't even introduced ourselves yet. What's your name? He answered with a forced smile. I'm Siku. The moment he answered, he was filled with suspicion. He couldn't help but wonder, did she already figure that out? She must have accessed my personal records when I was rushed to the hospital, right? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Han Chae-jin suddenly told him he had to verify it himself, leaving Siku completely stunned. What the hell? Did she just read my mind or something? He had heard that her S-rank trait was a sixth sense, but that didn't seem like a trick. Han Chae-jin kept staring at him and said, I'm sure you're exhausted from just waking up, but I'd like to make you an offer. Siku was taken aback the moment he heard that. An offer? Han Chae-jin replied, That's right. The very next second, she clearly stated, Do you want to join my team? Siku replied, his face filled with confusion. Your team? Is it because I went up against the goo? Before he could even finish his sentence, Han Chae-jin made her pitch. What do you think about a salary of 1 billion won? That statement hit Siku like a bolt of lightning. Siku jumped in shock and shouted, 1 billion won? Han Chae-jin, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm and continued. Furthermore, we will negotiate the profit from the monster drops based on your contribution. The more he heard, the more Siku went numb, thinking to himself, this is insane. A 1 billion won salary plus monster loot? Just then, Han Chae-jin made another enticing offer. And I heard your sister is suffering from a blood disorder. She was brought to our hospital, wasn't she? We will provide her with top-tier medical care for free. In an instant, Siku's expression darkened. He asked coldly, what do I have to do to be worth that price? Han Chae-jin replied calmly, create strategies. To deal with every monster I plan to hunt tonight. The clock ticked away. Lying in his hospital bed, Siku tossed and turned, wondering, should I not have refused? Back to that morning, Siku had clearly stated, I want to decline your offer. Han Chae-jin had kept a calm expression and replied, I understand. If you change your mind, let me know. I still owe you for saving my life, so I'll repay that debt by covering your sister's medical bills. A flood of thoughts raced through Siku's head. No, I have to trust in the power of GoTube, the skills, and the super strength I've gained there. On GoTube, there exists a channel belonging to a god, one that can turn F-rank hunters into main characters. I don't need to limit myself by accepting this offer. Besides, I have to find a way to cure Seo-a's terminal illness, no matter the cost. Thinking of his sister, he turned to look at Seo-ah, who was sleeping in the bed next to his. In Siku's previous memories, she had been caught in a dungeon break and contracted a blood disorder. Currently, there is no cure, only symptom management. But with GoTube, if I learn their traits, I'm certain I can cure Seo-a's illness. However, the materials usually required for treatment are expensive, and this is a rare disease. Thinking this far, he turned on his notebook computer and told himself, I'm going to need a lot of money. Now, let's finish editing the video. It's only worth 50 million won, right? When the footage of Han Chae-jin fighting appeared on the screen, Siku realized something the very next second. The image of Han Chae-jin appeared, along with the words around 2 billion. This left him deep in thought. What if I create equipment and sell it? I can make billions of won instantly. But I only have one subscription ticket left. The more he thought, the more helpless Siku felt looking at his phone screen. If I want to subscribe to more, I have to buy a membership card, and that costs 1 million won. There was only one answer. The only way to create weapons was to learn alchemy. Immediately, the phone displayed information. 99 noni reached. Hephaestus noni selected. Subscription successful. 99. Siku quickly clicked to subscribe. Staring at the screen, Siku's jaw dropped in shock. The system displayed, you have subscribed to Hephaestus's channel. You have received the God's Alchemy skill. Naturally, this made Siku so surprised he shouted out, God's Alchemy. Inside the alchemy room, the sound of metal clanging and voices rang out simultaneously. 1, 2. While practicing alchemy, Hephaestus spoke up. When upgrading weapons, don't be afraid of failure. You bastards these days have no guts. If you don't have the guts, you have to be prepared for the weapon to be destroyed. Why would I want to be prepared for it to be destroyed? The more he watched, the more annoyed Siku became. Why does every god act like this? Meanwhile, the system continued to chime, you have corrected your false knowledge of alchemy. Proficiency in God's alchemy has increased slightly. God's alchemy. Proficiency, 0.01% plus 0.01%. The next morning, a hand was gripping a steel bar. It was Siku. He was trying to train. Watching him, the nurses chatted among themselves. Patient Siku's body looks even better now, right? Really? I didn't know that. The doctor said his recovery is indescribably fast, even for a hunter. Hearing the two of them talking, Siku wondered to himself, my body looks good. The conversation continued. He'll be discharged tomorrow. This left Siku endlessly surprised. Discharged? Faster than I thought. I have to train more before I'm discharged. While he was training, the system kept notifying him, super strength proficiency has increased slightly. Super strength proficiency has increased slightly. 0.1%. 0.1%. Siku was filled with passion and determination, telling himself, if I use super strength too often, my muscle fibers will be destroyed like last time. Don't stop training. Just then, suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Siku turned to look and was extremely surprised. Coa looked at him, full of questions. I heard you're getting discharged tomorrow? Siku scratched his head and gave a strange smile. Somehow, yeah. Hearing that, the little girl slumped and started complaining. When you were brought to the hospital, I was so worried because you looked so badly injured. But didn't they say you needed at least a month of treatment? And yet, you're getting out in just a week. Seeing the look on Coa's face, Siku realized it immediately. He thought to himself, this kid. She must be disappointed that I'm leaving the hospital early. Then, he smirked and gently patted her head to reassure her. Don't worry about the treatment. Since I'm not here, you don't have to worry about the money. Coa immediately replied, I know that. I'm getting free treatment thanks to Miss Han Chae-jin's request. As soon as he heard how Coa addressed her, Siku was visibly bewildered and asked immediately, Miss Chae-jin? Coa beamed and replied, that's what Miss Han Chae-jin told me to call her. She said she doesn't have any siblings, but that I look like her. This left Siku even more curious as ever. I asked, who? Han Chae-jin? When did that happen? Wait, have you ever even met Han Chae-jin before? Coa just smiled and said, of course I have. She stops by to visit sometimes. She visits? Siku looked completely stunned, scratching his head as he spoke up. How come I never saw her? Coa continued. Sometimes she drops by while you're training, asks if you're doing okay, and then just leaves. The more he heard, the more shocked Siku became. For real, but inside, his mind was racing. Would someone as busy as a hunter really take the time to visit him? Is she still trying to recruit me? Meanwhile, Coa was having fun teasing him. Maybe Han Chae-jin does that because she likes you. Siku immediately shot that down. No, I don't think so. But Coa was feeling playful and insisted. No, you're actually pretty famous. The nurses won't stop talking about you. As soon as she finished, Siku said, forget it. Quit talking nonsense and just head inside. I have to go somewhere. That left Coa feeling suspicious. Go where? Siku looked up at the sky with a smirk, then declared confidently, to go make some money. At the E-rank dungeon, countless monsters with grotesque, bright blue bodies appeared. They were vicious, grabbing rocks and hurling them forward. In this situation, all Siku could do was run and dodge. He felt helpless and muttered to himself, I know goblins usually act in groups, but there are way too many of them. Suddenly, the goblins charged forward, weapons in hand. Siku quickly dodged their attacks. Then, he clenched his fist tightly and threw a single punch, causing a goblin to literally explode on the spot. Seeing that, Siku was incredibly surprised. It blew up? Maybe I'm stronger than I thought. The remaining goblins saw the scene and froze right where they stood, terrified. Meanwhile, Siku calmly advanced toward them. He shook his head to loosen up, then shouted with excitement, let's do this. Elsewhere, with a pile of goblin corpses stacked up, Siku asked curiously, how much can I get for this lot? Seeing that, the person in front of him immediately roared in anger. What is this? I told you to bring materials, not garbage. As soon as he finished, the blacksmith, Seo Pang Kwang, sighed helplessly. Now, I'm going to teach you how to forge ore. Follow me. Seo Pang Kwang worked intensely while shouting. Watch closely. Forging isn't just about using brute force. He had spent his entire youth learning alchemy and forging. Now, at 40, he was a talented individual and an awakened with the A-rank dexterity trait. While forging, Seo Pang Kwang explained, just because you have good materials doesn't mean you can easily create A-rank or S-rank gear. As Seo Pang Kwang worked, Siku just stared blankly in surprise. Suddenly, Seo Pang Kwang handed the smithing tools to him and said, I've shown you how it's done. Now, it's your turn to try. Siku gladly replied, got it. Seo Pang Kwang watched him work closely from behind, thinking to himself, his name is Siku, right? He didn't ask me to forge gear for him. He didn't treat me like an apprentice, and he didn't even ask me to join his guild. In exchange for the fee, he's the first person to just ask to borrow my workshop. I allowed it because I'm curious what his intentions are. Thinking this, Seo Pang Kwang muttered in annoyance, "Look at how he's holding that hammer." Then, the old man fell into deep thought. People think alchemy is a simple skill, like in a video game. But it took me 20 years to get here, more than some kid glued to his phone. He probably watched a few videos on Nungi and thought it was easy, but he's wrong. As that thought ended, Seo Pang Kwang suddenly felt something strange, a fresh burst of energy in his workshop. So Un walked in, full of energy. "Hey there, old man, I'm here." Seeing her, Seo Pang Kwang asked immediately, "Is it you?" So Un replied cheerfully, "Of course. Who else would come to this sweltering workshop?" Seo Pang Kwang retorted, "You could have just sent someone else. There's no need for you to come here yourself." Hearing that, So Un shot back, "Hey, I'm working with the best blacksmith in Korea, Seo Pang Kwang. So, I had to come myself." This caught Seo Pang Kwang off guard. "As expected of a merchant, now you're even flattering me." So Un smiled and replied, "Flattery? I'm So Un, representative of So Un Company, the best company for trading items. Anyway, these are the materials I mentioned last time." Regarding the price, before she could finish, Seo Pang Kwang interrupted her. "It's wrapped in that cloth over there. It's a sharp sword. Check it carefully." This made So Un a bit angry, but she tried to stay calm and said, "We decided to provide gear to the SAC group." A loud, screeching noise kept echoing, and So Un couldn't take it anymore. She shouted, "Hey, can you be quiet for a second? I'm trying to talk here." Siku, off in the distance, was just calmly continuing his alchemy. So Un looked at him, completely puzzled. That idiot, what is he doing? As soon as she saw the sword being forged, So Un judged it. "What is this? You call this a weapon?" Seo Pang Kwang stood by and asked, "What do you think, So Un?" So Un replied quickly, "The sword is rough, the shape is cracked. Who could even use this?" Seo Pang Kwang suddenly said, "Is that so? But what if I told you it was made from the bones of a golem?" So Un was shocked. "What?" Seo Pang Kwang continued, "And what's more, those were the worst materials, and this was created by a complete beginner starting today." Hearing this, So Un was taken aback. "Since when do you take on students?" Seo Pang Kwang suddenly turned towards Siku, who was training, and replied, "I made the offer, but..." Watching him work, he remarked, "You wouldn't believe it's his first time." Siku was working with such ease, looking incredibly focused on his alchemy. After thinking for a moment, Seo Pang Kwang said with a sigh, "Regardless, I've never seen anyone make a weapon out of materials like that. And he even turned down my offer to become my apprentice." The more she heard, the more strange. So Un found it. "What?" She quickly looked over at Siku. "Even with materials like these, he still turned down the offer to become my apprentice." The more So Un heard, the more something felt off. What was going on? She quickly glanced over at Siku. He was still deep in his alchemy work. So Un fell into deep thought. After working for a while, Siku finally finished the product. The system quickly notified, "Proficiency in the god's alchemy skill has increased slightly. Alchemy proficiency, 0.7% plus 0.4%. Alchemy skill, 0.7% plus 0.4%. Seeing that, Siku let out a weary sigh. He muttered to himself, "Is this junk really all I can make?" Then, he forced a smile and said, "Well, I succeeded in crafting a weapon, at least. But how could he possibly sell this?" As soon as he finished speaking, So Un approached from behind and asked, "Are you planning to sell that sword?" She smiled and introduced herself. "My name is So Un, a representative from So Un Corporation." Hearing this, Siku was a bit surprised and thought to himself,
So Un Corporation. I've heard of them. They focus on the hunter industry and pride themselves on trust and reliability as their core values.
As a result, the company was quite famous in the hunter world. While he was lost in thought, So Un smiled and spoke up, "We only deal with the best items in Korea. So, if you're looking to sell it, I'd be happy to buy it." At the mention of money, Siku's face lit up. "How much can you offer?" So Un asked curiously, "May I take a look?" She quickly appraised it, 1 million. After striking a deal with So Un, Siku began forging weapons like a madman. The two of them made a great team. Suddenly, a loud, excited shout rang out from the alchemy workshop. So Un exclaimed with pure excitement, "This is amazing. Our So Un Corporation has officially signed a contract with a conglomerate." Siku smiled and asked, "I did a pretty good job, right?" So Un was beaming and couldn't stop praising him. "It's not just pretty good. From hitting our delivery targets, to the perfect quality of the equipment without you, we would have been in huge trouble. Siku, you're the best. It's all thanks to you. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll do whatever it takes to get it for you." Just then, So Un pulled out her phone and said, "Oh, that's right, check your bank account." Hearing that, Siku immediately checked. "What? Okay, let's see. The account balance flashed on the screen. Seeing the number, he was stunned. 10, 100, 2,800. I got it. However, Siku felt a bit disappointed deep down. It was less than he expected. Hearing Siku, So-un looked puzzled. What? 2,800? Check it again. Siku, bewildered, asked. What? Then, he looked closely at the account balance again. He slowly counted. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. Siku sat there, deep in thought, staring at his phone, stuttering the numbers as they appeared on the screen. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. The very next second, Siku decided he could afford to subscribe to GoTube to save COA. The system immediately chimed with a notification. Hua Tuo, the legendary physician and divine physicist, a legendary doctor from the Han Dynasty, known as the father of medicine, the most skilled doctor, who created Eastern medicine and is considered the root of Eastern medical practice. Reading this, Siku was filled with hesitation, thinking, it costs 300 million won a month to subscribe to all three of these channels, but given my current situation, I can only pick one. Siku focused on calculating, but soon, he was shaking from the stress of the choice. Finally, he gave in and muttered, whatever. Then, Siku quickly clicked to subscribe to one of the channels on his phone screen. At the workshop, Seo Pang Quang sighed helplessly. There's nothing we can do. The material is very brittle and hard to polish. Just keep the finish at the lowest level. Despite the brittleness, the precise processes were carried out, as they required absolute accuracy. While the old man was busy advising Siku, So-un appeared out of nowhere with a smile. I'm here. Seeing her, Seo Pang Quang looked extremely annoyed. So-un, why do you keep coming here? So-un calmly replied, I'm here to see Siku. What about it? As soon as he saw her, Siku spoke up, you're here. Miss So-un, I was waiting for you. This made So-un incredibly excited, and she immediately asked, waiting for me. Siku handed her a crumpled piece of paper and asked politely, could you see if you can get these for me? Is it possible? Taking the paper, So-un forced a smile and replied, all right, of course. She read the list with a slightly confused expression. Luminous mountain moss, century-old wild ginseng, century-old velvet antler, and black locust beans. Right then, Siku asked, is it hard to find them? So-un replied, I can get them, but it'll be expensive. Siku asked curiously, how much? So-un answered nonchalantly, about 300 million won, but I can give you a 20 million won discount. Hearing that price, Siku felt like he'd been struck by lightning and shouted. Inside his mind, he thought, I need them to increase my proficiency in the divine medical arts learned through the membership. I already signed up for the Hua Tuo Divine Medical Arts. It's really hard to master on my own because I don't know where to find these herbs or who sells them. Without you, Miss So-un, I wouldn't know how to get them at all. Seeing his blank expression, So-un asked curiously, should I get them or not? Even though his wallet was crying, Siku forced a smile and replied, yes. Then, he started calculating again. I received 280 million won from So-un, but I have to pay her 280 million won, and I'll lose 4 million won at the end of the month. The membership fee is 100 million won. Considering the subscription fee I have to pay at the end of the month, I need to make money right now. But even if I make extra from forging weapons, how on earth am I supposed to earn 100 million won? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Siku's eyes widened. An image of Dochian popped into his mind with the line, hello everyone. Thinking of that, Siku had a genius idea. On the subway, a young man in a red shirt was scrolling through his phone, confused. Nothing there. Seriously, what's wrong with this guy? The person the young man was talking about was none other than Siku. He quickly clicked on Siku's video, and immediately, an image of a herd of hippos appeared. Meanwhile, Siku was disguised as a hippo. He wore shoes that looked exactly like their feet, and as he blended into the herd, he shouted something strange. Siku smiled and said, do you guys know the hippo isn't actually a horse? The more the young man in the red shirt watched, the more stunned he became. Muttering to himself, what is this kid doing? Disguised as a hippo? In the video, Siku continued to stare intently at the hippos in front of him and went on. The monsters you are seeing are called river horses in Korea. In other countries, they call them hippos. As you can see, they have the appearance of a horse. The character for horse is used, but a hippo is not in the horse family. Hearing this, the young man in the red shirt was curious. Is the character for horse actually used for a hippo? Siku continued speaking. Actually, they belong to the bovine family, or more accurately, the order Artiodactyla. Going into more detail would just give you a headache, so I'll stop there. Anyway, let me show you how to conquer your first hippo. First, pique their interest with a red cloth. Bulls aren't actually triggered by the color red, but to get them excited. As he listened, the young man in red felt a cold sweat break out, though he couldn't quite explain why. Meanwhile, Siku held the red cloth toward the hippos and shouted, "Come here, right now." The beasts stood up, continued from above, shouted, "Come here, right now." The beasts stood up. The very next second, they all turned a strange shade of red, charging headlong at Siku. A massive herd of hippos created quite a tremor. Siku didn't look scared at all. Instead, he excitedly added, "Here's how to conquer a second hippo. Just hit them and catch them." While observing the guy in the red shirt, he thought to himself in confusion, is this really his strategy? Meanwhile, Siku was charging toward the hippos with great momentum, smiling with pure excitement. The red-eyed hippos also rushed forward, letting out ferocious roars. 2 seconds later, the two sides collided. Dust billowed into the air. When it cleared, one figure was still standing in place, while the entire herd of hippos lay motionless on the ground. Siku smiled brightly and said, "What do you think? Easy, right?" Witnessing this scene, the young man in the red shirt was naturally dumbfounded, his jaw hitting the floor. The remaining hippos charged in anger, but Siku was clearly enjoying himself, shouting, "Spicy beef noodles." As he struck them down, with his final blow, Siku grinned and said, "Spicy noodles." The more the guy in the red shirt watched, the more stunned he looked. After dealing with the hippos, Siku happily told everyone, "If you found this strategy helpful, please like and subscribe to the channel, and don't forget to hit the notification bell." Below the video, a wave of comments immediately exploded. "What the hell? This guy is insane. Is he even human? I don't know English, but damn. Defeating them with bare hands, this is hilarious. Our poor hippos are all knocked out cold." 3,628 subscribers. The channel, The Guy Conquering the World, had 243 videos. Siku naturally read these comments intently, looking completely satisfied. He smiled happily, thinking, just as planned. The views on Siku's video about the hippos were climbing higher and higher. He couldn't stop scrolling through the comments everyone had left. He thought happily, it seems like they really like this video content. However, the very next second, he began to calculate. This time, the positive public reaction is thanks to the power of the media. I can't keep fighting low-level monsters forever. Great. I have to take advantage of this while it's trending. Because the demand is high, I need to increase the intensity to maintain the viewer's interest. That's my specialty. After all, analyzing monsters and coming up with strategies is my job. 1 million subscribers is no longer just a dream. But there's a problem. The moment he saw blood dripping, Siku panicked, thinking, a nosebleed? Immediately, his head started spinning. Even so, Siku tried to tell himself he had to edit the video. With a dazed look in his eyes, he muttered, "Raid the dungeon and drop items." But before he could finish, Siku lost his balance and staggered. His head slammed into the table, then he fell hard onto his chair before collapsing onto the floor, motionless. He couldn't help but feel defeated, thinking, I've been working too hard. After a while, Siku woke up in a haze. Looking at the ceiling, he felt confused and bewildered. Where am I? This is my ceiling. A second later, Siku sat up on the bed. Putting his hand to his forehead, he thought, I just passed out? Thanks to Hercules' super strength, it only amounted to fainting. I have to edit the video quickly. How long have I been out? His phone screen clearly showed the number of hours. Seeing that number, Siku was startled and panicked. I've been unconscious for a whole day. In this situation, he couldn't help but think helplessly. At this rate, I'll die from overwork before I even make any money. He immediately made a decision. I have to hire an editor. At Eden Cafe, Siku held a cup of coffee while scrolling through his phone. Seeing the screen constantly buzzing with notifications, he was a bit surprised. I didn't think there would be this many applicants. Is it because of the high salary? There are as many applicants as for an idol audition. A base salary of 3 million won plus bonuses based on view count. As expected, money is the best motivator. Right as he said this, Siku calculated. So I have to choose someone who can help me earn even more money. Looking at the videos on the screen, he evaluated them. The sound effects in this video are fitting and funny. The editing skills are better than mine. But why hasn't he arrived yet? The longer he stared at the clock, the angrier Siku became, his face darkening. Siku grumbled. He said his name was Diogu. His phone displayed a message. Applicant 14. Can we meet at 1 p.m. tomorrow at the cafe? Dioku. Yes, I understand. In Siku's head, an image of an old, middle-aged man suddenly appeared, filling him with worry and anxiety. The appointment was at 1 o'clock. Sorry for being late. I'm Diogu. It wasn't just his name, the way he spoke. Wasn't he an old man? If that's the case, even better. He must be very experienced. Feeling more interested, Siku messaged him, "Where are you?" However, he didn't receive a reply. Siku couldn't help but be curious. He's not reading the message. Is he on his way? Just wait a little longer. Time passed, but Diogu still hadn't shown up. This made Siku incredibly angry. He slammed the table and shouted, "You jerk." The very next second, a loud voice came from the doorway, "Sorry for being late. I'm here for the interview." With a face full of annoyance, Siku glanced at the new editor. The applicant, Dogu, nervously approached and spoke up, "Are you Siku?" Seeing the person in front of him, Siku was completely dazed and bewildered. What? That's right. Dioku? In his heart, he couldn't help but think, what the? I thought he was an old man. Dioku bowed and said, "I'm sorry." In this situation, Siku immediately interrogated her. "Why are you so late? And you didn't even read my messages." Diogu quickly replied, "I was editing a video until late, so I forgot to make a lunchbox for my younger brother. I couldn't read your message because I was rushing over here. I'm sorry." Hearing that, Siku looked a bit surprised. "What? Editing a video?" Diogu cautiously replied, "The video attached to my job application." Hearing this, Siku quickly asked, "Does that mean you edited that in just one day?" Dioku explained, "Oh no, it only took 3 hours." This caught Siku completely off guard. His hands suddenly started shaking as he whispered to himself, 3 hours. Seeing his reaction, Dioku couldn't help but feel scared and confused. What's wrong with him? Just then, Siku said coldly, "Dioku." Dioku answered fearfully, "Yes." However, contrary to what she had imagined, Siku smiled and asked, "When can you start working?" This surprised Diogu. "What? Right now?" Meanwhile, Siku was filled with satisfaction, thinking to himself that it usually took him 8 hours to edit a video. But 3 hours? If one video only takes 3 hours, how much money can I make? Thinking that, he flashed a polite smile and continued, "My requirement is at least 2 videos per week. Sometimes I might post 3, but of course, I'll pay you extra for the overtime from now on. I'm counting on you." The editor slammed her hand down on the table and replied, "I'll work really hard." Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside. What the hell? It's a dungeon break. This left both of them stunned. A dungeon break? An alert sounded quickly, reminding everyone. A dungeon break has occurred in the district. Confirming the results, it has been identified as a C-rank dungeon. Residents nearby, please evacuate immediately. Hearing that, Dogyu said fearfully, "Boss, we should evacuate too." However, Siku smiled excitedly and replied, "Editor Dogyu, you said you could start working right away, right?" Hearing that, Diogu was confused. What? Siku quickly wiped the blood from his nose with a tissue, then handed his phone to Diogu. He said loudly, "Take this and follow me." Taking the phone, Diogu was extremely suspicious. "What is this, boss? Where are we going?" Siku replied, full of energy, "Where do you think? We're going to make some money." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran off, leaving Diogu to chase after him while shouting, "What?" While running, Siku turned around and reminded her, "Record it." She quickly followed the order and answered, "Huh. Yes." Then, with a panicked expression, she held up the phone to record. At this moment, monsters were emerging from the portal. Upon seeing the monsters, everyone screamed in a panic, "Run!" The monsters charged forward with great momentum. Siku, on the other hand, ran straight toward them empty-handed. He landed a quick blow, then smiled coolly and said, "Guys, smash that like and subscribe button, and turn on notifications too. Let's start making some money, shall we?" The guards arrived and hurried to bring everyone to safety. "It's dangerous." Everyone evacuated into the building. As they stood outside, a voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, the monster's head flew toward the guards, leaving them completely stunned. Watching this scene, they cried out in confusion. What the? From a distance, Siku was single-handedly fighting the monsters, and after a short while, he easily defeated them all. He looked at the phone that was recording, smiled, and said, "If you found this interesting, click like and subscribe. And turn on notifications too." Back at home, Dogu watched the video again, wondering, what the heck is this? Countless comments appeared under the video. She was even more confused. Why is he so popular? I mean, I edited the video, but I don't get it. I just don't get it. Thinking this, Dayoku suddenly teared up, telling herself, "But one thing is for sure, my boss is a maniac from the mountains. Will I end up like that too?" Just then, her 2 younger siblings spoke up. "Sister, the fried chicken is delicious." The 2 of them were happily eating the chicken, and said, "We saved some pieces for you. Let's eat together." However, the next second, they started arguing over the food. "I want that one. You already had one." "This one is for sister." Watching her 2 siblings, Dioku felt a surge of motivation and thought to herself, "That's right. I'll work hard, at least for them." At the alchemy site, Siku was working hard. After a while, finally, he managed to create a shiny sword. Siku was delighted, thinking, the gear I made from the C-rank dungeon drop is different from before. It's made from C-rank monster materials, so I can have high expectations, right? 2 seconds later, the system notification rang out. Proficiency in God's alchemy has increased slightly. Proficiency in God's alchemy, 43% plus 1.4%. You have created gear worth giving away for free. This surprised Siku a little. Gear worth giving away for free. Afterward, he smiled happily and thought, but my proficiency still went up by 1.4%. The way it increased that much. That's an impressive number. So On and the others approached. Seeing the sword Siku had created, they praised him. The quality of the gear you've made has become much better. Seo Pangquang also asked in disbelief, how? A newcomer who hasn't even been learning for a month, how did you make this? Siku smiled and replied, I still have a lot to learn. So On looked at him and asked happily, Siku, do you want to sell this too? Siku immediately smiled and replied, of course, you know how to sell it for the best price, right? So On quickly said, leave that to me, but you've been looking better lately. Hearing that, Siku immediately asked, is that so? So On recalled his previous image and said, before, you were always so tired. I thought you were a zombie, but now you look more human. At this, Siku just offered a wry smile without answering. However, he was filled with thoughts. Since Daoku started editing videos for me, I've had more time to sleep, even though I'm still busy. Even though I realize I had very little living money left after paying her, filming isn't the editor's job. I should pay her more. Thinking of this, Dochin's image suddenly appeared in his mind. The more he remembered, the angrier Siku got. Dochin, that piece of trash. Then Siku scrolled through his phone and smiled to himself. I have no complaints about her editing skills because she works so hard. I'm so glad. The next second, Siku asked, that's right. So what about the herbs I mentioned before? Hearing him, So suddenly remembered and quickly replied, oh, of course. I've already gathered everything you needed. That was Siku's first request. As soon as he heard that, Siku was startled and blurted out, already? So smiled, amused. Of course. So only trades in the finest goods in Korea. Siku could only look at her, feeling a bit helpless. Why do you always say that? He muttered, taking the items while asking, so, how much is the total? Let me see. So replied, the total comes to 212,440,000 kwon. 212,440,000 kwon. Siku smiled upon hearing the figure. That's quite a large sum. So calmly added, but since this is your first request, Siku, I'll waive the small change and sell it to you for 200 million kwon. I'll give you a discount next time. This made Siku incredibly happy. He couldn't help but thank her profusely. Just then, So wondered aloud, but what are you planning to do with so many herbs? Siku gave a strange smile, stammering, to study medicine, I guess. On the screen, a lecture played, explaining that herbs, whether from animals, plants, or minerals, were considered medicine from the heavens and earth. The instructor was none other than the legendary physician Hua Tuo. He sat there calmly and spoke. It is primarily divided into decoctions, powders, and pills. Those are the most common forms. Siku sat there listening intently. But after a while, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, looking completely confused. What on earth is he talking about? At this rate, I'll never be able to increase my proficiency in divine medicine. No sooner had he finished the thought than the system chimed in. You have attained high-level knowledge. Proficiency in insight has increased slightly. Siku felt helpless and muttered to himself, great, I increased the wrong proficiency. Meanwhile, notifications continued to sound. Proficiency in insight S rank 8.7%, plus 1.4%. It was all happening in an instant. A vast amount of herbal knowledge flooded his mind, linked to the study of using herbs to treat illnesses, researching and combining knowledge regarding their functions. As soon as he thought that, the system praised him. You have understood the definition of herbs. Proficiency in divine medicine has increased slightly. Proficiency in divine medicine, plus 0.4%, plus 0.4%. Reading that, Siku was completely taken aback. Wait, really? What does that even mean? Why does he make it so complicated? The notifications kept coming. You have prepared a prescription for yourself. Proficiency in divine medicine, plus 0.9%, plus 0.5%. Looking at the concoction he just made, Siku looked worried. Is this actually drinkable? The system said it was good for his health, but didn't that also mean it could be harmful? Just try it. It's medicine from divine medicine, right? How could it possibly kill me? As soon as he drank it, Siku collapsed flat on the floor. His face turned pale, and he stared in shock, whispering, "My money. The cost of those herbs." Just then, Siku's phone lit up. The system notified him, "You have absorbed a health-boosting decoction. Proficiency in super strength has increased slightly." Reading that, Siku felt like crying. Increasing proficiency in super strength? Really? The next second, he immediately looked at the mess of medicine spilled on the floor. With a hesitant look, he thought, it should still be effective, right? Should I just lick the rest up? In the dark, cavernous cave, Siku had arrived. In his thoughts, he analyzed. Vampire bats are E+ rank monsters in the bat family. There's a reason I came here. First, to film content on whether bats are actually rodents. Second, to harvest vampire bat carcasses for gear. And finally, to study the diseases they carry. Because they live in small groups or sometimes colonies of hundreds, all kinds of diseases originate from them. However, even the bats themselves aren't immune to these diseases. If they carry pathogens, it's likely related to blood-borne illnesses. I need to find out why they're able to resist these diseases. It might lead to a clue for curing Siua's blood condition. This won't be easy, but with divine medicine, it might be possible. I feel like something is. The next second, Siku quickly turned his head to look. It wasn't the bats, it was something else. He quickly ducked into a corner, muttering, "Better hide for now." As soon as he saw the group approaching, Siku instantly recognized them. Aren't those Dochan's lackeys? How did they even get in here? Unless I'm the one authorized to enter the dungeon by the Hunter Management Bureau, other hunters aren't allowed inside. Of course, sometimes there are exceptions like this. Did I just accidentally run into Dochan's lackeys? Those guys look like C-rank hunters. What are they doing in an E+ dungeon? No matter what, it looks like they've been tailing me. A dungeon is a closed space with no network connection, which means no one would know if someone died in here. What should I do? Thinking this, Siku quickly acted. Wait, why am I even overthinking this? He was filled with excitement, muttering, "Once I beat them to a pulp, I'll figure it out." Meanwhile, the group had already ventured deep inside. They were chatting. "Are you sure that loser Siku came in here?" Dochan's lackey, C-rank hunter Min Cheon, observed his surroundings carefully. He replied repeatedly, "I'm sure. I saw him walk in with my own eyes." Jiku, who was right in front, suddenly turned his head and asked, "But how come we don't see him anywhere?" Min Cheon immediately retorted, "Maybe he's already dead?" Hearing that, Jiku smiled and said, "All right, that loser is an awakened, with no special traits. He's even weaker than an E rank. What kind of confidence does he have to enter this dungeon alone? Though, I guess that works in our favor." He flexed his weapons in both hands. Min Cheon continued, "I don't know, but he's clever. He must have planned something to deal with the vampire bats." However, Jiku didn't think so. He replied with utter contempt, "What can a guy with no special traits really do?" At that moment, Anna looked a bit confused. After watching his videos, he doesn't seem like the type to rely on tactics like that. Hearing that, the other two immediately asked, "Hey, you believe that stuff?" Min Cheon said calmly, "Anyone can trick people by editing videos. This is great. This place looks more like a graveyard than a dungeon, doesn't it?" Jiku replied with a grin, "Maybe so." Just as he finished his sentence, a voice suddenly echoed. This made them panic, and they quickly turned to look. Siku had appeared right behind them. Siku asked coldly, "Where is Dochian?" As soon as Jiku saw him, his face turned pale. He thought to himself, "I couldn't even sense his presence." Meanwhile, Siku continued calmly, "I didn't think you guys were bad-mouthing me like that, and I hope you don't answer." Upon seeing Min Cheon and Una, he shouted loudly, "Where did he come from? Are you planning to fight us?" Jiku quickly lunged towards Siku with a weapon in his hand. "This is annoying," he said aloud. "What is this idiot doing?" Siku remained standing in place, then gently threw a single blow. The next second, he easily sent Jiku flying. This left him incredibly shocked. With his finger deformed, Jiku trembled violently on the ground. Siku, on the contrary, approached with total composure. He coldly said, "You ask what I'm planning to do? Like this." Right after saying that, Siku used his foot to stomp toward Min Siku, then kicked him straight in the face. Min Siku spoke calmly, one guy down. Under these circumstances, the remaining two couldn't help but be stunned, cursing at Min Siku. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Min Cheon was immediately sent flying. Una could only break into a cold sweat, standing frozen in place as he watched. Seeing Siku slowly approaching him, he hurriedly spoke up, Wait. I'll talk about everything." With Una's face full of fear, Siku calmly replied, "Right now. I don't really like the idea of guys having all their limbs perfectly intact." Even though he said that, Siku still listened to Una's story and then asked, "So, Dochin told you to teach me a lesson I'd never forget?" Una replied, "Yes." Siku continued to ask, making me lose face. With his face beaten to a pulp, Una struggled to squeeze out every word. No, it's... The more Siku heard, the more confused he felt. But why did he do that? Why would Do-chan be interested in me? Ana said, I don't know. Seeing Siku intending to hit him because of this answer, he immediately cried out and added, I really don't know. That just made Siku sigh helplessly. After that, he continued to ask, where is Do-chan? Una stammered in response that, seeing this attitude, Siku couldn't be bothered to argue. Forget it, these losers are fine. This made Una a bit suspicious. What, didn't they die already? Siku calmly replied, I haven't finished them off yet. Then he clearly reminded him, tell Do-chan that next time, it'll be your turn. Una obediently listened, saying, yes. However, the moment he finished speaking, Siku suddenly turned around, squeezed his jaw, and smiled sinisterly, saying, it's also hard for you to open your mouth to tell him, isn't it? The very next second, ear-piercing screams echoed from inside the cave. The group that Siku had beaten to a pulp turned back to meet Do-chan. Siku suddenly appeared from behind that crowd, accompanied by a grotesque smile as he greeted, hey, long time no see. It's been a month, right? Seeing Do-chan's face darken without saying a word, Jiku's group immediately rushed to explain, this is a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Jiku ordered us to do it, we were forced. Just then, Jiku suddenly placed his hand on Una's shoulder and praised him. Your plan to lure Do-chan was great, Una. That made Una tremble in fear, his face turning pale. He said to Do-chan, no, I was forced. However, Siku ignored him and added, requesting to kill your guy, Kang Do-chan. Don't worry, I'll make it a reality. As soon as he heard those words, Una immediately turned around and ran away. You dare not. Jiku's group also quickly scurried away immediately. Sorry, Do-chan. Standing in front of him, Siku spoke calmly, Do-chan, only you are left, right? That's why you should treat them well. I don't understand how badly you treated them to ask me to kill them. Before he could finish, Do-chan interrupted. How? How could you? While speaking, Do-chan gritted his teeth in anger. How can a mere E-rank hunter like you possess such power? Siku replied nonchalantly. I don't really know either. Then, his face grew cold and suspicious as he asked, let me ask you one thing. Why did you do that to me? Do-chan replied with an arrogant look, why should I tell you? Upon hearing that, Siku shot back immediately. Of course, you don't have to. Then he charged forward to attack. He clenched his fist and struck toward Do-chan, saying, whatever. In just a split second, Siku blocked Do-chan's weapon barehanded. Siku said calmly, I also don't trust guys with all their limbs intact. Just having felt the power from Do-chan, he thought to himself, he's changed. But after all, he was still just an E-rank hunter. Under his blow, Siku easily dodged it, which surprised him a little. You dodged it. Siku quickly backed away. Seeing that, Do-chan complimented him, your reflexes are faster than I thought. Siku just smiled, looking at him, and said, your attack. Before he finished, he thought to himself, honestly, I'm scared. A punch could completely break a sword, but it seems I still lack sword blocking skills. Looking at the sword path Do-chan was executing, he further assessed, his sword path is very fast, but simple. I can totally dodge it. Suddenly, I remembered the time before, working under Do-chan. While charging to attack, Siku remembered all the times he had been oppressed. He had been treated like a slave and beaten for ridiculous reasons. Recording how Do-chan killed monsters countless times with a camera, I had watched it hundreds of times during that period. Videoing it, constantly analyzing his habits, tendencies, and behavior. Just as Siku landed a hit on Do-chan, the system immediately displayed Insight, S-rank, Proficiency, 92% plus 0.5%. Do-chan tried to use his own weapon to block the next blow. All of his attacks, Siku easily dodged. Do-chan threw one, Siku dodged one. This left him feeling bewildered. What? Did he read all my thoughts? No, I'm a B-rank hunter, while he's only a mere E-rank. How could this be something only an S-rank hunter could do? Because he was too busy thinking, he was directly hit in the face by Siku. After that, he backed away to a far distance. Trembling all over, Do-chan thought in shock. No way, no way. I confirmed Siku's strength through the video on Nunu, but I can't admit it. As soon as he thought of this, Do-chan flared up with fighting spirit and cold eyes. He loudly declared, Siku, I will kill you right now. Do-chan unleashed his sword beam. Seeing that, Siku was startled, his face paling as he cried out, damn it, not now. Siku thought to himself in desperation, is that bastard Do-chan really going this far? Things have reached a point of no return. I don't have any other choice now. I've got to give it everything I've got. As Siku unleashed his full power, He could feel his muscles reaching their breaking point, ready to tear apart. I can't drag this out. I have to end it in one strike. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he lunged forward. In an instant, Siku was right in front of Do-chan, leaving the guy completely bewildered. Siku clenched his fist tight and delivered a blow that shook the earth, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Moments later, the entire building collapsed. Amidst the chaos, the inspection agency arrived. Min Chung stepped forward and commanded firmly, "Seal off the area. Check to see if anyone is still inside." Her subordinates quickly complied. "Yes, ma'am." They approached the ruins and shouted, "We're from the inspection agency. Is there anyone in there?" Meanwhile, Siku was still nearby, not far from Min Chung's team. He turned his gaze toward them. As soon as she spotted him, Lee Min Chung walked over without a hint of hesitation. "You're Siku, right?" she asked in a cold, serious tone. Hearing that, he looked up at her. He confirmed it. "That's right." Receiving his answer, she immediately flashed her ID. "I'm Lee Min Chung, captain of the 4th Security Team. We are under the jurisdiction of the Bureau." Captain of the 4th Security Team, Lee Min Chung. "First, let's head to the Hunter Management Bureau and talk." A while later, the two moved into an interrogation room. She asked curiously, "So, a hunter named Do-chan tried to kill you?" "Hunter Siku, is it?" He confirmed once more. "That's right. I have video evidence." Suddenly, she hesitated. Her voice faltered. "I verified the footage. This isn't something we can just ignore." But then, Lee Min Chung's expression shifted, her voice turning sharp again. "Hunter Siku, you're reported as an awakened with no specific trait. The security team is essentially the police force for hunters. Put simply, we hunt down rogue hunters, the butchers." Siku didn't respond. Instead, his heart started racing. "I heard that all the captains are at least A-rank hunters." Her vibe. She really does seem like a butcher. After a month of silence, he asked his first question. "Does the rank of the trait correlate with the hunter's rank?" Lee Min Chung admitted frankly. "I'm well aware that Hunter Siku is E+ rank. That's just how it is." Meanwhile, Siku couldn't keep his composure. He asked indignantly, "Do I really have to answer that? I'm the victim here." Seeing this, she softened her tone. "I apologize. Because of my job, I tend to be suspicious of others. Based on the video evidence from the inn dungeon and the abandoned warehouse area you sent, we will handle this properly." Finished with that, Min Chung looked up at Siku. "Do-chan might never see the light of day again. Let's end the interrogation here. Thank you for your cooperation." He didn't hesitate and headed straight for the door. Then, "I'll be going." A short while later, the steel door opened once again. Yoon Soo-ah rushed inside. "Captain, are you in there?" "Hunter Siku just left, so I thought you weren't here." Lee Min Chung didn't seem to care, acting strangely. Soo-ah's eyes widened as she stared at Min Chung. "What? Security from the Bureau?" Yoon Soo-ah asked abruptly. "Soo-ah, what's your rank?" She grinned. "Why are you suddenly asking that? I just got promoted to B rank." Just then, a wave of pressure suddenly wrapped around Yoon Soo-ah's body, forcing her to crumble to the ground. Meanwhile, Min Chung stared at her with cold, emotionless eyes. Soo-ah wheezed, "Captain." She stood up abruptly and said coldly, "Just as expected, you couldn't handle it." Soo-ah struggled to reply, "Isn't that obvious? The captain isn't just some ordinary guard. There are rumors you're about to be promoted to an S-rank butcher." Min Chung suddenly cut her off, lowering her voice, her tone sending a chill down her spine. "Hunter Siku," Lee Min Chung announced suddenly. He wasn't affected at all. Soo-ah couldn't help but feel confused. "What? But isn't Hunter Siku an E+ rank?" Turning back to Min Chung, she repeated, "That's strange." She asked out of curiosity, "If that's true, why did you let him go?" Hunters aren't known for being transparent about their rankings. To that question, Min Chung asserted firmly, "Because he didn't act strangely. He had the scent of a human." As soon as the door closed, Soo-ah was still bewildered. "What does that mean?" Back to Siku, he walked away thinking, "Good thing that's all over with. I don't know when this might happen again. If my newbie channel becomes famous, I could become a target for criminal organizations. With my current level, even fighting Do-chan was tough. If it weren't for the information regarding his strength, behavior, and hobbies, and knowing his rank was S+, I would have been done for a long time ago." Thinking about the challenges ahead, the most important thing is super strength. He let out a weary sigh, but it's not going up. Why is it still stuck at 1%? Just then, the system screen lit up. "Congratulations, you have completed the personal training event with Hercules. Click the personal training event for free to gain 1 subscriber." Siku screamed internally, "This is insane. I won that event?" The system sent another notification. "Channel subscriber, 1. Siku stared blankly at his phone screen. "What? I still only have 1 subscriber?" He gave a forced, awkward smile. Winning this event is a good thing, right? The scene shifted to a virtual space. Hercules yelled, "What the?" He dashed forward and demanded, "Are you really human? How can a human even be in my channel?" Faced with a sudden question, Siku didn't seem to react. He moved his lips slightly. Did it not work? Hercules quickly brushed it off, pulling at his hair. "That's not it. But like this, I can't give you a training program." Hearing this, Siku asked blankly, "You mean I can't be trained?" Hercules grinned and waved his hands. "No, it's not that. Like I said, I can't come to your place, so I can't train you directly." Siku fell silent, deep in thought. Come to think of it, how did I connect to GOP Tube in the first place? The blonde guy gave me the phone, and the white-haired guy was fighting him. Just then, he raised his voice, cutting off Siku's train of thought. "However, even though I can't adjust your form for you, at least I can teach you. So don't worry. Let's start right away. Just like breaking a bull's horn in one strike, because I can't afford to lose my precious subscriber. Let's get started." "My subscriber," Hercules said, speaking seriously, evaluating your body through the camera. "Right now, your body's balance is way off. Specifically, your posterior muscles." Siku frowned slightly. "Posterior muscles? You mean my back muscles, right?" Hearing that, he turned around and sighed. "The posterior chain refers to the muscles on the back of your body. The back muscles you're talking about are just one part of it." Hercules immediately laid out a series of lessons. "These are your lats, the traps behind them, your triceps, your deltoids." The system immediately lit up. "You have learned about the posterior chain. Super strength proficiency has increased slightly. Super strength proficiency, 1.2%, plus 0.3%. After saying that, he didn't forget to add, "There are many types of posterior muscles, and as you can see, since they are all in the back, you can't see them yourself, which leads to you forgetting their importance." Hercules switched to an excited state. He stomped his feet crazily on the ground. "However, those muscles are top tier and extremely important." Hercules emphasized each word, gritting his teeth for body balance when making a reckless decision. Meanwhile, Siku's expression became increasingly ugly. He couldn't help but shout, "What the hell was that?" He acted nonchalantly. "That just now?" Hercules smirked with satisfaction. "It's called Divine Martial Arts. I created it." Siku's eyes widened in shock. "Divine Martial Arts?" "I didn't stop there." He shrugged slightly. "It's nothing. I just gathered all fighting styles and organized them. It's what I used to defeat that Hydra. I struck its middle head and finished it in one blow." Hercules suddenly pointed his finger at him. "Anyway, the posterior muscles are very important for movement. The lower body is the foundation supporting everything." He suddenly switched to a rapid-fire Q&A session. What would happen if the foundation collapsed while building a building?" Siku's voice trembled unconsciously. "Obviously, the building would collapse, right?" He stomped his foot hard on the ground while gritting his teeth. "It's the same with the body." A thought flashed through his head. "So, if the lower body collapses, that's what will happen?" The system screen lit up. "You have gained physical knowledge related to super strength. Super strength proficiency has increased slightly. Super strength proficiency, 1.02%, plus 0.1%. On the other side, Hercules said in a serious tone, "I will show you the exercise suitable for you. So, watch closely." He wouldn't stop chattering. "The basic rule of breathing is to inhale when pushing up." Siku quickly followed suit. He thought to himself, "This training is more normal than I expected." Hercules' voice kept echoing steadily, but he didn't care about the breathing technique at all. "Just keep exhaling like that." Hearing this, Siku spoke up softly. "Why?" He replied discontentedly. "Look at yourself first. You should focus on doing it before asking." He only managed to let out one sound before his breath cut out completely. "I understand." A long while later, notifications appeared in a series. They piled up on top of each other. "You have completed the super strength exercise. Super strength proficiency has increased slightly. Super strength proficiency, 1.12%, plus 0.1%. You have completed the super strength exercise. Super strength proficiency has increased slightly. Super strength proficiency, 1.35%, plus 0.13%. You have completed the super strength exercise. Super strength proficiency has increased slightly. Super strength proficiency, 1.47%, plus 0.12%. A few hours later, the TV screen displayed content. This is a video uploaded to YouTube. Today's video content is a speedrun. I'll leave the editing to you. Dioku smiled wryly. "He's a good person, but a bit crazy, boss." "He's creating what kind of strategy again?" On the screen, a deep, pitch-black cave appeared. At this very moment, Siku suddenly appeared. He politely greeted, "Hello, subscribers of the world-conquering guy. This is the guy who conquers everything. The world-conquering guy." The cave behind you that you're seeing is a vampire bat's nest. Siku quickly attracted the audience with a question. And you ask why I'm here? It's time to create new content for the World Conquering Guide channel. It's a speedrun raid. Diogu stared at the screen. If I choose the editing part here and add sound effects, she couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. Why is he filming at the vampire bat cave? Vampire bats are very numerous and live in low-light conditions, making it very difficult to film a speedrun. But this is exactly how he attracts attention. Returning to Siku, he was still diligently reciting his monologue. After a thorough investigation, the current record is 58 seconds by an S-rank hunter, Hana of the Fire Mage channel. Mentioning this, Siku grinned. Today, I will challenge that speedrun record into the Bat Cave on the World Conquering Guide channel, starting right now. Meanwhile, Diogu quickly controlled the mouse. In this part, I'll edit the time. She looked blank for a moment. Is he working out? At the same time, Siku raised his shoe high into the air. He shouted excitedly, "The challenge party." The words had barely left his lips. Siku stomped his foot hard on the ground. The ground immediately shattered. Witnessing that scene, Diogu was completely stunned. She stared at him with concern. Is a dungeon collapse even possible? Siku patted his head lightly. He said in a regretful tone, I should have gone to hunt for materials, but the raid is over. Diogu was still bewildered. What am I watching? She tried to convince herself, but he is still a good person. On this side, Siku looked satisfied at his phone screen. So many views. He quickly rolled his eyes. By the way, Hana of the Fire Mage channel. Siku thought to himself, I wonder how panicked you'll be when you hear the news. That your record has been broken. The Fire Mage's comment has already created an effect. But if we collaborate, 1 million views are within reach. Calm down. At a time like this, I have to post even more exciting videos. Siku's hand swiped quickly across the screen. He muttered non-stop. My super strength proficiency is currently super strength proficiency, 2.1%. Siku smirked. After being trained by Hercules, did the proficiency cross 2%? I can destroy the vampire bat cave with just 2%. If it increases further, in that moment. He curiously wondered, divine martial arts, right? Let's try asking him to teach me that. Contrary to expectations, Hercules bluntly refused. No. Siku gave an awkward smile. If you're teaching me during this training session, he repeated himself, trying to persuade the guy, but I'm the one who won the event, right? Hercules shook his head frantically. Those two things are completely different. Siku looked confused. Different how? The guy turned around and let out a sigh. Personal training is one thing, and divine martial arts are something else entirely. The names alone are different. Besides, for a beginner like you, building muscle isn't your only problem. At this point, Hercules grew even more frantic, pacing back and forth, because divine martial arts are a method, specifically crafted to suit my own strength. Since you don't have the super strength that I'm using, you can't use it. Hearing this, Siku asked with a puzzled look, but aren't I already using your super strength? Hercules suddenly lurched forward toward him. You're using my super strength? He exclaimed, raising his voice. Exactly. You're training me, aren't you? He immediately corrected himself. This is just personal training. It's not learning super strength. Siku looked blank. What? But I already learned your super strength. Hercules gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath. No way. Seeing Hercules' expression change, Siku couldn't help but feel skeptical. Isn't a god's trait something you can learn on GodTube? Or maybe, what I learned isn't Hercules' super strength. Siku spoke up softly. Wait a minute. Right after that, he tensed his body and let out a loud shout. A blue light suddenly radiated from Siku's body. It took the form of Hercules, but in a split second, the light vanished into thin air. A horrifying sight. Hercules grabbed him by the shoulder. How did you? He asked quickly, full of suspicion. How did you learn that super strength? Because I subscribed to your channel? Is it like that for other gods too? Siku replied bluntly. Hercules looked confused. Is that weird? He responded quickly. Of course it is. That's insane. You get a god's power just by subscribing to their channel? Nonsense. Faced with Hercules' frantic state, Siku reaffirmed it. But it's real. After a moment of silence, the god looked doubtful. Wait a second. Now that I think about it, how did you even connect to GodTube? You're completely human. You don't have a divinity. He went quiet. The air began to churn. A human without divinity, huh? Siku unconsciously recalled a vision from the past. He silently confirmed it, because he had unlocked the ability to return to reality. Siku hesitated slightly regarding that. Over there, Hercules kept sighing repeatedly. Then he offered a guess. The two people you met, I think. They seem to be from GodTube. He posed the question. But can people from GodTube even come here? You said you couldn't come here, right? Hercules spoke slowly. Like you said, this space and your space cannot make contact. Furthermore, your GodTube account. You said it was an administrator account, right? Siku replied with a firm tone. That's right. He made a serious judgment. Maybe one of the two people you met is an administrator. He immediately reacted. Do you know that GodTube administrators are AI? He was silent for a moment before continuing. I know a little bit. Hercules folded his arms across his chest, the other hand propping up his chin. But you still shouldn't be able to receive a god's power just because you have an admin account. Siku asked quickly, full of doubt. Is that so? He stated firmly. If that were the case, the admins would have become gods of gods already. Hercules leaned in close, staring straight into Siku's eyes. It's true that you did receive my super strength. Seizing the opportunity, Siku immediately proposed. Then take me on as your disciple. Hercules brushed him off flatly. No way. The answer came immediately, making Siku bristle. Why? He turned away and replied, it's too much trouble. Seeing that, Siku insisted, emphasizing every word. I already learned the super strength. Hercules shook his head repeatedly. Those two things are different. He glanced at Siku with an annoyed expression, like looking at someone bothersome. Plus, the training itself is already a pain, and you want to learn divine martial arts too? No way. He was silent for a second, then asked slowly, let me ask you one thing. What are subscribers considered on GodTube? Hercules thought for a moment and replied, you could understand it as an element of divinity. Siku's eyes lit up. That means the more subscribers you have, the higher your divinity is raised. I'm not entirely sure, but generally, the more the better, right? That was the reason why he was training him, even though it was a hassle. In other words, besides muscle, subscribers were the only things Hercules was interested in. After a while, Siku's tone shifted abruptly. Well, how about this then? He smirked, revealing his pearly white teeth. 100 subscribers. If I help you get 100 subscribers, will you teach me divine martial arts? The god looked suspicious. What are you planning? You can't even get here, can you? Siku smiled and pointed at himself. Trust me on this one. A few days later, a message from the queen was sent to the warrior of thunder. I teach very thoroughly. Suddenly, he knelt down and bowed his head low. There you are, my master. From now on, I, Hercules, will be your loyal subordinate. Seeing that, Siku smiled contentedly. Go on. I'll tell you some interesting ideas, he asked anxiously. Really, master? He didn't forget his proposal. But you have to teach me divine martial arts. Hercules couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, how could I possibly refuse? Siku tilted his head and asked, what is the significance of the subscriber count? He hesitated for a moment. You could understand it as a form of faith. Hercules said quickly, with excitement, our divinity is formed from the faith of others. So, the more people know about us, the stronger it becomes. Siku was stunned by the flood of information. It's complicated. Divine power increases in parallel with the number of subscribers. Is there really such a thing? A moment later, Siku reached out to Hercules. Regardless, you have to teach me divine martial arts. He quickly replied, I'll show you right now, master. He looked helpless before adding, just speaking normally is fine. Hercules smirked. All right, let's get started. Now, the first thing you have to do to learn divine martial arts. Siku's mouth curled involuntarily into a sly smile. He tapped on his tense muscles while suggesting, is to build up muscle first. Hercules stood up straight. He declared loudly, no, something is more important than muscle. Well, practice seems better than theory. A terrifying wave of pressure descended. I grabbed my head and groaned in pain, and at that exact moment, Hercules suddenly lunged forward at blinding speed from high above. The ground began to shake violently. Watching this scene, Siku was completely bewildered. What the hell? I can't even keep up with Hercules' movements. What is this pressure? Right then, the system suddenly announced, you have sensed the divine martial arts of Hercules. Proficiency in super strength has increased significantly. Super strength proficiency, 61%, plus 1%. I stared in shock at the text on the screen. Usually, proficiency only goes up by 0.1%, but it increased by a full 1%. Plus, the rank is on the other side. Hequeen leaned in close to the screen. As you just saw, sir, you can't handle it. I'm warning you, he said in a stern, serious tone. Your soul level is still too weak. If you use divine martial arts in this state, your mind will be shattered. That's why you must train your mind first. Siku furrowed his brow, silently making a resolution. In other words, brain muscles my soul level need to be trained. I have to strengthen my mind to withstand the divine martial arts. Siku gritted his teeth in anger. Then you should have told me that from the start. He scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Because I don't really like talking much. I asked seriously. But I can still learn it, right? Hequeen pondered. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible. But I think if it's you, I couldn't help but feel a bit of disbelief. Really? He answered seriously. Given your situation, I think it's possible. Hearing that, Siku was briefly stunned. My situation? Hercules pointed his finger directly at my face. Because you absorb our power. I vaguely remembered. If I could absorb the power of a god specialized in the mind, the very thing that could support Hercules' overwhelming strength. He suddenly suggested, I'll introduce you to a channel. How about it? Siku asked, confused. Do you mean Kong too? Hercules casually dropped the words. That's right. My face instantly changed, my teeth chattering together so hard they rattled. So, I have to sign up for membership and pay that huge monthly fee. A few minutes later, Siku sighed while looking at his balance of 153,450,000 won. I muttered under my breath, I only have 153 million. Siku stared at the screen, his inner thoughts racing. The Hoada channel is already 100 million, and 1 billion per month? Damn it, that's a total ripoff, right? I mean, should I even be doing this? Just then, So-eun suddenly appeared. She waved to greet me. I'm back. Siku snapped his head around. You're here? So-eun quickly handed over the item. This is the ode tendon you needed. Siku looked up at her and asked in a weak voice, How much? She said, 1 million, right? She gestured with her hand. The exact total is 113 million won. Siku swallowed his tears and offered a forced smile. Thanks. She looked satisfied. Thanks for using. So-eun's products. Balance remaining, 40,450,000 won. Before leaving, she turned around, curious. But Siku, what are you planning to do with that ode tendon? Siku replied happily. I'm going to forge some gear. She asked skeptically. Gear? I nodded slightly. That's right. I tightened my grip on the item, a corner of my mouth curling up. Ode is an A+ rank monster, so I can't hunt it by myself. If I want to learn divine martial arts, I need 1 billion won. That means I have to use good materials to forge good gear and sell it. I can also practice using the gear myself. Thinking about it, Siku sobbed helplessly. When will I be able to forge gear for myself? Money is my enemy, my eternal enemy. Might as well start, right? I returned, holding a hammer in my hand. Let's get started, shall we? Finally, at that moment, Xiaopang Quang slowly walked inside. He tilted his head towards So-eun. What brings you here again? No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiaopang Quang's expression shifted to one of shock mixed with terror. He saw that Siku's entire body was radiating a massive flow of spirit energy. I suddenly lifted my hand into the air, and the energy exploded instantly. Watching that scene, Siku smiled smugly, while So-eun couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. A long moment later, the system announced. Proficiency in divine alchemy has increased significantly. Siku made a grimace. Even after giving it my all, is it still just trash? The screen lit up. Divine alchemy proficiency, 10, 43% plus 5%. Unlike him, Xiaopang Quang screamed in surprise. How in the world did you? So-eun only managed to gasp. Oh my god. Siku turned to look at her. So-eun, how much could this sell for? She asked, bewildered. What was that? So-eun's eyes went wide as she looked at the metal gauntlets. You want to sell this? An item like this? It's beyond my capabilities. No customer could afford gear of this caliber. Siku's gaze drifted over the item in his hand. Hesitating, then he bit his lip. If I can't sell it, what good is it? If I register for Kong 2's channel, pay the Hoada channel membership fee, and cover Sioa's medical bills. After a moment of silence, I turned to her. Don't stress too much and just sell it for me. It's just trash anyway. Hearing that, So-eun couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Trash. She gave a stiff smile. Since you're entrusting it to me, I'll try my best. After saying that, So-eun suddenly turned towards Xiaopang Quang. Mr. Siku, will you entrust this to me? Sir, could I borrow your name? He was startled. My name? Immediately after, she excitedly made a suggestion. I'm thinking of putting this item up for auction. Siku looked stunned. An auction? A few days later, the auctioneer's voice rang out, and the tension in the room spiked instantly. The next item. She smirked. It has finally appeared. This item is something that even a master like Xiaopang Quang couldn't create, and he acknowledges it. Whispers broke out everywhere. Master Xiaopang Quang? Someone else asked, confused. Isn't that the smith recognized by Li Min-chung? The auctioneer smiled and raised her voice. The item we introduced is a pair of high-quality gauntlets. The image of the gloves appeared right before their eyes, and she began the presentation. These gauntlets are made from the tendon of an ode, making them incredibly durable. You don't have to worry about them breaking. Don't be surprised. Because it was made from the tendon of an ode, an A-rank monster. At this point, the auctioneer emphasized every single word, according to the analysis, because it's crafted from the tendons of an O'Day, an A-rank monster. As he said this, the auctioneer lowered his voice, emphasizing every single word. Based on the analysis, it says here that it has the ability to boost the wearer's strength. A murmur ripples through the room. It can boost the wearer's strength? Is it an enchanted item? Doesn't only a master Aeolian have the ability to create enchanted equipment? The bidder smiles awkwardly. My apologies. It's not an enchanted item. It's believed to only provide a slight strength increase, about 5%. The young woman mutters under her breath. It's still an item with a special effect. The man beside her continues. The gloves are also effective support gear. The auctioneer glances at the heating up crowd and begins to call out. Based on your reactions, if I keep stalling, I'll get killed. Let's get started. The starting bid is 10 million won, with a minimum increment of 5 million won. The auctioneer scans the room, rapidly calling out numbers. 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, 25 million, 30 million, 35 million, 40, 45, 50. We are adjusting the bid increments to 10 million won per raise. Her voice echoes steadily through the quiet hall. 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. We are adjusting the bid increments to 150 million won. 150, 200, 250, 300 million won. In the final moments, she looks around. 350 million won. 350 million won. Is there anyone higher? Just then, a voice calls out from the back, 2 billion. The entire room freezes. Everyone turns to look toward the back, their eyes landing on the woman who just arrived, Han Chae-jin. Seeing her, the auctioneer's voice trembles involuntarily. 2 billion. Is there anyone higher? Suddenly, Lee Min-chung abruptly raises his bidding paddle. 2.2 billion. The crowd is stunned again. Is that really Lee Min-chung? The man beside her looks over in confusion. Lee. The butcher Lee Min-chung. Amidst the clamor, Han Chae-jin raises her paddle once again. 3 billion. Lee Min-chung grinds his teeth, hissing through them. 3.2 billion. Seeing this, Han Chae-jin resolutely shouts. 4 billion. The atmosphere feels ready to burst. The auctioneer looks around frantically. 4 billion. Any higher bids? She reads quickly, barely thinking. 4 billion once. 4 billion twice. Sold. The gloves are sold for 4 billion won. As the words fall, Han Chae-jin moves slowly toward the stage, tilting her head to reveal a sinister smile. The scene shifts to a magnificent, grand mansion. Inside, Siku is shaking from head to toe. So-eun stares at the screen in shock. I didn't think it would sell for that much. Meanwhile, an app notification arrives. Siku's account balance, a total of 3,356,000,000 won. He can't help but exclaim, that's insane. Siku starts doing the math in his head. Sold for 4 billion, but after deducting the 5% tax and service fees for So-eun, the remaining balance is exactly 3-point-something billion. Immediately after, Siku rushes towards So-eun. He hugs her tightly. I love you, So-eun. She jumps in surprise. What? Wait a second, your strength. He notices So-eun's face has turned pale. She says urgently, Siku, I can't breathe. Hearing this, he immediately loosens his arms, steps back, and gives an awkward smile. I guess I was just too happy. I wanted to give you something. So-eun just gives a faint smile. No, you've already paid the service fees. Plus, thanks to you, my company has become a VIP guest at the auction house. That's enough. Siku shifts his gaze toward another direction. What about you, Seo Pang Kwang? The man immediately waves his hand in refusal. I'm fine. You're the one who created it. I didn't do anything. He turns his head slightly, his mouth curling up. I'll teach him how to forge in Lego. The things I learned from Hephaestus's videos have 4 stages. Regardless, I should do that. Siku focuses his attention on his phone screen again. Channel Kong 2 membership fee. 1 billion won per month. He stares at the screen as if he wants to devour it, whispering to himself, if I want to learn divine martial arts, I have to subscribe. It's not a waste. It's a huge amount of money. As soon as the system notifies, you have subscribed to Channel Kong 2, Siku tries to grit his teeth and endure it. A few days later, Seo Ah asks, worriedly, Han, isn't this place very expensive? The young girl looks tense. I don't need to eat here. Seeing this, he tries to reassure her. We should try eating at a place like this. Siku smiles smugly. 600,000 won per person. Who cares? I still have 3-point-something billion in my account. Now, the membership fee for Channel Hua 2 is 100 million, and Channel Kong 2 is 1 billion. That's a total of 1.1 billion. Thinking of this, he gulps down some water, telling himself, "Don't think about it anymore." Contrary to Sio's excitement, Siku scrolls quickly on his phone screen. "I guess I'll just watch Ghost Spell until the food comes." Channel Kong 2, 34,566 subscribers. Even though he speaks slowly and is hard to understand, he acts fast. The virtue of a gentleman. At the number that just appeared, his eyes widen. 34,000 subscribers, that's a lot. Do all of Kong 2's disciples subscribe to his channel? So, Google also has online teaching. He says he needs to train his mind to learn divine martial arts. So I think it's a tier. It's not a combat channel. A tier means it's a higher tier than divine martial arts because I need to increase proficiency. Let's watch a video first and get a deeper understanding of it. On the screen, Kong 2's video begins to play. His voice rings out, "A gentleman." Kong 2 emphasizes every word. Is a person who cares for those around him. Siku's body stiffens, his hands gripping the screen. I can feel the extreme boredom. A few seconds later, the system calmly announces, "You have mastered the basics of the Kong 2 way. Proficiency in benevolence has increased. Righteousness, etiquette, wisdom of a gentleman have increased slightly. Proficiency in benevolence, righteousness, etiquette, wisdom of a gentleman have increased by 0.1%. At the same time, Hat Queen leans in. "You mean, even though you've received the mental strength of your master, Kong 2, you haven't received it completely?" He nods slightly. "That's right. I have to increase my proficiency first." Hearing this, he looks contemplative, then slowly begins to speak. "As I said, divine martial arts are not something you can use at your current level. How should I put it? It's like bending the laws of the world. It's not just using super strength." Hat Queen's voice rings out slowly, as if tapping directly into Siku's mind. "You will control magic power, focusing it into your tendons, and magic power is the supply source to handle it more actively. You need to amplify your internal organs to contain your intentions and make it easier to control magic power. Eastern mythology calls it internal energy Neeli." Seeing the look on his face, he lowers his voice. "I guess you think it's boring, and you have no idea what I'm talking about, right?" Just then, a flash of light slammed right into Siku's face. He let out a shout. "What the hell?" Queen grumbled, pointing a finger at his forehead. "You want to learn divine martial arts? You want to gain this power without going through any complex training." Finishing that, she asked in a bored tone, "I'm not wrong, am I? Even if you want to say no." "I don't think you can, Min Siku." He mumbled under his breath. "You're right." Hercules suddenly raised his voice. "Then think about it. A way for you to learn divine martial arts easily? The answer lies in your muscles." He stuttered, unable to finish his sentence. What did you?" He spoke with a firm tone. "If your body isn't in shape, your mind will get hurt too." Siku asked in confusion. "Isn't there another way?" Hercules continued. "Just keep learning the complex stuff through your own muscles." He didn't forget to flex his arm to illustrate, reminding him, "Let the headache drill the knowledge into your muscles." Meanwhile, Siku had already turned to stone. The scene shifts to the corporate office, where Tae-san's voice echoes, "I heard you bought a piece of equipment." Han Chae-jin nodded without hesitation. "Yes, sir. I'm very satisfied with it." He slowly continued. "I heard it costs 4 billion won." She replied quietly. "Although it can't compare to your sword, Li Min-chung." Han Chae-jin turned, her eyes fixed on the gauntlet. "It's a perfect support item. I feel like I've reached another level just with this one piece of gear." Hearing this, Tae-san smirked. "I'm very glad to hear that. If you need anything, just let me know." She bowed slightly, her voice sounding respectful. "Thank you, sir." Then, suddenly, Han Chae-jin's tone changed. "I think we can start now." She pressed, emphasizing every word. "Activate the S-rank dungeon." In another turn of events, Siku's sigh echoed out. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. I can't keep up anymore. Divine martial arts. I have to study this properly." Siku raised his phone to eye level and pushed himself up. He started to hesitate. "I can't keep increasing my proficiency like this. Can I actually do this?" Remembering a video Siku had once watched, a man asked seriously, "Is there any way to avoid a battle? That I can never win?" Kong 2 laughed softly. "There is." His words suddenly rang in his ears. "By never stopping the battle." Siku squeezed his eyes shut. He couldn't stop thinking. Hercules was once human. He was a hero who overcame gods while in a human form. Didn't Hercules struggle too? Didn't he face difficulties? Didn't he fail? Divine martial arts. It's a power that makes you doubt yourself. But once you achieve it, it's more than just martial arts. Thinking this, he furrowed his brows. "I'm not talented. So, what I need to do now is put in relentless effort." Just then, a cold breeze swept by, and the surrounding trees shook. At the same time, Min Siku crouched low and swung his fist into thin air. A moment later, the system screen lit up. indomitable spirit will spread throughout your body. Proficiency in benevolence, integrity, etiquette, and gentlemanly wisdom has increased. Proficiency in benevolence, integrity, etiquette, and gentlemanly wisdom has increased by 0.511%. Suddenly, Siku's eyes widened. He shouted unconsciously. Siku stared blankly at the ground he had smashed to pieces. The system sent another notification. You have mastered Hercules' divine martial arts. Returning to reality, the ground had been split in two. The system chimed, divine martial arts proficiency, 0.3%, plus 0.3%. Min Siku scratched his head and ear. I need to find a private training room. I wonder how much it costs to rent one. In another development, Dioku clutched her chest and sighed. Her eyes stopped on a message from Siku. Post this video. Please edit it for me. Title the video, Dungeon Speedrun, Vampire Raid. Dioku thought to herself, just like the Vampire Raid video from last time, the Fire Mage broke the boss's record on her channel and took back the top spot. An insane record, 11 seconds. The raid ended the moment it began. Dioku couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, he's still filming videos with the same content? Right after that, she moved the mouse and successfully downloaded it. The screen displayed Siku's image. He waved his hand to say hello as usual. Hello to the viewers of the Guy Who Conquers the World channel. I am the guy who conquers everything. The guy who conquers the world here. Siku stared at the phone screen and muttered under his breath. I heard the Fire Mage channel just set a new record. 11 seconds is an impressive record. Siku shouted excitedly. That's why. Today we're going to. Dioku furrowed her brows. Conquering Fire Mage Hana? He shrugged his shoulders and smirked. You guys are probably wondering why I'm suddenly targeting Hana. If I really targeted her, I'd get roasted to death. I can't do that without being prepared, right? Speaking of which, Siku suddenly became excited. That's why the strategy I'm showing you guys today is the way to conquer Hana's top spot. He kicked his leg up into the air and said, That's enough talk, let's get started. Just then, the sole of his foot touched the sky, and a flash of light blurred the entire frame. Immediately after, a crackling sound echoed. Returning to Diogu's side, her screen suddenly glitched. Diogu hurriedly moved the mouse cursor. Wait. He sent me 2 videos. Suddenly, her expression changed. It was unedited. The scene moved to a wide-angle view, showing Siku raising his leg high. Immediately, he stomped hard on the ground. The screen shook accordingly, and a black hole suddenly appeared, emitting a massive amount of energy. Returning to Siku, the ground beneath his feet was shattered. His voice rang out, Now that I think about it, I can also train in the dungeon, right? Meanwhile, Diogu was completely stunned. What the hell am I watching? Her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Wait, the video length is. Diogu looked at the screen in horror. 4 seconds. On this side, Siku looked satisfied at the notification. Views, 342,770. Subscribers to Guy Who Conquers the World, 11,560. He smirked. Thanks to the divine martial arts, views and comments have increased. At this rate, earning 100 million won is no longer a dream. Siku's eyes stopped at a comment. Isn't this enough to attack the dungeon that Han Che-jin failed at? He couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Han Che-jin failed the raid. Siku curiously read all the comments. Han Che-jin failed the raid. He couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Han Che-jin, F rank raid failed. Siku curiously read through all the comments. Han Che-jin, F rank raid failed. Huh. What's going on with Han Che-jin? She's not dead, right? And she's an S rank. Honestly, I don't even know where I heard that. He let out a frustrated sigh. It's just a rumor. Right then, an anonymous comment caught Siku's eye. I checked, and it looks like it's true. It's on the news. Someone else chimed in urgently. For real? Dead serious. Give me the link. The other person pressed. Check it out. It's real. His fingertips trembled slightly, unable to shake off the doubt. Was it actually real? Moments later, the article about Han Che-jin went live. What does the future hold for SA Group after the failed S-rank dungeon raid? As of 1 p.m. today, reports confirm that S-rank hunter and SA Group representative Han Che-jin failed her dungeon raid. Thankfully, there were no casualties. However, because this raid was so critical for hunter Han Che-jin, news of her failure has left many disappointed. There was a lot of negative sentiment directed at SA Group. They had invested heavily in the hunter sector and dreamed of breaking into the market, but this incident had shattered those dreams. To make matters worse, their capital was in a dire state. Siku tilted his head, biting his lip. It doesn't say how she failed. Thinking about that, Siku tossed his phone aside carelessly. Why should I care? I don't have the time to worry about her. I'm busy as hell. She'll find a way to figure it out. Over on the top floor of the SA Group building, Han Che-jin stepped out, cold and composed. She glanced at the person in front of her. Min Ah let out a sound. Oh my, look who it is. Han Chae-jin frowned slightly but greeted her politely. Hello, Han Chae-jin said in a flat tone. Director Min, director of SA Group. Min Ah, the older woman waved her hand. Long time no see, dear. How are you? Min Ah asked, curiously, eyeing her. Are you on your way back from seeing the chairman? She responded coldly. Yes. I think I need to go see him. Min Ah suddenly lowered her voice. The chairman has called for a company meeting. Everything's in chaos. Not only is the capital dropping, but many investors are pulling out. Han Chae-jin's body stiffened instinctively. The woman quickly reassured her. But it's not your fault, dear. It's just that we had our hopes set too high. After saying that, Min Ah walked past her coldly, then stopped. You should go. The others are waiting for you. Min Ah walked away nonchalantly. She stood frozen in place. The scene shifted to Siku's place. He took a bowl of medicine, his lips curling up. It tasted a bit bitter, right? Seo Ah's shoulders slumped. She whispered in a tiny voice, This definitely feels like a punishment. Siku looked at the notification screen with satisfaction. Great. My Divine Medicine Mastery Plus proficiency has increased significantly. Divine Medicine Mastery Plus is at 24.47%. It was easier to drink than last time. After learning Gentleman's Instinct, all my stats have increased, not just Divine Martial Arts, but Super Strength, Insight S+, and even Divine Alchemy. Insight S+ increased the most because it ties into other attributes. Gentleman's Instinct is truly a top-tier skill. He turned to look at the little girl. Siue's condition had definitely improved. Siku smiled instinctively. His heart felt like it was doing a victory dance. It's working. If I keep boosting my Divine Medicine Mastery Plus, I can definitely heal Seo Ah. Siku's posture suddenly dropped. The problem is the money to pay the membership fees for Hua Tuo and Kong Tu. 1 billion won. What I have right now is enough. Siku stared at the liquid in the bowl. If only I could sell this medicine. But you can't just sell medicine recklessly without a certification. A bold idea suddenly flashed in his mind. I'll ask So-un. Just then, there was a noise at the door. Siku reacted immediately. Who's there? A voice quickly came from outside. Excuse me, is this Siku's house? Min Chae lowered his voice, but the sound still carried through. I'm Hunter Han Chae-jin's secretary. He introduced himself in a serious tone. After a long moment, Min Chae made a surprising announcement. My boss wants to re-raid the dungeon. Siku hung his head. Han Chae-jin wants to re-raid the dungeon, and she needs my help? He looked up, staring straight into the man's eyes. She wants me to plan it? Min Chae answered quickly. Yes, that's right. Siku asked curiously. And what exactly happened inside that dungeon? The man hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry, but I'm not privy to the details. She just told me that your support is absolutely essential. Min Chae kept his head bowed. My boss wanted to come herself, but there are too many eyes watching. Please, forgive us. He cautiously offered a proposal. Could you talk to her? Siku pursed his lips. I can smell it. He jumped up, his tongue flickering out. The sweet scent of Nuru. The scene shifted to the Hunter Association headquarters. Siku watched Han Chae-jin intently from behind, lost in thought. She's wearing the gloves I crafted. Meanwhile, Han Chae-jin was frantically swinging her arms forward. Seeing that, Min Chae stepped forward. Let me call her. Siku immediately raised a hand to stop him. No need. Just wait. His eyes never left her movements. Cultivating like that, training with that level of focus, surely she'll see big results. I was the same way back then. Beside him, the man looked a bit confused. But, Siku interrupted. I just need to wait a moment. For someone like Hunter Han Chae-jin, a rare opportunity might present itself. Turning back to Han Chae-jin, her face was drenched in cold sweat, his gaze sharpened, his internal monologue intensifying. Her movements, they still lack any system. A thought flashed through Siku's mind. Is it because my knowledge has increased after gaining Enlightenment Plus and Divine Martial Arts? She's just swinging her sword around randomly. Plus, I also heard that Han Chae-jin has never learned swordsmanship. He quickly realized that one of Han Chae-jin's attributes was Sword Proficiency S. And yet, she's only fighting by instinct. I feel like she could use super strength like I do, but she hasn't learned Divine Martial Arts to channel it properly. Siku's expression was icy, his mind filled with overlapping thoughts. Swordsmanship based purely on instinct will eventually reveal its limitations. If she learned martial arts, she'd definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Is the only way for Han Chae-jin to improve by becoming a disciple of a sect, or what? Thinking that, Siku couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. But what good would that do Han Chae-jin? The SA group wouldn't allow it anyway. If Han Chae-jin became a sect disciple, she'd no longer be part of the SA group. It really wasn't always a strength. He stared fixedly at his phone screen. Meanwhile, he was calculating in his head. After all, with Han Chae-jin's level, she could probably continue learning martial arts from. Siku's eyes were glued to the character on his phone screen. King Arthur, the legendary knight of the Round Table. If King Arthur was the one chosen, then what? His gaze shifted to the owner of the Holy Sword, Baal, and Siegfried, the Dragon Slayer, Fafnir. Eliminated in 31 seconds. A pro tip from a dragon expert. Siegfried, the first dragon slayer. Shang Yu, a man who could fight 10,000 on his own. I'll test you. Sing. Shang Yu. He had captured Liu Bang and forced him to sing the Han Dynasty's national anthem. Siku froze. He started to worry. Even if those videos were a bit crazy, what if Han Chae-jin actually learned their martial arts? But she couldn't watch YouTube. Not to mention the actual learning part. Wait a minute. Siku's face suddenly tensed up, his eyes wide open. His gaze lit up. The corner of his mouth curled up. I can just watch it and teach her myself, right? Even if I have to pay for a premium subscription, I can make money off of Han Chae-jin, can't I? Whether it's 1 billion or 10 billion, it's pocket change for the heiress of a major conglomerate. I might even get paid for teaching her. 10 billion should be just right, right? Siku's lips curve into a smile. What a steal. He thought about his retirement plan with Han Chae-jin, but immediately after, he fell into deep thought. However, the problem was, would an A-rank hunter like Han Chae-jin actually let a D-rank hunter like him teach her? Siku's hands started shaking uncontrollably. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Furthermore, I can only teach her what I've learned myself. Can I really teach her the divine martial arts that I self-studied? Geez. Siku rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. But giving up now would be such a waste. Han Chae-jin suddenly approached. I should have told you to come sooner, Min Chae said, looking tense. I'm sorry, Miss, Min Siku said. I just didn't want to disturb your training. Han Chae-jin's face didn't soften. She just coldly replied, oh, I see. On this side, his face had turned red as a tomato. Seeing that, Han Chae-jin immediately brushed past him. Let me go wash my face first. Min Siku couldn't help but exclaim to himself, she really is beautiful. A while later, she slowly spoke up. You've been waiting for me for a long time, haven't you? He shook his head slightly and got straight to the point. That's not important. I heard you need my help. Siku looked serious. What happened in the dungeon? Han Chae-jin muttered. In the dungeon. She hung her head, hesitating. There were no monsters. He looked confused. What did you say? Han Chae-jin continued, her voice trembling slightly. When I entered the dungeon with my team, there wasn't a single monster. But, after a brief pause, she cautiously recounted. We did encounter something. He stared blankly at Han Chae-jin. So, there was a monster? She quietly replied, that's right. As the image of the creature appeared in Han Chae-jin's mind, she lowered her voice in fear. But it looked like a wolf, so it's hard to call it a monster. I've never seen a creature like that before. Siku fell into a deep trance. A wolf-like creature, wolf-type monsters are quite diverse. But as far as I know, there are no wolf-type monsters in an S-rank dungeon. At the same time, Han Chae-jin started to lose her composure, her voice trembling violently. I don't know how to deal with it. Faced with Han Chae-jin's trembling figure, Siku could only marvel in his heart. Even for an S-rank dungeon, with Han Chae-jin's A+ rank strength, she shouldn't be saying this. He asked seriously, you couldn't handle it, she whispered, yes. Getting that answer, he fell back into deep thought, his face twisting. Besides, Han Chae-jin didn't go alone. She had her teammates with her. And they had talent and top-tier gear, too. Yet, they still failed? No, they didn't exactly fail. Things were just beyond their control. A few minutes later, Siku slowly came to a conclusion. In short, there was only one monster in that dungeon, and it was so powerful that even you, Han Chae-jin, couldn't fight it. Thoughts flashed through his mind. A single monster in a dungeon so strong that an A-rank hunter couldn't eliminate it. Dungeon levels are determined by the total amount of monsters inside. Therefore, it's almost impossible for a dungeon's level to be determined by just one monster. But there is a special case, where the dungeon level is based on a single monster. But right at that moment, the word mutation appeared in Siku's subconscious. He switched into deep analysis mode. Another concept for a mutation is a super monster, a creature that possesses the power of all the monsters in the dungeon. If they encountered that, it was completely understandable why Han Chae-jin couldn't deal with it. A super monster is already dangerous, but in an S-ranked dungeon, Siku said in a low voice, I suspect there's a high chance you encountered a super monster. Facing the unexpected news, Han Chae-jin was surprised. A super monster? This is the first time I've heard of it. A moment later, he firmly suggested, I think it's best to abandon this dungeon. There's no reason to try it again. It's not that important. and this could be life-threatening. No, she replied with a terrifyingly firm tone. I have to do this. Seeing that, Siku asked point-blank, Can you tell me why? Han Che-jin lowered her voice, her tone heavy. I'm not the only one in trouble. Meanwhile, he quickly realized the situation. Because of Han Che-jin's failed raid, the conglomerate would face a storm. It was said that billions of won had evaporated just minutes after the article was posted. To prevent the stock price from falling further, she looked straight into Siku's eyes with determination. I have to fix my mistake, he thought to himself. Han Che-jin must successfully raid the dungeon as soon as possible. Of course, this is a life-or-death situation, but are billions of won worth risking your life for? An S-rank super monster that has never appeared before. That will be tough. He looked serious. I understand. In return, I have one condition. Siku suddenly grinned. Allow me to film it and post it on Tube, okay? Faced with the unexpected request, Han Che-jin looked confused. On Tube? He didn't forget to add, and 10 billion won. Siku smiled again. I can't go any lower than that. A while later, he looked at his phone's balance with regret. The 1 billion won deposit. I should have asked for more. Who would have thought she'd agree so easily? Thinking of this, Siku quickly brushed it off. Forget it. Don't be too greedy. 10 billion is a lot. He frowned slightly. This monster has never appeared before. I don't even know if I can come up with a way to beat it. If I ask for too much, it'll just be more pressure. Siku grinned, his eyes brightening. Anyway, my skill, mastery, has already reached 24%. That's enough to analyze an S-rank super monster. Wait, no. I have to analyze it at all costs. The next day, in the S-rank dungeon, Siku and Han Che-jin appeared in a forest. Stay close to me, I'll lead the way. I followed behind her. Han Che-jin only let me into the S-rank dungeon on the condition that she comes along. Siku gave a wry smile. Honestly, this is extremely dangerous. I wouldn't want to go in alone like this, but I need to know what's inside. Only then can I come up with a strategy. Plus, with my super strength and divine martial arts, even if I'm not confident I can take down an S-rank super monster, I'm still confident I can survive and make it out of here. As we went deeper, I scanned our surroundings cautiously. Sure enough, the atmosphere was completely different from lower-ranked dungeons. Siku immediately moved closer to Han Che-jin and suggested, Let's go a bit deeper. After walking for a while, fog began to swallow the forest. At that moment, Han Che-jin kept flicking her wrists. Seeing her, I asked with concern, Han, are those gloves not fitting right? She nodded slightly. They're a bit loose. Siku stepped in closer. Let me adjust them for you. I pressed a button. I didn't know who would be wearing them, so I made them to fit my hand size, though they shouldn't fall off. But they must be pretty annoying, right? The gloves instantly tightened around Han Che-jin's hands. Siku tilted his head and smirked. Just think of it as a premium service. She looked at him, bewildered. How do you know about this feature? Siku scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Because I'm the one who made these gloves. She practically yelled. What? Han Che-jin raised her voice, questioning. So you're the one acknowledged by Master Seo Pang Quang? I hurriedly tried to explain. I don't know about that part. I was just working in the same alchemy lab as him. Just then, a blast of cold air surged toward the two of us. Siku's expression changed instantly. He stared into the empty space. What is this? The ground suddenly shook. Right after, Siku instinctively felt a chill down his spine. This energy is completely different. Thinking of that, I unconsciously turned to look in one direction. I saw a pair of glowing eyes in the middle of the night. Immediately, a massive entity rushed toward the two of us. Facing the terrifying scene, Siku's body nearly froze. A look of horror crossed his face. It's on a completely different level. Han Che-jin immediately jumped in front of me. Siku, hide behind me. Standing before the beast-like entity, Siku's inner thoughts were surging. Is this really an S-rank super monster? In that moment, Fenrir kept getting closer. Its eyes locked onto Siku and Han Che-jin. A thought flashed through my mind, and my body began to turn cold. Can Han Che-jin beat this black wolf? What if I intervene? No, more importantly, we aren't ready yet. I only came here to confirm what kind of monster it is. Immediately after, Siku made a decision. We shouldn't engage it. My eyes widened, pupils beginning to glow with tears sight. Right at that moment, a pillar of light suddenly shot straight into the sky. Seizing the chance, Siku pushed Han Che-jin hard. My voice dropped low. Run. She was momentarily stunned, but obeyed. As soon as the words left my lips, we both turned and ran for our lives. Before Siku's eyes was an endless void, with only the moonlight shining through. Suddenly, a black hole appeared out of nowhere. Both Siku and Han Che-jin scrambled toward the front. I stopped and stood there, gasping for air. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Because I didn't engage it directly, I can't be sure. but it would take at least 5 S-rank hunters to take it on. Han Che-jin turned to Siku. She asked in a rare, serious tone, "Siku, what was that power just now?" I looked back at her, silent for a few seconds before asking, "Before that, how did you survive and make it back? With all your teammates when you faced that monster?" Han Che-jin let out a long sigh, as if just remembering it was enough to make her body tense up. "We were very lucky," Siku continued to ask, his voice lower than usual. "Are you really going to attack it again?" Han Che-jin looked him straight in the eyes, full of resolve. "Yes, I have to." She added, "If you can come up with a plan, we'll handle the raid." In that fleeting moment, the two stared at each other. After a while, Siku turned around coldly. I didn't forget to remind her. "I'll contact you once I've finished analyzing it." The image paused on Fenrir. Its eyes were red as blood. Siku stared at the screen, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. What kind of monster is this? A higher species type? It's a species considered an upgraded version of normal monsters. There must be a base monster that they evolved from. Remembering a few hours ago, Siku frantically searched through the documents published by the association's encyclopedia. He showed a look of frustration. "I've searched for so much information online, but I couldn't find it." Siku hung his head, frantically questioning himself. Even after using Insight S+, I still couldn't find any clues. What is it? The scene shifted to a few days later. Hercules lowered his voice. "All right, we'll stop here for today." As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately announced, "You have completed Hercules training. Relevant proficiency has increased. Super strength proficiency, 58.8% plus 0.14%. Hercules divine martial arts proficiency, 0.6% plus 0.1%. He glanced at Siku and complained, "Tired already?" I didn't care to respond. My eyes were glued to the phone screen. Seeing that, Hercules became curious. "What are you looking at?" Siku spoke frankly. "It's a monster I've been researching lately." He stepped closer. "Researching? Huh," he frowned. "That's right. Today is the 3rd day, and I still don't know what it is." Hearing this, Hercules leaned in closer, curiously looking at the image. "Really? Let me see." In a split second, Hercules' eyes changed. Siku turned to him urgently. "Do you know what it is?" He hesitated. "Wait, this?" Hercules paused for a moment and answered, "Isn't this Fenrir?" I practically shouted, "What?" Fenrir is a mythological monster that appeared in epics. It's also known as the demon wolf and is a god-killing wolf. The reason Fenrir is called that is simple. The creature that brought about the destruction of the Gano Empire was Fenrir, with just its upper fangs reaching the end of the blue sky, and its lower fangs touching the end of the earth. Fenrir destroyed everything. Finally, Fenrir is the one that swallowed the world, biting and killing. Odin, the king of Norse mythology. I turned back to Siku, feeling dizzy. What is Fenrir doing here? There's no way it could have gotten here. Hercules had the same question. He couldn't help but feel bewildered. What? How could it be there? The thought struck me like lightning. The nameless person who gave me the phone that connects to Gospel and Fenrir. Siku fell into deep thought. Hercules might be the only one. "Wait, you're telling me you actually fought Fenrir?" Hercules nodded quickly. "I believe so. I've battled it once before. But of course, I won." Siku chimed in, seriously. "So, if I were to fight Fenrir, what would happen?" Hercules instinctively repeated, "You, against Fenrir." He nodded urgently. "Exactly." Hercules casually waved his hand. "I'm not sure. Maybe a second, I suppose." Siku was completely stunned. A second. He didn't forget to emphasize. "Until you get chewed to bits." Hercules pointed at the phone screen. He continued rambling. "But when I look at it, I'm not sure. From this angle, it looks incredibly weak." Its form shifted into a puppy. Siku frowned again. "A puppy," he muttered to himself. "That thing is still the size of a small mountain. But compared to the legendary Fenrir, surely." He tilted his head. "It's even wearing jewelry I've never seen before." Siku focused on the last comment. "Jewelry." Hercules moved his finger closer to a glowing spot. "Look at that." He instantly zoomed in on the screen. He quickly offered a guess. "It seems like that thing is sealing Fenrir's power." Hearing this, Siku turned curiously. "What is that, Olifi?" "I heard it can't be cut by anything in the world." Hercules crossed his arms. He said in a serious tone, "With this kind of Fenrir girl, I guess it takes a minute." He quickly repeated, "A minute?" He chuckled. "Until you get chewed to bits." Those words made his heart skip a beat. How did Fenrir get here, and why? If this dark dragon was truly Fenrir, there would be no way. He suddenly lowered his voice. "At least I should let you know its weakness, right?" Heckwing stared at Siku. He smirked. "Should I tell you or not?" Seeing this, he made an offer. "If you tell me, I'll share a video clip, worth 200 subscribers. Hakween went silent for a few seconds, then vanished into thin air. His voice echoed steadily. I'll go gather materials and bring them right over, Master. The scene shifted to the main headquarters, the waiting area near the dungeon. Reporters began surrounding Han Chae-jin. Someone frantically questioned, "Why aren't you giving up on this dungeon? How did you decide to come back and re-raid?" After a long while, the door slowly opened. She quickly stepped outside, her eyes scanning every face. "Looks like everyone is here. Let's head out." In a small corner, Siku casually turned the phone toward himself. He cheerfully greeted, "Hello, subscribers of the guy who conquers the world." Someone said, "Who is that?" Seeing this, Chae-jin smiled faintly. "Just a YouTuber." Ho hissed through his teeth. "A YouTuber," he nonchalantly explained. "His channel is called The Guy Who Conquers the World. I guess that's his nickname." He furrowed his brows, his gaze full of hostility. "The Guy Who Conquers the World? I don't think that's a famous channel. What is a YouTuber doing here?" Chae-jin stepped closer and whispered, "I heard he's the one who designed the dungeon raid strategy." Ho showed an incredulous expression. "Strategy? Against that wolf? What kind of nonsense is that?" He sighed slightly. "We don't know. I just heard about it too." Ho glanced at Siku. He thought to himself, the support conditions for the team members are trash, and he even brought a YouTuber along. Team leader Han Chae-jin is taking a huge risk. Chae-jin's voice echoed in his ear again. "Before that, Senior, what will you do?" "Will things end well for me when this is over?" Ho sternly reminded. "Stop spouting nonsense. Prepare to enter the dungeon." Immediately after, the group followed Han Chae-jin's lead and went inside the S-rank dungeon. Siku raised his camera, his voice echoing in the pitch-black space. "Everyone, we've entered the S-rank dungeon." He lowered his voice, intentionally setting the mood. "You could probably feel it, right? This enormous energy." Ho turned sharply toward him, eyes annoyed. "Are you Siku? Making such loud noises in a critical moment like this?" He looked around vigilantly. His heart hammered rapidly. What if the Black Dragon hears us? Then suddenly, Ho's body stiffened. His eyes showed clear terror. Amidst the pitch-black darkness, two eyes glowed in the night. Witnessing that sight, the hunters showed fearful expressions. Han Chae-jin froze. She began to struggle internally. Is re-rating the right choice? Am I leading everyone to their deaths? Shouldn't I have asked for the support of S-rank hunters? I must not ask for help from S-rank hunters. Han Chae-jin gripped her sword hilt tightly. She secretly made up her mind. Raiding wasn't simple. This was a stepping stone for the corporation to enter the hunter industry. Therefore, I must carry it out with the corporation's power. The SA Corporation must be famous for its own strength. Right after that, Han Chae-jin gathered her strength and grabbed the sword. She aimed the blade toward Fenrir. Meanwhile, Siku was still casually broadcasting. He excitedly bragged, "Everyone, that is the legendary monster Fenrir, also known as the Demon Wolf. Fenrir is a mythological creature that only appears in legends." Siku smirked. "What? You're asking if it's really Fenrir? I'm not sure." The words had barely left his lips when it suddenly lunged rapidly toward him. Siku rolled up his sleeves and grinned. "I think we have to fight to confirm it." Siku looked up at Fenrir. He casually uttered, "Am I not? The one who conquers everything in the world? The guy who conquers the world." Fenrir's body was still floating in midair. Siku smirked. "Even if it is Fenrir, the wolf that swallows the world, it's nothing." After saying that, he suddenly glanced toward Han Chae-jin. "Are you ready?" She couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. "Why?" Siku beckoned it with his hand. He blatantly provoked it. "Now, first strategy of the raid, Fenrir." The words had barely faded when a light suddenly exploded right before Han Chae-jin's eyes. She stared blankly around, her eyes widening. She only saw Siku's body shoot up into the air. He blatantly lunged toward Fenrir. Faced with the sudden spectacle, it was almost stunned. Since when was he over here? It angrily swung its sharp claws towards Siku. Realizing the critical situation, she screamed, "Watch out." Meanwhile, Fenrir furiously stomped its feet onto the ground. It instantly collapsed. As the dust slowly cleared, it looked around blankly. "He's not here. Where did he go?" Just then, Siku suddenly appeared right behind Fenrir, clenching his fist tightly as he swung it hard toward the beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Siku punched Fenrir straight in the mouth, sending a shockwave rippling through the group. Ho's voice trembled. "What the hell is this?" As the black mist quickly engulfed the forest and swirled back towards Siku, Fenrir stood perfectly still, completely unharmed. Seeing this, Siku couldn't help but curse. Damn it. He felt frustrated, having landed a direct hit, yet it did nothing. He glared at Fenrir with pure dissatisfaction. So annoying. Hercules said this attack would be effective. Just then, the beast began its counterattack. It lunged like a tidal wave, setting the entire forest ablaze in an instant, while Siku was sent flying backward. At that moment, Han Chae-jin turned and signaled, "We have to act now." The group responded in unison, "Yes," and she immediately dashed forward. Clinging tightly to the hilt of her sword, Siku stared with eyes full of horror as Fenrir swung its claws again, sending his body hurling through the air. Faced with such a sudden attack, he couldn't help but panic. Damn it. Could it be? Is this Fenrir the real deal? Siku instinctively recalled Hercules' warning. With a Fenrir like this, you'll probably only last a minute. A minute before you're torn to shreds. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth in anger. A minute? I can't even last 10 seconds. Hercules' strategy is useless. It only worked because he's the Black Demon. Just then, Fenrir snapped its sharp, jagged jaws. Siku thought to himself, but there's still a chance. Siku looked up at the giant black wolf. The divine chains are what bind Fenrir. As long as those chains restrict its movement. He clenched his fist. It's not impossible. The situation isn't so hopeless that we can't win. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked through the void. Siku froze, but I can't attack it. And most importantly, he saw Han Chae-jin resolutely charging straight at it. Fenrir immediately changed targets, staring at her with fury. The beast lunged back, its arms radiating intense heat in the blink of an eye. A fireball appeared right above the group. Siku thought to himself, "At least I'm not alone." The group shouted in unison, "Fireball! So we have a magic hunter. Careful." She lunged, stabbing directly into Fenrir's body. The beast lifted its head and roared, a sound that shook the very space around them. Right at that moment, his voice rang out with authority. "Take this." Fenrir opened its jaws wide, and the flames flew straight into its mouth. Watching the scene, the young man looked stunned. The girl's voice trembled. It swallowed the fireball. Fenrir lifted its head, looking as if it were enjoying a delicious meal. Chae-jin couldn't help but scream. It really ate it. At the same time, Ho raised his shield in front of his chest and grunted, "Don't back down." Siku turned to look at Han Chae-jin. He said sternly, "Prepare for an all-out attack. If you look closely, you can see the shackle binding its body." Siku stared intently at her. "You noticed it too, right?" Han Chae-jin didn't answer, only nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down to the ground as Fenrir roared again. Han Chae-jin lunged forward immediately. Siku closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and focused all his senses. A mystical blue light suddenly erupted from Siku's body. Fenrir's eyes flashed with a bright red light. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward, his hand clenched into a fist. The beast reacted quickly, but Siku didn't back down as the ground beneath Fenrir suddenly exploded. It whipped around, staring at him with fury. Right then, Siku was pouring all his strength into his punch, his super strength. In that instant, he was like a rushing current trying to extinguish the flames from Fenrir, pushing the beast back as its claws tore into the earth. Siku bit his lip. "It's working. Keep attacking." Just then, he suddenly froze, his body beginning to fade into the night. Then, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Siku gritted his teeth, his eyes glued to the wound on his chest. Too close. If I had reacted a second slower, that attack would have torn me apart. Thinking this, he frowned. "Wait, I'm not sure." Siku desperately replayed the scene in his mind. But right before it hit me, it hesitated for a split second. At the same time, Han Chae-jin lunged, resolutely slashing at Fenrir. Han Chae-jin stared at it with cold eyes, while Siku remained confused. It definitely couldn't have killed me. A suspicious question flashed through his mind. But why? Fenrir roared, its sharp white teeth bared in a fit of rage. It was brutal, but at that moment, a crimson slash tore through the thick fur on its body. Siku's breathing grew heavy, and he kept telling himself, "Stop overthinking it. I have to seize this chance." Immediately, Siku lunged forward, leaving only a streak of light behind. He swerved, his eyes locked on Fenrir's weakness. Siku didn't hesitate, punching the beast's body squarely. The pain hit instantly. Fenrir shrieked, swinging its leg to retaliate. Siku kept his eyes on the target, suddenly reaching out to grab the chains. Instantly, Fenrir's eyes changed, glowing with a bright red light. He pulled the chains with all of his might while the beast howled madly. The sound echoed across the land. Siku shouted, the energy around him exploding. He pulled the chains even harder. Fenrir was flung forward. Seizing the moment, Han Chae-jin charged with her sword. Back to Siku, he struggled against the heavy chains. At that moment, Siku tried to suppress Fenrir. Han Chae-jin lunged desperately, and in a fleeting moment, a blast of light erupted. A moment later, Chae-jin squinted forward. "Oh my god," Ho couldn't help but exclaim, "this is insane." A giant hole appeared on the ground. Just then, Siku's voice rang out, "I'm alive." I did it. Simultaneously, A rift appeared in the void, and an invisible force dragged his body backward. Witnessing the sight, the group began to tremble. What the? No way. A massive surge of dark energy suddenly erupted. Right at this moment, Fenrir has awakened. It lets out a furious, defiant roar, and everyone is trembling instinctively. Even she has to admit it, this is a fight we simply cannot win. Fenrir glares at the group with pure hatred, opening its jaws to reveal those razor-sharp fangs. Siku stumbles and falls, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. Why? Siku looks up at the sky. He questions it. Why? Fenrir is bound by the NPC, non-player character system, so it should be sealed. Yet, it's still the demonic wolf, the beast that swallowed the world. The wolf that once killed the gods. Fenrir is Fenrir. With my current strength, attacking it is impossible. This is strange. He keeps turning it over in his mind. It just doesn't add up. Suddenly, Han Che-jin desperately commands, "Everyone, run. Get out of here and take Siku with you." Siku remains lost in his thoughts. This situation is just like the one in the Haku dungeon. She saved the team members back then. No matter how hard we try, we can't defeat Fenrir. But why? Thinking that, he suddenly snaps out of it, his eyes widening. A realization flashes through Siku's mind. I finally understand. I can't believe it took me this long to notice. He questions himself, feeling like an idiot. It never made sense from the start. The young man asks Han anxiously, "Hey, can you still move?" Then, out of nowhere, Siku bolts forward. Che-jin only has time to scream. "What are you doing?" He approaches the beast, his eyes locked onto Fenrir. Siku doesn't say a word as he approaches it. Han Che-jin calls out in a panic, "Siku." As soon as it sees Siku, Fenrir just growls. He immediately reaches a verdict. Just as I thought, it's not attacking, it's just looking at me. Seeing Siku standing there, she raises her voice, questioning him. "What the hell are you doing?" He remains silent, staring straight into its eyes. Han Che-jin screams until her voice is hoarse. "Are you crazy? Run away." Siku takes another step toward Fenrir's maw, muttering, "It never made sense from the beginning." Siku's heart sinks. I don't know about an S-rank hunter team, but with our current party, there was never any chance of winning this fight. That's why I found it strange. After a month of silence, he looks directly at it, asking himself, "Why am I still alive?" Ignoring the bewildered looks directed at him, Siku continues, "How did everyone survive and make it back?" Siku keeps repeating these seemingly nonsensical questions. "Why didn't anyone die?" Che-jin asks, her voice trembling, "What are you trying to say?" He doesn't explain, but instead questions her back, "Don't you get it yet?" Siku gestures toward Fenrir and speaks slowly. If Fenrir wanted to, it would have wiped us all out already. No one here would have made it back. Hearing this, Che-jin looks at him in disbelief. Then, how are we still alive? Siku replies slowly but firmly, "It spared everyone." He becomes even more certain of his theory. The reason Han, Che-jin, and her team survived is because it didn't want to kill them. Siku stresses every word. It's telling us to run because it doesn't want to hurt anyone. Inside his head, an internal struggle begins, of course. Even he finds it hard to believe. But when you think about it, Fenrir never attacked first. Siku continues to explain, if it were just a typical monster, then it wouldn't make any sense. There was a time Fenrir was destroying Asgard. From the moment it was born, it was abandoned. It had to endure hunger and constant loneliness, but it remained resilient and refused to give up. The rumors about Fenrir's birth spread far and wide. The god of Asgard came to find Fenrir. The man mocked it. "I heard you're strong. Can you break this chain?" Fenrir didn't even resist the gods. It felt like an invitation, a chance to play. Because it had always been lonely, it felt like it finally had a friend. Moments later, the man shouted in excitement, "Oh my god!" Even the gods couldn't cut it. Fenrir was happy because it felt like it had made friends with the gods, but the gods didn't see it that way. The gods feared that power would bring about hell, so they created Gleipnir to bind it forever. And that's what happened to it. Fenrir thought there was a misunderstanding and doubted something. Tyr sneered and commanded in a stern voice, "If you can't break it, and the gods won't let you go, you can bite off my left hand." The god of war, Tyr, visited it himself and swore. Everyone else ignored Fenrir, but Tyr was the only one who came to see it and provided food because it was on a barren land, because it was a friend. Tyr silently looked at Fenrir. He smiled kindly. And just like that, Fenrir was sealed by Gleipnir and couldn't escape. Just as expected, the gods didn't let it go, and Tyr ignored it too. As promised, Tyr had placed his left hand in Fenrir's mouth. He hung his head low, his voice heavy. "Fenrir, I have let you down." Even then, Fenrir didn't want to bite his hand. It didn't want to do it. However, the gods, fearing Fenrir's power, drove a sword through its jaw, leaving it unable to close its mouth. Fenrir had to endure the chain until the chaos continued. as lonely as ever, in endless pain. After the betrayals occurred, the fury of the wolf engulfed Fenrir, and it began to devour the world and destroy the gods. Even then, Fenrir still didn't kill Tyr, because even though its mind was clouded by rage, it never forgot the only friend who cared for it, the friend who gave it food. Right then, a thought flashed through Siku's head. Fenrir still viewed Tyr as a friend. It must be due to its innocence and foolishness. Fenrir in the legends isn't just a wolf, hardly worth calling a bloodthirsty demon wolf. He insists once more, Fenrir doesn't want to hurt us. The teenager snaps around. What are you talking about? Someone else looks indignant. Do you really expect us to believe that? Just then, Han Che-jin says firmly, but we still have to eliminate it. She looks at him coldly and emphasizes, if we ignore an S-rank dungeon and the dungeon break, it will be impossible to save anyone. Han Che-jin looks at Fenrir warily. Even if the dungeon explosion doesn't happen, if Fenrir gets out of the dungeon, there's no guarantee that it won't hurt people. At this point, she grips the hilt of her sword tightly. We will retreat and report to the association so they can send S-rank hunters to help. Han Che-jin suddenly declares, I am giving up on this dungeon raid. Siku remains silent, his brows furrowed. Han Che-jin is right. To prevent a potential catastrophe, we have to take down Fenrir. Siku instinctively turned back to look at it, wondering why it was even here. A chilling thought crept into his mind. Could Fenrir have been abandoned once again? The image of a tiny, discarded Fenrir left alone in the cold snow burned in his mind. According to legend, the doomsday force known as Lano severed the chain. Fenrir must have escaped from there. He looked at it with a heavy heart, not understanding why it had been chained to this dungeon again. Had Fenrir really been abandoned here? Why is this dungeon acting as a barrier to trap Fenrir? It can't escape elsewhere, just like in the legends. It was rejected from the moment it was born, so it might just die here all alone. That also explains why the dungeon is rank S. The monster of the dungeon itself is what's being measured, not Fenrir. Siku looked up into the void. He continued to analyze the power used to trap a weakened Fenrir. It was rated S. Just then, Han Che-jin turned her gaze towards Siku. Let's head back. Siku stood frozen, biting his lip. He couldn't help. He couldn't do anything for Fenrir with his current strength. In that moment, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. If they just walked away like this, everything would be over. Fenrir had no intention of harming anyone. Even if it might kill a few people if we returned, it isn't chasing us right now. It's just as foolish as it was in the myths. Once we leave this dungeon, everything will be over. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth. Grind. Even if it is Fenrir, it can't fight off a group of S-rank hunters. They could gather a party of S-ranks and conquer this. If Fenrir is shackled like this, it will definitely be attacked. That would be enough. That way, it won't be able to pose a danger to others anymore. The thoughts kept piling up in Siku's head. Fenrir must be eliminated. Even if we leave, it won't matter. He clenched his fist, trying to tell himself, just do what you always do. Just go back to your normal life. A series of plans began to form in Siku's mind. Craft gear, make videos, earn money, train GoTube traits to take care of Seo. That should be enough. He suddenly froze. That's all I need to do. But Siku's feet felt like lead. He stared at his toes. Why couldn't he keep moving? Then, suddenly, he whirled around. Han Che-jin called out in a panic, Siku, what are you doing? He didn't care. He bolted back toward Fenrir like a madman. Right then, the creature began radiating a massive amount of heat. Siku stopped involuntarily, staring at Fenrir's blood-soaked paws. Siku couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. A rejected wolf, Fenrir had never harmed anyone. It hesitated to hurt anyone, even when it was the one being hurt. But in the end, dungeons and magical beasts are all threats to humanity. So, we have to eliminate them. It can't be allowed to survive. Unfortunately, there's no other way. The gods of GoTube never give up under any circumstances. They don't even fail in an unwinnable fight. They don't give up, even if the battle lasts forever. Because they overcome the impossible and eventually become heroes. Siku's hand tightened. He thought to himself, if there's no path, Siku suddenly turned and announced, I'm going to destroy this dungeon. He made up his mind, if there isn't a path, I'll create one myself. A massive amount of energy surged up. Han Che-jin screamed in horror, Siku, what are you trying to do? He stood still, eyes locked on the target. The problem is this dungeon. It's a barrier imprisoning Fenrir, a threat if it breaks. If I destroy this dungeon, in the middle of it all, she shrieked wildly. No way. Breaking a dungeon means breaking space itself. Only a god could do that. How could you possibly do it? Siku closed his eyes tightly. It was still dangerous to exert this level of power, but after a breath, he opened his eyes wide. I can't stop. I won't stop. Rivers don't drink their own water. Trees don't eat their own fruit. The sun doesn't shine for itself, and flowers don't bloom for their own sake. Siku crouched down, his voice slow. A gentleman, the corner of Siku's lips curled up, doesn't act for himself. After saying that, he chuckled. That sounds like a scholar, doesn't it? Deep down, Siku thought, I can only laugh, because no one will acknowledge it, and I won't even make a penny from it. However, isn't it a sign of true character not to be angry even when others don't recognize you? A gentleman doesn't get angry, even if the world doesn't recognize him. He continued to chuckle, the dry sound echoing through the shaking dungeon. I don't know much about being a gentleman, but today was enough to be called a pushover or an idiot. But for some reason, I just want to be a decent person. Not a good person for my own sake, but someone who is good to those around me. I don't know why those thoughts suddenly popped into my head. After watching Confucius's video, after seeing the state of Fenrir's wounds, Siku's mouth curled up again. The thought just came to him. Therefore, the next moment, he roared, his voice shaking the entire space. Martial Saint technique, Hercules. At that same moment, Fenrir reacted. Its eyes flickered. Siku pondered. Hercules said, the martial saint technique isn't just for fighting, and space is the most fundamental law that builds the world. Amidst the infinite space, his voice rang out. First form. Siku decisively swung his leg at a 90-degree angle. His eyes flashed with a strange blue light. In that very instant, Siku unleashed the dragon-slaying kick. The entire forest was immediately oppressed by the overwhelming energy. A blue light swept through the trees and leaves. In a flash, he charged forward like a meteor. The sky was eerily silent, then suddenly, cracks appeared. Then, those cracks shattered right before Han Chaejin's eyes. Faced with the sudden sight, her voice trembled. No way. What the hell is happening? Han Chaejin stared blankly at Siku's figure, hurriedly rushing over, her hands fumbling to check for a heartbeat. He's still alive. Han Chaejin looked up at the cracks in the sky, then shifted her gaze toward a single point. Fenrir appeared with an innocent look. Han Chaejin tried to support Siku's body, his mouth bleeding nonstop. She couldn't help but recall the scene from just moments ago. I knew he wasn't an awakened with no traits when I first saw him in the Black Goo dungeon. Han Chaejin grew even more bewildered. What kind of terrifying power is this? It brought the whole dungeon down. Now is not the time to be impressed. She hurriedly steadied his body and used all her strength to lift him. Han Chaejin instinctively looked back at Fenrir, who was still standing there, watching her with a naive gaze. Han Chaejin decided to ignore it, then coldly turned away before the dungeon collapsed completely. We have to get out of here. A few days later, Min Siku woke up. The light hit his eyes immediately. Siku stared blankly at the ceiling. I'm still alive. He propped himself up and looked around. Looks like I'm in a hospital VIP room. Suddenly, Han Chaejin appeared right beside him, asking anxiously, Min, are you okay? As soon as he saw Han Chaejin, Siku's expression changed. Why are you here? Miss Han Chaejin. She lifted her arm, revealing an IV drip. You see, I'm a patient here, too. Are you uncomfortable? Siku didn't answer, thinking to himself, of course, would I be uncomfortable? Who doesn't like being with a beautiful woman? No, that's not what Confucius said. The teaching suddenly echoed in Siku's head. After the age of 7, men and women should not sit together. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Men and women shouldn't be in the same room after 7. Then how? Thinking this far, Siku angrily questioned himself. What the hell am I thinking about? Han Chaejin spoke up again. Don't you want to know what happened? Siku turned to look at her intently and replied calmly. Before the dungeon collapsed, Miss Han Chaejin got me out. After I passed out and received treatment, I woke up. Am I right? A short silence followed. Han Chaejin was almost speechless. Seeing that, Siku swallowed hard. Did I get it too right and now she's annoyed? After a long moment, she said slowly, You're right. The dungeon collapsed. Han Chaejin didn't forget to add. Ultimately, it's considered a successful raid. At the same time, the news announced that Han Chaejin, representing the Hunter Association, had finally conquered the S-rank dungeon. He sighed softly. Thank goodness. Siku jumped. He turned to her, worried. What happened to Fenrir? Han Chaejin hesitated for a moment. I don't know. If you're talking about that wolf, I saw it leave somewhere. He was silent for a moment, his mind analyzing the situation, since the dungeon that served as Fenrir's cage had collapsed. It's lucky it could return to the divine realm safely. Han Chaejin sat up straight and added seriously, Right now, I'm not revealing what happened inside the dungeon. I have also requested my teammates to keep their mouths shut. The official report will state that we are the ones who conquered the dungeon. Saying this, Han Chaejin emphasized, but if you want, we can change it. Siku asked, confused, You mean, you'll change it so that I am the one who conquered it? She nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate to suggest, Just leave it as you being the conqueror, Miss Han Chaejin. She asked, puzzled, Is there a reason you're hiding your power? He repeated, looking bewildered. Hiding my power. Siku wore a tense expression and hurriedly explained, Me? Not at all. If there were an issue, I wouldn't be able to stay in the guild anymore. Seeing the disbelief on Han Che-jin's face, Min Siku's voice trembled slightly. I didn't intend to hide my power. Based on the situation, he continued, trying to keep a calm appearance, the corporation will be officially recognized as the conqueror of the S-rank dungeon that is necessary. That is why I want you to be the one to claim the conquest, Miss Han Che-jin. Han Che-jin suddenly recoiled. But, Siku pondered. She must be doubting her own abilities. She's worried about whether it's okay to make that announcement. Even if she doesn't have the skills to conquer an S-rank dungeon, he said very calmly, the dungeon this time was just especially unique. Miss Han Che-jin is fully capable of raiding an S-rank dungeon. Han Che-jin paused, her gaze flickering. Are you comforting me? Siku shook his head immediately. No, I'm just telling the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere between the two became somber. A short silence passed. Han Che-jin smiled softly. Thank you. He instinctively smiled back. That's enough of that. Was that all you wanted to say? She suddenly lowered her voice. No, I want to ask one more thing. Han Che-jin looked up, her gaze more serious than before. Do you want to work with me? A few hours later, Siku subconsciously shouted, This is insane. He stared at the glowing screen as the system notification popped up. Proficiency, strength plus 36.5% is greater than 11.7%. Super strength proficiency, 18.98% plus 13.1%. Divine martial arts proficiency, 9.38% plus 9.3%. Gentleman's bearing proficiency, 3.61% plus 3.1%. His eyes widened, his breath hitching. Just 13%. The proficiency of super strength usually only goes up by 0.3% to 0.4% per day. It just jumped 13%. Siku hung his head. Divine martial arts only increases by 0.1% per week, and it just jumped 9.3%. Not to mention, the proficiency for production and gentleman's bearing also increased a lot. A thought flashed in his mind. Is it because of the dragon-slaying halberd? Siku seriously recalled. Up until now, everything I've put into the guild has been about destroying dungeons. He remembered his own wind-tearing kick. The ground had exploded instantly. Siku fell back into deep thought. The things I destroyed this time were the dungeon space itself, because the dungeon collapsed on its own. He collapsed onto the bed, a wry smile tugging at his lips. I ended up like this, similar to when I faced Haku. I passed out the moment I used my power. He questioned himself. Compared to the me of the past, being able to use divine martial arts is a huge step forward. When will I be able to use it fully? A bold idea suddenly struck Siku. I just want to try it once. Who would have thought Han Che-jin would agree right away? On the other side, Han Che-jin coldly remarked, Take me to Mr. Min. Han Che-jin quickly answered, Yes. He said in a low voice, Thank you for your efforts in this raid. The chairman will be very pleased. She only responded vaguely. What a relief. Min Che suddenly probed. What did Min Siku say? Han Che-jin jumped. What? Before he calmly guessed. Did he turn you down again? Han Che-jin sighed and replied, Yeah, exactly. Min Che, curious, pressed further. What did he say this time? She squinted, looking outside. Her voice rose and fell. He said something about how gentlemen work alone and don't do teams. Han Che-jin smirked. Besides, only chickens form gangs. Min Che looked confused. What was that? Her voice stayed flat, neither too fast nor too slow. That's why he said instead of being a colleague or a teammate, he'd just cooperate like he did this time. At this, Han Che-jin let out a soft laugh. He asked if I wanted to learn swordsmanship. He asked, puzzled, swordsmanship. Min Che's question came out instinctively, filled with unconcealed doubt. Wait a second. You mean Siku is going to teach you swordsmanship? He sank into deep thought, admitting, I have to admit, he does have a special ability. But isn't he a rank D awakened? She shrugged slightly, her lips curling into a faint smile. That's why I said I'd give it a shot. Min Che hesitated. So, the reason you two met with the chairman after a month of silence is? Han Che-jin replied nonchalantly. I figured I needed to pay the tutor for this side of things. Siku's sigh echoed softly. He bit his lip, eyes glued to his phone screen. I don't know which one is best. The heaven-shattering sword of the martial arts king, or the dragon-slaying sword techniques from CJ, the founder of the Wudang sect. Or the Tai Chi sword of Zhang Sanfeng? Siku smirked. I think these three sword techniques fit Han Che-jin the best, he thought, feeling smug. Surely one of these three must be the technique Han Che-jin likes the most. I should show them to her and let her pick. Siku leaned back, smiling with satisfaction. I'll have to pay the membership fees, but that doesn't really matter. Besides the 10 billion won, from now on, I'll also be getting monthly tutoring fees. Siku frantically scrolled through his phone screen. We should check the membership fees, right? As soon as he saw the text on the screen, his eyes went wide. 200 million each? Wait, what? Siku's inner voice practically screamed. 2 billion? What the heck? Not 200 million, but 2 billion. Why is it so expensive? He frantically searched for the channel. He'd already lost 1 billion, but this was even pricier. No way. Siku froze, a massive question forming in his mind. Hold on. Don't tell me. The last time I checked, it cost 100 million, right? The fee had jumped to 2 billion. A chill ran down his spine. Does this mean the more channels I subscribe to, the higher the membership fees get? Siku's breathing became shallow as he muttered his calculations. So, next time will it be 3 billion, or maybe 4, or 5 billion, or even more? Wait, if it increases like this. He hung his head. I can't pick all three. Even if it goes up to 1 billion, the total membership fees alone would be 9 billion. I could sign up once and then cancel, but can I really do that after subscribing? What if I can't cancel? Siku gritted his teeth. Does this mean I have to pay 9 billion every month? No, but if I don't pay, it'll automatically cancel, right? Even if I only pick one sword technique to teach Han Che Jin. He clutched his head, his inner self screaming madly. The membership fee I'd be paying also goes up because the channels I'm subscribed to are cumulative. No matter how much money I make, it never feels like enough. Just then, a sound cut through Siku's train of thought. He slowly turned around to look behind him. This energy, this feeling. It didn't belong to a human. Siku's feet moved instinctively in one direction, and he tilted his head forward. What? A dog? As soon as he saw it, Siku froze. Its tail was wagging, smacking right into his field of vision. Fenrir had appeared. Looking incredibly tiny and adorable, Siku instinctively called out, Fenrir? Siku approached, bewildered. Fenrir? He tilted his head as he looked at it. Fenrir, why are you here? Fenrir stared at Siku with wide, round eyes. He couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Is it really Fenrir? It seemed it had shrunk. Suddenly, it whipped its head around. Fenrir unexpectedly tossed a small mouse straight at Siku. He froze. A mouse? Siku stared at Fenrir blankly for a long time. What is this? He asked curiously. Do you want me to eat this? Siku's hand trembled as he reached toward the little mouse, but it's still alive. Suddenly, Fenrir turned and bolted forward. Siku could only yell, Fenrir, where are you going again? Siku's face went pale, his eyes fixed on the creature. What the heck is this? A while later, Hercules angrily demanded, Why didn't I already teach you how to subdue Fenrir? Siku asked back in a hurried tone. Do you really not know? He raised his voice, but I did teach you. He looked disgruntled. You only told me its weakness was on the sides, and that if I grabbed its tail, it wouldn't be able to use its full power. But that wasn't helpful at all. Hercules' voice rang out nonchalantly. That's because you're too weak. Siku reacted immediately, his voice pitched high with frustration. Well, you should have said that from the start. Or, wait. He hunched over, hissing through his teeth. At least you should have warned me. I almost died. He continued to tease. Who knew you were that weak? Hearing that, Siku whipped around and replied coldly. Whatever. This time doesn't count. Hercules hurriedly tried to act cute. Come on, he said, stressing every word. I told you to teach me something at my level, not how you do it. Hercules. He puffed his chest out, his muscles tensed as if to prove his invisible indignation. So unfair. This is unacceptable. Siku kept his back turned, avoiding his gaze, letting out a secret sigh of relief. At least everything went smoothly in the end. I almost lost my life. More importantly, Hercules lowered his voice. I can't believe it. Siku suddenly froze, tears welling up in his eyes. The video I filmed in the dungeon is gone. Not just the video with Fenrir, but the one with Han Che-jin too. That would have hit at least 1 million views, and now it's all gone. At the thought, Siku collapsed, defeated. He let out a long, long sigh. Just then, a noise echoed. Siku turned his head to look in that direction. Looks like it's coming back. Fenrir walked into the room slowly, its body trembling uncontrollably. On the side, Hercules kept muttering, So unfair, so unfair. It's just not fair. He instinctively turned around to look behind him. Immediately, Fenrir dashed outside. It seemed it was scared of Hercules. Seeing that, Siku quietly drew a conclusion. Since they fought each other once, Fenrir must still be wary of Hercules because of that memory. A moment later, he looked at the animal below, confused. A pigeon? What does that mean? He asked curiously. Is that Fenrir? Siku replied nonchalantly. Probably. Stand up. As soon as he tapped the pigeon's body, it suddenly came back to life. The pigeon shook its head frantically from side to side, up and down. Witnessing this, Siku gave it a loving look. Immediately, the pigeon flew outside. Hercules couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. "Why is Fenrir here? And what's up with that pigeon?" he asked softly. "I don't know. Maybe Fenrir wants me to eat it, I guess." Hercules leaned in towards Siku, asking quickly in a skeptical tone. "It's not a cat, it's a wolf, right?" Siku shrugged slightly. "That's why I said that." Hercules pondered for a moment, lowering his voice. "Assuming it really wants you to eat it, then this is something it hunted, right?" Siku paused for a moment before replying, "I guess it doesn't want to hurt other animals." Hearing this, Hercules became even more curious. "Then why bring it to you? Does it want you to deal with them or what?" Siku shook his head helplessly. "I'm not sure." He quickly changed the subject. "But how did Fenrir get here? Why is it bringing food to you?" Siku hesitated for a moment. The scene of him facing Fenrir head-on was replayed, followed by the moment Siku insisted it was a harmless animal. Finally, the image of him frantically lunging forward. Returning to reality, Hercules nodded, as if he understood. "I see." He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. His mouth kept repeating the question. "But that's strange. Why is Fenrir in your dimension? How can it even exist there?" Siku frowned slightly and continued with a grave expression. "I'm curious, too. But aren't you the only one who doesn't know how to get here?" Hercules. He propped himself up. His tone was somewhat sharp. "That's ridiculous. My dimension and yours shouldn't be able to intersect." Siku asked loudly. "Then why is Fenrir here?" Faced with the tricky question, Hercules spoke dryly. "About that," he smirked. "So it turns out I'm the only one who didn't know." He almost shouted. "Don't believe me? It's so unfair." Hercules pointed at the lump of meat on his body again. "See, even my muscles are protesting." Siku replied offhandedly, "Yeah, sure." Seeing that, he changed the subject again. "By the way, you survived after using the dragon-slaying strike? Are you for real? How are you even able to use that move?" He looked embarrassed, his voice trailing off, unclear. "It was just luck." Hearing the answer, Hercules looked incredulous. "Luck? You don't just get lucky and learn the dragon-slaying strike." Siku smiled, then asked quickly, "Now that you mention it, teach me the next move." He replied concisely. Hercules leaned in towards Siku, whispering almost under his breath, "But in exchange, shouldn't you give me something too?" He immediately offered, "I get it. I'll let you know the content of the next video." In the middle of the peaceful night, his excited voice echoed. As expected of the master, the scene shifted to a dark building. At the same time, a mysterious voice spoke up. "I have a new mission. He's a D-rank hunter." Hearing this, Chi Kuang slammed his wine glass hard onto the table. He shouted, "Leave us alone." At those words, the crowd rushed out of the room. A moment later, Chi Kuang smirked. "A D-rank hunter?" The mysterious figure nodded in confirmation. "That's right," he growled back. "Are you kidding me?" Chi Kuang smashed his hand on the table in fury. "Pandemonium is a joke to you? Check the Pandemonium member, Chi Kuang." He didn't forget to issue a warning. He's no ordinary D-rank hunter. He looked dissatisfied, his voice blunt. "A D-rank is a D-rank. What are you rambling about?" The mysterious figure lowered his voice, emphasizing every word. "You must have heard of Han Che-jin from the SA group recently raiding an E-rank dungeon, right?" "Of course," Chi Kuang sneered. "It's all over the net." The man continued. "That's related to him." His expression changed instantly. "That D-rank trash?" The mysterious figure spoke softly. "I don't know the details, but he quickly guessed." "Siku, is this the guy who helped Han Che-jin?" Chi Kuang asked in a serious tone. "What about the mission?" He replied vaguely. "I just need to confirm. How you do it is up to you." The mysterious figure stepped closer, emphasizing every word. "Most importantly, this is a VIP mission." He repeated, "VIP? I'm sorry, but I'm out." Chi Kuang suddenly announced that Li Min-chung had changed her mind. The mysterious figure jumped in surprise. "Li Min-chung? The butcher from the inspection department?" He hissed through his teeth. "Yes, I don't know what she found, but she's causing trouble for us." The mysterious figure asked in confusion. "But why would a Pandemonium member care about a bodyguard working for the inspection department?" Chi Kuang's voice dropped. Every word felt heavy in the air. "If that bitch catches us, even I won't be safe, you idiot." Furthermore, the new branch manager has already been appointed in Korea. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Hearing this, the mysterious figure looked panicked, his voice trembling. "What? A branch manager? Could it be a C-rank member?" Key figures, also known as Pandemonium members, are divided into 5 ranks: S rank, A rank, B rank, C rank. The mysterious person standing at the head of the Pandemonium organization is said to be the one who once killed one of the 13 heroes, the Blood Shadow. C-rank members are those who can survive while working with the Blood Shadow and only get scarred, Returning to reality, the mysterious figure asked anxiously, "A C-rank member is in Korea." The answer was given concisely by Chi Kwang. "Yes, but don't let this get out." After speaking, he nonchalantly poured wine into his glass, the sound crackling. Immediately after, Chi Kwang leaned back. He brazenly enjoyed the fine wine. The mysterious figure suddenly proposed, "We'll take care of the inspection department for you." Before Chi Kwang could react, he continued, "We'll also help build pandemonium in Korea." The mysterious figure explained calmly. "In other words, we'll help the new branch manager firmly hold their position. That's my proposal. So, this is your chance to score points with that person." At this moment, Chi Kwang couldn't help but laugh. "Not just VIP, but VIP. What's the mission?" he replied calmly, his tone light as if nothing. "Just don't kill him, that's all." Chi Kwang gripped the wine glass so hard it shattered. He wore a crazed expression. "So, leaving him crippled is fine, right?" Siku stared at the notification screen, lowering his voice. "Training in this weakened state is definitely slowing my progress down," Siku said, leaning back with his satisfied smile. "But at least it's still improving, so that's something." Just then, Fenrir tossed a small animal towards Siku. He stared blankly, following it with his eyes. It was a rabbit. Siku tried searching for Fenrir, feeling a flicker of worry. Did this little guy go up the mountain to hunt? Really? Siku watched him walk away, feeling completely baffled. He couldn't help but wonder, how on earth did he manage to bring back a rabbit right in the middle of the city? It's been days. Seeing that, Siku gave a weak smile, trying to reassure himself. He'll probably stop soon. The very next day, a massive creature was tossed in front of him. He jumped in shock. It was a deer. The next day, Siku only had time to scream, "An eagle." Day after day, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of doubt. How in the world is he catching all these animals? Is he planning on bringing home a bear next? A few days later, the sky began to turn a soft, pale orange. At that moment, Siku, completely off guard, slowly opened the door. Right before his eyes stood an actual bear. He practically screamed, "What on earth is this? A literal bear? Seriously." Siku looked down at Fenrir, whose expression seemed to say, "I really hope you like it, master." He gritted his teeth, a mix of helplessness and amusement rising in his chest. "Looks like I'm going to need to take some special measures to put an end to this." When the weekend rolled around, Siku headed home, his voice sounding much lighter and gentler than usual. "Sio, I'm home." She immediately ran out, her eyes wide with concern. "Brother, are you okay now?" Siku chuckled softly. "I'm fine. It wasn't anything serious," he thought to himself. "If I hadn't taken Han Chae-jin to the hospital that day, she might have passed away right there." Siku leaned down and looked Sio in the eyes. "More importantly, how are you doing, Sio? Are you taking your medicine regularly? You didn't skip it just because I wasn't here, right?" The girl pouted, her cheeks puffing out. "I already told you, I won't do that again." His voice turned serious. "And you're taking your herbal medicine too, without skipping a dose, right?" She rubbed her stomach and winced. "Just thinking about that makes my stomach act up again." Seeing that, Siku let out a small laugh. "She's still having a tough time recovering, huh? Looks like I need to level up my holy healing skill." Then he changed the subject. "By the way, I wanted to ask you something." Sio tilted her head curiously. "Ask me? What is it?" Siku suddenly asked a probing question. "Do you like puppies?" The girl looked confused. "Why are you suddenly asking about puppies? Wait, is that a puppy sound I hear, brother? Did you bring home a puppy?" Siku put on an awkward expression, hesitating, not knowing how to answer. Then, the moment she saw Fenrir, Sio ran toward him excitedly. "He's so adorable," Siku shouted in fear. "Careful." Surprised by his sharp warning, she looked at him blankly. "Why?" Siku fell silent for a moment before replying, "Because he might bite." Upon hearing this, Sio sighed. "Oh, come on, so what if he bites? It's not a big deal." Siku could only give a strange smile. Internally, he was screaming, "Sio, you don't understand. If he actually bites, this world is finished." A moment later, she asked excitedly, "What's this little puppy's name, brother?" Siku quickly replied, "Fenrir." Fenrir's eyes suddenly lit up, almost like a warning. Sio suggested, "If you haven't named him yet, can I name him?" He had no choice but to compromise. "Sure, go ahead." She gently shook Fenrir. "How about the name Fenrir?" Siku repeated, confused. "Fenrir." Sio turned back. "That's right. You don't like it?" Siku stammered, "No, not at all." Sio, you still have such a knack for naming things, he thought to himself. She happily hugged him. "Fenrir. You like this name, don't you? Look, Brother, Fenrir likes it too. Seeing the scene, Siku was almost stunned. Fenrir, you actually like the name Fenrir? How did you learn how to live in the human world so quickly? Turning back to Sio, she was excitedly hugging Fenrir tight. So, from now on, your name is Fenrir? Okay. Seeing that, Siku smiled subconsciously, his eyes brightening. He thought to himself, I think that name will be a good start for this little guy. From inside Siku's house, Siu A's excited voice rang out. So cute, Fenrir. The scene shifted to the Hunter Association headquarters on the 11th floor of the training room. Siku said in a hesitant tone, I apologize for the delay. Han Che-jin didn't seem to care. She coldly spoke, First, we have to settle the contract. As promised, after deducting the transfer fees, that makes 9 billion won. Right? Han Che-jin didn't forget to remind him. If you check, it's already been sent. The screen immediately notified him of a transfer of 9 billion won. Siku smiled, satisfied. Yes, I've received it. The account balance showed 10,610,434,501. His eyes lingered on the number. 10 billion. That's enough to support a family of 4 for 277 years. Han Che-jin continued, her tone becoming extremely serious. Furthermore, if everything is in order, I can discuss the tuition with you. Regarding the lessons you mentioned earlier, after you demonstrate your swordsmanship, Siku nodded without hesitation. Sure. Please watch me perform live, and then you can decide. Internally, he was weighing his options. In reality, I'm not sure how much I can ask for, and I have no idea how much she's willing to pay. So, it's much better to let her see for herself and decide. Siku felt a bit shy and then suggested, could I borrow a combat sword? Immediately after, Siku gripped a sword tightly. He said in a deep voice, there are 3 types of swordsmanship. That I will demonstrate for you right now. Siku looked at him blankly. 3 types of swordsmanship. Siku lowered his voice, yet it remained powerful. I have filtered through them to choose what is most suitable for Han Che-jin, but it's hard to pick just one. He didn't forget to remind her. So, please tell me which one you feel is the most suitable. He fell into deep thought. I've thought about becoming a member, but it's too expensive. Even if I stay at the association for a long time, the membership fees will just keep increasing. I've only just taken a look at these techniques. Will I really be able to pull this off? Tell me which one you think is most suitable. He fell into deep thought. He considered becoming a guild member, but the fees were just too expensive. The membership fees will probably go up the longer I stay in the guild, too. I've only just started looking at these techniques. Will I even be able to pull them off? Siku's voice turned razor sharp, and the air around them seemed to tighten. The first swordsmanship style I'm going to show you is called the Heavenly Spirit Slash. You could only see the slight pivot of his toes on the wooden floor. In an instant, Siku swung down decisively, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted right there. Han Che-jin's eyes went wide in shock. She couldn't even track the movement of the blade. A moment later, the sword in Siku's hand began to vibrate softly. He continued to slash at empty space. Suddenly, Siku swung down toward the wooden floor. Seeing that, she was nearly stunned. His body movements were incredibly fast. Unlike before, he had swung his sword very slowly, yet the pressure the blade exerted on her body was undeniable. He glanced over at Han Che-jin. Next, I'll show you the dragon-slaying swordsmanship. In a flash, Siku quickly slashed several times into the void. He stared at a single point with an unwavering gaze, then suddenly, Siku unleashed an attack. The entire room was overwhelmed by an invisible force. Han Che-jin watched in terror as a massive amount of energy surged forward. Her lips trembled. How? At the same time, he said in a low, deep voice. Finally, the last one I'll show you is the Tai Chi sword. Before Han Che-jin could react, Siku performed it right before her eyes. A strange blue glow appeared around the two of them. He gently raised his sword high, multicolored streaks of light immediately appeared. At the final moment, Siku swung down decisively, and a mysterious black wind shot outward. In that moment, Han Che-jin's body shuddered violently. He then said, that makes 3 types of swordsmanship. I can teach them to you. Which one do you like best? Meanwhile, near the Hunter Association headquarters, a henchman looked impatient. It's still not happening. He shook in the car, muttering nonstop. I can't even confirm if they've come out yet. What the hell are they doing in there? In contrast to the henchman, Chi Kwang just smiled. I guess Siku helped Han Che-jin with something. He looks pretty fit, too. Looks like he's learned a few things. The henchman asked, so, should we keep following them? He pursed his lips, his eyes glinting with a cold, cruel light. Chi Kwang suddenly changed the subject, smirking. That guy Siku. Did you notice he has a younger sister? Upon hearing this, the henchman looked tense. If we cause trouble outside during the mission, it'll create problems. If the investigation bureau finds out and Li Min Chung gets involved. As the henchman leaned in, the other laughed coldly. Don't worry. The people behind the council will handle that well. If we just mess around with his sister a little, it won't take long. Chi Kwang raised his voice. Think about it. That bastard will come to us voluntarily the second he finds out. Let's grab his sister. Lowering his voice to a manic tone, he added, So, let's go snatch that sister of his. I want Siku's sister. The scene shifted back to the training grounds where equipment was neatly arranged. Han Chae-jin's face was pale. Siku turned and called to her, Han Chae-jin. Miss Han Chae-jin? After a long moment, Han Chae-jin snapped out of it. She lowered her voice. Yes? He asked seriously. Han, which sword style do you like best? Faced with a difficult question, she hesitated, her mouth faltering. Seeing this, Siku decisively held the sword out toward Han Chae-jin. If you find it hard to choose, why don't you try it yourself? She took it, bewildered. I can? Right after that, Han Chae-jin stood tall and gently lifted the sword into the air. Then, Han Chae-jin frantically moved her feet while slashing down. Meanwhile, he watched attentively, silently evaluating her. There's nothing different in her footwork, but something is still missing. After a long while, Han Chae-jin stopped. She muttered, I'm missing something, aren't I? Siku smiled awkwardly. He urged her. Let's try the techniques from the other styles too. Siku secretly made up his mind. I have to have her. A few hours later, Hakuin's voice rang out with a familiar sigh. Of course, she can't keep up with you. How could a mortal ever imitate our power? Siku replied calmly. But I did it. And I'm also learning holy martial arts. Hakuin sounded dissatisfied. That's because you can wield our power. He couldn't help but feel a bit confused. What exactly is the difference here? Hakuin's voice dropped. Well, when you first asked me to teach you holy martial arts, do you remember why I said no? Siku replied immediately without hesitation. Yes. You said it was too much of a hassle. He hurriedly cut him off. That's not it. He struggled to piece his memory together. You said you would teach me holy martial arts if I knew how to use my super strength. You said my mental state was rotten. Hakuin paused. His voice came through slowly and firmly. No, that's not what I meant. Just like you need a foundation to learn holy martial arts, it's the same with the techniques of other gods. Hakuin continued, because that woman lacks a foundation, of course, she can't imitate them. Though, the fact that she could follow your movements isn't something to be taken lightly. Hearing this, Siku lowered his voice. So, the reason I can use them without being a registered member is, he was silent for a moment before offering a guess. I think it's because you're an exception. Hakuin pointed his finger directly at Siku's face. He asked sternly, and you said you have no traits, right? But you have truly awakened. He replied instinctively, but couldn't help but wonder. Yes, but why are you asking all of a sudden? Hercules' voice slowed, as if lecturing. I think that you having no traits is in fact your trait. I told you last time. I said you couldn't obtain the power of the gods, simply because you subscribed to their channels. His voice sounded steady, like a bell ringing in his head. To be more precise, this means a new existence cannot be overwritten onto something already printed. What you call a trait is the uniqueness of an existence. That is what makes your current trait impossible to be overwritten by anything else, because that action would be no different from denying your own existence. However, just as it doesn't matter what you write on a blank sheet of paper, your existence is non-existent. S-rank insight, divine alchemy, gentleman's mind, and Hercules' martial saint technique. This means you can learn the traits of other gods without any issues. I think that's the only way to explain this. At the last moment, Hercules asked seriously, and isn't this also how you were able to enter God's Utso? When Siku voiced his speculation, does this mean no one but me can learn skills from God's Utso? He nodded slightly. Perhaps that really is the case. He thought to himself, wait, doesn't that mean I can't teach Han Chae-jin? My pension. That would have been worth 10 billion won per month. Just then, Hestia suddenly offered a suggestion. However, if you teach her something you created yourself, it wouldn't be a problem, right? Meanwhile, a thug stood brazenly in front of the house. He stared at the door. Is this that bastard's house? Right after, the thug slowly reached for the doorknob. Without hesitation, he ripped the metal piece right off, then stepped inside as if it were nothing. He stopped in front of Seo A's bed. Is this the little sister? The thug reached toward the girl, his lips curling into a sinister grin. We need to lure that bastard Siku out anyway. So if I handle him, messing with this chick a little shouldn't hurt, right? The thug suddenly froze. He nervously looked behind him. Wait, I was certain I didn't sense anyone's presence in this house. But now I feel someone else in here. Fenrir suddenly appeared. The thug stiffened. A dog. Siku turned back to the others. He asked subconsciously, if I teach her, will she be able to understand it? Hestia's voice rang out, Calm. That is exactly what I mean. Even though mortals can't learn our martial arts, he chuckled. If you learn them and teach her yourself, then there shouldn't be a problem, because not everyone can learn and understand our powers. Siku lowered his voice, almost whispering. So, in the end, I'm still teaching her martial arts from God's Utso, so it's true that she will be able to learn and understand what I tell her, right? Hercules turned serious. Even so, among the sword techniques you mentioned, if it's Zhang Sanfeng's Taiji divine art, the story might be a bit different. He continued, his voice dropping deeper. Zhang Sanfeng's Taiji divine art is an extremely important concept in martial arts. Even I found it useful when developing my martial sync technique. If you sign up for Zhang Sanfeng's channel, there's a high chance you'll be able to learn the Taiji divine art. After learning it, maybe you'll be able to create a martial art based on it. Hestia stressed, emphasizing every word. Teaching divine martial arts directly is impossible, but if you can create a new martial art based on what you've learned and teach it to her, then there will be no problem at all. Because what you are teaching is martial arts, not divine arts. In short, you'll be acting as an intermediary. Hearing this, Siku smirked. That means if I learn the Taiji divine art, I'll be able to practice the martial sync technique naturally too, right? Hestia shouted excitedly. Exactly. He turned away, pondering. Creating a new martial art isn't easy, but I'm sure no issues will arise if I do this. A few seconds later, Siku bowed politely. Anyway, thank you for letting me know about this. He scratched his head, embarrassed. Don't mention it. Anyway, if you're that grateful. Hercules coughed slightly. When do you plan to show me the video that you mentioned last time? He paused, then smiled bitterly. Let me handle this first, then I'll tell you everything later. Because what I intend to tell you this time is a bit complicated. Hearing this, he didn't get angry and replied, of course. All right. On his way home, Siku asked himself, it's not easy to create a new martial art of my own or practice the martial sync technique right now. So, how can I teach Han Che-jin martial arts based on the Taiji divine art? He suddenly stopped in his tracks. On the ground lay the doorknob. Siku's expression changed instantly. His eyes filled with killing intent. Without thinking, he rushed into the house. Contrary to his expectations, the girl was still sound asleep. Seeing this, Siku let out a sigh of relief. How? She's still sleeping? Just then, Fenrir barked a few times, drawing Siku's attention. He looked down blankly at the figure lying on the floor. Who is this? Why is he lying unconscious in my house? Could it be? Siku approached, gently petting its head. Good boy, Fenrir. You protected her, didn't you? His face turned stern as he looked at the thug. He had never seen him before. Siku carefully analyzed him. Judging by his energy, he was definitely an awakened one, not an ordinary person. Although he didn't know why he had broken into his house, he was sure he had no good intentions. Then he continued to pet Fenrir. Thank you so much, Fenrir. And I'm sorry, but could you watch the house for me for a moment? The dog barked excitedly, looking very happy. Siku glared at the thug, his body radiating killing intent. A while later, the man slowly opened his eyes. The thug lifted his head and looked around the room. Where? Where is this? Siku's voice suddenly rang out. You're awake? As soon as he saw him, the thug's voice trembled. Siku, how did you... Hearing this, Siku was slightly suspicious. He knows my name, he said, emphasizing his words. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions. All you need to do is answer truthfully. The thug didn't tremble anymore. He shouted, You crazy bastard. Right after, the thug struggled wildly. He chuckled. You think you can hold me with something like this? Siku patted the thug's shoulder. Just as I thought. You didn't come to my house with any good intentions, did you? Then he squeezed his shoulder tightly. A scream rang out. Immediately after, Siku quickly covered the thug's mouth. A stream of cold air immediately radiated out, covering him. Siku leaned in, almost shouting, Shut up. If Seo Ah wakes up, forget about the questions. I'll kill you first. He suddenly punched him straight in the stomach. Siku smirked. I'm not the type of person to trust. The words of guys who still have all their limbs. Elsewhere, in a dark alley, the thugs turned around one by one, looking in one direction. What the hell? From the opposite side, Siku suddenly appeared. At his feet was the corpse of the thug. Siku glared forward. Where are you, Chiguang? The group immediately turned hostile at Siku's sudden appearance. He roared into the dark alley, his throat tight, eyes darting around like a predator that had lost its prey. Where are you, Chi Kwang? One guy behind him whispered, What the hell is wrong with that moron? His companion muttered back, Looks like he's completely lost his mind. A man stepped forward, trying to de-escalate. Look, stop acting like an idiot. Just go home before things get ugly. He leaned in close, looming over Siku. Do you have any idea who Chi Kwang is? Unless you're looking to die, get lost right now. Siku hissed through his teeth, his voice chilling. Where is Chi Kwang? Seeing this, the man roared in anger. This bastard needs a beating to snap back to reality. Siku suddenly grabbed him by the collar, his eyes ice cold. I asked you, where is he? The man panicked, slamming his hands against Siku's arm. Let me go, you freak! The man's pupils constricted for the first time. He felt genuine terror. How are you this strong? Siku said nothing. He shoved the man aside, pushing into the crowd. The guys around him backed off, their formation falling into chaos. What the hell is going on? One of the underlings shrieked. How dare you? A guy next to him threatened. Do you even know where you are? He charged madly at Siku. You think your little self-defense moves are enough? Get ready to get wrecked. Siku didn't flinch. He simply lifted his heel and slammed it hard into the ground. The concrete beneath him shattered instantly. He raised his fist high and threw a clean, powerful punch. The group was sent flying backward. Witnessing the scene, the man was trembling, his voice shaking. Siku's voice cut through the air again. Where is he? He lunged instantly in front of an underling. Caught off guard, the guy shook uncontrollably. Siku glared right at him. Where is Chi Kwang? The scene shifts to the Hunter Inspection Bureau. An urgent report echoed through the command room. Captain, Bendy Money has already moved. Hearing this, Lee Min-chung jumped to her feet. What? Have you confirmed the location? Sue reported anxiously. Not yet, but the trail is clear, so we'll track it down soon. Without a second thought, she gave the order. Summon all members of Team 4 immediately, and request reinforcements from every available resource. Yes, Captain. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating. Min-chung yelled, mobilize even the guards who are off duty. She turned to leave, her mind racing. I have to go too. Just then, a hand landed on Min-chung's shoulder. Captain Lee Min-chung. Wait a second. It was a man, smiling with feigned kindness. I'm sorry to do this while you're busy, but an urgent matter has come up. Looks like we need your help with this one. Hearing this, she flatly refused. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can do that right now. He grit his teeth and emphasized every word. This is a direct order from the judge. Min-chung snapped her head around, looking at him in confusion. The judge? The man squinted and smiled, announcing. A shocking Grade C dungeon has appeared in the Nodong district. I think you should get there quickly. Lee Min-chung furrowed her brows. I really have to go? Please, send another team. He suddenly dropped the act. I heard you requested reinforcements. A man approached, staring at her with burning eyes. In that case, do you think I can decline that request? Besides, I don't think the judge would agree. I'm telling you, I won't be held responsible for the aftermath of this, so you better start moving. Hearing this, Lee Min-chung grit her teeth in pure fury. Unbelievable, what a scumbag. It's the judge's department at the Hunter Inspection Bureau again. She bit her lip, suppressing a scream, whether I get fired or not. Right after that, Min-chung turned to leave. He yelled, Captain Lee Min-chung. She replied coldly, do whatever you want. Back at the alley, the underlings quickly surrounded Siku. One of them sneered, what are you doing? Just kill this bastard. Siku stared at them. There were about 100 awakened individuals, not exactly amateurs. This won't be easy, but these bastards had touched Seo. If I let this slide, if I show any weakness here, these scumbags won't learn and will just keep targeting Seo. So, I have to crush them right here. These animals, with their pathetic excuses for humanity, often act on instinct rather than reason. I need to burn fear into their instincts instead of reasoning with them. Make them realize they should never touch me again, so that they'll scream in terror whenever my name is mentioned. Just then, the man charged in anger. How dare you? Do you know where this is? Siku lunged forward, his body glowing with a surreal blue aura. They both threw punches at each other. Crack! The man's body was sent flying backward. Watching the scene, an underling shrieked in fear. He's not just some ordinary guy. Another barked orders. Don't be an idiot and just rush in like that. Surround him and attack. Siku's gaze darkened, his killing intent radiating like an undercurrent. In a fight against multiple enemies, they usually rush in with 3 or 5 people at most. They know that having too many people just creates chaos and gets in the way, making it less effective. 1 versus 1 or a dozen, they formed a large, coordinated formation to avoid tripping over each other and to act in harmony. Tactics. The art of war. Of course, it was embarrassing to call this a strategy, but they were partially using it, as expected from a bunch of criminals who beat people up rather than monsters. In that moment, Kong Tu's voice echoed in Siku's ear. The key to breaking an enemy's formation is simple. The door of life and the door of death. You can start by distinguishing between the two. Back in reality, he didn't hesitate and charged into the enemy line. He saw a pillar of light piercing forward. Kong Tu's voice continued, There are countless types of formations, but they all share the same root at the end of the 16 paths of heaven, and at the center of the 12 paths of earth. Siku glared, thinking to himself, even if I try to remember it now, I still don't understand his words, but I can sort of see it. Siku's eyes scanned the crowd quickly. A narrow path among those charging at him stood out. Zhuge Liang's strategy is telling me that's a clear door of life. In that moment, a pillar of light descended, swallowing them whole. Looking down from above, a pillar of light erupted unexpectedly. An underling stuttered, "No way." The guy next to him couldn't help but feel bewildered. What the hell? At that moment, Siku stared them down, gritting his teeth so hard they clicked. The teachings of Kong Tu were still echoing in his ears. The human body has countless weak points. Every time he exhaled, the flow of his energy returned to focus on Siku. He instinctively unleashed threads of spiritual energy. Siku darted his eyes around. Death was everywhere, and he couldn't find a way out. Just then, the man suddenly appeared. "You pathetic little rat, I finally caught you." Siku squeezed his eyes shut. His inner turmoil began to rise. No matter how strong he was, facing hundreds of guys charging at once was tough. Hercules' deep voice resonated. No one can fight an entire guild alone, because just a bunch of lowlifes gathering together is already complicated enough. Of course, that doesn't apply to us. There are times when you can't see the exit. When you're surrounded in battle, what would you do then? His words seemed to awaken something in Siku's subconscious. You have to carve your own path. A moment later, screams erupted. The lackeys backed away in fear, one after another. "No way." One panicked, staring at him, his voice trembling. "A monster." Hakuin's voice echoed calmly. Just like that, as he took each one down, Qi Kuang stepped out, annoyed. "What's all this noise?" The lackey quickly turned. "Qi Kuang, sir." At the last second, Hakuin lowered her voice. The strongest always appears at the very end. The guy gritted his teeth in fury. "What is it now? Who the hell is this?" In that exact moment, Hercules posed a question. "I don't know why." Qi Kuang's face darkened, his pupils constricted. He couldn't help but wonder, but the leader always shows up at the end. Then, he instinctively turned around. Right then, Siku suddenly lunged toward Qi Kuang. Hakuin's teaching echoed as he saw the bastard. When you see that scumbag, he didn't hesitate and punched him square in the eye. Qi Kuang's body was immediately sent flying backward. Siku glared at him, his eyes burning with vengeful killing intent. He only saw Qi Kuang's body crash hard onto the ground. Witnessing that scene, the lackey couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. How was that possible? The lackey choked up. "Sir Qi Kuang." A top tier awakened. He became increasingly confused. He was taken down in just one hit. This can't be real. Over here, Siku bit his lip hard, his facial muscles twitching repeatedly. At the same time, Qi Kuang spat out a mouthful of crimson fluid. He slowly stood up, arm bracing behind him. Seeing that, the lackey anxiously called out, "Sir, are you still alive?" Qi Kuang glared at him. His inner thoughts were screaming. He looked Siku up and down, left and right, examining his appearance and his aura. He looked like nothing more than a bum. Qi Kuang rubbed his aching cheek and couldn't help but marvel. Though that punch was a surprise attack, if he hadn't managed to disperse the damage right then, he would have been a goner. He raised his voice. "Who the hell are you?" Siku didn't answer. He asked sternly, "Is it you, Qi? Did you order them to kidnap Coa?" Hearing that unfamiliar name, Qi Kuang felt a bit confused. "Coa?" After a moment of thought, he laughed brazenly. "Oh, you must be Min Siku, right?" Siku gritted his teeth, emphasizing every word. "I'm asking you if you're the one who masterminded the kidnapping of Coa." He answered nonchalantly. "Looks like it is you." Qi Kuang frowned slightly, thinking intensely. Now that he looked closely, he recognized the face from his mission, but he heard it was just a D-rank hunter. These higher-ups really can't be trusted. Siku had already reached his boiling point. He practically screamed, "I'm asking one last time, did you order those guys to kidnap Seo?" "Ah." Qi Kuang didn't hesitate. "Yeah, it was me." "So what?" He chuckled inwardly. "I knew you weren't some low-rank nobody like the mission description said. But that's all you'll ever be." Right then, a beam of light suddenly darted across the street. In a split second, Min Siku was right in front of Qi Kuang. Immediately after, a loud crash shattered the silence. Back to Qi Kuang, he smirked. "Whoa, that's not bad speed. Huh?" Qi Kuang couldn't help but feel a bit tense. He had focused all his senses, but in a blink, he still couldn't keep up with his movements. This isn't just not bad, but that's as far as you go. Qi Kuang gripped his arm tightly and chuckled. "Your strength is still nothing to me." A moment later, another loud thud echoed. His mouth curled up. "From what I see, you've got some kind of strength-based ability. Huh. Top tier." Awakened. Chaos's Qi Kuang, A+, class physical enhancement. He suddenly counterattacked, his voice filled with intensity. But yours is just a cheap imitation. Right then, Siku slid across the ground. He used his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Chi Kwang held his fist up in front of Siku. You bastard. He fell into deep thought. How did he recover and counterattack in just a split second? He doesn't look like a D-rank hunter at all. Who the hell was talking nonsense? Thinking that, Chi Kwang became even more excited. He sneered coldly. So you're Siku, right? Chi Kwang took a step forward. I'll overlook what you've done. The lackey stared, bewildered, following his steps. Sir, Chi Kwang pointed at him while making an offer, but you have to join chaos. Seeing that, the lackey hurriedly stepped forward. Sir, Chi Kwang roared, shut up. Facing his pressure, the group went silent. Chi Kwang turned back to look at Siku. He continued his pitch. With power like that, why live a mediocre life? We are specialty individuals, who are superior to those insect-like humans. Chi Kwang asked with a look of disdain, don't you think it's unfair? Why should we have to follow the rules set by those low lives? All those rules are just for their own benefit. His eyes lit up, as if he were talking about an obvious truth. Why should we, these extraordinary beings, sacrifice ourselves for those weaklings? Chi Kwang continued, his voice booming with authority. They should be the ones selling themselves to us. Since we are this transcendent, he clenched his fist, and declared, the strong suppress the weak. Might makes right. Chi Kwang was almost frantic, screaming wildly. Justice lies in strength. It's not about following any laws. If you want something, you just take it. If you desire it, you have to seize it for yourself. Siku cut him off, his voice flat and steady, without a hint of wavering. What are you even rambling about? I was only staying quiet because you had so much you wanted to get off your chest, not because I actually wanted to listen to a single word of it. He let out a cold, mocking laugh. Are you done with your nonsense? Seeing that, Chi Kwang shot back. Is this all because of your little sister? Because of that weak, pathetic love that's got you so rattled, you fool? Hearing that, Siku challenged him right back. What's so foolish about being shaken by love? He smirked, dismissive, and insisted it was nothing more than a few trivial, petty feelings. If you can't even stand your ground, then you're clearly just weak, he argued back immediately. Siku pointed a finger directly at Chi Kwang's face and let out a cold, dry laugh. Being human means being exactly like this. A monster like you could never understand. Hearing that, the guy burst out laughing. What a total idiot. I only gave you a chance because I respect your talent, but if you're dead set on throwing your life away. Chi Kwang tensed his body, his muscles bulging as he prepared himself, and he didn't forget to issue a warning. Don't you dare regret this. Chi Kwang lunged forward with his fist raised high. You're no match for me. As the words left his lips, he threw a punch straight at Siku. A few moments later, Chi Kwang's face twisted in confusion. He stared blankly at the footprints on the ground. I was pushed back? Chi Kwang was nearly stunned, his heart filled with doubt. Wait, did I get hit? When? How? The moment he looked at Siku, he shouted in anger. Don't you dare try that move on me again. With that, Chi Kwang swung his fist down with everything he had. Two forces of power clashed instantly. At the same time, Siku shot up into the air. Faced with the sudden sight, the guy was left stunned and confused. I'm being outclassed by him? No way. Just then, Siku delivered a powerful blow to Chi Kwang's gut. At that moment, the guy had to admit, this was an entirely different level, something he had never encountered before. Chi Kwang's massive frame was sent flying backward. In that fleeting moment, he struggled to stammer out a threat. Chaos won't let you get away with this. Do you really think you'll be safe after what you've done to us? Siku calmly cracked his knuckles and said in a low, cold voice, go ahead and try it. And let's see how I handle chaos personally. Chi Kwang immediately flew into a frenzy, screaming wildly, What? You want to declare war on us? You're all by yourself. Siku's tone suddenly shifted, his eyes widening. Open your eyes and look closely. A mysterious blue light erupted from his body. Facing such a horrifying sight, the henchman began to tremble. Meanwhile, Siku calmly raised his leg high. Chi Kwang was shaking uncontrollably, his mind reeling. This can't be a trick. It's something that far exceeds human limits, something no one should be able to reach. Turning back to Siku, he narrowed his eyes, his lips curling slightly. As he moved his toes, a trail of blue light followed. Immediately after, a ferocious tiger appeared right before Chi Kwang's eyes. A while later, the subordinates turned their heads. The captain is here. Li Mincheng stepped onto the scene. Her gaze swept across the devastated battlefield. What's the situation? The opponent hesitated for a moment. His voice dropped, carrying a hint of caution. To be honest, I think you should see for yourself. The subordinate bowed his head to inspect the area, unable to hold back his astonishment. We had only just arrived, And we found everything like this. She raised her voice. Is everyone unconscious? He quickly replied. Not entirely. There are a few still awake. What should we do? Li Mincheng immediately gave the order. Confirm their identities first. Her voice was decisive. For those who are passed out, wait until they wake up, then verify them. Also, check if any of them have a criminal record for murder, rape, assault, or causing physical or psychological harm at level 2 or higher. Li Mincheng took another step, her eyes turning cold. If they do, execute them on the spot. As soon as she finished, the subordinates answered in unison. Yes, understood. She turned around and reminded her team. Yun-Su, please help everyone here. She nodded slightly. Yes. Li Mincheng walked slowly toward Qi Kuang's body, her eyes darting quickly. Qi Kuang, a low-level executor of chaos. Li Mincheng frowned slightly. Her inner thoughts began to churn. The entire 4th inspection team of Min all attacked him at once and barely managed to win. Now, even one-on-one, it's not guaranteed that he could be taken down easily. Thinking this, Li Mincheng looked toward the endless void. So, who on earth is he? In a different turn of events, Siku clenched his teeth, trying to stifle a groan. At the same time, the system screen lit up. Divine Medical Arts S rank, proficiency, 23.77%, plus 3%. He leaned back and let out a sigh. When will I start feeling better? Siku wondered to himself. The Dragon Stance kick is so powerful, using it on a human was probably overkill. But compared to the power I use in the Fenrir dungeon, I've got a better handle on my strength this time. He chuckled softly. If I had thrown another one like that, he definitely would have died. Siku looked at his palm and smiled with satisfaction. But I'm still somewhat able to control the Divine Palm technique. Divine Palm technique. Proficiency 11.3% plus 1.6%. He stared at his phone screen and muttered to himself. After this fight, not only has the proficiency of the Divine Palm technique increased significantly, but the other traits have too. I still have a long way to go. Siku couldn't help but reflect, and that guy was genuinely strong. Dochin is nothing compared to him. His mind wouldn't stop racing. A battle against a global criminal organization. No matter what, that guy will probably pop up in front of me again sooner or later. Just watch. His gaze sharpened. But I can't let them get away with this, because they dared to lay a hand on Sio. In that moment, a memory flashed through Siku's mind. The guy said he had been hired to fight him, and they had diverted their aim toward Sio to lure him in. He instinctively sighed. If Hewook hadn't been there, I told him to watch the house. So that kid must be working really hard right now. Thinking of this, Siku stood up and muttered under his breath, I'll have to give him a little reward then. Elsewhere, a subordinate rushed in to report. Qi Kuang asked angrily. Qi Kuang got beaten to a pulp? Who did this? He answered quickly. Min Siku. A D-rank hunter. He looked skeptical. A D-rank hunter? A long silence followed. Qi Kuang gritted his teeth. An executioner of the cutting-off rank. Lost to a D-rank hunter. Chaos. 3rd rank executor. Seeing that Qi Kuang wasn't pleased, the subordinate's voice trembled. The information hasn't been verified yet. Qi Kuang glared at him, his voice dropping low. You're bringing me unconfirmed intel again? The subordinate tumbled to the ground, scrambling to explain himself. It's about the inspection division. Qi Kuang's brow furrowed tightly. What about the inspection division? He demanded, his voice stern. The subordinate's entire body started trembling uncontrollably. He lowered his voice. They've taken control of the scene. Our people, who survived. They've all gone insane. Upon hearing this, Qi Kuang's expression turned even uglier. He hissed through gritted teeth. So, you're saying that the mastermind behind this is that bastard, Siku? The subordinate quickly added. Actually, before this incident occurred, Qi Kuang had already assigned a mission. He stood up straight, his voice ringing out clearly. And the target of that mission was Siku. Since this happened while he was carrying out that mission, Qi Kuang spoke in a low, heavy tone. That Siku guy still hasn't been caught, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, sir. Qi Kuang's lips curled up as if he just heard something ridiculous. A D-rank hunter managed to take down an absolute rank enforcer. He fell into deep thought. Even if Siku was his ultimate target, this has to be a coincidence. It makes more sense for the inspection division to be the culprit. That butcher, Li Mincheng, is much more likely to pull something like that off. The subordinate continued, the members who were lucky enough to survive haven't recovered yet. He emphasized every single word, but they all show the exact same reaction when they hear Siku's name. Qi Kuang asked, puzzled, what kind of reaction? His voice trembled slightly, pure, utter terror, sir. Qi Kuang tapped his finger rhythmically against the desk. It seems this fear has been carved deep into their minds. Qi Kuang began to analyze. All the evidence is pointing toward that Siku guy. Could it be that he wasn't actually D-rank, but just pretending? And while keeping a low profile, he destroyed both the chaos and the underground world in this sector all by himself. Regardless, that guy is just a mission target for our organization. Thinking about this, Chi Kuang smirked. Is this his way of sending me a warning? You smug bastard. At this moment, the subordinate asked anxiously, should we pursue him? Sir. Chi Kuang didn't hesitate. Order everyone in chaos to keep a close eye on Siku for me. After he finished, Chi Kuang's face twisted in frustration. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Usually, I just drag that guy in and deal with him. But since the inspection division is involved in this mess, now isn't the time to act rashly. I don't really care about Li Mincheng though. Chi Kuang continued his questioning. How much is the inspection division interfering in this? The subordinate hesitated for a moment before answering. Chief Inspector Xian Che has already taken action, sir. Over here, Chi Kuang roared in anger. Are you out of your mind? You think just because you've got talent you can do whatever you want? Why don't you just sit on my head while you're at it? His voice boomed like thunder. Not only did you disobey orders, but you laid hands on so many people. Inspection Division. Hunter Branch Manager Chi Kuang. Hearing that, Li Mincheng could only lower her head. I apologize, but during the identification process, we discovered they were all notorious criminals. Hearing this, Chi Kuang nearly went insane. He pointed his finger and shouted, you dare talk back to me? Even if they were criminals, at that moment, they were already incapable of committing any more crimes. And do you know what that means? What you did was murder, not self-defense. You've gone too far this time. Facing the barrage of questions, Mincheng lowered her head once again. I apologize. He suddenly ordered, take off your uniforms. Hearing that, her subordinates shouted indignantly, Director Chi Kuang, you're being too unreasonable. Do you want us to just strip right here? Her teammate tried to explain, Captain, she's just doing her duty as a guard. Chi Kuang didn't care at all. He spoke nonchalantly, quiet, quiet. Or like last time. I'll fire all of you, but out of respect for Captain Li Mincheng, I'll let this slide for now. Just take off your uniforms and stop the whining. Seeing that, Mincheng replied concisely, yes. Her subordinates called out, confused, Captain. A few minutes later, the subordinates expressed their resentment. This isn't fair. Director Kim, you're only doing this because you're afraid of getting caught for bribery and covering up for criminals, right? Chi Kuang stood up abruptly. He demanded frantically, which bastard said that? Li Mincheng suddenly closed the distance to Chi Kuang. She said in a stern voice, Director, I'll take off my uniform, but leave them alone. Under Li Mincheng's cold gaze, he coughed slightly. Fine. At that exact moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. In my opinion, you all should let the captain stay. Sue and Li Mincheng whipped around. She asked in a shaky voice, what? Li Mincheng couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Chief Inspector, why are you here? The Inspection Division's Chief Inspector, Xian Che. He grinned, chaos. If there's trouble, how could I be missing from it? After saying that, Xian Che turned to look at Chi Kuang. He questioned him loudly, or as the person in the director's chair. Unaware of how dangerous chaos is, Xian Che didn't forget to emphasize. It seems I just heard. Someone accusing you of covering up for criminals? He scrambled to explain. It's just a misunderstanding, sir. He coldly cut him off. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, an investigation team suddenly stormed inside. Xian Che said firmly, the investigation will make that clear. After saying that, he lowered his voice while turning toward Mincheng. Right, Captain Li? She responded subconsciously, yes, sir. Xian Che suddenly made a suggestion. I want to talk to you for a moment. Is that convenient for you? The scene shifted to Xian Che's room. He suddenly raised his voice. I'll get straight to the point. Was that your doing? Li Mincheng didn't reply. She subconsciously observed him. Chief Inspector Xian Che, the core element who has prevented countless criminal organizations from running rampant across Korea, a living wall, and he is the son of Bastel Boom, one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity. Xian Che smirked. I've heard everything. Someone lost their life during the suppression, right? Mincheng turned away. She stammered. Actually. Seeing this, he immediately interrupted. Back when the demon realm invaded, the Awakened were humanity's only hope. After the world became more stable, those powers just became tools to make money. But my father said it was also a trend. Unlike my father, who had to struggle for decades. To keep the peace, there are people like the Chaos who just abuse their power. Xian Che's voice echoed steadily. My father used to lament that all the time, but he would never go against the people. He continued. He said if you step up to oppress others just to seize control of the world, then just to seize control of the world. Xian Che leaned down and added calmly, that's no different from them. He never considered himself to be some kind of righteous justice. but I thought differently. In my opinion, even if you aren't justice itself, you can still pursue justice. Seun-chae turned to look at Min Chung. He gave a gentle smile. Of course, there must be a certain boundary, but once you've stepped into the mud, it's hard not to get stained. Let me ask you one more time, I pressed. During the crackdown, someone lost their life, didn't they? Min Chung fell silent for a moment before hanging her head. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Seun-chae asked point-blank, was it you? Lee Min Chung immediately denied the accusation. No, sir. He didn't seem to doubt her, but continued, then do you know who did? She answered honestly. We checked all the security cameras in the area, but we still couldn't identify who entered and left the crime scene. Lee Min Chung hesitated before adding, some people are still conscious, but they've lost their minds. Seun-chae frowned slightly. Lost their minds? She continued in a cold tone. More accurately, they were so terrified they couldn't think straight, and they kept repeating one name. Hearing this, he hurriedly guessed, an S-rank hunter. Lee Min Chung immediately denied it. No. She paused for a moment before speaking up. Not S-rank, but Siku. Putting the plate down, I glanced at the small beast eating intently. Is it good, Moon? At that same moment, Seo opened the door and stepped out, her voice still thick with sleep. You're up early, brother. I turned to ask, did you sleep well, Han? My gaze flickered to the door I had just replaced. Good thing I fixed that doorknob in time. Otherwise, Seo would have found it strange when she woke up. God's alchemy proficiency, 16.93% plus 0.01%. I breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Luckily, God's alchemy doesn't limit the number of items I can create, but things like this could happen at any time. Even with Moon here, something could still go wrong. The next thought began to form in Siku's mind. Should I build a new house? If I build a new house with God's alchemy, then even if there's a dungeon break or an unexpected intruder, I quickly organized my thoughts and reached a conclusion. That house could keep Seo safe. But reality quickly pulled Siku back. The problem is, where do I build it? I still need to provide treatment for Seo, so I can't be too far from the city. Thinking this far, I quickly regained my composure. But wait, I have 10 billion won on hand. Should I just buy the house I'm currently living in? Immediately after, Siku said hurriedly, Seo, Moon, go outside for a bit, okay? She didn't forget to remind me. Got it. See you later. At that very moment, Seun-chae suddenly appeared. He spoke cautiously. I have a question. Seun-chae stood tall. His eyes didn't hide his scrutiny. You're Siku, right? The moment I saw him, I froze. Who is this? I've never seen him on the news before. In that moment, a name subconsciously formed in Siku's mind, Seun-chae. The name hit my ears, and my heart sank immediately. The Inspector General of the Inspection Bureau. What is he doing here? Could it be that he came because of what happened in the underworld yesterday? Siku stared tensely at Seun-chae. From the Bureau's perspective, this is a very serious case. I should be careful, but I've already lost my cool, because those bastards messed with Seo. I tried to calm myself down. Still, for the Inspector General to come here in person. No, this is just my guess. Nothing is certain yet. Don't be hasty. After a moment of silence, Siku cautiously replied, I am Siku. He suddenly asked point blank, are you? The one who turned the entire underworld upside down yesterday? Seun-chae narrowed his eyes at me. He questioned coldly, after making people end up like that. You're still enjoying yourself, aren't you? Siku's body trembled involuntarily. Damn it, he knows everything. I quickly assessed the situation. Compared to Chi Guang, he's in a completely different league. I can't win against him. He intends to kill me. I have to run. The thought flashed through my mind. Siku was instantly tense, but Seo is still here. If I run away, who knows what will happen to her? Even though Moon is here, it can't possibly beat Seun-chae, so I have to stay here. He suddenly stepped closer and pressed down hard on my shoulder. Do you want to become a guardian? Before Siku could answer, Seun-chae squeezed his shoulder even harder. A long moment later, Siku was still bewildered. I didn't expect him to suddenly ask if I want to become a guardian. What's the average salary for guardians? I wonder. After all, they're civil servants, so the pay probably isn't high, right? But I've heard that skilled guardians can earn an annual salary of several hundred million to several billion won. Thinking this, I sighed. That's more than enough. Siku calculated in his head. If I take into account the membership fees that have to be paid monthly, even 100 billion won might not be enough. A series of questions arose in his mind. But why is he making this offer to me? If I just refuse, will he leave immediately? If so, why did he come to find me? If he came because of what happened yesterday, this is definitely part of the investigation. Thinking this, I immediately dismissed it. What's the point of worrying? Focus on your own business first. A while later, the landlady looked at Siku curiously. What are you here for, Siku? I hesitated for a moment. It's nothing important, ma'am. I just wanted to talk about the house I'm living in. Siku suddenly proposed. Do you have any intention of selling it? She widened her eyes. Huh? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? I stammered. Well, that is. Seeing this, the landlady reassured me. Don't worry. As long as you're still here, I won't sell it. House prices have been dropping lately anyway. She clapped her hands as she spoke. Profit margins are up. Loan interest rates are also rising. Wait, what am I saying? Anyway, since you're staying here, I have no intention of selling. Don't worry. Hearing this, Siku gave a wry laugh. That's not what I meant, ma'am. I admitted frankly, I want to buy it if you have any intention of selling. The landlady looked momentarily stunned. Do you have enough money to pay for it? Faced with the unexpected question, Siku didn't answer directly. He just gave a sheepish smile. You know, I'm an awakened, so I earn quite a bit. I've managed to save up a fair amount, so I'm thinking of buying this place. She clapped her hands again. Oh my, congratulations. But why don't you move to a different place? This house is pretty old, so living here must be tough. Siku looked down, too shy to meet her eyes. It's because I'm quite attached to it. The landlady didn't hesitate for a second. If you really want to, I can sell it to you for 150 million won. He gave a vague, non-committal reply. That's pretty cheap, I guess. Her voice drifted slowly. You know, that might be true, but building a house isn't that simple, kid. So, just give it some thought. Siku bowed politely. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He looked up, his expression turning serious. I want to buy or build a house for my little sister to keep her safe. If necessary, I'm willing to spend up to 1 billion won. Hearing such a massive figure, the landlady covered her mouth, trying to stifle a scream. 1 billion. A moment later, Siku sank into deep thought. Building a house was way more complicated than he'd imagined. A flurry of thoughts crowded his mind.
Why the hell is there so much red tape? Transfers, registrations, building permits. It's going to take months to get all the paperwork, and I'd have to go handle it all myself.
Thinking of this, Siku let out a helpless sigh. I haven't had time to upload a video to Tube in days, and so many people are asking. He suddenly snapped back to reality. Oh, right. Siku gripped his phone so hard his hands were shaking. I also need to prepare for Zhang Sanfeng's sword fighting class. The system notification popped up immediately. Zhang Sanfeng's channel membership fee, 2 billion won per month. You have subscribed to Zhang Sanfeng's channel. Siku's account the balance. The balance was 7,510,434,501. He frantically did the math. If I subtract the 1 billion won for the house, I've still got 6.5 billion won. Just the membership fee alone takes up 3 billion a month. Thinking about that, Siku leaned back, defeated. He couldn't help but groan about his money. After a brief internal struggle, Siku made his decision. Well, things have already come to this point. I'll just have to go ask her myself. At the Hunter Association's reception room, Han Che-jin walked slowly toward him. Sorry to keep you waiting. As soon as he saw her, Siku couldn't help but mutter to himself. She's getting prettier every time I see her, right? No, now is not the time for that. Han Che-jin got straight to the point. How much are you asking for the tuition? He rested his elbows on the table, eyeing her with a wary gaze. I'll teach twice a week, so the tuition is. A moment later, Siku raised his voice. 10 billion a month. What do you think? Han Che-jin didn't even blink. She nodded slightly. I understand. Faced with Han Che-jin's calm demeanor, he widened his eyes. Wait, why did she answer so fast? 10 billion is nothing to the SA group. Siku bowed his head, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. If I'd known, I would have asked for more. Han Che-jin lowered her voice. That's exactly the amount I was planning to suggest to you. She didn't forget to add, my grandfather wouldn't accept any more than that because I'm not paying this fee all at once. I have to pay it monthly. Hearing that, Siku beamed. 10 billion won. He clicked his tongue softly. 120 billion a year. So, for the SA group, this really is nothing. Suddenly, Siku's tone changed. I have a favor to ask of you. Han Che-jin looked at him, curious. A favor? He picked at his fingertips, his voice hesitant. I'm thinking about building a new house, but the legal procedures are more complex than I thought. She asked, surprised. You're planning to build a house yourself? Siku nodded. Yes. Seeing this, Han Che-jin fell silent, deep in thought. Before Siku could react, Han Che-jin offered calmly, I'll help you. He replied awkwardly, thank you. He felt almost dizzy. I know she's quick on the uptake, but isn't this moving a bit too fast? A moment later, Siku stared at the lines of text, his lips curling into a smile. You have created a device that you will consider using at least once. Divine Alchemy, skill proficiency, 18.3% plus 0.1%. He widened his eyes, suspicion rising in his heart. A device I'll consider using at least once? I used better materials than when I made those gloves. Just then, Xiao Pang Kuang shouted suddenly, "Have you been training while we were apart? I never expected you could actually make something like this." Siku stood motionless. He started doubting himself. He'd already handed all that annoying paperwork over to Han Jin. So, the only thing left to do is... At the same time, So-eun waved her hand. "Hey, I'm here." Xiao Pang Kuang turned to interrogate her. "Haven't heard any news from you lately. What are you doing here?" She replied casually. "I just thought of you while I was passing by." As soon as she saw Siku, So-eun smiled brightly. "It's been a while, hasn't it? What have you been up to lately?" He turned away, dodging her gaze. "Just doing some odd jobs." She asked curiously, "What kind of jobs?" A series of memories flashed by. The battles between Siku, Fenrir, and Shi Kuang. He smiled politely. "Don't worry about it." Hearing that, So-eun nodded slightly. "I understand." She didn't forget to add, "But if you need any help, just call me, okay?" Siku immediately seized the opportunity. "Oh, in that case," he stepped closer to So-eun, a smirk playing on his lips. "Could you do me a favor?" Siku quickly reassured her. "It's nothing major, really. Just, could you help me collect some building materials?" So-eun practically shrieked. "Building materials?" She couldn't help but feel a bit curious. "It's not hard, but why on earth do you need so many of them all of a sudden?" He admitted bluntly. "Well, it's because I'm planning to build a house." Hearing that, So-eun propped her chin on her hand, thinking, "A house? Wait, don't tell me." Siku asked, puzzled. "You want to build a house for yourself, right?" Siku smiled awkwardly. "Yes." So-eun lowered her voice. "I know you have great crafting skills, but..." She looked flustered. "Creating weapons and building a house?" He nonchalantly handed the list to So-eun. "These are the materials I need." She suspiciously read the lines quickly. "But these aren't building materials." So-eun's face darkened. Her lips trembled. "Wait, this is..." So-eun turned and shouted loudly. "Are you planning to build a house out of monster materials?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I'm trying to equip the house with the best of the best." Meanwhile, Seon-chae turned his gaze toward Taemin. "What's wrong, Captain? You guys." He looked serious as he reported, "Chi Kwang hasn't made a move. Maybe he's afraid of you, so he's just trying to cover this up." The Inspection Bureau, the head of the Urban Investigation Team, Taemin. Hearing this, Seon-chae calmly drank his beer. His voice didn't show any surprise. "Is that so? What a shame." Seon-chae looked straight into Taemin's eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want a drink too?" "So, you know how good it tastes, don't you?" He suddenly questioned why you left him alone. Seon-chae pretended not to understand, asking if he meant Siku. "You mean Lee Min-chung, the captain of the 4th Guard Unit?" He said it like this, mimicking someone else's voice, word for word, slowly. "Don't let his appearance fool you. The human scent on him is stronger than any AI. But tell me, how long have you been working at the Inspection Bureau?" Lee Min-chung was skeptical but answered anyway. "This is my 7th year." Seon-chae sighed. "That's quite a long time, isn't it?" He continued, "I awakened at the age of 51. And I spent 8 years training under my father." Seon-chae lowered his head, his voice dropping into a low, somber tone. "After that, he told me to go out and learn about the world around me. So I traveled everywhere for 5 years. Then I was appointed as an inspector and have been in this profession for 25 years. Seon-chae curled his lips into a bitter smile. "I've fought quite a few criminals. I've even taken many human lives. The number of people I've killed is definitely higher than the total number of monsters I've ever encountered." At this point, Seon-chae frowned deeply. He questioned himself, unsure why, but added, "I'm sick and tired of humanity. They are even worse than monsters. To be honest, I now understand why people say, save a beast, and it returns the favor. Save a man, and he returns evil." Seon-chae looked up at Lee Min-chung. He spoke with a gravelly voice. "Basically, I don't trust humans, so whenever I face an I have to be suspicious from the start." Seon-chae let out a laugh, but there was no joy in it. "Because in my eyes, every I has the potential to become a criminal. But there are still people I can put my trust in." "Do you know what kind of people they are?" Faced with the sudden question, Lee Min-chung was somewhat flustered. He replied cautiously, "I don't know." Seon-chae's voice deepened with a rare note of respect. "They are the ones who have to provide for their families. You know that's not an easy thing to do, right? But sacrifice is part of it. That is also why parents in this world are truly amazing. But in Siku's case, there is one more thing," he added suddenly. "He has to save his sick younger sister." Lee Min-chung warned him. "But the fact that he's hiding his rank is still very suspicious." More importantly, he is the one who wiped out the entire dungeon himself. The air suddenly turned cold. Seon-chae asked sternly, "Can an I be sure he's hiding his rank?" Lee Min-chung frowned, his voice dropping. "What do you mean by that?" Seon-chae lowered his voice, but it was still commanding. "People often call us slayers. That's not wrong." Seon-chae continued in a low tone. "But don't forget, our swords must always be pointed at criminals. I like a world where everyone lives in harmony like this." At the last moment, he emphasized every word. "A place that my father protected is like that too." Lee Min-chung watched Seon-chae walk away, dazed. "Where are you going?" He replied coldly, "The corporation." Upon hearing the answer, Lee Min-chung shouted involuntarily, "The corporation? Why?" Seon-chae turned around slowly. He smirked. "Didn't I just say that I must always point my sword at criminals?" Returning to Siku's side, he declared firmly, "I will equip the house in my own way." Hearing that, So-un was surprised and blurted out, "You even know construction?" Siku answered casually, his tone as light as air, "I've never tried it, but I'm sure I can do it." Siku turned to look at So-un's expression. "Are these things hard to find?" She muttered under her breath. "Hard? Not exactly. But the problem isn't just the money. Well, there's a small problem with money too." So-un seriously listed a series of materials: dragon turtle mane, olum or core, dead soldier armor. Besides the fact that these materials are high grade, they have to be hunted from monsters, at least rank B to A+. So-un grimaced, pointing to the lines. "And these monsters aren't easy to hunt. Furthermore, these are materials hunters use frequently, so it's hard to find enough quantity." Siku. "To be more precise, it's hard to find any hunter willing to sell them." Siku's face turned pale. He replied weakly, "Is it that bad?" She reassured him, "It's not impossible. You just need more money, and you'll definitely get them." So-un stared at the computer, saying in a serious tone, "Likely 3 times the market price. So, in total, it will be about 3 billion. Siku shouted, "3 billion. Inside, he was practically screaming, but it wasn't too bad, because he had Han Chae-jin's tuition money. But So-un stared at Siku with sparkling eyes. "It's just really hard to collect." He pondered deeply. "I could lower the standards, but this is the house that will protect Seo. I can't just build it halfway." A moment later, Siku urgently proposed, "So, can you help me find whatever you can for now?" She could only nod. "I'll try." After saying that, he fell back into a state of contemplation. The biggest problem is that few hunters are willing to sell. Thinking of this, an idea popped into Siku's head. "Wait a minute, that means I can just farm them myself, right?" He fell into a state of deep anxiety again. "The monsters I need are all rank B, and I'm only a rank B hunter. It's not like I can easily hunt rank B monsters." Siku clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with determination. "Should I start upgrading my hunter rank?" To do that, there are 2 main ways. One is to achieve success and have your skills recognized, and 2 is to undergo retesting to get a promotion. Originally, there was only the first way, but after the reawakening reality appeared, the second way was added. Reawakening or awakening again is divided into 2 types: awakening a new trait or having an existing trait strengthened. Siku's thoughts slowed down. Nobody knows for sure why this happens, but recently, reawakenings have been happening very frequently. That means I can adjust my hunter rank through retesting. He stared intently at his phone screen, his mouth twitching slightly at the traits he currently had. Knowledge rank S+, proficiency 41.9%, superhuman strength, proficiency 21.48%, divine healing arts, rank S, proficiency 24.87%, God's alchemy, proficiency 18.3%, divine palm, proficiency 11.3%, benevolent heart, rank of a gentleman, rank S, proficiency 41%. Siku smirked. "I can't waste any more time." His voice sounded decisive, not allowing anyone to object. "I'll be right back." Over on the other side, an older voice with a hint of mockery rang out. "Is the sun rising in the west tomorrow? It's been forever since you last came to visit, Han Chae-jin." Han Chae-jin gave a faint smile. "Long time no see, Director Min, or should I say, Director of the Semina Group." The woman laughed softly. "It really has been a long time. You must be swamped with work lately, right?" Mina giggled as she said this. "But thanks to your hard work, the group is finally stable again." She immediately shook her head. "I just did what I was supposed to do. The group is only stable because of your own efforts, Director." Upon hearing this, the woman chuckled. "You really haven't changed a bit, but are you going to keep calling me Director? How much longer are you going to do that?" Han Chae-jin lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. "It's because I'm here today to meet the Director, not my aunt." Seeing this, Mina couldn't help but sigh. "What a fool," she thought. When she was little, the kid was so sweet, but my brother just threw her away into a conglomerate where blood-related siblings are bitter, life-or-death rivals. Han Chae-jin's parents passed away when she was little, so she was always restricted in every way. Mina looked at her with pity, which changed her personality over time. If it weren't for my brother, the kid's father, I wouldn't have survived until now. I didn't help Han Chae-jin much before, but things are different now. She didn't beat around the bush and asked straight out, "So, what did you come to see me about?" She quickly asked, "I want to build a house. Could I borrow the company's name for the construction?" Taken aback by the sudden request, Mina's eyes widened. "You want to build a villa?" "No, I just said I wanted to build a house." A horrifying thought flashed through the aunt's mind. Does she not like where she's living right now? No, this can't happen. I can't let this slide. Mina hurriedly suggested, "Let me talk to Chairman Park at the construction division. If we don't use a subcontractor, we can get it finished much faster." Han Chae-jin continued, her face strangely expressionless. "The person who needs it built isn't me. Can you lend me the company's name?" Mina nearly lost her composure, her face freezing over. On the other side, the young man couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. "I'm E-rank? No way." The Hunter Management Bureau, Chi-Haeon District. Siku glanced around. Out of the 100 people doing the reevaluation, all 100 of them were convinced they wouldn't end up in the lowest rank. At the same time, shouts echoed throughout the hall. "No way. This is complete nonsense," he thought to himself. "I feel the same way. After awakening through magic resonance during the dungeon break, I was hoping to get an S rank or A rank trait or something. So I was extremely confident going into the official test, only to get a no trait ranking. I'm just an ordinary person. I didn't even get an E rank. Back to reality." Siku smirked. But now, everything is different. Just then, a voice prompted him, "Next applicant, please step inside." Reevaluation is the process of identifying a person's awakened traits without a scanner. The system voice rang out, "Please step onto the footprints in front of you." Calculating. "Please stand still." Siku sank into his thoughts. "I've already got more than 6 awakened traits now. If the management department finds out, no, the whole world is going to go crazy. That's why I didn't want a reevaluation at all. The more attention I get, the more dangerous it becomes. The battles with the chaos have given me courage. I can protect myself, and I have enough power not to back down from anything anymore. So why do I have to keep hiding from the world?" Suddenly, a scream cut through his thoughts. "Oh my god, what's going on?" Siku slowly opened his eyes. What? The world's first ever unranked awakened? An unranked awakened has appeared. Contrary to expectations, Siku's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the notification screen in confusion. Huh? Awakened trait, none. Rank, below E. The system voice echoed. No trait. An awakened person with no traits. How is that possible? The unexpected situation left Siku nearly stunned. "No way," he muttered, then hurriedly manipulated the equipment, sweat dripping down his forehead. "Wait a second, there must be a mistake somewhere." A powerful voice rang out. "Each person is only allowed one reevaluation. Please head outside." Siku burst into tears. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Give me one more chance. Just check it one more time." Once outside, Siku sat there, dumbfounded. He couldn't help but feel bewildered. Why hasn't anything changed at all? Siku questioned himself. That makes no sense. Could it be that because the highest trait currently is S rank, it can't detect divine traits? Wait, but the screen said I was below E. That can't be why. If it couldn't detect them, the results should have been unable to identify, right? He came up with another guess. Or is it like Hercules said? Is my trait just no trait? Because my traits don't change, the test results remain the same. Siku thought deeply. He confirmed it to himself. That sounds plausible, but I can't be sure yet. Another thought flashed through Siku's mind. Could it be because I haven't reached 100% mastery yet? Since I haven't fully mastered any of the gods' traits, Siku slumped back in frustration. I don't get it at all. He became increasingly depressed. At this rate, I have to keep learning and using the gods' traits. How do I do that? Hercules said that because my trait is no trait, I can only learn the powers of the gods. In Siku's head, a series of questions appeared. Who exactly is that blonde guy? Could it be that when he came to find me, he already knew who I was? The man's voice still echoed in his ears. You gave me a chance. I'm very sorry for getting you involved. Siku thought for a moment. What that guy said didn't really sound like a reason. Oh, forget it. He raised an eyebrow. So, the reevaluation didn't help at all. If I want to level up, I have to hunt dungeons to grind for achievements. Right now I'm at D rank, but I need at least A rank. How long is this going to take? I haven't posted any videos on Noom lately either. Siku suddenly wore a wicked grin. I've got it. A plan perfect for his current situation. Elsewhere, Guang Wook looked surprised. I'm amazed. I never thought the chief inspector would go out of his way to meet me like this. Sanchi chuckled. I should be the one thanking you. Even though it was sudden, you gave me such a warm welcome. He reached out his hand. Of course. Chief Inspector, please, have a seat. Director of Guangwook Group. He grew curious, tinged with suspicion. What brings you to my office today of all days? Sion Che. Sion Che didn't hesitate, cutting straight to the point. Isn't your group a pillar of the South Korean economy? I just wanted to get to know the director who leads such a massive conglomerate. Consider it a learning opportunity. Sion Che chuckled dryly. I remember you were an outstanding talent in South Korea's security sector, weren't you? The man sighed, cutting him off. But running an operation like this takes more than just brute strength, doesn't it? Sion Che's lips curled into a smile, half exhausted, half sarcastic. You have to please your superiors while crunching sales numbers. His eyes darkened for a split second. And you also have to stab your own people in the back, don't you? Sion Che replied nonchalantly. As chief inspector, I have no intention of meddling in other people's family business. To be blunt, I don't care if the group wants to take down Han Che-jin. But Min Siku, I think you know that name, right? As soon as the name was uttered, the room felt like it dropped a temperature. He narrowed his eyes, observing Sion Che's reaction. Did he already know everything? Could he have known about the group's plan to exile Han Che-jin? Or that they were using the chaos to investigate Min Siku after he helped Han Che-jin clear that dungeon? This was definitely a warning that he wouldn't sit idly by if they messed with the chaos again. But this was Sion Che. How could he be so blunt and arrogant? Sion Che was the son of Baek Sun Bum, one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity. Sending some thugs to pressure the inspection office was nothing to him. But Baek Sion Che was someone even they couldn't and shouldn't mess with. Why was Sion Che protecting that guy, Siku, so persistently? After a moment, the man spoke up. I don't know why you know that name or what you think of him. He stood up and gave a cold reminder. But since it's an internal affair, handle it within your own family. That's all, if you'll excuse me. At the same time, Deok-gu's childish voice rang out. Boss, it's okay if you don't pay me this month. She clasped her hands together earnestly. Please, just don't fire me. Min Siku turned around, looking confused. What are you talking about? You don't want a salary. Deok-gu stuttered, her voice sincere. I'll take it once my channel grows a bit more. He frowned tightly. What on earth do you mean? She asked anxiously. You aren't planning on closing the new tube channel, are you? Siku froze completely. He muttered to himself, Me, why would I? Then, Siku suddenly realized it was because he hadn't uploaded any videos lately. He leaned forward, his voice more serious. But what do you mean you don't want a salary? Deok-gu bowed her head even lower, her voice dropping. Because the working conditions here are the best for me, and you're so kind. But I haven't been able to do much this month. Hearing this, Siku chuckled. I told you from the start that there would be a base salary for you. And I'm not planning on closing the new tube channel. I came to see you today to talk about new content. Her eyes lit up, unable to hide her joy. Her voice was full of excitement as she asked, Really? You aren't forgetting to keep helping me from today on, right? Siku suddenly remembered something, smiled gently, and said, Now that I think about it, today is payday, isn't it? I just send it. Don't forget to treat your siblings to a meal later. His voice dropped, carrying distant memories. When I was young, every time my dad came home from work, he'd stop by to buy chicken for me. It was so delicious. So for them, you, Deok-gu, have been like both a mother and a father. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and suggested, Deok-gu, just call me Siku Appa. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking confusedly, What? She repeated, You can just call me by my name. Deok-gu jumped up, almost shouting, No, I mean, you're quite a bit older than me, and you're my boss. He laughed heartily. Then you do the same with me, Deok-gu. Just feel free to call me Appa older brother. You can just call me that. She shyly bowed her head. I'll try to. Deok-gu curiously tilted her head and looked at Siku. But what was the new content you mentioned? He stammered. Oh, that? It's at the Hunter Management Administration, the Hunter Association. The receptionist's voice sounded next. She looked up at the person across from her. The receptionist quietly observed the awakened. No specific traits. A few days ago. His name is Min Siku, right? She smiled politely. How can I help you, sir? Min Siku replied, I want to see the criteria for rank evaluation. The receptionist continued with a formal tone. Do you have your Hunter ID with you? He quickly replied, Yes, I do. She asked seriously, Your current rank is D, right? She paused for a moment as she read the details carefully. Her eyes flashed with discomfort. A D-rank hunter with a rank F- trait. This task will be tough. Might even be impossible. Maybe that's his limit. Even with effort, it's hard to overcome natural talent. After a month of hesitation, the receptionist said slowly, judging by the promotion requirements, her voice slowed, carrying professional caution. You must complete at least 200 D-rank dungeon clears to reach C rank. Since you usually go 3 times a week, it will take over a year. The receptionist looked up at Siku and politely asked, after completing the 200 dungeons required, would you like us to schedule a rank evaluation dungeon for you? Do you have any questions? He shook his head slightly, answering firmly, no, I understand everything. Siku paused for a beat and then asked in a calm voice, by the way, how many dungeons have I completed so far? The receptionist quickly checked the data and said, currently, you have completed 16 D-rank dungeons. You only need 184 more. Seeing him still standing there, thinking, she took the initiative to ask, if you plan on entering a dungeon today, shall I help you with the paperwork? Min Siku answered shyly, if you could, that would be a huge help. She continued, which dungeon would you like to choose? He thought for a brief moment and answered quickly, I don't have any specific preferences, so just choose the closest one for me. The receptionist muttered, the closest D-plus rank dungeon. It's only 5 minutes away. She furrowed her brows slightly. A D-rank hunter going into a D-plus dungeon. Will he be okay? Siku made a serious request. Could you show me the way there, please? Seeing this, the receptionist explained carefully. Cross the intersection. Go through 2 alleys, and you'll be there. He gave a slight bow to thank her. She didn't forget to reassure him, good luck. Less than 10 minutes later, the receptionist spoke up again, ready to take the next person. She immediately recognized the person in front of her. Her voice was filled with surprise and confusion. How can I help? Wait. The receptionist blurted out instinctively, Hunter Siku, why are you back here? She felt a chill run down her spine. Already? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. I guess a D-plus rank dungeon really was a bit too much for him. Siku spoke politely but very bluntly. I'm really sorry, but going back and forth like this is quite inconvenient, so could you please give me the locations of all the nearest D-rank dungeons? Flash back to a few hours earlier. Diogyu asked curiously, but what was that new goal you mentioned earlier? He hesitated for a moment. Well, let's just say, Siku calmly announced, the journey to becoming an A-rank hunter in just 1 month. She stared at him in disbelief. What? An A-rank hunter? Back to reality. Siku calmly suggested, while also acting as a guide for becoming an A-rank hunter. He continued, so, could you please give me the locations of all the nearest D-rank dungeons? About 50 of them should do. At the Hunter Management Bureau's District 1 branch, an employee rushed inside. Boss. The man frowned, clearly annoyed. What's with all the racket? Did an S-rank dungeon break or something? The employee gulped, quickly reporting, Sir, the dungeon cleaner is back. The boss stared sharply at his subordinate, his voice rising clearly. What did you say? How many dungeons has he completed? 10? 20? The employee added hurriedly. He just cleared his 150th. The air in the room instantly froze. The man spoke in a dry, disbelieving voice. That's ridiculous. Wasn't he just a powerless awakened, evaluated as such just 2 days ago? His voice trembled. They even performed a re-evaluation. Shouldn't we report this to the inspection agency? The man narrowed his eyes, deep in thought, before reaching a conclusion. He might be an illegal awakened. Just then, the subordinate rushed in frantically. Boss, the dungeon cleaner is requesting a promotion to C rank. The man's eyes widened. He spun around to look at the employee as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? He couldn't help but feel a bit rattled. The requirement is 200 completed dungeons, isn't it? Didn't he just clear his 150th a moment ago? The man fell silent for a few seconds before decisively ordering, send a report to the inspection agency. The subordinate quickly replied, I'll contact them immediately. At the District Inspection Bureau branch, team leader Sue reported seriously. We've received a request for cooperation from the Management Bureau. Lee Min-chung repeated, confused. The Management Bureau? Suo wore a tense expression as she carefully continued. There's a hunter who jumped from D rank to C rank in just 3 days, and they want us to investigate this hunter named Siku, she said coldly. Who is he? Suo hesitated for a moment. Well, The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. She slowly spoke up. They've asked us to look into him. Lee Min-chung shouted instinctively, Hunter Siku. She fell into deep thought, her professional analytical voice ringing in her head. At this level, it's usually treated as a case of reawakening. In that scenario, undergoing a reevaluation is standard procedure. But the fact that he's ranking up through tasks means a reevaluation is impossible. There's only one possibility left. He's getting stronger by using illegal methods, like dark arts, for example. Is Siku really that kind of person? A moment later, Lee Min-chung turned toward the door. Azina, a dark-haired girl, stood tall, answering seriously, yes. Inspection Agency Hunter, member of Team 4, Azina. She asked sternly, you know about awakened ones who gain power through dark arts, don't you? She replied immediately, of course I do. Azina let out a light sigh before beginning to explain with professional expertise. Unlike regular magic, dark arts operate on a completely different concept. Magic uses mana, the thing that connects the laws of the mental world and dimensions. Those laws are like the third or fourth dimension rearranged to create magic, like a fireball appearing from nowhere, or lightning striking down from the sky. They all rely on rearranging those laws. The key point is that magic involves rearranging the laws of dimensions. Li Min-chung frowned, cutting her off impatiently. Get to the point. Azina nodded slightly, her gaze darkening as she concluded concisely. To put it simply, dark arts originate from negative emotions. 7 types of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, desire, and greed, often called the 7 feelings. Dark arts are fueled by burning these 7 feelings. The more passionate the heart, the higher the level of dark arts. But the faster their mind burns bright, the faster it will vanish. The fate of those seeking power through dark arts is already sealed. Eventually, they will lose their humanity and transform into bloodthirsty monsters. She furrowed her brows, asking, how do we identify those people? She replied calmly, you'll know just by looking at them. Azina tilted her head slightly, her voice dropping as if sharing practical experience. You don't need to study magic. There's something very unusual about that guy. You think so too, right? Li Min-chung suddenly remembered something. She fell into deep thought. I heard the director of the inspection agency met Siku personally. He even suggested he become a hunter. Li Min-chung smirked dismissively. The director suggested it himself. After a long moment, she gave a gentle smile and replied to the management office. No need to worry. CO nodded and replied, I understand. A moment later, Li Min-chung stared intently at the note in Siku's hand. At that same time, an emotionless voice echoed in Siku's mind. You have created a defective product. Proficiency in divine alchemy has increased slightly. Proficiency in divine alchemy has increased slightly. He repeated it in confusion. A defective product? Siku sighed, feeling discouraged. It's completely different from equipment, he thought to himself. The quality might be significantly lower compared to gear made from materials. I'm starting to understand now. The first item I created was labeled an environmental disaster. At least this thing is just trash. Siku wondered, haven't I made progress? He touched the material, telling himself, anyhow, I still have time before I hit rank A hunter. And before So-un returns with the building materials, I should work on my proficiency. I wonder if she'll be lucky enough to gather the materials I need to get this house built. Suddenly, her voice echoed from behind. I'm back. Upon seeing So-un, Siku couldn't help but exclaim, you're right on time. She smirked. Oh, Siku is here too. He spun around quickly. So-un, how did it go with the construction materials I asked for? She sighed, her voice weary. Man, that was tough. I even had to ask my brother for help. It's still a struggle, though. Siku raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Your brother? So-un, you have a brother? She looked at him, bewildered. I hadn't told you yet. So-un explained seriously. Min Siku is my younger brother. He just turned 20. He's an awakened and a new hunter. I asked him to help collect those 10 materials. Hearing this, he couldn't help but marvel. Those aren't ordinary materials. You'd at least need to get them from a B-rank monster. I don't even have the capability to do that yet. Siku asked curiously, what rank is your brother? So-un replied proudly, he's a B-rank hunter. She added, his ability is rated at A+. He was so shocked, he blurted out, an A+ ability? That's insane. So-un said modestly, with a hint of worry. He awakened recently, so he's still a bit green. He gets hurt a lot, but his awakening ability is super regeneration, so I don't worry too much. Siku was confused again. Super regeneration. She explained it as if it were nothing. Exactly what it sounds like. It's a massive boost to regeneration power. It's basically like a cheat code. He can even regrow his legs if they get cut off. After saying that, So-un turned to him. Don't worry. Min Siku and I have already asked my brother to help too. It might not be much, but he'll manage to gather a bit. At that moment, Seo Pang Kwang slowly approached. So-un, you're back. She hurried over and asked, Uncle, how's the equipment I asked for the World Alchemy Conference? He said in a deep voice, I'm still working on it. Looking at them, Min Siku made up his mind. Don't worry. It seems the materials So-un brought back aren't enough. I have to go collect the 10 materials myself to become an A-rank hunter. Right after that, he shouted out, I'm heading out now. So-un called after him, see you later. Meanwhile, Diagyu was beaming, finally finished. She couldn't help but complain. This time was way too hard. There were 184 clips per video, and with the length, it was over 22 hours total. But since I didn't work last month, a normal person takes over a year to go from D rank to C rank. But he did it in only 3 days. Diogu happily stared at the screen. You're so good, boss. Just then, a message arrived from Siku. This is the file for the next video content. The video file is attached. Diogu opened the message, her pupils dilating when she saw the words video file attached. This is. For going from C rank to B rank, she muttered, bewildered. Does that mean I have to edit again? A bank notification rang out. The text received 10 million won appeared clearly before her eyes. Daegu's eyes went wide, and she stammered, 10 million won. The next message popped up, I've paid you extra for the video. If the views are high, I'll pay you more. Her eyes became determined as she told herself she had to work hard for her younger siblings. At that same time, Siku's video was uploaded with the title, Guide to Fast Tracking from D rank to A rank Hunter. He smiled, satisfied. Diogu is truly talented. In just one day, it already had 840,000 views. I didn't think it would be that high. Filming it myself is pretty tough. I've broken so many cameras. I can't ask a normal person like Diogu to film for me, though. Siku wondered, his tone tinged with worry. Should I ask another Awakened to film for me? Just then. So-un was pacing back and forth. Why isn't he picking up? Siku asked, concerned, is something wrong? She jumped and spun around. Siku. It's just, I can't reach Min Siku. He continued to ask. Min Siku is So-un's brother, right? So-un choked out. Ever since I got the message saying he entered the Dragon's Den dungeon, I haven't heard anything. Min Siku asked calmly, have you checked with the management bureau? She replied quickly, her tone urgent. Yes. They said they cleared that place out that very day. So-un gritted her teeth, her voice full of anxiety. I hope Min Siku is okay. Siku tried to reassure her. It's probably nothing, unless there's something inside the dungeon. If they've already cleared it out, then, he chuckled, they're probably celebrating with the other members. After all, he's 20 now. So-un immediately denied it. No, Min Siku isn't that type of person. Siku couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. He has super regeneration, and there's no news. No news is good news. It'll be fine, he quickly suggested. Just in case, you should report it to the inspection bureau. She replied awkwardly, thanks, Siku. I'm going right now. Soon after, So-un turned and left. Once the conversation ended, he stood still, his gaze darkening. I can't stop worrying. Now we just have to wait and see. At that same moment, Min Siku was tied tightly to a chair. He struggled frantically, his voice filled with urgency. What is this? Min Siku's face turned pale. I was clearly trying to hunt the dragon with the team. We finished the dragon, and then the members suggested going for a drink, so I joined them. My memories, at that moment. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Kidnapped? A deep voice echoed in the darkness. This stuff isn't easy to break. These are specially made chains. Even an A-rank hunter wouldn't be able to escape easily. Min Siku roared, what do you want? Dochin laughed. Curious, really? You're curious. The figure stepped closer, his voice carrying a sick fascination. Have you heard of Illegal Awakened? Illegal Awakened? He couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Dochin covered his mouth and giggled. They are my products. Then, he began to yell madly. Why? Why do they die without appreciating my efforts? What about me? I said I would make them stronger. If I injected a little more blood, they cried in pain and died. If I cut off a leg or an arm, they cried. It hurts too much and died too. Dochin suddenly grabbed Min Siku. But if it were you, it would be different, wouldn't it? He looked at him with a sinister smile. You'll definitely be different. You have to be different from them. The scene shifted to Siku and Han Che-jin training together. She blocked Siku's sword strike. Exhaustedly, her face covered in sweat, panting heavily. Siku said, Tai Chi is based on the concept of yin and yang. Yin and yang are two opposing characteristics that create heaven, earth, and all things. Warily, his face covered in sweat, panting heavily. Siku spoke up. Tai Chi is based on the concept of yin and yang. Yin and yang are two opposing forces that create heaven, earth, and all things. While parrying Han Che-jin's sword, Siku explained that although yin and yang seem like opposites, they actually rely on each other to create and stabilize everything. He secretly thought to himself. At first, he had intended to create a new sword style and teach it to her himself. He thought excitedly, but I need to fully understand it all first. Even though I'm explaining it to her like this, I still feel a bit fuzzy on it myself. Because of that, he chose this method. While Siku stood perfectly straight, she was panting heavily from exhaustion, using Tai Chi as the foundation for her sword technique. He utilized Han Che-jin's S-rank sword mastery trait, a special ability that can turn even a normal sword swing into a powerful technique. As for Han Che-jin, she was sweating and exhausted. He kept thinking about how to help her develop her own sword style. Of course, when that time comes, we won't be able to call it Tai Chi's sword anymore. He was still deep in thought, a sword style that no one else possesses. Its rank would be at least S. He prepared to dash toward Han Che-jin. If she could grasp the principle of yin and yang and apply it to her moves, Siku casually swatted her sword away. She would be able to easily neutralize an opponent's attacks just like this. She looked a bit hesitant, saying, "This is just too complicated." Seeing that, Siku encouraged her, "You've done a great job already." He looked at Han Che-jin and smiled contentedly. "Actually, if it weren't for my own enlightenment, I wouldn't have understood any of this either. But you managed to slowly apply it just by listening to my explanation." He smiled brightly and said, "I'll keep repeating it until you get used to it, so don't you worry about a thing. Thank you." Siku scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, let's wrap up for today. I'm heading out." Suddenly, she spoke up. "I think everything will be sorted out within a month." He was startled, confused, and blurted out, "What was that?" "I'm talking about the thing you asked me about last time." "The thing I asked about last time?" "Oh." Then Siku suddenly remembered. "You mean the construction permit? Thank you so much. It's nothing." She didn't respond further, just nodded eagerly. He frowned, thinking to himself, why did she make it sound so easy? At this moment, she took off her coat, revealing her figure. Siku still thought, no. Wait, that's just normal. The conglomerate might even be able to manipulate South Korean laws. He smiled, calculating, a month. That perfectly matches the time it takes to get all the materials ready. Min Chung's subordinate, Sua, was reporting, "Captain, regarding the missing person report for Kim Zion, there's been a development." "What is it?" Sua handed her a file. "Please take a look at this first. These are the members who entered the dungeon with Kim Zion." She looked through the photos, and her expression turned grim. "Fake awakeners?" She explained. "More accurately, they are hunters suspected of being fake awakeners, including all of them except for Kim Zion." Lee Min-chung frowned and asked, "Are they deliberately targeting him? Why would they?" Sua replied, "I heard his trait is super regeneration." She recounted Kim Zion's trait. "Rumor has it that even if his limbs are severed, they can grow back." Hearing this, Lee Min-chung grew tense. That means Yoon Sua was also tense, her face pale. "I believe they kidnapped Kim Zion to conduct human experimentation on him." The scene shifts to the Rocky Mountain. Someone said, "There's no answer at all." Siku sat on a boulder, wondering, is he training? He had intended to tell him about the content of that video, but he had been so busy these past few days that he couldn't even get in touch with him. He imagined Hercules looking sulky, pouting. I even ignored several of his personal training calls. Don't tell me he's actually angry. Siku stood up and put his phone in his pocket. When he reaches out again, I'll have to tell him about the video content first. Just as he stood up, many monsters appeared before him. They were formed from volcanic rocks, roaring as if very angry. These monsters were B-rank lava mineral golems. Siku remained calm, showing no signs of flinching. Tai Chi by Zhang Sanfeng. This power is different from Hercules' super strength. He took a deep breath. In martial arts, there are 3 important factors: mind, body, and chi, he explained. The gentleman's heart of Confucius corresponds to the mind, the super strength of Hercules corresponds to the body, and the Tai Chi of Zhang Sanfeng corresponds to the ki. Power gathered in Siku's hand, creating a soft blue aura. He reached one hand forward while the other tightened into a fist, taking a stance. Siku remained calm, gathering chi into his body. He began to breathe very gently, thinking, the power that awakeners use. It is the source of life energy that exists in all things in this universe and can be found in nature. The flow of chi passed through Siku's body, becoming a source of power within him. The process required to access that power is called refinement. Depending on how this process is carried out, its effectiveness changes significantly. He opened his eyes and threw a punch forward. Siku thought, but the thing that allows ki to be completely assimilated into the body without having to go through the refining process is Tai Chi. A surge of his power erupted. Its destructive force was so intense that even Siku had to step back. When the dust settled, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him were glowing yellow gems. This is truly insane. The system notified him, Tai Chi proficiency plus 1.7% plus 0.7%. Super strength proficiency plus 2.2% plus 0.8%. Gentleman's heart benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom proficiency plus 4.3% plus 0.2%. Siku laughed excitedly. I knew Hercules said this would help me, but he didn't say it would be this effective. He looked down at his trembling arm. But I've only combined it with super strength. and the backlash is already this strong. If I were in my current state, I couldn't even dream of combining it with the saintly martial arts. Siku's face became incredibly excited. Oh well, anyway, Tai Chi isn't a power the human body was meant to withstand from the start. I got lucky, he thought and calculated. Who would have thought that the saintly apothecary arts of the Hua clan would help me? It is rumored that if one uses the supreme power of the saintly apothecary arts, an ordinary person can be reborn into the body of a god. That only happens when animals shed their skin and undergo a complete transformation. Siku sat down and inserted needles into his arm. For now, I can only use a fraction of its power, becoming extremely excited. Whatever, regardless, Tai Chi isn't a power the human body can withstand from the very beginning anyway. I got lucky. He pondered and calculated. Who would have thought that the divine medicine arts of Hecate would actually help me? Legend has it that if one uses the supreme power of the divine medicine arts, an ordinary person can be reborn into the body of a deity. That only happens in animals shedding one's old skin and transforming. Siku sat down and inserted the needles into his arm. Right now, I can only use a fraction of its power, but thanks to it, I can control the power of the extreme. He looked up and thought, even though I only subscribe to Hua Tuo's channel, to cure COA, but the divine apothecary skill is really useful. Huh? I feel much better now. The system notified divine apothecary skill as proficiency increased by 30%, reaching 97% plus 1%. He read the notification and smiled excitedly. My proficiency has reached 30% now. I wonder if I have enough ability to treat COA so she can start university yet? Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, right. Lee Si-jun looked at the broken camera and frowned in frustration. I definitely have to find someone to help me film new videos. He cried out, lamenting, why can't I use alchemy to make a camera? The scene shifts to the evening. Someone thought, today I raided 15 dungeons. Lee Si-jun walked down the street, dejected. But I have to raid 500 dungeons to reach A rank. At this rate, it's going to take longer than expected. I also need to find materials in the dungeons. They are B rank, so it's hard to speed up. Lee Si-jun looked up at the sky. Maybe I will find enough materials within a month. Thanks to Mun, I can comfortably clear dungeons like this. Lee Si-jun held a large bag of Mun's food in his hand. I should buy some more meat to reward him. Wait a minute, this pile of meat worth 700,000 won can't really be called a little, can it? He sighed again and thought, just counting Mun's food alone costs 2 million won every day. In other words, 60 million won per month. Why is it as expensive as the God-class subscription fee? He was still lost in thought when he arrived home. But this is for Mun, so it's not a problem. Ah, wait, it is actually a big problem. Why is it not? Just as he opened the door, Lee Si-jun heard a happy voice. It seems brother is home. Lee Si-jun asked caringly, Seo, are you feeling better? The girl happily replied, of course I am. But more importantly, there is a guest here to see you, brother. He was surprised and blurted out, a guest? At this hour? Lee Si-jun turned to look, wondering, who is it? Lee Min-chung was inside the house, sitting waiting. Seeing him, she turned and said calmly, I've been waiting for you for a while now. Lee Min-chung? Huh. When they sat down, Lee Min-chung was surprised to see Hee-won, doggy gobbling up all the meat Lee Si-jun had just bought. Lee Min-chung looked at it, stunned and shocked. Lee Si-jun saw her expression and thought, interesting. I thought she was a cold person with no emotions at all. Who would have thought she could make a face like that? Then he spoke up. Why did you come here? Lee Min-chung jumped, turning her head. What's this? Why was she so surprised? She cleared her throat a few times. First of all, I want to apologize for coming to find you this late. Lee Min-chung became serious, but I came here because I have something to tell you about. Kim Jio. Seo heard that and looked at her brother. Suddenly, he stood up. Looking at her expression, it seemed this wasn't good news. Lee Si-jun said bluntly, then let's go outside and talk. After going outside, Lee Si-jun's face was shocked and bewildered. Kim Jio was kidnapped to be used for human experimentation. Lee Min-chung replied, that possibility is very high. Hearing this, he felt numb. Before this, when I awakened as a person with no traits, I had to participate in many different experiments. Those were legal experiments, but my body was still damaged and faced many problems. If legal experiments are like that, Lee Si-jun started to imagine, then what would illegal human experiments be like? Even with a super regeneration trait, it's very easy to suffer mental damage. We must find him as soon as possible. He asked curiously, but why did you come to me? Lee Min-chung said seriously, 2 words, chaos. She started to explain. There is a type of device that helps block identification that criminals often use. She continued, even if recorded by cameras, this device can erase all traces. And the type the Chaos organization uses belongs to the highest level among them. Even S-rank hunters can be deceived, so our inspection bureau currently cannot determine the location of chaos. Li Minchung's eyes narrowed, but recently, the entire chaos's area and the underworld in the district were wiped out in an unprecedented event. She continued, very suddenly, and it's unclear who caused it. Looking at the tense Minjung, she continued, every disappearance has a golden time, and if kidnapped, once the golden time passes, the survival probability is almost zero. She continued, but the families of the missing people don't think so. They believe their loved ones are still alive and that one day they will definitely return. Minjung bowed her head slightly, as a protector of the inspection bureau, saying this is quite embarrassing. He saw this and was a bit surprised. Really didn't expect Li Minchung to go this far, even though she has no connection to Kim Ji-oh at all. Perhaps due to intuition, I also somewhat sympathize with her feelings. Li Si-jun was still lost in thought. The shame, self-pride, the regret of a protector, and a plea from a human being. He remained silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke up. Seo, is inside the house. Can you stay with her until I return? He turned to Hee-woong, the doggy. I'm counting on you. Hee-woong, the doggy, barked. Li Si-jun walked while looking around, thinking, according to information from Li Minchung, this is the dungeon where Kim Ji-oh went on his last Hunt the Dragon Turtle dungeon. The time it happened was 3 days ago. Li Si-jun kept looking around. After hunting with his group, they went drinking together, and the last place he appeared was at a tavern. If I want to find traces or scents, then I should start investigating from there. He thought again, but honestly, if there's any scent left, it has already faded quite a bit, which is why I came here. He looked down at Fenrir. It's because I have a feeling that Fenrir doesn't just know how to sniff. The fact that it found me at the hospital was the same. Traces of power or magical waves. I'm not sure, but it kept sniffing everywhere. If I'm not mistaken, those things would appear more here than at the tavern. After sniffing for a while, it suddenly stood still. Then it turned around and barked once, as if signaling to Li Si-jun. Seeing that, he took long strides forward. Let's go. Fenrir. Scene change. Under the basement of somewhere, there is a lot of blood. A person wearing a doctor's coat is standing in front of someone. You. Jio, covered in wounds, was excited. This is truly amazing. Li Si-jun, being torn apart, became tattered and in pain. He became desperate. How much longer do I have to endure this? Until the end? Or will it never end? His eyelids were slowly closing. I can't take it anymore. Just close your eyes now, and you'll be free from all this pain. Ji Cheon said, his voice dripping with disappointment. No, don't. Please don't die, he continued. If you die, I'll have to kidnap your sister for my experiments. At those words, Chi Kwang's eyes widened and his whole body began to tremble. My sister. She's the only family I have. Don't you dare touch her. The guy leaned in, pressing his face close to Chi Kwang's. If you blame anyone, blame yourself. You left me no choice. Since you two are blood-related, who knows? Maybe she has the same powers as you. Chi Kwang still tried to fight back. My sister. She doesn't have any powers. Book Joan laughed wickedly. Only one way to find out, right? Chi Kwang was exhausted, but he kept struggling, determined not to let him touch his sister. Then, the guy slashed through Chi Kwang's body. A long time passed. Who knows how long it had been? Chi Kwang was still hanging on. I can't. If I die here, what happens to my sister? I have to protect her. I have to. I can still hold on. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind him. Someone stepped in from behind Chi Kwang. Min Siku walked in and spoke up. Chi Kwang, your sister is so worried about you. Looking at Chi Kwang's condition, he thought to himself, this is not looking good at all. His body was covered in wounds. It's gone way past the limits of super regeneration. Min Siku observed his body. His powers aren't low level, but he's been pushed far beyond his limits. Min Siku continued thinking. In this state, never mind his body. His mind might already be gone. Suddenly, Chi Kwang let out a weak, delirious call, sis, sis. Hearing that, Min Siku was startled. He quickly pulled out his acupuncture needles. It's not over yet. There might still be time. He swiftly drove the needles into Chi Kwang's pressure points. Chi Kwang, for your sister's sake, please, hang in there a little longer. The needles worked quickly. Chi Kwang slowly opened his eyes. Sis? He saw Min Siku and asked, is my sister okay? Seeing that, Min Siku felt relieved. Thank goodness. He's showing signs of recovery. But before he could even celebrate, Book Jun returned. Who the hell are you? The guy yelled, pointing his finger. How did you find this place? He clutched his hand in anger. This is my own private space. Book Jun was becoming increasingly deranged. My own. Only mine. 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 His voice echoed as he collapsed at Min Siku's feet, making him feel disgusted. Ugh, Gross. Suddenly, Minsiku's eyes widened as if he'd seen something. He looked around. Only then did he notice the bodies scattered in all sorts of shapes and sizes, not just Kim Woo's, but others as well. Min Siku was horrified and asked himself, Is this really something a human could do? He turned to him, furious. Why? Why did you do this? Book Joan screamed, I asked you who the hell you are. Suddenly, the guy calmed down. You're not a normal person, are you? Book Joan hung his head, repeatedly asking. You're not a normal human, right? Tell me, aren't you? He muttered to himself like a madman. Not normal. Not normal. You're not normal at all. Chi Kwang, trembling, tried to speak. Run. Run away, quickly. Book Jion's body began to mutate. You aren't normal either. Not normal. That means you have special powers, right? Am I right? Of course I am. His entire body surged upwards. Below him, it looked like faces were screaming in despair. I wonder what kind of power you have, and how should I experiment on you? A flash of Book Jun's past appeared, an attribute suitable for farming. This ability allowed the user to graft different plants together into one single entity. He was sitting in a room, clutching his head. However, the user of this grafting ability hated himself for having such a weak attribute. With that unstable mental state still in his memories, he did something he never should have done. He didn't just start experimenting with grafting countless other awakened attributes, but he also incorporated the abilities of monsters into a single being. Book Jion had gone completely insane, and this guy even performed countless experiments on his own body. Back to reality. He had fully transformed into a grotesque monster. So, what kind of experiment are you going to turn into now? Chi Kwang, lying behind him, weakly and anxiously whispered, You have to run, hurry. Book Jion began lashing out with tentacles toward him. A green aura erupted around Min Siku. He raised his fist, saying with disgust, Seriously, disgusting. With that, he punched into the empty air, creating a shockwave. Chi Kwang watched, stunned. What the hell? How? Book Jun was blown back, with a hole right through his middle, but his body started to regenerate. Min Siku was slightly puzzled. Regeneration? No. That can't just be called regeneration. Book Jun laughed maniacally. What are you? You'll be the perfect experiment subject. Book Jun grew larger and larger. You have super strength, don't you? But in the end, you're just a mortal. A mortal, huh? He looked up and laughed wildly. Me? I'm different. I'm something that has transcended the mortal realm. He began to bring his fist down. A weak mortal like you couldn't even touch me. His fist was about to strike Min Siku. Chi Kwang screamed in horror, Dodge it. Book Joan laughed excitedly. Too late. Chi Kwang shut his eyes tight, not daring to look. Min Siku blocked that blow with just one hand, leaving the guy stunned. No way. The guy stared, equally dumbfounded. You blocked it. But this power was created from the Ole species. Book Jun roared in anger. There is no way this could happen. Min Siku unleashed another blow. Book Jun couldn't accept it, shouting, How? How could this be? And while the guy wasn't looking, Min Siku had already appeared right above his head. By now, the guy was terrified, stammering, You? What kind of monster are you? He dove down, slamming a punch straight into Book Jun. Chi Kwang watched, also stunned. My god. How did he take down that monster? No, the real monster was on this side. Min Siku kept raining kicks and punches on him. Book John's body was falling apart. He stammered, No, this is impossible. He still couldn't believe the reality. How can a mere human? How can a human being be this strong? He continued. You must have been born with this talent, right? You were born with this talent from the moment you came out of the womb. I despise people like you. I hate people like you so much. I want to kill you. Damn it. Book Jian raged on. You bastards with power. You always act like this. You always act like you're standing on top of the world. Min Siku looked straight at him with a serious face. Is that why you did things like this? Because you wanted to become stronger? Book Jian angrily retorted. What do you know? How could you ever understand those painful feelings? Having to kneel before everything, just because I was a good for nothing. Tears began to stream from his eyes. Do you even know what it's like for the weak to survive? Since you were born strong from the very beginning, you'll never understand. How could you ever imagine just how miserable our lives are? June continued to ramble, ranting about those born with talent, and those born with power right from the start. Whether it's talent or strength, you didn't earn it through hard work. The more he spoke, the more deranged he became. More heads began to sprout from his body. You were just handed it because of how you were born. And then you tell people like me that we're weak because we didn't work hard enough. Dochan screamed in rage. Bastards like you are just such a damn nuisance. Dark, ominous energy radiated from his heads. That's why I'm going to slaughter every last one of you. Siku stepped forward resolutely. I feel the same way. He remembered thinking exactly like him. He recalled his conversation with Hercules. What were you thinking when you performed those 12 labors? Back then, Siku thought Hercules had to overcome the 12 labors to become a great hero. Were you excited? At that moment, Hercules spoke with a mysterious tone. Hercules calmly said, I just wanted to throw myself into the jaws of death. Hearing that, he was slightly stunned. Was he teasing him? Hercules calmly continued, and at that time, I was drowning in a storm of madness, having murdered my own family. The guilt within me made every day of my life feel like hell. I felt like I wasn't even living anymore. Hercules continued, however, Thespius was holding me back. He asked me what I could possibly redeem by throwing my life away. So, the trials I went through weren't because of any grand desire, but entirely for my own atonement. Hercules went on. They were all agonizing. I nearly died several times. Back then, I thought I wouldn't be able to do it. Every day I thought about giving up. Stopping the story, he had always assumed Hercules was someone incredibly steady, someone who could easily overcome trials and hardships. Hercules cleared his throat and said, Of course, the result is important, but if you ask me if it's the most important thing, I would say no. Hercules continued, I think the most important thing is how you achieve that result and the journey you've been through. Hercules added, People say I was able to complete the 12 trials because I am Hercules, and that I achieved such great accomplishments because I am a great person. Hercules took off his hat. When you're born, no one is great. There are only great challenges. Hercules held out his hand and continued, And greatness and success aren't as complicated as you think. Of course, there are many dire circumstances, and surely there are situations that cannot be mended or overcome. Hercules pointed toward him, but greatness and success are not about overcoming those complex situations, but just one thing. Hercules said, as if reminding him, Why do you need to be great and successful? Your own reason doesn't matter, no matter how childish or ridiculous it seems. Remember, it's not about the 100 or 1,000 reasons why you can't do something when you want to achieve it. Hercules cheerfully gave a thumbs up, pointing at himself. You just need one reason. Why does it have to be you? That reason will take you anywhere you want to reach. It's just like how I'm standing here right now. Greatness is just that. Returning to reality, Siku was thinking, the thing that separates strength from weakness is not simply logic or innate power. He said sternly, Don't just look at the results in front of you. You just want to make excuses for yourself. Ji-yoon couldn't keep his sanity anymore. He had transformed into a hideous, monstrous form. At this moment, Siku focused, drawing currents of energy into his body. Countless flows of energy surged into his body. Martial arts of the sage, Tai Chi, Jiang Sanfeng, Hercules' super strength, the harmony of the mind. Ki and physical strength. Around him and Siku, a protective barrier shielded them. He opened his eyes and said seriously, Hercules' martial saint technique. He raised his fist, and a blue surge of power surrounded his hand. Second form. Siku stood still and threw a powerful punch into thin air. Hercules' martial saint technique, second form. Heaven-breaking fist. After Siku threw his punch toward Jun, everything in front of him turned pure white. Jun shuddered in shock. In just a split second, the whole place had turned white. His own body was trembling. It hurt so much. He thought to himself, Actually, I didn't intend to use the dual polarity containment because the recoil is too great. Siku uncomfortably remembered the guy's words. You don't know anything. You don't know those pathetic feelings. You don't have to beg for everything because you have no talent. But because he kept babbling uselessly, he looked at his trembling hand. But still, it's useful, isn't it? Normally, I would have passed out by now. Siku turned to Siku. Can you move? The guy was still a bit dazed. Huh? Oh, yes. My body seems to have recovered a little bit. He looked down at his chained body. But because of this thing, I can't move. Siku said sadly, even S-rank hunters can't break this. But he was still confused as to how he broke it. He just did it gently, and it came off. Can you move now? Oh, yes. Now Siku was curious about his identity. I'm sorry, but who are you? He heard the question and smiled wryly, thinking to himself, he's only asking now? I'm a friend of your sister. Hearing that, he became very excited. My sister's friend? Are you her boyfriend? He replied, I'm her son. Really? What benefit would I get from lying to you? Ji-yoon asked with concern. So, is my sister okay? Did something happen to her? She's not doing very well. He replied, She worries about you every single day. Siku turned to him, exhausted. Can you hear the rest of the story from your sister? I look like I'm okay, but in reality, I don't have the strength to say anything else, because my regenerative ability isn't as good as someone else's. He suddenly stopped. Siku bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for saving me. He saw that and smiled lightly. Let's go home. Chi Kuang and his subordinates were standing under the wreckage that Siku had created. The man asked angrily, "And what about Chi Kuang?" Chi Kuang's superior frowned and replied, "I think he is dead, sir. We couldn't find any trace of his body." The man darkened his face and asked, "Does that mean even space itself was destroyed?" "What about the research resources? We tried our best to recover them, but all the important resources have disappeared." Chi Kuang thought about the plan to mass-produce human weapons by merging the traits of awakened ones, the plan to create monsters, by splicing monster genes. He gritted his teeth in anger. The plan that Pandemonium spent so many years researching, it all fell apart in just one night, had begun observing the surroundings. There were no traces of the stabbing. Chi Kuang said angrily, concluding, "It wasn't Seo Che." "Then which bastard was it?" A subordinate spoke up, "Branch manager, the guards from the inspection office will be here soon." "You, get out of here first." Chi Kuang turned around with a furious face and cold, sharp eyes. "Whoever that bastard is who caused this, I will find them at any cost." At that moment, Siku was startled and asked, "Does Seo Ah know everything now?" Lee Min-chung replied, "I think she knows you're a hunter. She also knows about the Kanumi channel you're running. I didn't tell her the details." As she said this, she brought her hand to her chin, smiling. "But I vaguely guessed that you were indirectly involved in this accident. I think I need to explain to her that although I am a guardian from the inspection office who came to find you, this matter isn't very serious." Siku continued, "Although I know you must have had your reasons for not telling your younger sister that you were a hunter." Hearing this, Siku was unhappy and thought to himself, "I didn't tell her because I was worried her condition would get worse, but I didn't expect her to know everything." His gaze became sorrowful. "All this time, Seo Ah has been silently supporting me without me even knowing. Actually, it's not just you protecting Seo Ah. The child has also been protecting you from behind." Lee Min-chung said happily, "She's a good younger sister. She's also very smart." He raised his hand to scratch his cheek. "That's right." She continued, "You're also a very good older brother." Lee Min-chung suddenly mentioned someone. "Not like my brother. You have an older brother? I have a 14-year-old brother." She recounted sadly. "In my mind, he never grew old." She said, "Dochin was an awakened one with binding abilities." Min-chung began recounting what she knew. It seems he could take the traits of other awakened ones, and even monster genes, then bind them to his own body. He was a bit puzzled. Is that possible? Siku thought to himself. Hikei said those were unique traits, and that is why one cannot overwrite someone else's traits. Lee Min-chung continued seriously, "If you are talking about that ability, it is actually possible. But then, you can no longer maintain your own identity." She lowered her face, recounting seriously. Pandemonium intended to mass-produce illegal awakened ones by using that power. If that plan isn't stopped, I can't even imagine the number of victims in the future. Her head slowly began to droop. "I don't dare speak on behalf of the inspection office, but..." Lee Min-chung bowed gratefully. "From the bottom of my heart, I am very grateful to you." Some time later, the inspection office conducted a large-scale investigation into the mass production plan of awakened ones like Pandemonium. However, because this was a horrific accident, it was not disclosed to the public or the media, for fear of causing public unrest. The two siblings, Min-chung, hugged each other and cried. So Eun's younger brother, Ji-sung, also returned safely, and thus the accident ended. The scene shifted. At this moment, Siku had just destroyed a monster. The system notified Sword Strength Proficiency 21.48%, Yin-Yang Proficiency 18.3%, Sword Saint Arts S Plus Proficiency 24.87%, Heke's War God Proficiency 11.3%, Benevolence, Righteousness, Propriety, Wisdom, and Loyalty of the Confucian Arts Proficiency 41%. He looked at his phone, smiling with satisfaction. It seems the proficiency from using Sword Saint Arts is all being used at the same time. Siku looked down at his camera, crying. "But how many cameras have I broken in total? The cost of replacing these will definitely be higher than the revenue of the Kanumi channel." He cried, holding the camera up. "Is there anyone who can film me? It's a good thing the memory card is still intact. Even so, I can still use it to make videos." Siku sat down, picking up the glittering gemstones. The competition for the dungeons is truly fierce. Finally, I've conquered one. I will use these dragon turtle shells as construction materials. It's no different from real dragon skin. He opened a spatial portal, preparing to enter. It will probably take a while to collect all the construction materials, and also become an A-rank hunter. Just as he stepped out, a voice suddenly said, "There you are." Chi Kuang appeared in front of him. Seeing this, he asked, "How did you know where I was? And how did you recover?" He replied, "The management office told me." "The management office? They." Chi Kuang held up a piece of paper. "How do you know where I am? And how are you already recovered?" He quickly replied, "The management office told me." The management office? Ji-hoon held up a piece of paper. I heard it directly from the management office, but they just gave me a list of cleared dungeons and said there were no more left, because they've all been cleared. Siku then asked, "So you went and looked for all of them?" He scratched his nose. It was so exhausting, I thought I was going to die. Hearing that, he was speechless. "If you're calling me," Siku replied, "I didn't know your number." Hearing that, he darkened and thought to himself, is Hyonin? Is he crazy? You could have just asked your sister. As if enlightened, he clapped his hands together and said, "You're a genius. Hyonin." Siku was a bit speechless. "So, why did you look for me?" Hearing him ask, Siku grinned. "Ah, after asking my sister, I knew you were looking for monster byproducts. Right? You're my savior, Hyonin. I came here to help you." Siku turned and said, "I really don't need your help. And also, why do you call me Hyonin? Plus, you're a copycat hunter. I might get you into trouble with those things." He continued, "You don't need to share the profits with me." Hearing this, his eyes lit up and he turned. "What? You're offering to help for free? I heard you helped my sister a lot." Hearing that, he immediately turned away. "You don't need to worry about that, because your sister helped me a lot too." Ji-hoon hurriedly called out, Wait. How about we go clear dungeons together before you make a decision?" He shouted, "I've secured the Dragon Turtle dungeon." Hearing that, Siku's eyes lit up as he turned around. The Dragon Turtle dungeon? That famous Dragon Turtle dungeon? The one where people fight tooth and nail just to get a spot? Siku was burning with determination. "Let's conquer it together. Just give me a chance to prove what I can do. And obviously, all the loot goes to you." Siku thought for a moment. It looked like Kim Zion wasn't going to give up. Since he's giving me all the loot, I've got nothing to lose. Siku looked down at the broken camera, and suddenly, it clicked. Wait a minute. Jasun is a B-rank hunter. Plus, his special trait is A+ rank super regeneration. Siku watched him and kept doing the math. Even if he got hurt, he can just heal himself. And if anything goes south, I've got healing potions, so I don't need to worry about him. While they were fighting, Siku stepped up and called out to him, wearing a sly grin. "You know how to use a camera, right?" A massive explosion rocked the forest. Siku calmly threw another punch forward. The monsters, already reeling from his attacks, were essentially shattered to pieces. All the monsters were taken down by him in a flash. They don't seem as tough as I thought. Siku stared at his hand, thinking. It wasn't about breaking through their defenses. It was like deleting them entirely. How do I put this? I didn't even feel the impact. He remembered back to before. Last time, when he used the heaven-destroying fist, he hadn't realized it, but hunting the dragon turtle made him understand. Siku clenched his hand happily. The true power of the Tai Chi is the ability to return everything to nothingness. He bent down to pick up the gemstones. The Tai Chi already nullified the dragon turtle's natural toughness. This seems to go well with superhuman strength. No wonder Hercules recommended it to me. Suddenly, the stone in his hand crumbled into pieces. Oops, forgot to control my strength. Siku turned back and asked, "Oh, is the filming still okay?" "Yes, sir." Siku was still totally dazed. He took down 20 dragon turtles in under a minute. What the hell? Siku stepped forward and spoke up. "Your base pay is 10 million won, but you won't get any bonus based on view counts." "Yes, sir. But don't worry. I'll add a hazard pay allowance on top of that." He wished him a good time. "I will do my absolute best, sir." The scene cut to a house. Delsu was sitting in front of a computer screen. The boss actually hired a cameraman. Inside the video, Chi Kwang appeared, camera in hand. "Sir, leave it to me. I'll hold them off." A wolf lunged with sharp claws toward Chi Kwang, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, he stood back up, clutching the camera tightly. "You think you can take me down that easily? This camera is a mission he entrusted to me." With that, Siku held onto the camera for dear life. "I will protect it with my life." A loud scream echoed in the video, making Delsu freeze. What on earth is this? The video kept playing. Siku's hand was shaking as he said, "Don't worry about me, just go." "What are you doing, man?" His own voice echoed in the video. "I am truly honored to be your cameraman." Delsu blinked. "Maybe I can edit this video a bit." Siku walked into a workshop. "So Eun, you're at the workshop too?" "Hi, Siku." So Eun looked down. "Actually, I heard from Dum that you've been teaching her a lot lately." He waved his hand dismissively. "Teaching? No way. If anything, she's the one helping me out. I don't have to worry about broken cameras anymore." Siku thought to himself, not to mention scheduling dungeons, harvesting monster corpses, and even transporting them. She takes care of all those little chores. So Eun covered her shy face. "I was so flustered last time that I didn't even get to thank you for saving Dumun." Siku said. We're all family, aren't we? That startled her. What? Seeing that, he stepped forward, worried. What's wrong? So was a bit shy. No, family is. He was confused and explained, I mean, your younger brother. I'm saying Guhun is your family. He asked again, what did you think I meant? So quickly replied, nothing. She shyly waved her hands. Mun keeps calling you brother-in-law, so I thought. What? Nothing at all. So shyly ran away. Don't pay it any mind. What's with this guy? Siku didn't care and looked at his phone with a smile. Anyway, I'm about to become an A-rank hunter, and my subscriber count is almost at 100,000. The materials needed for construction are almost gathered. The building permit is nearly done too. He thought. Everything is pretty much ready to build the new house. The scene shifted. Siku was at home when his phone rang. Huh? Who's calling at this hour? The screen displayed. Hercules requesting a video call. Do you want to accept? Suddenly, he remembered. Oh, right, Hercules. He was shaking as he thought, I've been so busy lately that I missed a few of his calls, and I completely forgot to call him back. Siku's hand trembled. He didn't dare answer. He must be furious, right? No, if that's all, then I'm lucky. He was sweating bullets, anxious. Should I answer it? The screen kept flashing. Hercules requesting a video call. Do you want to accept? Siku squeezed his eyes shut and just hit the button. Whatever. A voice came through. Oh, my dear subscriber. I haven't seen you around lately. Siku slowly opened his eyes. Why does he sound so calm? Is he not bothered by it? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Hercules sounded angry. Why are you ignoring my calls? Huh. Oh, he's definitely mad now. Siku scratched his face. Well, actually, I had some really important business, so. Hercules spoke sarcastically. Right. If it weren't, you wouldn't be ignoring me, would you? He hurried to explain. I really didn't mean to. I was just super busy with a pile of important stuff. Hercules' tone still sounded like he was sulking. I know how busy you are, and I bet you have way more important things to worry about than me, Hercules continued. Because, you know, my channel is down to only 90 subscribers. He thought to himself, wait, didn't it go up to 100 after the last video? Why? Why did the subscriber count drop this much? Hercules wore a strange smile. Well, I get it. It's in the past, let it go. But hey, Hercules' face looked terrifying now. You've had plenty of rest these past few days. Today, we're going to do a full-body workout, no excuses. Hercules continued, shall we get started? Hearing that, he turned pale with fear. By now, he had been doing push-ups for who knows how long, looking completely exhausted. Your posture is wrong. Her queen crossed her arms. Don't think about taking a break. The madman, exhausted and drenched in sweat, was told by Her Queen again. This won't do. You can't just slack off. This time doesn't count. Her Queen happily continued while he lay flat on the floor. You're too lazy. 10 more. Her Queen counted for him. 1, 2, 3. His stats began to rise continuously. Superhuman strength proficiency 26.39% plus 0.31%. Superhuman strength proficiency 27.04% plus 0.6%. Superhuman strength proficiency 27.32% plus 0.28%. Superhuman strength proficiency 27.67% plus 0.35%. Superhuman strength proficiency 28.84% plus 0.44%. Superhuman strength proficiency 28.84% plus 0.53%. The system notified him, superhuman strength proficiency 29.06% plus 0.18%. He looked at his phone and wondered, proficiency is increasing? Min Siku panted heavily, thinking, just this session alone it's gone up 3%. I can already feel a different kind of strength surging through my whole body, as if a new wave of power is erupting from within. He seemed to have lost all his energy, looking down at his trembling hands. I can't take it anymore. At this rate, I'm really going to meet my ancestors. Practicing the divine martial arts and Tai Chi, only to kick the bucket. That would be better. A prestigious guest appeared like a ghost, my dear member. The session isn't over yet. Who told you that you could stop training halfway through? Is there someone holding a knife forcing you? Min Siku thought fearfully. Even if it kills my muscles, he's definitely planning to finish me off. It can't be anything else. Today, this guy is really going to destroy me. Her queen smiled brightly, but her words were devastating. The session has only just begun. Let's do 3,000 burpees. Content. He panted and struggled to ask, what's the content? The video cuts to a scorching desert with pyramids all around. High above, a person with wings was flying, and then they landed on a pyramid. Below, someone was standing. The Sphinx pointed and spoke. What? Why are you here? How did you get to this place? Her queen laughed and reached out her hand. It's nothing major. I just came to challenge you to a riddle. She wondered. A riddle? That's right. Her queen continued, but just doing riddles is boring. Her queen pointed up. So let's add a new rule. Time goes back a few hours. Her queen was a bit curious. A riddle contest with a Sphinx? Siku took a sip of water, looking exhausted. You have to challenge the Sphinx to a riddle in the literal sense. He recalled the reward and recounted. As far as I know, there's a video related to the Sphinx channel. The first subscriber to solve the riddle gets a coupon for an all-day meal with the most beautiful woman in Egypt, Cleopatra. By the way, no one has won yet. Interested, Siku asked. Did you see that no one has succeeded in answering yet? Her queen looked confused. I saw it, but is it really possible? Hearing that, Siku pouted and teased. There's no reason it wouldn't be, right? Riddles are just riddles, after all. Her queen still seriously countered. No, you can't think like that. Her queen remembered the mischievous nature of the Sphinx and felt scared. She hurriedly explained, you know Thoth, the god of wisdom, right? Even he lost to that Sphinx. After losing to her a long time ago, that guy became obsessed with riddles. Siku couldn't believe his ears, sweat dripping slightly. Then, as if nothing happened, he smugly said, What? Really? Then that's even better. If we defeat her, we'll definitely bring her arrogance down. Seeing that, her queen's eyes shone bright, and she rushed over. You know how to defeat her. Siku answered bluntly. Huh? No. Her queen was flustered. What? Siku turned away a bit guiltily, waving his hand to act nonchalant. How could I possibly win when even Thoth, the god of wisdom who possesses omniscience, lost? Her queen's killing intent flared up. Next, do 5,000 burpees. Siku didn't pay much attention. However, our goal isn't to win, right? Her queen was stunned. What do you mean? Isn't it a competition? At this moment, Siku gave a devious smile. That's true, but we don't need to win. The thing we need to focus on. He raised one finger, revealing softly, is attracting everyone to our channel. And so, back in reality, her queen raised a finger and smiled. Let's add a new rule. The Sphinx's expression shifted. A new rule? Her queen stayed calm. That's right. And without waiting for her to speak, her queen naively offered. What if every time you answer wrong, you get hit once? Hearing this, the Sphinx pointed, furious. You want to take my life? Your attacks aren't just normal attacks. Don't be so petty. Her queen laughed and suggested, then you ask 2 questions, and I'll ask 1. Is that fair enough? She then teased a bit. You can hit me one-sidedly. If you can answer all of my questions. Or is it that you, the famous Sphinx, are afraid of getting it wrong? After a moment of hesitation in her heart, the Sphinx agreed. Fine. Without a second's delay, she dove down. Thinking to herself, she felt triumphant. This is my chance to smack that muscle-bound brute. As the Sphinx landed, she nudged Hercules impatiently. Good choice, Sphinx. Now, move forward and ask me 2 questions. The Sphinx started, feeling a bit hesitant. All right then. Her voice was steady, neither fast nor slow as she blurted out. I am born from water, yet when I enter water, I die. When I leave the water, I live. What am I? Hercules rested his chin on his hand, looking deep in thought, and answered without hesitation. A whale? The Sphinx hesitated. The answer is salt. A look of pure confusion crossed the Sphinx's face. Hercules gestured with his finger. What are you waiting for? Sweat beaded on the Sphinx's forehead as she wavered. Can I really hit him? What if he tears me to shreds the moment I strike? Hercules, seemingly losing patience, snapped. Hurry up and do it. We promised to follow the rules of the game, didn't we? Under the pressure, the Sphinx decided to stop overthinking and immediately delivered a blow to Hercules' body. It was an incredibly powerful strike. As the dust settled, it revealed Hercules wiping blood from his face, looking disheveled. With a dark, somber tone, he muttered, Damn dust. Seeing this, the Sphinx turned deathly pale. Before Hercules could react, she shrieked in a panic. You promised. Those are the rules of the contest. Hercules spat out some blood and replied coldly. Who said anything about that? What's the next question? Seeing Hercules didn't retaliate, the Sphinx felt a wave of triumph, thinking, he really can't fight back. This is great. She cast aside her hesitation and spoke up. Next question. What never changes color, no matter how many times it changes clothes? Hercules replied listlessly. Black clothes? The Sphinx smirked wickedly. The answer is a shadow. Immediately, she lunged forward with sharp claws, this time putting real power into her strike, clearly fueled by resentment. The blow was even more devastating than before. As the movement faded, a trail of deep red blood was left on the ground. Hercules spoke up. My turn now, I suppose. The Sphinx looked terrified. That's right. She secretly reassured herself. Whatever he asks, as long as I answer correctly, I'll be fine. Covered in blood, Hercules spoke calmly. Here is my question. Do you know about centaurs? As the Sphinx trembled in fear, Hercules continued. When a centaur is pregnant, which of its bellies swells? A brief silence passed. The light grew harsher. Faced with the Sphinx's blank stare, Hercules asked, Don't you know? The Sphinx's expression changed instantly. She quickly tried to stall. Wait, I'm thinking. Her mind racing, she scratched her head in panic. A centaur's upper body is human, and the lower body is a horse. Both the upper and lower halves could theoretically be pregnant. Which one is it? Hercules patiently prompted. Don't know, right? Suddenly, the Sphinx's eyes lit up. Actually, in her heart, she was panicking. Is there a riddle I don't know? That's impossible. Seeing this, Hercules smiled, tapping his fingers threateningly. You have to guess. Now it's your turn to get hit. Ha. The Sphinx's body shriveled as she let out a cry. Deep down, she felt pure despair. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. Terrified, she blurted out, What is the answer, then? Hercules replied coldly, One punch. Sweat poured down the Sphinx's face as she stammered. What? Hercules explained calmly. Didn't we say you get hit? Every time you get a question wrong? The Sphinx was suspicious. But why you? She was truly furious, her eyes glowing as she cursed. You didn't even say there was an answer. Hercules acted smug. Exactly. I said I'd give you a riddle. Meanwhile, outside the game, Siku was controlling the feed, smirking. I never said there was an answer, did I? Realizing she was about to be crushed, the Sphinx spread her wings and vanished. Spare me. Please, spare my life. I don't want to die. Hercules' aura turned somber, his smile twisted. If only you hadn't tried to hit me first. Cold, icy power surrounded him. His voice sharp, he finished. Then I might have spared you. A screen appeared. Battle God Hercules. Amidst the blurry light of his abilities, lines of text appeared. Second technique. It was Hercules' own body erupting with extreme, sky-filling bloodlust. With a strike like a violent storm, he lunged toward her. Super heaven-destroying fist. In the real world, the system chimed. You have witnessed the perfect martial saint technique of Hercules. Siku looked at his phone, pleased. So that's true martial arts? Huh. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Hercules' martial god art proficiency has increased slightly. Hercules' martial god art proficiency, 17.4%, plus 0.1%. Siku marveled. Just by watching, the proficiency goes up. He looked at the view count for the intense fight between Hercules and the Sphinx. Siku sighed. At the very least, I've racked up a significant number of views. The subscriber count has gone from 90 to 783. Seeming to lose interest, he looked helpless. I guess people really like watching this stuff, huh? Scene change, a luxurious room. In the skyscraper of the Siku Corporation, a voice rang out. Have you read it? Someone else replied, yes. The person continued, Young Miss Han Chae-jin has requested help to assist that guy named Siku. Mina stared intently at the document with suspicion. Siku. And here was the CEO of Siku Corporation, Mina. She jolted, as if waking up. So, my niece is asking for help because of this guy. What kind of relationship do they have? Chi Kwang's subordinate furrowed his brow, avoiding the topic. We haven't been able to confirm exactly, but young Miss Han Chae-jin and Siku meet 2 to 3 times a week. Mina's shock was clear on her face. They meet, the subordinate revealed. The two of them even meet privately inside the corporate building. Mina trembled. Just the two of them? Then, the aunt worriedly thought of Han Chae-jin. Han Chae-jin is seeing a man. Mina's mind was in a complete whirlwind. This child, even though countless stars and second-generation heirs of major corporations have approached her, she hasn't shown the slightest interest. Looking out at the skyscrapers, Mina's voice was sharp. My niece is seeing a man, you say. Deep inside, she encouraged herself. As an aunt, I can't just sit here. Back to Siku. Hercules was desperately bowing. Thanks to you, sir. I have 1,000 subscribers now. Thank you so much, teacher. Please forgive my earlier insolence. Siku was a bit bewildered. 1,000 subscribers? With 300 more people appearing on a rainy night, the queen seemed at a loss for words, but then spoke up. Please, stand up. The guest kept bowing sincerely, continuously apologizing. I had some resentment toward you before, master. How could I ever dare to look up after committing such a sinful act? Siku offered an awkward smile and explained. It's understandable that you're upset. I was late, even though I promised to teach you. So, please, get up. Seeing him brush it off, Hercules flew into a rage, slamming his head down hard, and Jack spoke up. What are you talking about, sir? It's only natural that you're busy. It's my fault for not waiting and for constantly rushing you. Siku looked shocked and probed. That's enough. What happened to the Sphinx after that? You didn't actually kill him, did you? Hercules replied with a cold tone. He didn't die immediately. I looked up and sighed. My heart wavered after hearing him beg to live, so I reduced my strength and just gave him a light tap. Siku looked at Hercules with a suspicious tone. You reduced your strength and tapped him lightly? Hercules was straightforward. And then, I tore him apart. No, he volunteered to give me this as a sign of gratitude. Just then, a notification popped up. Hercules has gifted you a channel subscription. Siku's eyes widened in shock. A subscription? Seeing this, Hercules scratched his head sheepishly and raised his hand to explain. Originally, I had already earned a membership to the Sphinx's channel. By tearing, I mean I was gifted that channel. But what would I even use it for? Siku suddenly thought of the master and decided to keep it. Or rather, trade it. Siku silently harbored some ambition. In other words, a notification displayed again, channel subscription, 3 out of 4. With eyes shining bright, Siku couldn't stop the racing thoughts in his head. I can sign up for a channel for free, and this subscription is worth at least 10 billion. Good grief, I really hit the jackpot, he exclaimed happily, high-fiving the Black Devil. You're a legend. This is truly the best gift ever. The Black Devil smirked, satisfied. I'm glad you like it, sir. By the way, Teacher Sphinx gave me something else, too. I'll pass that on to you as well. A notification quickly popped up. Hercules has gifted you item name. Siku stared in total disbelief, his mouth agape. Dining with Lee A. Riem? With Lee A. Riem. Hercules scratched his nose and chuckled. They say she's insanely beautiful. People even rumor she's as gorgeous as Aphrodite herself. Seeing sweat pouring down Siku's face, Hercules added earnestly, Please, you have to go meet her just once. Siku felt helpless. What the hell is this? He arrived at a fancy restaurant. The sunlight streaming through the windows felt oddly warm. A waitress brought the food over with a strange expression. Here is your meal, sir. Siku calmly replied, Thank you. By now, his expression was full of anxiety, his inner thoughts bordering on madness. Why did it turn out like this? From across the table, Lee Arium spoke softly. Hello, Siku. A girl with an incredibly captivating and blindingly beautiful figure, it was Lee Arium. Seeing her, Siku felt defeated. Eating dinner with Lee Arium through a screen like this, his face dimmed slightly. If anyone else saw this, they'd think he'd lost his mind. But looking at Lee Arium's face, Siku couldn't help but admire her. You really are beautiful, he admitted, but immediately sighed and closed his eyes. Confucius taught that a gentleman values wisdom and cares little for outward appearances. A notification suddenly appeared. Gentleman's heart benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom proficiency, 6.11% plus 0.5%. Siku took a sip of water, his brow furrowing as he calculated. Wait, what? Does her beauty actually help increase the proficiency of gentleman's heart? Suddenly, Lee Arium spoke up. Siku? Without warning, she rested her chin on her hands, leaned in close to Siku, and said coyly, Let's get married. Siku lost his composure and spat out all the water in his mouth. Clutching the water glass, his expression ugly, he asked, What did you say? Receiving no answer, Siku wiped his mouth, thinking to himself, Is this girl even in her right mind? Lee Arium seemed to guess what he was thinking and spoke up. You're probably thinking I'm not normal, aren't you? Siku shot her a disdainful look. I won't deny that. Lee Arium seemed surprised, and feeling awkward, Siku coughed lightly to change the subject. But didn't you just say a notification cut him off? Gentleman's heart benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, proficiency, 6.11% plus 0.5%. After a moment of silence, Lee Arium put on a seductive act. I was just joking. I didn't expect you to take it so seriously. Are you a bad boy or something? Siku, losing patience, furrowed his brow. I was just stating the truth, Lee. Lee Arium seemed intrigued. You're the first person to treat me like this. Usually, men would say they'd sacrifice their own lives for me. Siku's eyes darkened, his inner thoughts weighing the situation. Of course. Seeing someone smile that adorably, who wouldn't want to sacrifice their heart, liver, and lungs for them? I'd do whatever she asked. Sensing a gap in his guard, Lee Arium leaned forward and smiled gently. So, let's get married. Siku felt helpless. Why does it always come back to this? He frowned and probed. Are you teasing me again? Lee Arium replied mischievously. Nope, I'm serious. Siku replied without a shred of hesitation. If that's the case, then I have even more reason to refuse. Lee Arium seemed surprised. Am I not your type? Or am I just not attractive enough? Siku explained gently. That's not it. It's just that we can't meet in person. Lee Arium looked doubtful. Does love really require physical contact? Siku was trapped in a dilemma and tried to dodge the question. Not necessarily, but I think there needs to be something. Deep down, his heart argued the opposite. Actually, it needs a whole lot more than that. Lee Ariam asked nonchalantly. But you don't really have any desires for me, right? Siku explained calmly. I'm just not tempted yet. Once I fall in love, I'd be willing to give everything. Unable to believe it, Lee Ariam's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, she acted innocent. I've really fallen for you now. Siku said tiredly. More nonsense. Suddenly, Lee Ariam hit the nail on the head. You were just thinking I was talking nonsense again, right? In the blurry scene, Siku replied, That's right. Lee Ariam chided him. Can't you even play along with my nonsense? Siku held his ground. No. At this moment, seeing the screen notifications constant popping up, he looked worried. The proficiency is increasing again, and it's coming from gentleman's heart, which usually grows so slowly. He secretly resolved to be careful, or else everything would be ruined. Without waiting, Siku said coldly, I'm still just a mortal. I can't meet you. Lee Ariam persisted with her compliments. You don't look like a mortal at all, especially since you've been able to resist my charms this whole time. Seeing Siku remained completely unmoved, she changed targets. Or do you have some kind of issue? Down there. Siku felt insulted. Can we end this meal here? Noticing a flicker of amusement, Lee Ariam smiled. Sorry, I was just kidding. But suddenly, her aura shifted intensely, and with a dark look, she set a condition. What if you could become a god? Siku was stunned. What? He was exhausted now and asked skeptically. What do you mean? I already said, I'm immortal. Lee Ariam revealed frankly. I know, but I used to be immortal, too. She faced Siku calmly. Her voice remained steady. If you become a god, we can meet. Actually, even if you don't become a god, there's still a way for us to meet. Siku looked overwhelmed. What? Lee Ariam said gently. I said what I said. Even if you aren't a god, I can still meet you. To be more precise, I could come and meet you directly. Siku's pupils contracted. Are you sure? As far as I know, different dimensions aren't supposed to be able to interact with each other. Lee Ariam confirmed softly. That is usually the case. Hearing this, Siku's eyes gradually lit up, his mind shaken. Usually, you say? So there's another way? Lee Ariam hit the main point. Haven't you already met someone else? Facing Siku's confused look, she seemed to have predicted it. The person from Goguryeo. Siku couldn't believe it. You know that person? Suddenly, she leaned in close, making him blush. As for that, that's a story for later. She smiled mischievously. It's a secret. You shouldn't keep asking for a lady's secrets, you know. Under the towering skyscrapers, Mina coldly asked, Is Siku in this restaurant? Chi Kwang's subordinate answered immediately, Yes, he is. A moment later, he acted worried and added, He ordered for 2 people, but he's eating alone. What should we do? Mina's expression shifted, a sense of alarm rising in her heart. Eating alone but ordering for 2. I heard Han Che-jin is very concerned about him, so I came here myself to see what kind of person he is. The aunt bit her finger, thinking of Siku's ugly appearance. Of course, he seems able to take care of himself, but when a girl falls in love, her judgment gets clouded. This guy doesn't seem ordinary, but he dared to approach my precious niece. How could I not come see for myself? Without a hint of fear, Mina ordered, Let's go. Chi Kwang's subordinate quickly followed. Meanwhile, Siku was deep in doubt. A secret. Huh. Lee Ariam spoke playfully. But since you're my husband, I'll tell you everything. She leaned in without the slightest hesitation and said, Even the number of moles on my body. Siku felt awkward and tried to dodge the topic. Clearing his throat, he said, Enough. Stop joking around. Lee Ariam seemed curious, eyes sparkling. Isn't it strange? Most men would be drooling to hear that. Siku calmly changed the subject. Setting that aside, since you managed to find me in this world, aren't you going to tell me? Lee Ariam still acted indifferent and replied, What makes you think that? I wasn't planning on telling you. If I told you everything, you might not want to see me again. Siku felt exhausted. So, you're never going to tell the truth. Lee Ariam rested her chin on her hand and smiled. You think I'll never tell you, don't you? Siku remained calm. Yes. Lee Ariam grew even more interested. You're so blunt. She tried to persuade him further. Are you truly so unwilling to marry me? Siku didn't waver. No, I don't want to. But before he could wait for an answer, he stood up and said, Let's end the meal here. He thought to himself, I have nothing left to say. Furthermore, Siku was worried and kept glancing behind him. If this keeps up, everyone is going to think I'm crazy. To an outsider, it just looked like he was sitting alone, talking to a dark phone screen. Sheesh. Lee Ariam sounded disappointed. I really wanted to see you again. Siku, could you follow my channel? Siku asked angrily. So that was your goal all along? His inner thoughts scolded him. No wonder she was flirting so blatantly. Lee Ariam leaned in mischievously. At first, maybe, but not anymore. I really do want to see you again. Siku stared for a moment, then spoke. Then what does that have to do with following your channel? Lee Ariam explained. Because that's the only way we can meet. Next, she held up a finger, her tone turning slightly strange. To show my sincerity, I'll tell you one more thing. And finally, she reached out sincerely. Not every god has a gospel channel. The restaurant door opened along with Siku's thoughts. Not every god has a gospel channel. Huh. He walked down the street with a weary look. Why the rush? Curiosity crossed his mind. What exactly does she want to marry me for? Forget it. A while later, he stared at his phone, worried. Whatever the case, my gentleman's heart proficiency hasn't moved much. Wait, it actually went up by nearly 7% after just one dinner. A notification displayed, gentleman's heart proficiency. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, 4 virtues. Proficiency, 12.91%, plus 6.8%. Siku seemed to calculate. Maybe going on dates for dinner sometimes isn't half bad. It was a good opportunity to get free followings too. His figure looked lonely among the crowd. His inner thoughts flared with frustration. What the hell am I thinking? Next, he grew urgent. How many more dungeons until I hit A-rank hunter? I need to go hunting right now. Siku was slightly surprised. Was Seo Ah calling? On his phone was a message from Seo Ah, big brother. Today is my birthday. Can you come home early? Siku looked flustered. Today is Seo Ah's birthday? I've been so busy lately, I completely forgot. Under the twilight sky, his heart felt a bit empty. Almost missed it. Today isn't just her birthday. Arriving at a cemetery, Mina stood next to the car, hesitating slightly. Running to a cemetery after the restaurant, Chi Kwang's subordinate felt tired, but asked, Director, do we really have to do this? Mina calmly probed, What do you mean? The subordinate hesitated. I know you want to learn more about that person, but is it really necessary to go see him in person? After a moment of silence, Mina spoke quietly. Because he is connected to Han Che-jin. The subordinate saw this and suggested, I'll wait here. You should go inside the car and rest, Director. Mina hurried away but didn't forget to remind him. No need. He'll be out soon. Hey, see if there's a place where we can talk. After all, talking in a cemetery isn't exactly ideal. Immediately, the aunt frowned and warned. Remember this? We are only here to talk. Don't act disrespectful. The subordinate answered straight. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Before Mina could do anything, out of nowhere, the PA system blared, catching everyone off guard. Warning. Dungeon break detected within a 30-meter radius. I repeat, dungeon break detected within 30 meters. Everyone froze. Mina's eyes went wide, staring blankly as she stammered. A dungeon break? Within 30 meters? Right in front of her, a twisted, crimson rift tore through the air. Mina's voice trembled. Could it be? Right now. As Mina and Chi Kwang's subordinates stood paralyzed in terror, the public address system blared an emergency warning, confirming a B-rank dungeon break. Then, a clear, desperate plea followed. Everyone, get inside a building immediately for shelter. Let's go back a few hours to the cemetery entrance. A voice echoed. Just sit quietly and wait, got it? Seo Ah turned to look at Fenrir, praising him. Lucky is so smart, isn't he? He really listens so well. It would be great if we could bring him inside. The girl suggested, clearly excited, we have to introduce him to Mom and Dad. Siku, standing nearby, smiled warmly. Yeah, he's part of the family now. Let's go. Seo Ah softly replied, Standing before the burial urns labeled with their parents' names, Siku and Seo Ah spoke up. Mom, Dad, we're here. Siku looked at Seo Ah, his heart heavy with sadness. Today was Seo Ah's birthday, but it was also the anniversary of their mother's death. The day she died was a day he could never forget, no matter how hard he tried, because they had been out celebrating her birthday. Siku's eyes were filled with complex emotions. They had been caught in a sudden dungeon break and lost her. By the way, brother, I have something to tell you. Seo Ah turned smiling. About the day Mom died. Siku started, startled. On the day she died. Seo Ah calmly recounted the moment their mother held them close as the dungeon exploded. She brushed her fingers over the urn and asked gently, Do you remember what she said? I'm not sure if you remember, but for some reason, I feel like that was something she desperately wanted to tell us. A moment of silence passed. Siku felt a hollow ache in his chest. I remember. It was a moment he would never forget, even if he died. Contradicting his inner turmoil, Siku forced a smile and replied, Yeah, I remember too. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and to their shock, an emergency alert appeared. Attention! A B-rank dungeon break has been detected. Attention. Explaining the phenomenon. A dungeon break is a surge of mysterious violet energy that sucks everything around it into a vortex. It happens when the magical power of a dungeon goes haywire, leading to two main consequences. First, a dungeon quake. Monsters inside will spill out. As long as those monsters are dealt with, it isn't too big of a problem unless it's a high-level quake. However, the real problem is the dungeon explosion itself. The mana inside the dungeon disperses outward, the image of people struggling to run, not to mention the injuries caused by the blast. If ordinary people are caught in the fallout, the chances of death are extremely high. The image of Seo lying in a hospital bed flashed by. Even if they are lucky enough to survive, falling ill is common. Siku's face showed his helplessness. It is very rare for them to awaken. By resonating with the leaking magical energy, Mina looked up at the sky in shock. What? Qi Kuang's subordinate was also stunned. A dungeon break? In front of the expanding magic circle, the PA system announced to all the citizens who could hear, and amid the panic of the crowd, a commanding voice shouted, "Evacuate inside the buildings immediately." Right now, Mina, Qi Kuang's subordinate, and everyone behind them ran desperately. In the dark, dreary space, the only lights were gasps for air. Everyone, including Mina, looked exhausted and breathless. Looking closely, a figure was running toward them. Getting closer, it was a man screaming, tears streaming down his face. It seemed the man was running too slowly, compared to the encroaching magic circle. Utterly exhausted, he collapsed, wailing in despair. Witnessing this, Mina thought it was likely too late, but suddenly, Siku dashed out. His brave figure stunned Mina. Siku, reacting to the situation, the aunt shouted in a panic, "Come back, it's too late to save him." Siku was currently helping the man move, hesitating for a split second. "I can't." Suddenly, a soft blue aura of magic appeared beneath his feet. Looking up at the sky, the dark circle was closing in. Siku, with a worried expression, his heart raced. "Damn it, it's too late to get him inside the building. What do I do now?" Suddenly, the dark energy from the circle spread aggressively. A fist struck out, landing right in the center of the dungeon rift. Siku released the man and stood alone against the dark circle. He exhaled, looking exhausted, but his resolve hardened. Tai Chi is the process of creation and transformation. Siku's hands seemed to pierce into the space within the circle, adhering to the laws of nature. If that is the core of nature and the law of circulation, everything in the universe can change, but it all comes from these two sources. Entities' hands gliding like they were invisible, void, and existence. The pressure of these two things created the world, because the dungeon's magic power is also a component of the universe. Siku stood tall, using his power to envelop the sphere, his heart filled with firm determination. It must align with the harmony of Mother Nature. Qi Kuang's subordinate was shocked. "What?" Mina, standing beside him, could hardly believe her eyes. "Is he?" Gathering the explosion, outside, Siku was still fighting fiercely. "I can use Tai Chi to gather the power of the explosion, but I still can't neutralize it." He glanced at the splintering streams of energy, fearful. If the power leaks like this, it's too dangerous. At a loss, Siku called out, "Fenrir." A cute dog ran out, a chubby figure lunged toward the man. Fenrir bit down on the leaking streams of energy, obeying the command, landing to stand guard and protect the man who had fainted. Siku felt a bit of relief. Thanks to Fenrir, I don't have to worry about magic leaking anymore. But the problem was he looked back at his own hands, which were injured beyond belief. Siku, though exhausted, kept fighting. "I can't hold on much longer. I have to accept it. Can I endure the explosion being compressed from a B-rank dungeon?" His eyes reflected a flicker of calculation. He needed power, enough to suppress the shockwave's force, but with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to hold on, and he might die. His gaze shifted to Fenrir and the man, but if he dodged. Siku remained steadfast, his hands straining to stay within the circle. "What the hell am I thinking?" Suddenly, Siku let out a loud shout from somewhere. The dark circle gradually faded into nothingness. Mina stood there, witnessing it, unable to believe her eyes. "Oh my god, Hanche Jin's subordinates are hesitating too. How could this happen?" Suddenly, Sioa rushed over, looking anxious. Her legs buckled slightly as she knelt down beside him. "Han Siku," she called out, moving closer, her face etched with worry. Seeing Siku's blood-stained hands, she cried out, "Why did you do that? Please, don't sacrifice yourself. Just stay here with me." Siku, his body trembling, spoke softly. "Sioa, didn't you ask me once if I remembered what my mother said before she passed away?" Looking at him, Sioa sobbed and shouted, "Stop it. Don't say anything else. I don't want to hear it. Stop. Just don't listen." Siku continued anyway. "Back then, Mom said." Sioa tried to comfort him. Don't worry, Siku, Mom is fine. Siku looked at her, dazed. She whispered gently, "Isn't today your birthday? I hope that every birthday you will encounter nothing but good luck." With a heartfelt smile, she continued, "Mom will never let you think of this day as the day Mom died. I promise, I promise. Mom is okay. Mom is truly okay." Covered in wounds, she wept bitterly, knowing today was her darling daughter's birthday. The hospital was deathly quiet. Siku's thoughts echoed constantly. It was thanks to her absorbing all the force of the blast that I was able to survive. Just like she said, she had survived miraculously after that day, only to pass away one day after Seo A's birthday. Even at her burial site, Seo A had to exchange her birthday into the anniversary of her mother's death because they had to hold the memorial the day after she passed. And now, it seems she just didn't want her birthday to become the day she breathed her last. Siku, with a heavy heart, thought, "That's what she said." The next moment, he pointed toward the man. At that same time, the man screamed in desperation, "I can't die. Today is my daughter's birthday. Today is my daughter's birthday. I can't die." At that moment, his face seemed utterly desperate. "Daddy is sorry." Thinking of this, Siku offered a bitter smile. He said exactly the same thing. Suddenly, he remembered his mother. He had a large frame, but a fragile soul. He simply couldn't turn a blind eye. The next day, Siku woke up in the hospital, feeling exhausted. "I'm in the corporate hospital again, aren't I? I must have passed out at the Channon building. Did Han Chae-jin bring me here again?" Looking forward, he saw Min-ah. Siku looked a bit confused, but she turned her head as if surprised. He searched his own thoughts, scanning the room. Siku silently assessed the place. This must be a special ward in the hospital. The layout, the size. Is this a VIP room? Or something like that? Seeing Siku didn't answer, Min-ah smiled and spoke up. "I'm Han Chae-jin's aunt. Min-ah, I went to the Channon building earlier because I wanted to talk to you." Seeming awkward, the aunt gave a wry smile. "You're not going to ask what happened earlier? Usually, people would be curious about what occurred, or what I'm doing here." Siku felt a bit wary now, not daring to look her straight in the eye. "Anyway, it's not the first time I've dealt with something like this." Suddenly worried, he looked up and asked, "More importantly, have you seen my younger sister, Seo?" "Ah." Min-ah looked a bit solemn. "Your sister seems to have suffered quite a shock. After you collapsed, she fainted too." Siku couldn't seem to keep his composure. "Back then, Seo collapsed too. Where is she now? Is she okay?" Min-ah smiled faintly and replied, "She's stable for now. She's receiving treatment in the room next door, and she's recovering very quickly." Siku sighed in relief. "Then I'm relieved." Suddenly, he looked up again, puzzled. "Right, you said you came to see me earlier. What did you want to talk to me about?" Minna's smile grew wider as she gave a vague answer. "I approve." Siku looked bewildered. "Excuse me, you approve? What do you mean?" Minna thought of the two of them being in a romantic situation and calmly explained, "Your relationship with Han Chae-jin. Don't you two meet very often?" Hearing that, Siku remembered Han Chae-jin and replied firmly with a hint of hesitation. Yes, that's true." Deep down, he wondered, "We only meet twice a week for sword training. But why so suddenly?" On the other side, Minna continued with an excited expression. "I approve." Siku looked at her, not understanding. "What exactly do you approve of?" Immediately, he thought of Minna's powerful presence. Han Chae-jin's aunt was a relative of the owner of the SA Group and a key figure in running the corporation. He looked at her, feeling a mix of awe and fear. Han Chae-jin's sword training costs 1 billion yen per month. Surely, many people would oppose spending the budget like that. Without hesitation, Siku straightened his back and replied politely, "Thank you very much." He was very happy inside. Her approval definitely meant that she trusted he was qualified enough to train Han Chae-jin. Minna laughed at his reaction and didn't forget to remind him. "However, although I agree, I don't know if my brothers will." Siku replied respectfully, "I understand." In his heart, he retorted, "Of course, they have every right to disagree." Suddenly, Minna spoke up. "Actually, it's very difficult to get the chairman's approval." Siku looked confused. "Pardon?" Han Chae-jin told me that the chairman had already allowed it. As if she couldn't believe her own ears. Minna was startled. "What? She said that?" Siku remembered Han Chae-jin's serious expression and hurriedly said, "Yes, I am certain she told me her grandfather allowed it." Suddenly, Minna's face turned unusually red. "Oh my heavens, come here and look. Since when did she even ask her grandfather for permission?" But, shyly, the aunt teased. "Well, then I don't need to intervene anymore." Siku was a bit puzzled. Was that expression normal? Calming down, Minna spoke gently. "I heard you were building a new house for yourself. If you need anything, just let me know. If I can help, I will." Do you need anything? Siku looked surprised and curious. How did you know that? Mina smiled confidently. I run a construction firm. It's a subsidiary of the Sam Corporation. Min Siku's pupils constricted, and he replied quietly. Mina kept rambling. Han Chae-jin isn't the type to ask for favors, so you know. I was honestly so surprised when she actually asked me. Then, the aunt went straight to the point. Have you gathered all the necessary materials yet? Min Siku gave a wry smile. Actually, the house needs way more materials than I thought, and they're rare too. So, I've been super busy raiding dungeons lately. Mina was taken aback. Wait, what? You're building a house, but you're out raiding dungeons? Why? Min Siku beamed and explained thoroughly. Well, I'm planning to use the byproducts from the monsters to build the house. Mina looked stunned. Could you even do that? Min Siku scratched the back of his neck, sounding hesitant. I guess so. I don't know when I'll actually finish building it, but if I try and it doesn't work, then I'll reconsider your offer to help. Mina spoke up immediately. I'll get the construction materials delivered for you. Min Siku was shocked, and his tone turned a bit sycophantic. What did you say? You do that for me. Mina laughed coldly. My dear, I don't know why, but hearing that was actually kind of nice. The aunt snapped her fingers, winked, and gave the order. That's decided then. I'll cover all the costs related to the house construction, regardless of whether you can actually build it or not. Seeing Mina agree without a second thought, Min Siku was completely rattled. Are you serious? Just a rough estimate. Was already 3 billion won. But for the Sam Corporation, I guess that's just pocket change. For a long moment, he just stood there, confused. But why would you do this for me, my dear? Mina sounded absolutely delighted. Obviously, because this new house will be the nest for the two of you. You and Han Chae-jin, right? It seemed like they were on completely different pages, and Min Siku was left stunned. Mina misunderstood his reaction. I'm overstepping, aren't I? Before Min Siku could say a word, his aunt smiled and took charge. Anyway, I'll take care of it as quickly as possible, right? Min Siku's body trembled. Wait, hold on. Ignoring him, Mina stuffed a slip of paper into his hand. This is my number. I give you my business card, but the owners of the Sam Corporation run so many subsidiaries that we don't really have personal cards. It's actually to skirt around commercial laws. The aunt quickly headed for the hospital room door, turning back to smile. Anyway, I just gave you the direct hotline to me. If you ever need my help, feel free to call. Now, get some rest. Min Siku held the paper, his heart in turmoil. A family nest, the scene shifted. A park inside the hospital. It felt so warm, but Min Siku's heart was full of anxiety. Both Han, Chae-jin, and Mina were treating him so specially. I really need to clear up some misunderstandings with them. Looking over at Seo, who was smiling happily, he sighed. Still, it's thanks to them that we can stay here comfortably. Because of that, Seo's condition was improving. Suddenly, his expression paled. Still, how am I supposed to explain all this to Seo? Thinking of Lee Minun, Min Siku sighed. Lee Minun said, Seo already knew a bit about his life as a hunter and his noob status before. At the very least, he should explain this incident, but he didn't know how to start, or where to even begin. Suddenly, a voice called out, Excuse me. Min Siku looked up, stunned. Yes, he saw the man he'd saved. He was skeptical, but then he looked happy. Min Siku stood up to greet him. So, you're in this hospital too? How are you feeling? The man scratched his neck, acting a bit shy. I'm doing great, thanks to you. Luckily, the doctor said I'm perfectly fine. Min Siku smiled. I'm glad to hear that. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Daddy, who is this? The man leaned down slightly to introduce Min Siku to his daughter. This is the person who saved my life. The little girl asked while eating candy. This guy? Suddenly, she looked surprised, her little cheeks turning pink. Thank you so much for saving my daddy. But then, her gaze shifted to Hyuk Doji. A puppy. Without a hint of shyness, she ran over. Puppy, let's go play. The girl and the dog played, Catch Me If You Can. The man looked at his daughter with pure affection. Her mother had left right after giving birth. Suddenly, the man teared up. If I had died there, I truly don't know. The tears fell, one by one, filled with regret. I really don't know how to thank you. Min Siku looked on with a slightly sad expression. The man continued, Thank you for saving my daughter. Thank you so much. A while later, the girl left happily. Puppy, see you later. Hyuk Doji looked sad. Suddenly, Seo's voice drifted over. Her eyes shimmering with a faint light, she recounted, I had a dream the other day. I dreamt about the day Mom passed away. In my dream, Mom always looked so sad. Her eyes filled with 1,000 worries. She looked so sad, as if there was something she wanted to tell you and me, but she just couldn't say it. Suddenly, Seo turned and smiled gently. but this time was different. Mom said thank you. Amidst Min Siku's bittersweet feelings, her voice touched his heart. When I asked her what she was thanking me for, she just replied, thank you. Min Siku stood up, but Seo didn't notice, lost in her own world. I think Mom won't come visit me in my dreams anymore. Min Siku's eyes brightened as he replied, that's okay. But I still hope she comes to visit sometimes. Seo agreed. Yeah, because Mom left us first. A moment later, she smiled brightly. But it's okay. Even though it's sad, I have you, big brother. The brother picked up the puppy, Hyuk Doji. Seo couldn't help but hug them. On his side, Min Siku looked up at the sky, feeling joyful. Watching the thick clouds, with rays of light peeking through, he felt moved. He didn't know why, but the scene felt strangely peaceful, filled with anticipation. Starting from Seo's next birthday, everything would be a little different. Returning to the hospital room, Min Siku lay down, deep in thought. I could have saved him without having to endure the dungeon explosion with my whole body. But then, I helplessly thought of Hercules. If that were Hercules, he might have accidentally destroyed the blast zone right then and there just by losing control. Siku sat up, looking a bit bummed as he muttered, even though he's not Hercules. S-rank hunters could probably pull that off too. He hesitated internally, thinking about the free training voucher he'd just received. Should he learn a specialized movement skill? Siku stared at his phone, lost in thought for a long while before finally tapping out a message. Yeah, at a time like this, I should ask Hercules for advice right away. Hercules appeared instantly, looking panicked. You called for me, master? Siku went pale. What the? Siku asked with a hint of trepidation. Are you in the middle of training? Hercules looked exhausted, replying in bursts. Today is Big 3 day. So I'm running a bit late. The Big 3 just means squats, bench press, and deadlifts. Hearing this, Siku was impressed he'd actually ditched his Big 3 session to rush over here. Lucky he recorded that video of the Sphinx for me, Siku thought, feeling a bit cautious. He asked, how many reps are you doing? Hercules looked almost sad. Maybe I've been focusing too much on the videos lately. I've lost some muscle. I can only bench press 34 million tons now. Siku couldn't believe his ears. Wait, 34 million tons. He then imagined the sheer, overwhelming power of Hercules and felt a shiver of fear. A million tons isn't just the energy released from a blast. Wait, a million tons? Does that mean Hercules bench press, releasing the same amount of energy as 34 million tons? Unbelievable. Siku just muttered, maybe I called at the wrong time. Hercules flexed his muscles proudly. Of course, when you call, I have to come right away, right? Siku looked a bit uneasy. You can speak freely, man, he said, noticing Hercules seemed slightly awkward. How can I be comfortable? Siku replied perceptively. I can see you're not at ease, Hercules suggested. Then let's just talk comfortably, shall we? The next moment, Hercules reached out his hand and asked calmly, so, why did you call me? After a long moment of contemplation, Hercules spoke up. Honestly, I don't recommend learning other movement techniques, Hercules said, gesturing freely as he spoke. Aren't you learning my saintly martial arts? My style doesn't just focus on movement, it's about the coordination of the entire body. If you learn other movement techniques, it might mess up the internal system of your saintly martial arts. Siku seemed convinced and pondered it for a long time. If I can't give up saintly martial arts, I probably shouldn't learn any more movement skills. Then, Hercules excitedly added, but if you just want to increase your speed, it should be fine. Siku was a bit surprised. Just increase speed? Hercules explained. To throw a punch, you don't just need strength from your arm. Hercules gestured to his own muscles, imagining the joints and muscles as he explained, you need the coordination of your entire body, from your lower half to your shoulder rotation. All these techniques must flow together seamlessly. And to optimize this coordination system, Hercules clenched his fist, brimming with interest. Simply put, if you learn a skill that only makes you faster, it won't affect the saintly martial arts system. It will actually boost its performance. The concept seemed abstract, leaving Siku deep in thought. A feature that doesn't interfere with movement but only boosts speed. That sounds reasonable. Hercules then advised, if you do that, you might use saintly martial arts even better than I do. Siku was a bit intimidated. No way, that's impossible. Hercules approached him with a friendly expression to encourage him. No, you can do it. Once you master the traits of the gods, it will only improve your technique, Hercules thought of. Siku's rippling muscles, his voice turning cheerful. I think this is worth looking forward to. Siku was secretly terrified. Is that really so? I can't even imagine it. Siku's face remained full of contemplation. But is there a god of speed? I can't think of anyone. His eyes lit up a bit with anticipation. Before subscribing, I don't even know what skill I'll get. I wish I could unsubscribe. Seeing Siku like that, Hercules pointed at the image of Hermes and spoke up. Should I give you a suggestion? Try subscribing to Hermes' channel. Siku was briefly astonished. Hercules quickly replied. Even I can't catch Hermes if he's determined to run away. He explained, Hermes is a god from Greek and Roman mythology, just like me, one of the 12 gods on Mount Olympus. Famous as the god of thieves, he is the messenger for the gods of Olympus, thanks to his superior speed. Siku seemed very hesitant, calculating the risks. Besides speed, I remember Hermes has another famous trait. Hercules continued to complain. Every time he scams me, I have to chase him, but I've never been able to catch him. Siku suddenly realized. Right, the god of trickery. He remembered the scene where Hermes looked righteous while reaching out his hand. I don't lie. I just omit the truth. And the scene where Zeus's murderous gaze and countless lightning bolts were aimed straight at Hermes after he tricked Zeus with that line. Zeus threw lightning at him, but perhaps not a single one hit. Hercules also reached out a hand, warning, his speed is no joke. Think carefully. Seeing this, Siku tapped his phone, his heart feeling at ease. If even Hercules has to acknowledge him, perhaps there's nothing to worry about. Suddenly, his eyes widened with anxiety. Wait, what if the skill I learn isn't speed, but a scamming skill? As if not caring, Siku smirked and operated his phone. Whatever, Hercules suggested it anyway. If anything happens, I'll just demand a refund for the subscription from him. At that moment, a notification popped up. You have subscribed to Hermes' channel. You have received Super Speed Plus. With a flash of light, Siku was a bit dazed. Super Speed Plus? Lucky. It's not a scamming skill. The scene outside the hospital was quiet, but Siku's excitement was the complete opposite. What? These videos are images of Hermes smirking after tricking a woodcutter. I tricked a woodcutter into dropping his axe into the pond for a gold-plated one. Even the story of Solomon watching two mothers fight. I tricked Solomon into guessing who the real mother was, leaving Zeus completely fooled. I tricked Zeus when I transformed into Hera and made him pay for his infidelity. Siku scrolled for a while and skipped a beat. Is it all just scams? He then pondered as he looked closer. It seems I can't increase proficiency by watching these videos. Maybe I can only increase the proficiency of the super speed skill by using it myself. Outside in the hospital park, Siku exercised his body with joy. My body seems fine now. Siku didn't hesitate. He opened his phone, curious to see how fast he could get when using super speed. Let's do it. The notification now displayed Super Speed plus Proficiency 0%. Even though the proficiency was still at 0%, a powerful ring of energy pulsed beneath Siku's feet. I can still measure my current top speed accurately. He jumped up and quickly bolted away. After a moment of testing, Siku was exhausted and panting. With a look of pain, Siku exclaimed, thinking, because force equals mass times velocity, the pressure on my body is no joke. Suddenly, his eyes changed. He looked behind him at the familiar scenery. A mountain? No, this familiar scenery is. Don't tell me this is the deep mountains of Guangguan. In disbelief, he shouted, Guangguan. I ran from the hospital to Guangguan in just one step. He grabbed his phone, the notification displayed, Super Speed Plus, Proficiency 0.1%. 0.1%. Siku was completely terrified. This is insane. What kind of speed is this? Calming down, Siku pondered for a moment. What if the proficiency increases? Will I get even faster than I am now? Or is it that he can control this speed? I can't figure it out. He shoved his phone into his pocket, curious. I guess the only way to know is to level up my proficiency. Still, I should try not to push to top speed. I've been lucky enough as it is. He pictured a building exploding and felt helpless. If I crashed into a building, not only would people get hurt, but the whole building would be destroyed. And with real estate prices in this area, how could I ever pay for that? Feeling refreshed, Siku looked up and decided, I'll train my super speed inside a dungeon. Then I'll check out of the hospital. Back in the dungeon, right before Siku's eyes were countless monsters. Looking closer, they were terrifying, shrieking in a spine-chilling way. They were B+ rank, hellhounds. Siku stood there holding the camera, sweating bullets. Hellhounds, one of the monster species from the demon world that once invaded Earth. Seeing the pack rushing toward him, Siku shouted, Hey, big guy. One of the hellhounds roared, and the whole pack locked onto Siku. Seeing that scene, Siku trembled. Even for him, this was an impossible fight. The supersonic speed of the hellhounds. It hadn't reached the speed of sound yet, but it was close. However, instead of being afraid, Siku struck one of the giant hellhounds with just one hand. The monster, grabbed by the throat, let out an ear-splitting screech, but in an instant, Siku ripped its claws off with one hand. Siku's eyes were cold and sharp. He squeezed the hellhound. The power of his blow affected two monsters at once. The pressure was immense. Jisun, watching, was shaking and stuttering. What? What was that? He couldn't believe it. The big guy's speed. It surpassed the supersonic speed of the hellhounds. Siku jumped. Strike after strike, he wiped out the entire pack of hellhounds in an instant. Once finished, he brushed off his hands. His clothes were stained with a bit of blood, and the monsters' carcasses lay scattered. Siku gave a friendly smile and reached out. Did you get all that on camera? Siku checked his phone as the notifications rolled in. Super speed proficiency increased by 0.38%, 0.28%. Siku felt his heart race as his proficiency grew. Thinking about himself fighting made him feel exhilarated. The top speed I can achieve, and the ability to control my body at that speed will improve. I was already fast, but to be able to go even faster than this, as he contemplated, Siku felt a surge of ambition. If I fully master this ability, wouldn't I be able to outrun Hercules? Just then, Siku turned around and spoke. What do I do? Jisun hung his head in guilt. I'm sorry, big guy. Siku pointed the camera toward the playback. Feeling helpless, it was impossible to edit. The video was a blur. He couldn't see any movements, just a loud whooshing sound. If I post this, who's even going to want to watch it? He thought to himself. Is keeping up with my super speed a bit too much for Jisun? I need to improve my own proficiency first. At this moment, Siku's gaze drifted over to Jisun, who was crying. He felt a bit of pity. If I slow down to film, maybe. But it seems like he needs constant training too. I can help him get stronger, enough to keep up with my super speed, since he's a hunter with an A-rank passive. Suddenly, Siku's expression changed. He wore a devious grin, calculating. Hercules once said that when the body is tired, the head is where the pain hits the most. If I train him continuously, he'll learn how to handle it himself. He spoke up immediately, offering guidance. Where should we start? Just then, his phone buzzed. He looked down, his eyes slightly dazed. It was an unknown number, showing a text. Hello, my name is Park Jae-gon, president of the construction company. I received your contact information from Director Han Mina. I just wanted to inform you that the construction materials you requested are ready. Siku heard the professional tone and felt respect. As expected of the SAR group, they found all those rare materials already. He smiled, looking ahead as if nothing had happened. Finally, the time has come to build my new house. In the sky, the light shone warmly, along with Siku's suspicion. Wait, did I even give them my contact info? I remember only getting the group's contact info. Did she ask Han Chae-jin? As the scene shifted to the construction company, Siku was slightly surprised and blurted out, Whoa, you guys actually found everything. Jae-jeon replied from the side, Because Director Han Mina specifically asked for it, I pulled them out of the warehouse. Siku asked, confused. From the warehouse? Jae-jeon answered frankly. Even though the company didn't need them yet, we prepare the raw materials in advance so that when the time comes, we can start construction immediately. Hearing this, Siku gave a sly, mischievous smile. Ah, no wonder you guys could gather them so quickly. The person behind him was the construction company president, Park Jae-jon. He spoke up with a hint of dissatisfaction. I heard you wanted to build a house using nothing but monster byproducts. Is that right? Siku didn't hide anything and replied, Yeah, that's the plan. Chae-gun looked cold and warned him. Using monster-derived materials is definitely going to make your house more aggressive. But building a house requires more than just durability. Siku dismissed the advice, saying vaguely, If it doesn't work out, I'll just change the plan. Chae-gun was so frustrated his jaw dropped. He cursed under his breath. Does he even know how much all those materials cost? How can he just say he'll change the plan like it's nothing? Thinking about all his hard work, he was furious. He had put so much effort into gathering those materials, to the point where he could boast about them with pride. He was absolutely confident that he could meet any house-building requirement, but looking at how Siku viewed those materials, he could conclude that this guy didn't have a shred of construction knowledge. However, remembering Mina's gentleness, Chae-gun's heart softened a bit. If it were Director Han Mina, she would truly be amazing. Although it wasn't necessary for her to go to the construction site, she still insisted on going down there to learn hands-on. She was proud of the smell of cement on her body, and she proved it by going down to the site herself. She gave direct instructions. Anyway, then looking at Siku, Chae-gun asked tentatively, Have you ever built anything before? Siku replied without the slightest hesitation. This is my first time. Ah, I've also prepared my own equipment. Hearing this, Chae-gun seemed to lose his composure. Criticizing from the sidelines isn't the same as actually building something, you know? True construction is an art form. It's about creating an environment where people can live, work, and thrive. It's about factories producing goods that contribute to society and all of humanity. Watching Siku's confident silhouette, Chae-gun gritted his teeth in frustration. Where did this nobody come from? claiming he can build a house with just a hammer in his hand. He couldn't help but want to tear this guy apart, but then he remembered Mina's mischievous look. Sighing warily, Che-gun muttered, "Your name is Minsu, right? I have no idea how you managed to get close to director Han Mina, but the way she pleaded with me to help you build this house." He glanced at Siku, his resolve hardening. Maybe she wasn't just asking for construction materials, maybe she really wanted him to teach the kid the ropes. A moment later, with a grimace, he spoke up. "Do you even have a blueprint, Siku?" Siku looked blank, scratching his cheek. "I've only got a rough sketch." Che-gun silently held his breath. "Have you even decided what kind of land you're building on?" Siku looked a bit hesitant. "Roughly, yeah." Seeing the look on his face, Che-gun put his hands behind his back and started lecturing. Architecture isn't something you can just throw together. First, you have to determine exactly what kind of land you're working with, based on civil engineering principles. Afraid the kid wouldn't get it, he pointed to his own head and kept rambling. "And you have to consider the psychology of the residents. You have to check the weather, the environment, is it green, clean, and comfortable. It all depends on the purpose of the building, too. And ultimately, no matter how flashy or beautiful the exterior is, it's useless if the people living there aren't comfortable." Che-gun, clearly full of himself, reached out a hand and spoke casually. "Finally, the design phase must also take into account the feng shui and the spiritual needs of the residents." Seeming lost in his own wisdom, he turned serious and raised his voice. "Then you combine that with technology and mechanics in your design. Every single step must eliminate, replace, and apply what's actually feasible for a real building." Suddenly, Che-gun grew stern, turned, and pointed. "Architecture is a field that requires a synthesis of processes, following the steps that humanity has developed over time." Siku seemed to realize the issue and replied timidly, "Ah, I see. I really underestimated the complexity of this." Che-gun didn't offer any comfort, just kept going. "You said you already drew a blueprint, right?" Siku looked startled. "Oh, yes." Che-gun gestured. "Let me see it." Siku handed over the blueprint and said politely, "Thank you, sir." Watching Che-gun's face, Siku asked tentatively, "What do you think?" Che-gun hadn't even looked closely yet, already feeling smug. "Do you even need to ask? An amateur stepping into this field, I don't even need to look to know it's trash." But suddenly, with a look of pure terror, he shouted, "What is this? How could you draw a blueprint this complex?" Staring intently at the design, Che-gun's hands began to shake violently. His inner thoughts were in turmoil. "This is absurd. I've been in this industry for 15 years, and I've never seen a blueprint this perfect. This design completely blows away every industry standard I've ever known." He looked up, incredulous and suspicious. "Didn't you say you were a hunter?" Siku scratched his neck and replied, "Ah, I also run a YouTube channel." Che-gun looked skeptical. "Is it an architecture channel?" Siku explained softly. "No, the content is just about my work as a hunter." Finding nothing to criticize, Che-gun stared at the blueprint again, shaking. "Whatever, it's fine. A blueprint is just a blueprint. It's only a simple simulation of what's in your head." Trying to regain his composure, he pointed and ordered, "Let's start the construction right now." In his heart, he was calculating, turning imagination into reality is a completely different ballgame. The theory sounds good, but let's see how he handles the practice. Taking the order, Siku jumped up, raised his arms, and yelled, "I'm smashing it." Then, a surge of energy descended. As expected, the ground shattered, and Che-gun looked terrified again. Watching Siku so calm, Che-gun's anxiety just kept mounting. "You can just destroy a house like that just because you want to?" On the other side, Siku picked up a massive steel beam, making Che-gun's jaw drop yet again. Can a normal human even lift a huge steel beam like that? Just then, Siku seemed lost in thought. "Right, Hephaestus, I need to dig the ground first." With one kick, the power surged, forming a dragon shape, and with one strike, the ground exploded. Che-gun's eyes were filled with pure dread. I'm pretty sure the person meant dig the ground. Watching Siku walk off carrying the heavy steel beam, he couldn't take it anymore. "I didn't tell him to destroy the ground." Standing there all alone, Che-gun kept muttering to himself, "I know hunters have super strength, but is this really power that a human being is capable of possessing?" Meanwhile, Siku was smiling. "All right, digging is done." Suddenly, Siku moved with super speed, delivering powerful punches. Che-gun sounded nervous. "I think I'm just gonna go home." Suddenly, Minsu appeared out of nowhere. "Boss, I'm here to help," Siku said calmly. "Minsu, can you help me move those materials?" Minsu replied, "Of course, boss." He stepped forward to lift the steel beam, but then he froze. It wouldn't even budge, refusing to lose face. He used all his strength to try and lift the beam. "All right, let's see if I can lift you, or if I pass out first." Suddenly, The steel beams nearby wobbled as if they were about to collapse. It happened. Minsu was crushed under a pile of steel beams. Sensing the massive impact, Siku quickly ran over and called out, "What's wrong? Why are you buried?" Under the blue sky, Siku's voice carried genuine concern. "Seriously, what kind of B-rank hunter is this weak? I think you need to work on your physical conditioning." Minsu couldn't take it and yelled. Lifting all the steel beams, Siku walked over to check on him. "Are you hurt? Let me see." On the surface, he looked calm, but inside, he was shocked. This pile of materials is that heavy. From his shoulder down to his ribs, the entire right side of his body is shattered. Seeing Minsu still not moving, Siku stood up and waved his hand. "You aren't hurt that badly. Just use your super regeneration ability. Stop acting." Suddenly, Minsu started crying and shouted, "I'm not acting. I can regenerate, but the pain is still real. I think I should go to the hospital instead." Siku didn't even blink. "Hospital? What are you talking about, a hospital? Just use super regeneration and it'll be fine." Siku cried out in pain. "I can't do that, boss. My joint is dislocated like this. If I use super regeneration now, I won't be able to see where it's set." Siku stepped forward, applied a needle, and said calmly, "Oh, really? Why didn't you say so earlier? How does it feel now? Judging by your voice, you can use super regeneration now." Chi Kwang's body was suddenly surrounded by power. He looked stunned. "Oh, boss. How did you do that?" Siku glanced at Siku with a grimace. "Your body parts were out of place, meaning your meridians were blocked. I simply used acupuncture on your pressure points to clear the blockages." Siku looked confused. "Pressure points? Meridians?" Siku replied vaguely. "Something like that." As if he didn't care, Siku waved his hand and walked away calmly. "I'm going back to building the house. You just stay there and recover." After a long while, Siku's body stiffened. He picked up his phone, turned back, and asked, "Jisun, wait a second. Yes? It's fine if your limbs break a few more times, right?" Jisun looked puzzled. "Yes." Siku explained calmly. "I'll heal you right after, so go ahead and break them a few more times." Jisun's face turned pale. "Huh? What did you say?" Siku, losing his patience while teaching, grabbed an iron bar. "Things have turned out like this, so I'll help you get stronger. How long do you think it'll be before you get another chance to be taught by me?" Facing Siku's terrified expression, an iron bar came crashing down. "Boss," with his screams, a notification popped up. Siku was also excited. Sacred Healing Arts Proficiency, 33.27%, plus 0.7%. Siku's eyes were full of malice as he spoke. "This is for your own good, you know." Siku mused to himself. "I thought it would take at least 2 weeks, but in the end, it only took 3 days, huh?" Suddenly, he heard Siku's agonizing cry, "Boss, save me." Siku wasn't too surprised. "This time, you only got hit in the right arm, huh?" he teased. "It seems there's a way to make it hurt less." The kid was crying his eyes out. "I'm gonna die." Siku felt how useless he was. "No matter what, I feel like I'm not helping you with anything, boss." He immediately comforted him. "You are helping. You're improving, aren't you?" Siku observed. "Look at you. Before, you couldn't even lift one properly, but now you can lift 2. Siku was surprised. "You're right. Somehow, I feel like I get stronger every time you treat me." He silently evaluated. Although his learning speed is slow, he's still developing bit by bit, even though he's learning using a different method than Che. "Jin, I'm glad he can gradually absorb the Taejuk, even though currently I'm only teaching Han Che Jin. Taejuk is a power that can't be learned, even with an S-rank talent, so Ji couldn't learn it with his A-rank talent. However, this was possible because of Ji-sun's super regeneration trait, but Siku also gave a wry smile. "It's lucky I can force the power of Taejuk into his body, while simultaneously healing him with my sacred healing arts every time his limbs break." He thought, "It's strange. They say that when the body is sick, the mind is also sick, but Ji has been able to go from level B to level B without having to endure anything at all." Siku muttered, though it seems he doesn't even notice that. Then he silently concluded, "With that, I've also been able to increase my sacred healing arts proficiency." Sacred healing arts proficiency, 45.81%, plus 11.54%. He happily speculated. "At this level, I can probably improve Siwa's condition. I'll try concocting a new herbal medicine." Siku was determined. "I will make her drink it." Siku pleaded again, "Save me. Please, let me go." "Enough, right, Ji-jun?" Siku said, "I'll finish the house. You can go rest now." A system board appeared. "You have built a cozy house." Siku gave a wry smile. "Oh God, Hephaestus, you call this cozy?" Chi Kwang admired. "Boss, did you really build this house?" He retorted, "You witnessed it yourself, didn't you?" The kid replied, That's true, but it's still hard to believe. Notification windows kept popping up. Alchemy proficiency has increased significantly. Alchemy proficiency, 29.57%, plus 11.44%. It made Siku confused. Just one time and it increased by that much, he calculated. Should I start increasing my proficiency by building houses? I just need to keep breaking and building until the proficiency reaches 100%, right? But then he gave up. No, building this house wasn't easy either. Creating raw construction materials by myself is impossible here. Chi Kuang asked, Han boss, aren't you planning to throw a housewarming party? Siku repeated, housewarming party. The kid said happily, you just built a new house, so of course, you have to throw a housewarming party. He felt it was necessary too. True, huh? The people close enough to send invitations to are. No, I received a lot of help from others to build this house. He praised. What you said makes sense. Jijun and Minsiku were thoughtful. So, when do you plan to hold it? He replied, I still have things to prepare, so let's make it 3 days from now. Chi Kuang said goodbye. All right, see you in 3 days, boss. I'll tell my younger sister, too. He asked hurriedly. Wait, are you leaving already? Siku, if you really want to thank me, at least let me buy something to treat you. The kid said while running. I'm fine, just get some good food ready. Just wait until the housewarming party, Siku said with a wry smile. Why is he running so fast? Does he think I'm going to make him overwork himself again? He wondered to himself, who should I even invite to this housewarming? It's not like people will just show up because I asked. Maybe it'll just be Moon and Seo. Chaegun knocked and walked in. Director, it's me, Jao. Minna gestured for him to come in, and the lady promptly asked, how's the house construction coming along? Everything is still running smoothly, Chaegun stammered. As for that, the construction is actually already finished. Minna looked at him in disbelief. Excuse me, finished already? Chaegun replied, feeling awkward. Yeah, it's really all done. Honestly, he didn't even need any help from the construction company. The lady was speechless. How is that possible? She looked at him, unable to believe her ears. You mean the house is completely built, didn't you say? The project only started 3 days ago? Chaegun went pale with fear. Well, he just used his bare hands to carry all the materials. He started spinning around, gesturing as if he were tossing things into the sky and crushing the ground like a block of tofu. Minna looked on, bewildered. What the hell are you talking about? Chaegun fell silent. Honestly, I don't even know myself. Minna worried. What on earth did he see? Siku asked, do you like it, little sis? The girl cheered, I love it. Is this really our house? For real? Seo waved her arms happily. The ceiling is so high. The living room is spacious too, and there are so many rooms. It doesn't even feel like our house. Moon, isn't this place amazing? Bark. Siku sighed. Does she really like it that much? The girl turned and asked, brother, you said we'd have a housewarming party, right? Siku replied, yeah, I invited a few people over. Seo replied, then let's go. He repeated, go? Go where? She answered, to buy food for the guests, obviously. He panicked. Seo are you trying to cook? Will you be okay? Siku knew Seo was a great cook, but given her condition, she smiled to reassure him, I'm fine, I can handle that much. He was touched. All right, let's go. I guess the hospital must be taking good care of her, he thought. Her complexion looks better, and she seems okay. She urged him, let's go, brother. You too, Moon. Chi Kuang kept repeating the name, Siku. He was furious, blaming Siku in his head. That bastard destroyed the Pandemonium branch in the district, and even ruined the mass production plan for the illegal awakeners that we've been preparing for years. Chi Kuang frowned. Where is he now? The Pandemonium branch manager, Chi Kuang, said, we've located him. The subordinate replied, I'll take you there. He trembled and asked, yes, branch manager. You mean you're going personally? He quickly tried to stop him. Branch manager, if you show your face, the inspectors will find out. This is too dangerous. Veins popped out on Chi Kuang's face. This is the second time Siku's name has reached my ears, he spat. Lead the way. Buk Jion appeared out of nowhere. Please leave him to me, branch manager. Why are you using a sword to kill a pawn? Just to kill a pawn? The Pandemonium operations manager, Gi Chiol, waited for Buk Jion. Chi Kuang immediately snapped back, he's not a match for you. To make sure there are no mistakes, I will deal with him personally. He gave a wicked smile. If you say so, then I'll listen. But there seems to be a problem with the school. Chi Kuang paused. What do you mean? He said calmly. Those hunting dogs from the inspection bureau. They sure have a sharp nose, don't they? He immediately radiated killing intent. I'll forgive your joke just this once, Buk Jeon. Buk Jeon winced in pain. Please spare me. I apologize. He struggled to speak. It seems the school has made excessive moves to find a suitable human to use as a sacrifice for the resurrection. So Cheon has turned his attention to Siku. Chi Kwang's face darkened. Cheon? He continued. The school tried to stop him, but since he personally stepped in, that's why I came to see you, branch manager. The only person who can stop him is you. Chi Kwang realized the illegal awakener training plan was also supposed to be a stepping stone for what the school had prepared. If it involves the school, the blood shadow must be watching, too. He patted Buk Jeon on the shoulder. Chi Kwang. Chi Kwang also fell at his hands. Chi Kwang doubted him. Can you do it? He revealed a crazed expression. Why would you compare us to such people? Just leave it to me, branch manager. Siku couldn't help but laugh. Geez, why did you cook so much? She smiled and replied, aren't we having guests? We have to be at least a little hospitable. He was a bit bewildered. But isn't this too much? Seo, replied, better to have too much than too little. The dog barked. He replied, Moon, I bet you're hungry, right? Bark. Siku thought, wait, if this little guy eats it all, what will I serve the guests? He gently refused, sorry, Moon. The dog looked sad. Bark. He comforted it. I'll get you something else. Bark. Seo, wondered, brother, when are they coming? He checked the time and said, I told them to come at dinner time. They should be here by now. A red alarm appeared. An unauthorized entity is approaching. An unauthorized entity is approaching. Siku smiled. I guess they're here. Chi Kwang greeted him politely. Big brother, we're here. So unhappily raised both hands. Tada. Siku was embarrassed. Why did you two bring so much? So Un replied, it's your housewarming. How could we show up empty-handed? She looked around, disbelieving. Did you really build this house yourself? Siku. Mensikun said, I hope we aren't late. He laughed and said, no, you two are right on time. The kid sounded relieved. Thank goodness. I thought we were late. My sister here kept making such a fuss. So Un blushed. When did I ever? Chi Kwang teased. Sister was just fumbling around forever, saying she had to dress up really nicely to come to your house. Chi Kwang was immediately smacked by So-un. You brat. When did I say that? She then explained, don't mind what he says. The kid's just acting brainless, but he wouldn't let it go. You're hitting me because you're embarrassed, aren't you? So-un struck again. Why don't you shut your mouth already? Seo, brightly said, hello. So glad to meet you both. I'm Seo. Siku's sister. So-un was surprised. A sister? You're Siku's sister. The girl nodded gently. Yes. She introduced herself. It's so nice to meet you. My name is So-eun. Siku and I are. Before she could finish, Mensikun interrupted. So nice to meet you. I'm brother Siku's most capable assistant, Chi Kwang. Seo was a bit shy. Oh? Yes. It's very nice to meet you too. So-un notices how adorable and excited the little puppy Siku is. It reminds her of how Mun also ran away when he first met Seo. So-un tells Siku, Seo Kwang said he couldn't make it. He's probably busy attending a seminar. Siku replies, he already called to tell me too. That seminar must be really important, So-un says. Siku explains in more detail. They call it a seminar, but it's actually a blacksmith competition. It brings together blacksmiths from all over the world. That's not an exaggeration. And there's even a prize for the winner. So-un looks surprised. A prize for the winner? So-un responds, yeah, that's why he's so determined. He wants to show them the skills he learned from you. Siku says, the prize changes every time, but I heard Master Aeolian is going to present it in person. Siku looks intrigued. Master Aeolian is going to present it himself? Should I participate? No wonder he's so determined. Suddenly, another notification goes off. Illegal entity approaching. Wait a second. So-un, Siku says. He heads to the door. Oh, you're here? But then he sees someone else. The daughter of the homeowner in the villa. Siku is surprised. Hun, how did you know I was here? She asks. He replies, I have my ways. Did you come alone? Siku looks around. What about the others? She says, my mom said she had something to do, so she couldn't come. He feels a bit disappointed. I wish she could have made it. Seo is startled. Hun waves at Seo. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Seo and Hun chatted. I've been good. How long has it been since we last met? Over a year? That long. So-un exclaimed in shock. Hey, Siku, are you planning to invite all these housewarming guests on the same day? Siku scratched his head. Is it bad to do that? I don't really have any experience throwing a housewarming party. She held her head in her hands. No, of course it's possible, but how should I put this? Suddenly, his phone pinged. An illegal entity is approaching. Siku spoke up. Ha! Wait a second. Taemin cursed. Those pests. He was confused. What are they doing here? The Hunter Inspection Bureau. The leader of the wide area investigation team, Son Che, arrived. I can't believe they dared to target an entire village. Wrong-on reported, Captain, we finished the search. Hunter Inspection Bureau, inspectors from the wide area investigation team. Wrong-on asked, are there any survivors? Taemin gritted his teeth. Those evil bastards. He continued the investigation. What were the results? Did you find anything unusual? Wrong-on hesitated. We found something. For some reason, all the bodies in the village were male. Taemin was suspicious. Not a single woman? Did you find any of their belongings? He replied, we couldn't find any clues related to them. You know, because of Chi Kwang's interference. Taemin understood. Yeah, we're lucky to even be alive. Where's the chief inspector? Wrong-on replied, he said he was chasing Chi Kwang. CM Che returned. You're back. Chief inspector. They both greeted him. Taemin asked, sir, what about Chi Kwang? He answered, he got away. He was stronger than I thought. Taemin quickly helped the chief inspector. He asked worriedly, sir, are you all right? Seon Che reassured them. I'm just a little dizzy. Sorry you had to see me in such a pathetic state. Taemin shouted, sir. Seon Che said calmly, I'm fine. Don't report this to headquarters, he analyzed. If word gets out that the chief inspector lost to a criminal like him, the public will be in an uproar. Seon Che forced himself to stand. I have no issues. His subordinate was confused. Manager, are you okay? Chi Kwang adjusted his head. How's the ritual going? He quickly reported. Thanks to your intervention, the ceremony is proceeding without any issues. He focused his attention. Did the Bureau's inspectors discover the ritual? He didn't dare delay and replied. Thankfully, thanks to you, we hit it successfully. Chi Kwang was resentful, recalling Seon Che. This was the first time they had clashed, but it seems the rumors underestimated his true power. He was counting. Sacrificing his left eye to discover this was a bargain. Min Siku smiled brightly. You're here? Diogu. She was a bit startled. Yes. Hello, boss. Then Diogu turned to remind the kids. You too. Hurry up and say hello. The two kids obeyed. How have you been? Hello. He also warmly welcomed them. Come on in, everyone. The little boy shouted. This house is so beautiful. Diokion asked, sister, can we buy a house like this? Diogu was surprised. Huh? Diokjan spoke up. Do you know how much a house like this costs? The little boy wondered. How much? Diokjan acted like a know-it-all. Probably over 1,000 kwan. Diokion panicked. Over 1,000 kwan. How many chickens could you buy with 1,000 kwan? 1, 2. The boy happily turned to Siku. Big brother, are you super rich? Dioku wanted to stop them. What are you guys saying? She kept bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry. My younger siblings are young and don't know any better. Siku waved his hand. It's fine. He turned his head and thought, it seems like most people have arrived. Ban Guang and the ant couldn't make it, but the rest are here. Siku announced, everyone's here. Let's go inside. He mused. I wonder if she'll come. I invited her out of courtesy, but I'm sure she won't come. So Un asked, hey, have you still not bought furniture? Siku turned around. Oh, well, since I just finished building the house, I only just managed to make the table and chairs. She was surprised. You made them yourself. He checked his phone and found it strange. Huh. So Un asked with concern, didn't you say everyone was here? Siku was also surprised. That was supposed to be the case, but the notification board continued to update. An illegal entity is approaching. Bookjun spoke up. That bastard called people over. Bendy. Money. Elite rank. Member. Bookjun. Who are they? The person next to him said, I'm guessing they're his acquaintances, but their identities are still unclear. He smiled, thinking to himself, it seems like that bastard still doesn't realize his situation. The subordinate asked, we just need one command, but everything will spiral out of control. What should we do? He acted arrogant. Obviously. What else? We have to slaughter them all. Bookjun ordered. Everyone, get ready. So Un was surprised. Didn't you say everyone was here? Siku was flustered. It was supposed to be that way. The notification board kept updating. Illegal intruder detected. Seo reminded him, brother, do something. Siku suggested. I guess we should introduce ourselves. I'll go first. I'm sure everyone knows, but I'm Siku. Seo chimed in, and I'm Siku's younger sister. Seo Ahun continued. My name is Ren Ajin. I'm the daughter of the house's owner. Well, not anymore. Next is So-eun. I'm the representative of So-eun Company. So-eun and Ji-soon also eagerly joined in, and I'm her younger brother, Ji-soon. I'm also KMR Moon, directly supporting Mr. Min Siku. Daoku was a bit tense, and I'm Kang Daogu. I'm the editor of the Conquer the World channel. She turned to the kids. These are my younger siblings. I'm Deok Hyun. I'm Deok Jeon. Lee Min Chung said seriously, I am Lee Min Chung. I'm in charge of Team 4 of the Investigation Bureau. Han Chae-jin introduced himself gracefully. I am Han Chae-jin, master of the Hunter Guild. Siku was a bit shocked. I only invited them out of courtesy. I didn't expect them both to actually show up. I guess they aren't as busy as I thought. Seo-ah quickly started the party. All right, everyone, let's eat. Deok Jeon and Deok Hyun looked at the food excitedly. Can we really eat this? I want to eat the braised beef ribs. Deoku tried to stop them. Hey, don't do that. Siku happily said, It's fine, Deoku. We prepared enough food for everyone. Seo-ah chimed in. That's right, I worked really hard to cook this. The two kids kept praising it. This is so delicious, sister. You have to try this. Deoku also loosened up. In that case, I'll enjoy it. Seo-ah continued. Everyone, dig in. So-eun clapped her hands. Right. Shall we start the housewarming gift giving? Chi Kwang took the gift. Let me reveal our gift first. She introduced it. Ta-da! We prepared this in there. She said confidently, What do you think? Do you like it? Siku was happy. Exactly what I needed. Miss So-eun. I was also planning to start crafting my own equipment. After finishing this house, Siku was a bit shy. But isn't this housewarming gift a bit too big? This must be at least 100 million. She winks. That's right, but this isn't just a housewarming gift. Siku is confused. What do you mean? Minsok explains, though not in much detail. We prepared this to thank you for saving me last time, boss. Siku feels like it's a bit too much. You didn't have to do this. But So-eun says, just accept it. Next up is Ahun. In that case, my gift seems a bit plain. My gift is study materials for the aptitude test and a recommendation letter. Seo-ah is probably starting university soon, right? In return, I'll help you prepare for your exams. Work hard. Okay, Seo-ah. Seo-ah is happy and thanks her. Ahun says, I'll do my best. Deoku brings his gift, stammering, This is. Siku asks, A camera? She explains, You mentioned the camera kept breaking. Siku realizes she must have remembered him muttering about it in his videos. She isn't exactly well off either. Siku thanks her sincerely. Thank you, Deokyu. From now on, I'll fill my videos with this. Siku turns to Min-seok. Min-seok. Yes. Don't worry. I won't break it. I'll protect it with my life. Min-jung looks sad. I'm sorry. This is my first time at a housewarming party, so I didn't know how to prepare a gift. I'm so embarrassed. Hunter Siku. Siku reassures her, Don't be embarrassed. It's fine even if you didn't bring anything. I'm just happy you're here. But she still feels bad. I'm sorry. Han Chae-jin is on guard. You aren't planning on gifting furniture, are you? Siku is also surprised. Furniture? She picks up her phone. He is bewildered. What are these? Kang's sofa? So-eun shouts. What? Did you just say Kang's sofa? Siku stammers. What's wrong? So-eun wants to see. Let me see for a second. Oh my god. A cane sofa and an Aloe brand wardrobe. Siku wonders. Are they expensive? So-eun points out. It's not just expensive. Each one costs several billion won. He is stunned. Several billion? What kind of furniture costs billions? So-eun adds, and they are very hard to get. Cane furniture only produces 10 items a year globally, and there are only 1,000 Huawei cabinets. They are only sold to VIP customers at the department store. Siku immediately asks, How did you buy them? Han Chae-jin explains, Director Han Min-ah, the department store manager. She personally selected the gifts herself. So-eun whispers, If it were me, I would have only chosen one of the two, either the cane sofa or the Huawei cabinet. Siku agrees. I think so too. Han Chae-jin is surprised. But they were all gifts for you. He is horrified. All of them? Siku repeats like a robot. You mean all the furniture in here? The cabinet, desk, robot vacuum, refrigerator, washing machine, dryer, dishwasher, TV, shelves, iron, toaster, drawer, display, cabinet, bed, bedding, air fryer? Han Chae-jin confirms, yes, all of them. He exclaims, seriously. To think the people from the Sa group would give me these as housewarming gifts. The world we live in is truly different. Siku mutters, Wait, now that I think about it, this isn't a dowry, is it? What is he thinking? Han Chae-jin is misunderstanding that he is dating her. Why is the misunderstanding getting so big? He sighs, I don't know. Well, she misunderstood it herself anyway. Siku checks his phone. Illegal entity intrusion detected. Is it Pan Kwang or something? The alert reads, massive magic power detected. Switching to emergency mode, Siku is shocked. What the hell is this? Bukjion curses. Well, the bastard is living in a nice house, isn't he? Siku is the rank breaker of the Chaos Group. Bukjun commands, smash it to pieces for me. Yes. The subordinate's hands are trembling. He asks. What are you doing? The guy is shaking. Nothing. It's just. Bukjun sneers. Seriously. Lowlifes like you are actually members of Chaos? Get lost. He thinks, if I attract attention, there's a risk the inspectors will come, but I can just finish it before they arrive. Bukjun turns and orders, finish it quickly. The subordinate stammers, boss, the door. He snaps. What? Bukjun looks like he can't believe it's still intact. What is this? Lee Min-chung appears. Committing crimes so openly in a residential area like this? The henchman is shocked. Lee Min-chung. He wonders, Lee Min-chung, the notorious butcher inspector in this area? Bukjun asks, why is that woman here? Lee Min-chung makes her assessment. Ordinary criminals wouldn't have the guts to commit such brazen crimes. You guys definitely have an objective. That's why you came here, right? You're from Chaos, aren't you? Min-seok comes out. What's going on out there? Lee Min-chung? Ji-jun? Do you have other guests? Bukjun glares at Han Chae-jin. Your Han Chae-jin? Han Chae-jin doesn't understand why she is here. He observes, it really is Han Chae-jin from the Sa group. The henchman asks for orders. What should we do? Bukjun hesitates. Damn it, messing with the Sa group in Korea is going to be a huge headache, but they have come too far to turn back. Finally, he shouts, kill everyone except Han Chae-jin. Ji-jun is confused. What? What's going on? Lee Min-chung explains. These are the criminals from the Chaos group. The boy is shocked. What? Chaos? Why is a criminal organization here? Lee Min-chung says, no time to explain. Ji-jun is stunned by Min-jung's power. Damn it, Bukjun. Are you guys incompetent? There are two of you, and you still can't handle it? Smirks, fine. It's been a while since I've had to get my hands dirty. Well, Bukjun, let's see if you can handle this. So you're not just all talk, huh? Let's see if you can block this strike from my staff. Arrogantly, is it that hard? Are you at your limit already? Entertain me a little more. Chi Kwang thinks cautiously, I don't know what's going on, but those guys are criminals and they're trying to break into his house. Even Han Chae-jin is struggling against them. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought the shield. What do I do now? Seeing Chi Kwang rushing into the house, that's his desk. Using it as a shield should be fine, right? Seo Yul worries. What's going on outside? To the boy, stay inside, don't ever go out. You hear me? Absolutely, don't go out. Bukjun attacks Min-sik. You little rat, get lost. The boy thinks he's too strong. Min-sik. I didn't see that coming. When did he? He's too fast. I couldn't dodge it in time. Bukjun shouts, you're such a nuisance. Die. He exclaims, oh, you actually blocked it? Not only do you have a 0-tier skill, but you also have a good sword. But you're still green. Acceleration ability helped me become an enforcer. The Chaos rank fragmented flash doesn't just affect my physical speed. It enhances my eyesight, hormones, and thinking speed. When my hormones and metabolism accelerate, time seems to stretch. Everything is perceived in slow motion. He triumphs. If I reach my limit, I can easily break the sound barrier and move at my normal pace. Everything else, except me, just crawls like snails. I am the only one moving in this frozen world. I am like a god. Bukjun suddenly senses something off. What is this feeling? An itching sensation all over his body, and alarm bells won't stop ringing in his head. He trembles. My death instinct is screaming at me. If I don't dodge right now, I'm dead for sure. Bukjun gasps, mouth agape. What is this? I already reacted, but it's still not fast enough. No way. That's impossible. In this world where I rule like a god. Unexpectedly, ice cream. Min-sik regretfully. You've ruined the ice cream. Who the hell are you? Min-sik asks. What else is going on? Min-sik speaks up. Min-siku worries Min-siku. Why are you holding the dining table? And where is your left arm? He quickly realizes, I think I get the situation now. The problem is, who the hell are they? Lee Min-chung adds, they're chaos criminals. Min-siku gets angry, releasing a blue aura, chaos, huh. I remember warning you guys not to lurk around me anymore. Min-siku grits out each word. I remember feeling your bloodlust. Bukjun instinctively steps back a few times. Min-siku slowly turns his head, warning you not to lurk. Around me, didn't I? His eyes glow red. Bukjun falls backward, terrified. This guy, he's definitely Min-siku. He suddenly recalls what Shi Kuang said earlier. You can't fight him. He's a Chaos Rank Silver Enforcer. Even Shi Kuang and Shi Guang had to admit defeat. As soon as he thought that, Book Jiun was kicked in the chest by Min Siku. Min Siku coldly asks, can you keep up? Book Jian uses his staff to push himself up. As soon as I heard Shi Guang was taken down, I knew you weren't a small fry. He spits out a mouthful of blood. Book Jian flips him the bird and yells, but you'll regret not killing me with the first blow. After saying that, a strange aura radiates from his body. A deep red light spreads out, covering the entire space in the world of the Lotus Pavilion, where time passes at 1/10 of a second. Book Jian thinks triumphantly, as the only one who rules like a god, as the only one who can move. Right? He didn't expect that. Meanwhile, a fist was silently swinging toward him. Book Jian's smile froze. The next second, a massive punch landed on his body, making Book Jian gasp. He spat out more blood while screaming in pain. Min Siku obviously wasn't going to let him go easily. He quickly chased after Book Jian. Book Jian broke into a cold sweat, his face gradually turning to fear. He fled while wondering, how is this possible? How can he move in my world? He suddenly considered an unbelievable possibility. Did he tear through this high-speed world to enter it? Book Jian's eyes widened. Absurd. That's impossible. He suddenly planted his feet and stopped. Book Jian yelled and gathered energy into his spear, then suddenly turned to attack. The spear tip collided with Min Siku's fist. Two opposing forces created a powerful shockwave. In the end, Book Jian's body still couldn't withstand the tremendous pressure, and he coughed up blood. Book Jian looked at Min Siku in disbelief. I clearly blocked it with my spear. What is this shockwave? Min Siku put more strength into his legs. He took a steady step toward Book Jian. He muttered to himself, no way. Can't my world keep up with his speed? Book Jian stared at Min Siku as if trying to find a weakness to exploit. What is this? It's not just speed. A weight, an overwhelming power that I can't do anything against. Meanwhile, Min Siku had once again gathered strength to swing his fist. By now, Book Jian finally felt regret. The branch manager wasn't wrong. I'm no match for him at all. Am I really going to die? He had never felt death this close. In a few seconds, his body felt like it had been riddled with holes. Book Jian gritted his teeth. I have to escape at all costs, he yelled, causing red energy waves to shoot from his body. Min Siku seemed to have anticipated his move, so he immediately lunged forward, closing the distance. A few more seconds passed. Han Che-jin stared blankly around, and Li Mincheng spoke up in shock. What is happening? Min Sik hesitated. The scene before his eyes made him think his eyes couldn't keep up. The battle before them? No. The space around them was constantly exploding with collisions. The three of them could only stand still, watching the two of them. They were locked in hand-to-hand combat. Shi Kuang wondered, can this even be called a fight? Book Jian used his spear to block, but was pushed back by Min Siku. He appeared shocked. Damn monster, why are you getting faster and faster? I'm going to push my limits as far as they can go. With that thought, Siku clenched his fists, tensed his body, and unleashed the power of Siku. Ignoring whatever he was planning, Siku lunged forward, fist ready. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked past, forcing the lackeys to dodge. Siku slowly calmed down, his steps growing measured. The intense pressure around him gradually faded. He glared at the punks in front of him, thinking, their minions don't matter anyway. Siku sighed, planting his feet firmly. Both his hands were clenched tight. The entire ground was stained with a brilliant, radiant red hue and black electrical sparks. Siku's face remained cold, his eyes burning with fury. Li Mincheng's voice rang out from behind him, Siku. Siku stiffened slightly at the sound of his friend. Li Mincheng frowned, reminding him, don't finish him off. Siku replied slowly, I know, but I can't make any promises. Because right now, even I can't fully control this power. Once he said that, he was able to focus his mind. Thinking back on it until now, I've only been focusing on pure speed, limiting myself to the concept of increasing movement speed. Without realizing it, he recalled that moment just now. But after watching how he used his ability, I realized that I don't just have to increase speed. I can expand the concept of speed to accelerate. Every single ability of my body. Isn't that power godlike? Siku seemed to have unlocked a new level of his strength, breaking through preconceived notions of speed, erasing the boundaries he had accidentally drawn to expand the concept of speed even further. Siku closed his eyes. Feeling every cell in his body wake up and ignite, he felt as if he had entered a state of complete perception. Feeling the moonlight shining down, a breeze blew through the night. In the blink of an eye, everything in the universe drifted by. Day and night, the world we perceive in a full day. 24 hours, a world of 14.8 seconds, or even less, everything slowed down. Even the sound was held suspended in midair. No one could hear a thing. A world, no, a super world of 1/9.6 seconds. a high-speed world accelerated to the extreme limit humanly possible. The world beyond is forbidden territory for humanity, but Siku suddenly opened his eyes. He stopped feeling every surrounding object. If the super speed of Hermes is the power of a god, 1/75 seconds, the world of the instant. Fragments of time seemed to float before Siku's eyes. One shard contained the figure of Dalan, appearing right in front of him. Found you. Siku turned into a shockwave, tearing through space and time, appearing right behind him. Dalan gasped for air. He spun his head around at the same time. Siku had suddenly appeared behind him. Gotcha. Dalan turned around and cursed. You monster. Before he could even steady himself, a streak of blue light interwoven with lightning slammed into him. Dalan was blasted back, tumbling for dozens of meters. Siku crouched slightly, one hand on the ground. The other hand was still holding the stance of releasing that blue shockwave. Siku stood up calmly, rotating his wrist, his gaze reflecting a cold, steady composure. A system notification appeared, super speed plus proficiency, 28% plus 8.9%. Siku read the message and muttered. Just like that, it went up by 8.9%. He thought to himself. Could it be because I touched the world of the instant? So now I can control super speed a bit more. With this, it'll cause less collateral damage to the people around. And that was only at 10% of my maximum speed. He had only heard that. If Hermes wants to run, even Hercules can't catch him. Now I understand why they say that. Siku spoke up, though not entirely willing. But I managed to save this guy who was about to kick the bucket. Siku covered Dalan's body in blue light. Lee Min-chung said awkwardly, Thank you for your hard work, Siku. Siku replied politely, You should be saying that to Miss Min-un. Thank you for protecting everyone while I wasn't here. Afterward, he thought, Lee Min-un is a bodyguard, so she's probably been through things like this quite a few times. It's probably no big deal for her, right? Siku turned his head and asked, Han, are you okay? Men Sikun smiled sheepishly. Yes, I'm fine. You seem to be, Siku noted. Your hand has healed up, hasn't it? Siku then turned his worried gaze to Han Che-jin. How is she doing? Siku thought, on the surface, she seems fine, but this is probably the first time she's gone through something like this. That shock can't be small. Slicing up monsters and cutting down humans are psychologically not the same thing at all, especially since it's the first time. It's even worse. Her hands were clasped together and trembling, which proved his point. The girl known as the rare genius who always acted cold like an unfeeling robot, but because of the shadow of the ESA group and her natural talent, everyone failed to realize that she was still so young, still naive and just starting to grow up. I'm so sorry, coming for a housewarming party and having it end up like this. Min Siku let out a sigh. He unexpectedly offered words of gratitude. Thank you. Miss Han Che-jin. She looked surprised. Huh. Min Siku chuckled internally at her expression. Why does she look like a little deer looking up at me? Min Siku softened his tone to compliment her. If it weren't for you, Miss Han Che-jin, everyone would have been seriously injured. If you keep getting involved with chaos, things like this will keep happening over and over again. If you don't think you can handle it, you can just turn away. Running away is also an option. Hearing this, Han Che-jin immediately looked up at him. Siku looked at her and thought, fighting to overcome everything is amazing, but sometimes, not fighting is the path that leads to victory. In the past, Confucius also said that when we decide not to do something, don't forget that it is not giving up or resignation, but a choice aimed at a different possibility. Siku said in a reassuring voice, the maturity of a gentleman doesn't necessarily have to be achieved by doing more. So don't try to win at everything. Don't let your emotions overwhelm you. No matter what happens, you, Miss Han Che-jin, remain the most important thing. While he was preaching his wisdom, Siku's hand was still holding hers. Han Che-jin smiled gently. Thank you, Mr. Siku. Siku continued his thoughts. Han Che-jin is just not tempered in the fire of experience yet. As long as she doesn't fall or get discouraged by walls like this, one day, she will definitely become a hunter who transcends all worlds. He smiled lightly. So until that day, helping her grow up safely is the role of this teacher. I am still getting paid 10 billion won a month to do that job. Anyway, Siku scratched his head and said, so I'm the one who should be thanking you. Not long after that, the inspectors from the Hunter Association arrived and the housewarming party ended in a rush. It's a relief that the guests were all able to get home safely. No one was hurt. Siku stood with his arms crossed, watching them prepare to leave. He couldn't help but think, if they hadn't held back that chaotic bunch from breaking through the front door, and if Min-jun and Han Che-jin hadn't been there to stop them, then Fenrir would have had to step in herself. I'm really grateful to Fenrir, but I also feel bad for dragging them into this mess. Just then, Lee Min-chung spoke up. Have you finished investigating their identities yet? Yes, Captain. Yoon Soo-ah held up a list and replied, "They've all been confirmed as members of the Chaos Organization." Yoon Soo-ah looked around and added, "And every one of them has a bounty on their head." The girl behind her pointed at the ground and spoke up, "I think this guy is still alive." She muttered, "What should we do?" A subordinate cut in decisively. "What do you mean, what should we do?" "Take him out." This made Siku freeze. He looked over at the blonde girl, who whispered, "I knew it." The subordinate explained, "If we let him live, he's just going to cause the same kind of trouble again. It's the innocent people who end up paying the price. It's better for us to get our hands dirty." The captain said we should do it, too. The girl seemed convinced. "I guess we have to." Hearing this, Siku broke into a cold sweat. So that's why the association's inspectors are called butchers. Now I understand why. Lee Min-chung told him, "The guy you caught, Siku, is named Buk Cheon. He's a disaster class executor for Chaos. If possible, could we get official confirmation of Buk Cheon's identity?" Siku replied, "Be my guest. That's the association's job anyway." He thought to himself, "I intentionally left him alive so you guys could handle this." The two subordinates walked away, chatting. "Once we're done killing him, I'm suddenly craving pork cutlets." The blonde girl said, "Let's have that for lunch today." Seeing that, Siku realized something. "I was planning to handle it myself, but it really is better to leave it to the professionals." Siku turned back to Lee Min-chung and suggested, "Hey, if it's not too much trouble, could you let me know if you ever find the Chaos headquarters?" Lee Min-chung nodded. "If it's you, Siku, that shouldn't be a problem." "But why?" Siku's aura shifted instantly, his voice dropping low. "I need to show them exactly what happens when they ignore my warnings." Lee Min-chung didn't argue, just replied, "I understand." She added about the housewarming gift. "Instead of a gift, could we offer to patrol your house regularly, Siku?" Hearing that, Yoon Soo-ah exclaimed, "Captain, is that really okay?" Siku thought, "Looks like the team isn't on the same page yet. And shouldn't you avoid using your official authority for personal reasons?" Lee Min-chung explained in a serious tone, "Patrolling our jurisdiction is part of an inspector's duty. Hunter Siku's house is within our branch's jurisdiction." Siku gave a faint smile. "I guess that's true." But Lee Min-chung continued, "Besides, you're currently a target of Chaos. It's our duty and responsibility to ensure the safety of citizens in danger. Plus, look at today. We were able to catch a lead on Chaos thanks to you." Siku rubbed his chin and nodded. "So, in short, if I just hang around you guys, you can catch the Chaos members? Is that what you mean?" Lee Min-chung replied, "Something like that. And above all, this is our housewarming gift." Her eyes were filled with sincerity. Siku scratched his head. "If you put it that way, I've got no reason to refuse." He was actually really happy and grateful. Why would he say no? "I built a new house, but it's still lacking in many ways. The intruder detection works, sure, but it couldn't take down the intruder. If Yuji were here, I'd feel a bit more at ease. But what if something else happened? If the association's inspectors patrol regularly, then I won't have to worry about the safety of the house or CO. Ah." Siku reached out to shake Lee Min-chung's hand. "Then I'll leave it to you all." "Miss Min-jun." Lee Min-chung smiled. "Thank you, Hunter Siku." Siku stood frozen. "I'm the one who should be thanking you. And besides, she knows how to smile, too." Finally, Lee Min-chung led her team away. "We'll finish processing the scene here." Siku nodded, giving them a look of trust. But immediately after, his face went rigid, twisting in pain. He looked at his bruised, shaking hand and muttered haltingly, "I think my bones and joints are all dislocated." Siku was shocked. Buk Cheon, a disaster class executor from Chaos. He was stronger than I thought. Stronger than Chi Guang, the absolute class executor I fought last time. It's a completely different league. Disaster class and absolute class, only one rank apart, but the skill gap is like night and day. The spear that Buk Cheon held when he ran away was a bladed weapon. Yet, I tried to block it with my bare hands. Good thing I've been training my body with super strength. As he thought that, a system notification appeared. Super strength proficiency 29.5%. Siku stepped back. Otherwise, I would have nearly lost the use of my hand. He imagined the scene where he'd been careless and gotten hurt. If I'd been struck by Buk Cheon's weapon, I'd be the one who lost, not him. Siku's gaze flickered and changed. He silently confirmed it. Chaos will definitely come back here for revenge, which means I'll have to face enemies even stronger than Buk Cheon. Siku clenched his injured hand. Is this really my limit? I can't keep fighting with just my bare hands. I guess I'll have to craft some equipment now. A dangerous smile spread across his face. Human bodies are resilient, but not sharp. We have fingernails, but they aren't strong. Therefore, the only option is weapons. Harder wood to pierce within fingernails, stones harder than bone to throw. Overcoming physical disadvantages by finding alternatives elsewhere. That's how humanity gained a combat advantage over the vast majority of animals, hunting down predators that they once thought they could never defeat. In the end, humans rose to the top of the harsh wild world. We liberated ourselves from the food chain and became the apex predator. That is why we can say that human history is tied to. Siku sat in front of the furnace, deep in thought with his arms crossed. The sheer variety of weapons. Man, I don't even know where to start. The safest bet is definitely gauntlets. They fit martial arts better than melee weapons. As expected, Hercules' divine might skill works best when paired with gear that can strengthen the body. That's the perfect choice. Let's go with gauntlets. He picked up a red-hot iron bar with tongs, the same material used to craft the gauntlets last time. It was the tendons of an ogre. The biggest difference now is that my divine alchemy skill is much higher than when I made those gauntlets, nearly 6 times higher. A flurry of system messages popped up. Divine alchemy proficiency, 43%. Divine alchemy proficiency, 57%. Siku smiled. Same material, completely different results. All right, let's get started. He held his hammer high with one hand. With the other, he gripped the ogre tendon tightly. With one mighty swing, the hammer struck the tendon, creating a deafening metallic ring. Then, Siku picked up the pace. His hammer arm rose and fell rhythmically, tempering and forging, searching for that perfect, divine harmony between the materials. While he was lost in thought, the shockwaves created by the hammer striking the ogre tendon rippled outward, shaking the entire workshop floor. The system couldn't help but praise him. You have created an indestructible great item. The system notified him, divine alchemy proficiency, increased slightly. Divine alchemy proficiency, 57.1%. Siku picked up the gauntlets he just forged and gasped, indestructible grade. Siku muttered to himself, thinking the top-tier gauntlet he sold to Han Che-jin for 4 billion won was just a disposable item, and if Hephaestus rated it as NA, then. Siku's hands trembled. It's too much. If I sold it now, would I get over 10 billion won? Should I sell it? Then, he tried to calm himself down. No, I don't really need the money right now, do I? Let me just try it on. He decisively equipped it on his right arm and moved it around a few times. He marveled to himself, wow, this feels so comfortable. It doesn't even feel like I'm wearing anything. Just as Siku tried to clench his fist, the gauntlet suddenly cracked. Siku's expression shifted from excitement to worry in a split second, and the gauntlet shattered into pieces right on his hand. Siku turned pale, breaking out into a cold sweat. Oh, wait, what? He stared at the pile of debris on the table and screamed. That was 100 million won worth of materials. Was the equipment bugged? But if it was, it wouldn't have had an NA rating. Then why? Could the material be the problem? Siku wondered, trembling. The tendons of a giant ogre are the core organs used to release their power. It's the toughest material in the world, capable of withstanding a giant ogre's strength. So why? Before he could finish his thought, a system notification appeared, causing him to hold on to the knowledge of Zhuge Liang's rank. Siku suddenly realized something. Could it be that the giant ogre's tendons can't withstand the superhuman strength of Hercules' Quinn? Does that mean I need materials even higher grade than a giant ogre? He murmured, deep in thought. Is there any monster stronger than an A+ ranked giant ogre? After thinking for a long while, Siku was shocked to realize there really isn't, is there? Is there any monster that can withstand the power of Hercules' Quinn? No. Wait, if that's the case, does that mean Hercules' Quinn can't use any equipment at all? Siku suddenly thought. But that doesn't seem right. The most famous example is the Nemean lion helmet. Because the Nemean lion had extremely thick and sturdy skin, it didn't budge under Hercules' attacks, so he ended up choking the Nemean lion to death. For 30 days, I'm not even sure if it was a real chokehold, but in the end, it died with its entire body, torn to shreds, leaving only the scalp to be used as a helmet. That's exactly how Hercules told the story. So, to create equipment that can withstand Hercules' superhuman strength, I'd need something on the level of a Nemean lion. That's not a big deal, right? Siku tried to reassure himself, but he realized the gravity of the situation. Wait, where am I supposed to find that? And even if I did, how would I catch it? Siku thought, trembling at the mere image of his hands bleeding. Does this mean I have to fight empty-handed for the rest of my life? Siku slumped over. With great power comes great responsibility. A voice said from behind him. No wonder the workshop light was still on. So, you're here. It was the workshop owner, Siopang Kwang. The man walked over, carrying a sword wrapped in cloth. Are you making gear? Siku replied. Yes, but it was all for nothing. Siopang Kwang asked, what happened? Siku's tears flowed like a river as he dejectedly explained. Sir, I can't use the equipment anymore. It's nothing, though. Siopang Kwang grinned, trying to comfort him. I don't know what happened, But to take your mind off it, why don't you check out this gear I made? Siku finally noticed the object in the man's hand and asked curiously, "You made this? Is this a sword?" As he drew the blade to examine the shiny edge, he silently admired it. As expected of Mr. Seo Pang Kwang, your basic skills are already good, and you even mixed in the techniques I taught you from Hephaestus. Siku looked at the sword and said, "This is good, sir." Seo Pang Kwang continued, "If you say so, then I can rest easy." Siku was puzzled. "Did someone important ask you to make this? An S-rank hunter?" The man replied, "No. This is a piece for display at the upcoming conference." Siku was curious. A blacksmith conference, he thought. The blacksmith conference I heard about last time. Mr. Seo Pang Kwang, you have a piece for the exhibition. Siku sheathed the sword and looked at him. "It seems like a more important competition than I thought." Seo Pang Kwang took the sword back and answered, "That's right. This is the most prestigious blacksmith competition in the world. If you were to participate, the championship would surely be yours." Siku pointed at himself. "Me? I can participate too?" Seo Pang Kwang hesitated. "Well, I say that, but to participate, you need to join the World Blacksmith Association, have certificates related to blacksmithing, plus dozens of other necessary documents, and above all, have a talent related to production." Hearing this, Siku smiled bitterly. Then it's not for me. He thought about his own stats, his awakening trait that couldn't be rated below E rank. Don't even mention production skills. I don't have any skills at all. Siku spoke up again. "Oh, right. I heard there's a prize for the winner too, right?" Seo Pang Kwang replied decisively. "That's right. But I'm not doing this for the prize. It's for the symbolism. Besides, the prize for the winner this time is useless compared to the products Master Li Min Chung brings out personally." Siku looked incredulous. "What? The prize Master Li Min Chung brought is useless? What on earth is the prize for the winner?" Seo Pang Kwang mentioned a strange name, Ori Chung. Siku repeated it in disbelief. Ori Chung metal? It was discovered after the 5th Industrial Revolution. Because Ori Chung is extremely hard, it's indestructible, so the familiar form is just as raw ore, not processed metal. Siku thought dejectedly. It really is useless. No matter how noble it is, it's just a beautiful pile of trash. It can't be forged. I heard even Master Li Min Chung can't forge Ori Chung. After thinking that, he wondered. But why would he bring something he can't even forge himself as a prize? Seo Pang Kwang smiled faintly. "That's what I said. It's just for the sake of symbolism." Siku crossed his arms and smiled, without further comment. A conference where blacksmiths from all over the world gather. I don't know the level of the blacksmiths in other countries, but with this quality, he could even try to win. Siku suddenly froze. Wait, an indestructible metal because it's extremely hard? A metal that's... Maybe he actually has a shot at winning with these. Siku suddenly froze. Wait, indestructible metal. A material with extreme hardness. A metal that no blacksmith in this world can refine. That's why it's called God's metal. I've seen the refining process for orichalcum before. Hephaestus named it after orichalcum. Siku clenched his fist, his heart burning with determination. If it's divine alchemy, maybe I can do it. His system stats appeared, divine alchemy. Proficiency, 57.3%. Siku muttered to himself, "No, I'm sure I can." Hephaestus crafted countless divine items using orichalcum. If only I could get my hands on it. Well, maybe not have to get it, but I can't attend the seminar. Should I just give up? What if I represented the seminar in his name? No, he wouldn't allow it. But what if I help him win? Just as Siku was struggling with his internal dilemma, the system board appeared. Knowledge of Zhuji Liang S rank. He spoke up. "Uncle, before that, do you want to make a deal with me?" Flash forward a few hours. Siku stood next to Seo Pang Kwang, coaching him on forging techniques. "No, uncle, that's not right. You have to follow the grain. That's the only way to optimize strength and durability," Siku said while pointing at the iron bar. Seo Pang Kwang raised his hammer again and asked, "Like this?" With that, he slammed the hammer into the middle of the iron bar. Siku clutched his forehead and gritted his teeth. "Come on, look at this." The grain is completely skewed now. Seo Pang Kwang didn't take his eyes off the iron. "Here?" Siku leaned in close to point it out. "No, shift it inward a bit. Don't you see it?" Seo Pang Kwang stuttered, "Not really." Siku clarified, "Ah, that's because you're still only using your eyes." Seo Pang Kwang looked confused. "Then what am I supposed to use?" Siku scratched his head and said, "Feel it. Use your senses to read the metal's grain." Seo Pang Kwang asked, "Use my senses? That's too hard." Siku replied, "That's just because you're not used to it yet. If you were just a normal person, I wouldn't waste my time. But you're an awakened uncle. Just give it a try." Siku leaned into his ear. Here, take this. Can you feel it? Xiao Pang Quang shut his eyes tight and replied, I think. I can feel it a little bit. He continued to explain, this is the starting point of the grain. You have to strike here harder. Xiao Pang Quang asked, harder? How much harder? Siku raised his hand, gesturing, about this much. The moment he swung his hand down, the air displaced, and the impact created a shockwave that rippled through the room. Xiao Pang Quang exclaimed, how in the world am I supposed to do that? Siku patted his shoulder to console him. Don't worry, with practice, you'll get there. For now, just give it a shot. Xiao Pang Quang raised his hammer again. His muscles bulged, and with a grave expression, he gave it everything he had. A soft, clean sound rang out, making them both freeze. Siku raised an eyebrow. Uncle. He patted his shoulder again. Xiao Pang Quang set the hammer down. Forget it. Let's start with the training. He looked bewildered. Huh? What training? Why all of a sudden? Siku explained. If you want to learn the techniques I'm teaching you, you need to build some muscle first. Xiao Pang Quang rolled his eyes. But there's less than a week left until the seminar. Even if I train now, how much muscle can I really put on? Siku spoke up. Uncle, if you drink these herbal supplements I made, you won't have to worry about a thing. Xiao Pang Quang looked at him with suspicion. What do you mean by that? Siku suddenly asked. Oh, right. The blacksmith seminar doesn't do drug tests, right? A while later, instead of holding a hammer, Xiao Pang Quang was trembling while doing push-ups. Siku leaned against the wall, counting 1, 2. Xiao Pang Quang squeezed his eyes shut and grabbed the herbal tonic to drink. Siku watched as he lifted 2 dumbbells, reminding him, breathing is important, but don't overthink it. For now, just focus on the reps. Time flew by, and Xiao Pang Quang passed out repeatedly from the tonic, but he kept it up for an entire week. The special training for Xiao Pang Quang had taken place. The scene shifted 1 week later. Xiao Pang Quang confidently raised the hammer. It's finished. Siku gripped the hilt of the sword and said, according to that, it's done. Siku looked at the gleaming sword in his hand, his eyes shining. The hilt is truly a masterpiece. It fits my hand perfectly. It's like it was custom-made for me. Xiao Pang Quang said proudly, the sword's hilt was made from the facial muscles of a doppelganger. A doppelganger is a monster that can mimic the appearance of a chosen target. Since I integrated the doppelganger's ability into it, the hilt will adjust to fit the user's grip, integrating a monster's ability into equipment that shouldn't be something a human could do. Xiao Pang Quang said with a grateful tone, I've learned so much from you, more than my 25 years of experience combined. This 1 week of training was worth more. Siku curled his lip, thinking, in just 1 week, Xiao Pang Quang has seen incredible improvement, but the reason he could improve so much in just 1 week is because he already had 25 years of experience as a foundation. Even if it wasn't perfect, he made the forging technique his own. Confucius once spoke of the 4 noble plants, plum, orchid, chrysanthemum, and bamboo. His face was full of pride as he explained, it takes 5 years for bamboo to reach full maturity. During those first 5 years, the bamboo shoot remains hidden underground, completely invisible. But then, after 5 years, it finally sprouts and shoots straight up toward the sky in just 5 weeks. So, does the bamboo grow in 5 weeks, or does it grow in 5 years? Naturally, it takes those 5 years. A noble person matures in the same way. At this, Siku looked at Xiao Pang Quang. It's just like the growth of the bamboo even if the results aren't immediately visible and even if others think it's not worth much. If you pour your heart into what you want to do, over time, it will become a true asset. With that thought, Siku scratched his head and offered some encouragement. Me, I was just by your side to tell you what to do, that's all. This is all thanks to your own hard work, really. His voice trailed off. He went silent as he saw the expression on Xiao Pang Quang's face. The man gave a satisfied smile and said, thank you. Siku let out a breath and said, submitting this finished piece to the seminar is more than enough, right? Now, we can only leave it to fate. The scene shifts to Paris, France, in the Anier Palace. Inside the Blacksmiths' Forum, a gathering where the greatest smiths in the world exchange ideas and hold discussions, the host stood on the podium and began, now, let the main event of the 51st Blacksmiths' Forum begin. The first work to be unveiled is, it was a sword crafted by the master smith, Antonio. Those below couldn't help but whisper, Master Smith Antonio, if it's him. Isn't he the greatest blacksmith in Italy? The presenter pulled back the cloth and introduced the masterpiece, the gallon-long sword. The man beside him praised it with satisfaction. As expected of Master Antonio, he never fails to impress. The pink-haired guy next to him clapped in sycophantic agreement. Have we found the winning piece yet? Suddenly, a voice from behind them called out, Trash. The man who was just praising the sword snapped and spun around. So loud. Trash. Who on earth dares to spew such an insult? The person who made the disparaging comment was sitting on a chair, a gold-plated chair that screamed power and wealth. He sneered. You call this a masterpiece? It turned out to be the legendary alchemist, Master Aeolian. The man who had been praising the sword retorted without hesitation, calling it trash. Isn't that going a bit too far? Even if you are Master Aeolian, insulting another artisan's work is. Before he could finish, Aeolian cut him off. To achieve that red color, the surface of the blade was dyed with pigment. Spray paint fades quickly, and it severely compromises the blade's brittleness, even if the flexibility remains somewhat intact. But with that kind of treatment, it'll snap after just a few swings. If they really wanted to display that red, instead of this method, they should have used the bone marrow of a red-scaled dragon. Or a lesser dragon's remains. It wasn't that hard to obtain. So, if they didn't choose that, it means their technique is too weak to refine those materials. And what is this nonsensical dragon-themed design? Does the hilt actually have a function? Is it really meant to be used, or just for show? He tapped his cane against the dragon-headed hilt and asked, if it's just for display, I suppose it could pass as a work of art. Hearing these scathing remarks, the crowd below was silenced. Aeolian scanned through a series of other works and left a trail of insults. Trash. This is also trash. A waste of ingredients, recycle-proof trash. Aeolian glanced at one weapon and begrudgingly remarked, this one is at least halfway decent. It's good enough to be a disposable tool. The presenter standing nearby hesitated. Next is a work by a blacksmith from Korea named Seo Pang Kwang. Its name is. It has no name. It's called Nameless Equipment. The people below whispered in disappointment, looking dismissive. Suddenly, the cane in Aeolian's hand dropped to the floor. He gasped, panting as if he'd encountered something heaven-defying. His body trembled. This sword. Who forged this? What? Master Aeolian is visiting Korea? That voice echoed inside the headquarters of the Hunter Administration Bureau. Why are you reporting this only now? The person speaking was the head of the Hunter Administration, S-rank Hunter Chairman Jun Hyu. The subordinate replied respectfully. Master Aeolian suddenly announced he wants to visit Korea. Jun Hyu barked, suddenly. Even if it were sudden, you should. He started sweating cold beads, mumbling to himself. What do we do? What is his reason for coming to Korea? The subordinate stuttered, I'm not sure, sir. Jeon Hyu impatiently asked, then when will he arrive? The subordinate answered, he just landed at Incheon Airport. Jeon Hyu immediately slammed his desk and stood up. What? What do you mean? He gave a firm order. Cancel all my schedules for today. The assistant stood there stunned. Yes. Sir. But, sir, you have a meeting today with Congressman Kim. Jeon Hyu pointed at him and snapped. You think that right now, a meeting with a congressman is more important. Stop talking and cancel everything. As long as Master Aeolian is in Korea, clear my entire schedule. As he spoke, he threw on his coat and headed out. The pinnacle of human existence, the greatest level one can reach S-rank hunter, an elite group consisting of only a handful of people worldwide. In Korea, there were only 6. And now, the A+ rank monster, the White Shaman, stomped its foot, shaking the ground. The White Shaman roared in anger and lunged at the brown-haired young man. The man didn't show a hint of fear. He calmly raised his hand to form a ball of light. The monster screamed in pain and tumbled backward. The young man watched it get taken down with composure. In an instant, the White Shaman had been scorched into a black shaman. As it lay dying, it still opened its mouth to growl. The young man adjusted his glasses and said softly, somehow, the shaman type isn't affected by lightning magic. Is this an S-rank hunter? Sejun. The shaman suddenly forced itself back up, preparing to swing its massive fist at Sejun. He stayed perfectly still, wondering, does it have lightning resistance? Sejun calmly snapped his fingers, creating blue orbs that fell down. Those orbs were slowly engulfed by flames. Sejun shouted, explosive fire. Bright red flames enveloped the White Shaman's body, making it wail in agony. After a few seconds of being scorched, the monster fell. Sejun said with satisfaction, looks like it doesn't have explosive resistance. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just doesn't have resistance to recoil. Someone else stepped up and asked, was it necessary to take it down so violently? You know there's no profit to be made from that carcass, right? This person was S-rank Hunter Han Chae-jin. Sejun cast his gaze into the distance, behind Han Chae-jin, where the area was already piled high with monster carcasses. Sejun cheered happily. Just as expected, you're amazing. You always aim for the head, don't you? Sejun teased. By the way, Han Chae-jin, have you heard the news? Han Chae-jin asked back, what news? Sejun replied, Master Aeolian has arrived in Korea. Han Chae-jin looked surprised. Huh? Why would Master Aeolian come to Korea all of a sudden? Sejun said gently, Not sure. I just happened to hear it before I came here. I don't know the exact reason, but maybe it's because of Han Chae-jin's equipment. Han Chae-jin crossed her arms, wondering, is she that special? Why is everyone talking about Han Chae-jin so much? She's just a rookie, not even S rank yet. Si-jin smiled playfully. Everyone has a starting point, don't they? You weren't an S rank hunter from the very beginning either. Han Chae-jin frowned. Are you defending Han Chae-jin? Si-jun immediately denied. No, I'm just stating the truth. He squinted his eyes, teasing, do you feel like you're being outshined? Han Chae-jin angrily snapped back. Me? Because of Han Chae-jin. You think I'd be scared of that girl? Si-jun tilted his head. Isn't that right? Han Chae-jin insisted. No way, Si-jun asked. Didn't you say that Han Chae-jin receiving a weapon from Master Aeolian made you annoyed? Only then did Han Chae-jin admit that. That was a bit annoying, actually. Why did he only make one for Han Chae-jin? Si-jun said, so you do feel outshined, don't you? Han Chae-jin wrinkled her face and shouted, why does that count as being outshined? It's just annoying, that's all. It's infuriating to think that something like this would be given to a rookie who doesn't deserve it at all. It's so annoying. Lee Si-jun stabbed at her dark heart. So, that's jealousy and envy, huh? Han Chae-jin finally retorted. Are you jealous of Hana? Everyone is always comparing you two because you're both mages. Lee Si-jun laughed it off. I actually think Hana is way better than me. Does that count as jealousy? Han Chae-jin sighed. Honestly, I can never talk to you mages. Having said that, she turned and walked away. Lee Si-jun called after her. Are you really just going to go somewhere? Han Chae-jin waved her hand without looking back. You don't need to know. Lee Si-jun looked at the pile of monsters and muttered. If she abandoned the monsters she had just hunted, he wondered if she was planning to go meet the master, Lee Min-chung, and maybe it wasn't just Han Chae-jin. He wondered if other S-rank hunters were on their way there too. Should he go and take a look? It would be amazing if the master could make a magic staff for him. The scene shifts to the Hunter Association's headquarters in the underground training area. An intense sparring match is taking place. The girl pushed off the ground, and Han Chae-jin swung her sword with a dangerous expression. Siku blocked her blade with his own. Siku frowned, watching her lightning-fast attacks. He secretly groaned. This is getting a bit dangerous. The supreme, ultimate peak of the Taikyoku, the light of the blade flashed repeatedly, creating flashy afterimages. Han Chae-jin's eyes glinted, and she swung her blade down at Siku. Siku instinctively sidestepped, luckily dodging her strike. Siku immediately unleashed a move, the Hercules Taikyoku power. Han Chae-jin was sent flying by the blow, her body slamming into the wall before she fell to the ground. Siku ran over, worried, and asked, Han Chae-jin, are you okay? Han Chae-jin struggled to get up and said, I'm fine. Siku used his strength to help her up and said, let me see. Siku frowned. I'm sorry. I didn't intend to go that far. He looked at the injury on her shoulder and thought, it's not broken, but it's swelling up. Han Chae-jin's final move was so fierce that I accidentally used my Hercules strength. Even though I held back halfway, that must really hurt. Han Chae-jin hesitantly replied, I'm fine. I was fighting with the intent to take you down too, Siku. Siku offered a forced smile. Because he had taken down Robotham last time, Han Chae-jin believed that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't defeat him. Was that belief too much? A genius, once in 1,000 years. Giving her all to target him that wasn't easy at all. Siku told her, just stay still for a moment. He sighed inwardly. Well, this is still a tutoring session worth 10 billion won a month. I'll just have to put up with it. The system notified him, Divine Art Proficiency plus 3.1%. Han Chae-jin watched the wound on her shoulder gradually soothe and couldn't help but marvel. Interesting, Siku mused. She doesn't look interested at all, but to be honest, I'm surprised too. My proficiency increased by 3.1% in just one go. That's equivalent to if I had disassembled and reassembled Lee's limbs over 1,627 times. Is it because Han Chae-jin has a martial arts body? The human body is a micro-universe. Everyone carries a universe within them. Similarly, they have distinct conditions, also known as physical attributes. Among them are individuals born with extraordinary gifts: extreme yin body, extreme yang body, 3 disaster body, hegemon body, 5 elements body, moon yin body, 4 divine beast body, heavenly demon body, and so on. Among these geniuses, there is one known by the name, the martial arts body. A body that harmonizes all cosmic energies, a constitution that can withstand even the power of the Taikyoku. No wonder Han Chae-jin can control the Taikyoku power so well. So she was born with a martial arts body. Healing Han Chae-jin is also healing a martial arts body. Just treating such a body is a learning experience in itself. Siku thought, and then pulled back his needles. Working hard is good, but don't overdo it. I'll keep that in mind. He then asked, by the way, when is your S-rank promotion evaluation exam? Han Che-jin stretched her arms and answered nonchalantly, in a month. Siku thought about the hottest topic in the Korean hunter industry right now, Han Che-jin's S-rank promotion evaluation. Siku remembered the articles he had read. Han Che-jin of the SAC group, will she become Korea's 7th S-rank hunter? Another question floated up in the public discourse. What outcomes could happen if Han Che-jin becomes an S-rank hunter? A series of comments appeared. She only awakened not long ago, but she's already aiming for S-rank. Can you even get into S-rank through connections now? She's so beautiful, Siku thought. Between what happened at the housewarming party and the upcoming evaluation, she had always been hardworking, but now her determination was a bit excessive. Finally, he reminded her, until then, don't get hurt and take good care of yourself. Okay. Han Che-jin nodded in agreement. Siku looked at her expression and sighed internally. Whatever, it's not like she'd listen anyway, Siku muttered. That's it for today's lesson. Han Che-jin asked, are you coming with me? Siku, curious, asked, come with you? Where? To my promotion evaluation, obviously. Han Che-jin denied it. No, the Master Aeolian is coming. Siku frowned. Wait, why is Master Aeolian suddenly visiting here? Thanks to the knowledge-sharing feature of Zhuge Liang S, Siku realized it was because of the blacksmith seminar. That old man actually made it? If so, then his craftsmanship. Siku reminded himself, no way. It's only been a few days since we sent it in. The evaluation process should take at least 2 months. But if he's here to see Han Che-jin, he must be here to inspect her sword before her S-rank evaluation. Thinking that, Siku decided to decline. I'll pass. I'm heading out. He strode out of the ruined training room. Whatever, blacksmith, master or not, I've already got the divine smithing technique, so it's just a waste of time. The scene shifted to a blood-splattered room. 2 dangerous figures emerged in the center, and a woman's voice rang out. Master Aeolian is already here. This dangerous woman was the S-rank enforcer of the Chaos branch in Korea, T-Bao. The scene moved to the front of the Hunter Association headquarters. Aeolian stepped out of his car, greeting them politely. It's been a while. Han Che-jin smiled politely, not forgetting to ask, yes, it has been a long time, Master Aeolian. How have you been lately? Aeolian tilted his head and sighed. As for the health of a regular blacksmith, nothing special to report. Han Che-jin couldn't help but exclaim, no matter how much time has passed, you're still the same. We've prepared a meal for you, she said, immediately offering it, sensing he must be famished after such a long journey. Let's go eat. He suddenly raised a hand to cut her off. No need. I've already eaten. More importantly, Han Che-jin's eyes involuntarily lit up. She subconsciously looked toward Aeolian's hand. This is. He quickly opened the wooden box while stating his intention. I want to meet the one who forged this sword. Since moving into his new place, life had been pretty normal, recording videos for YouTube, clearing dungeons, and staying busy, crafting gear with the materials he collected, even following Hercules' training regimen. Thinking of this, Siku paused, wondering to himself. That's normal, right? He thought to himself. Regardless, maybe thanks to this schedule, his channel, The Craftsman, had reached 117,885 subscribers. He cheered with joy. His YouTube channel had hit 170,000 subscribers. Siku looked at his phone screen with satisfaction, his finger quickly scrolling through the count. Ever since he posted that video on A-rank strategies, it had gone viral. I posted that right after I became an A-rank hunter, didn't I? Siku muttered to himself. Looking at the number of dungeons he'd cleared, it was surprising his editor could even keep up. His face darkened slightly, his lips twitching. I should give my editor a generous bonus. I heard there's even a fan cafe for me now. The Tube Club, or something like that. Siku tilted his head, stretching his bones. Deep down, he thought, YouTube is doing pretty well lately. I'm about to become an A-rank hunter, and Hercules' training is going smoothly, too. Siku leaned his head back, looking up at the sky. He started to grumble. Now, all I need to do is forge some gear for myself. The old man better win. If it's the old man's handiwork, there's a chance, but it could still be a loss. Siku looked at the clock, feeling a bit uneasy. It's already 4 in the afternoon. Is he not coming to the workshop today? Siku chuckled dryly. I guess he's probably exhausted from the training. I just hope he's not overdoing it. If he does show up, I'll test him with S+ rank analysis. He reached out to press the activation button, then stopped. First, should I practice my divine smithing further to master it? Let's check the materials I collected first. Siku kept rambling on. His voice echoed throughout the room. Somehow, collecting materials is much harder than clearing dungeons. Transporting and storing them is just as exhausting. He frowned, muttering to himself as he calculated. A warehouse that could store infinite items would be great. Something like a spatial bag. Siku mused, but I have no idea how to make one. A spatial bag isn't just a simple piece of gear. It's a type of spatial magic. A space connected through a portal or a wormhole. Specifically, it's a dimension separate from our universe. A spatial bag is a kind of magic that allows access to that space. Siku's lips curled into a bitter smile. Even if Festus couldn't make one, he kept repeating the thought in his subconscious. Spatial magic is something only high-level mages can use. But just then, Siku's eyes flashed with a bright light. He opened his eyes wide. His pupils contracted as he followed the train of thought. With Hermes' S-rank speed, it would amplify my divine smithing skill many times over. Hercules once said, it's a power that transcends oneself. In other words, if I add in the power of the gods, then the power of the divine could be amplified. In that case, can I add something to my divine smithing, too? Siku kept questioning himself. His lips curled up unconsciously. In other words, if I can combine magic into gear, maybe I could create a spatial bag? The questions kept spilling out of Siku's mouth. I think it could work. Should I research more? A power that could complement divine smithing. Siku glued his eyes to his phone screen again. Which attribute should I learn? He was calculating frantically. If I want to enhance an attribute to the next level, I need overwhelming power. Thinking of this, Siku jumped as if he realized something. The wife of Osiris in Egyptian mythology. The great mother of Horus, the goddess of magic, Isis. Siku's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly synthesized his thoughts. If it's Isis, she would have enough power to support divine smithing. But Siku fell back into a state of collapse. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. I need to figure out which attribute to get first. I wish I could just register. It's definitely related to magic, but I can't figure it out. Siku quickly made a decision. Maybe I should ask Hercules. He immediately dismissed that stupid thought. No, that guy only knows how to destroy magic. After saying that, Siku changed his mind again. I should watch some easy videos first. Just then, the door suddenly opened. A familiar sound echoed, and he reacted instantly. Who's there? Siku spun around. He was bewildered to see the person standing there. Han Che-jin. Siku frowned, shock evident in his eyes. Why is Han Che-jin here? His gaze then landed on the man behind her. Aeolian? Siku was stunned for a moment. He asked in confusion, why are both Han Che-jin and Aeolian here? He looks exactly like on the news. After a long while, she asked, puzzled, Siku, why are you here? He hesitated before replying. I work here. She squinted. Seriously. Han Che-jin stroked her chin, muttering to herself, now that you mention it, you did bring it up, back when you checked my gloves in the S-rank dungeon. Siku smiled awkwardly. Ah, right, I did. Saying that, he shifted his attention to Aeolian. Well, forget about Han Che-jin for a second, but why is the Master Aeolian here? Han Che-jin didn't hesitate. She went straight to the point. Master Aeolian says he wants to meet Master Co. Pang Quang. Faced with the unexpected request, Siku was so shocked he blurted out. The old man? He was dumbfounded. At that same moment, Aeolian opened the wooden box, revealing the shimmering sword. Han Che-jin continued. The person who forged this sword, he says, is Master Co. Pang Quang. Siku was still reeling, unable to shake his bewilderment. Master Aeolian was a judge at that smithing seminar, and yet he went to the trouble of coming all the way to Korea, specifically visiting CO's workshop, and even brought a piece from the seminar with him. That means, Siku laughed subconsciously, and yet you went to all the trouble of coming to Korea, specifically visiting my workshop, and even brought a piece from the seminar, Siku unknowingly chuckled. My heart was practically screaming with joy. Oh, Iha! The old man won. I can finally craft gear that can handle the queen's power. I can actually craft high-end gear. A moment later, Siku gave a wry smile. But the old man isn't even here right now. She turned to report, he's not here. Siku asked back anxiously, there's no way to meet him? Han Che-jin turned to look at him. He's asking if there's any way to meet him. Min Siku's face darkened, sweat trickling down his cheeks as he fell into deep thought. The old man isn't feeling very well, but, oh, Iha. I should probably let him rest, but, oh, Iha. This is a special case. This will be such a memorable moment for him. Oh, Iha. After a moment of hesitation, Siku suggested, I'll call him. A short while later, he turned to announce. He said he'll be here right away. Han Che-jin immediately turned to translate. He will be here soon. Li Mincheng nodded slightly to thank her and turned back to Siku. Master Li Mincheng wanted to say thank you. Once that was done, he turned to a corner, his inner thoughts racing. Once I get the Aya, I'll start crafting equipment right away. While waiting for the old man, Siku's finger traced lightly over the screen. Should I finish watching Isis's video? I'll start crafting gear right now while I wait for the old man. Siku traced his finger lightly over the screen. Should I finish watching Isos' video? On the screen, a video played with the topic, Restoration isn't hard. He smirked. Restore that? Even Huatuo said that if you do it wrong, you can't fix it. From inside the phone, the AI's voice echoed. Does she wink? Dear viewers watching this video, Goddess of Magic Isis, are you having trouble with your physiological functions? Siku's eyes widened in shock. Mythology doesn't touch on certain topics, especially not weight. Meanwhile, Isis began to lecture, physiology is a sacred power that leads to the creation of life. There's nothing to be shy or avoid about it. She collapsed to the ground, her voice sounding pouty. Losing your physiological function is truly a great pity, not just for men, but for women too. Honestly, my husband is also weak in that regard, so I understand your pain very well. On this side, he blankly thought. The reason is that a fish in this river ate that part of him. AI Isis pretended to wipe tears from the corner of her eyes. She spoke in a bitter tone. So I haven't gotten any rice or porridge with my husband. Siku's eyes widened. He sighed incessantly. Greek and Roman mythology are a mess 5 minutes before a disaster, but Norse mythology is 5 minutes after a disaster. Egyptian mythology is a disaster every 5 minutes. And I'm exhausted. A while later, Isis happily pointed her spear forward. So I made one for my husband myself. She nonchalantly spun it on the ground, just like this. Before the unexpected sight, Siku couldn't help but be stunned. Is she performing some ancient Egyptian ritual? Meanwhile, Isis suddenly turned around and shook her hips. She repeated, "Oh, Aya." Isis deliberately pushed her full chest forward. At the last minute, she used her hands to make a heart shape. The corners of his mouth curled up. What the? He opened his mouth wide, trying to suppress the scream inside. Where did she learn that? Seriously, what is even being improved here? Right then, a series of cacti suddenly erupted into the sky. Around Isis, countless streams of energy radiated out. Witnessing that scene, Siku almost collapsed. He spoke in a trembling voice. What did I just watch? His heart was in complete turmoil. Is this really something a normal person should be watching? Anyway, the thing I'm sure of is, skip that. Siku focused on analyzing. Isis has the ability to add special functions to enhance everything. She might even be able to add space functions to the equipment. If she has the power to create that of Osiris, then this is completely possible, right? Let's see how much the membership fee is. At the same time, a dark shadow appeared from behind the main door. Only Xiu Pang Quang appeared, with a face drenched in sweat. He was gasping for air. Li Mincheng has arrived, hasn't he? Hearing the dry voice from behind, Li Mincheng turned slowly. As soon as he saw Mr. Xiu Pang Quang, he couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected Master Li Mincheng to be here. This is truly. At the same time, Li Mincheng quickly walked toward him. He sincerely expressed, I really wanted to meet you and congratulate you on winning the blacksmith seminar. Hearing this, Xiu Pang Quang's expression became awkward. He scratched his head shyly. I don't understand what you're saying. What language is this? Seeing that, Han Che Jin immediately stepped forward. She skillfully translated, he says he is very much looking forward to meeting you, Mr. Xiu Pang Quang, and he congratulates you on winning the blacksmith seminar. Xiu Pang Quang almost shouted at the shocking news. Me? I won the seminar. On this side, Min Siku silently observed, thinking, so he really won. Should I go back to that mission from earlier? Siku quickly checked his phone. His hands trembled. Let's see. Membership fee, 100,000, 10,000. The numbers had no end. Siku's face stiffened. 4 billion. The membership fee for Guild 3 Peaks is only 2 billion. And this is double that? He quickly checked his balance, his mind calculating hurriedly. Is this accurate? Now I only have 8 billion. And with the current income and expenses, first, 10 billion from tutoring Han Che Jin, about 300 million from manufacturing equipment, and about 8 million from raising pets. After a long, detailed calculation, Siku's eyebrows arched slightly. In short, 10 billion, 308 million. Now for expenses. A series of costs flashed in his mind. Membership registration fee for the guild, 4 billion. Huatua's herbal medicine, 5 billion, 100 million. Food for Lucky, 60 million. Base salary plus bonuses and danger allowance for employees, 30 million. Maintenance and utilities, 17 million. Xiao Ao's medicine, 5 million. Certification exam fees for Argo, 5 million. Living expenses, 3 million. Siku's complexion grew pale. His voice trembled. The total is 3 billion and 17 million. Siku clutched his chest, exhaling a breath. So my total monthly expenditure is 3 billion 170 million, and the net profit is 6 billion 910 million. Well, I have enough money to sign up. He smiled with a satisfied look. The subsidy from Han Che-jin, tutoring money, is truly great. All right, then I'll register right away. Just then, Siku's fingertips stopped. Siku gripped his phone so hard his whole body began to tremble. His inner voice was screaming like crazy. It wasn't 400 million, it was 4 billion. This was absolutely insane. Siku's head started throbbing with the numbers. If the monthly cost of living for a family of 4 is 3 million won, then this amount would be enough to live comfortably for 111 years. And that's a monthly charge? The money will just vanish after a single tap? What the hell? He cursed under his breath. On top of that, if I add the membership fees for other channels, it's already up to 7 point. Oh, billions of won per month. Damn it. Immediately after that, the system notified him. You have subscribed to the iSearch channel. A long moment later, Siku slowly opened his eyes. He replayed the notification sound over and over. That means 4 billion won will evaporate every single month. The phone screen suddenly flashed a deep, piercing red. Siku was nearly stunned silent. This is madness. The text burned itself right into Siku's eyes. You have received reality manipulation. Siku was utterly bewildered. What the hell is this? It doesn't just grant one special ability. Reality manipulation? This is the ability to change the surrounding environment within a small range and alter the laws of the universe on a larger scale. It deforms reality according to the will of the caster through magic. Siku frowned slightly. He tried to convince himself, is this even a skill level? Well, considering the reputation of Isis, it's understandable. Even though she isn't widely known, Isis is the most influential goddess in the ancient world. Anyway, I have to increase my proficiency now. Currently, there are 2 ways to increase proficiency. The first is to watch videos related to the trait. Thinking of that, Siku's eyes widened. A question popped up. Do I have to continue digging deep into the demon realm too? Thoughts flashed through his mind, sending a chill down his spine. A cosmic nightmare that exists beyond the abyss. This is unacceptable. It's not even worth a second of consideration. If I'm not careful, my mind won't. It could even destroy my very soul. Siku clenched his fists. He made a silent decision. There's only one way left. I'll have to try using it myself. First, I should experiment with it. Let's create a pocket, just like I originally planned. Knowledge rank C+ space is magic. The principle is to reach into the air and pull out an object, so there's no need to force it into a device. If I bend reality to create a space, that should be enough. Siku froze. He stared intensely at the center of his palm. It seems like it's not as easy as just wanting it to happen. Siku's face twitched uncontrollably. A stream of thoughts raced through his mind. Depending on the level of reality manipulation, the power changes exponentially due to the backlash from the universe. And in serious cases, the existence of the caster can collapse and disappear completely. Ugh, my head is killing me. Siku's expression was as serious as if he were forging a divine weapon. I need to create a shape like a pouch to help me get used to the concept of storing something. Siku stared at his phone screen, unable to hide his anxiety. This is my first time sewing like this. Should I check out some other channels? Then, he decisively shoved his phone into his pocket. Whatever, just do it. I can't keep subscribing just for this, Siku told himself. Besides, nobody cares what I use to make it. Just make it sturdy, like always. That's fine. Returning to Aolian, he seriously evaluated the sturdiness and strength of the sword, along with its perfect balance, all while maintaining its sharpness. Best of all, the most impressive thing is, Aolian suddenly grabbed the sword, a smirk forming on his lips. The handle, I'm amazed every time I look at it. After saying that, Aolian cast a curious gaze towards Xiao Pang Quang. It seems the shape of the handle changes according to the user. How is that even possible? He stared at the blade. The quality of your sword, so Pang Quang, is truly the best. But could we create a sword of this level? I could do even better. However, there is one thing. That is the handle. A handle that changes shape to fit the user. That's not an exaggeration. If I came all the way here just for this. At the same time, the man honestly replied, I used the facial muscles of a doppelganger to make it. Han Che-jin turned to Aolian, acting as the interpreter. He says he used the facial muscles of a doppelganger. He asked back in disbelief, facial muscles of a doppelganger? Aolian's eyes widened, and his voice dropped noticeably. Does that mean the ability of a monster has been combined with the sword? Wait, is that really possible? Ever since new materials, a byproduct from monsters was introduced to the alchemy industry. Alchemy has made leaps and bounds with power and quality far superior to ordinary metal. However, using a monster's ability is still limited to physical properties that remain intact even after it dies, like hardness. But a monster's special abilities cannot be combined into equipment. The ability vanishes when the monster dies and cannot be extracted from its corpse. Aolian was nearly stunned. Unless he's a god of alchemy, he he asked urgently. How? How did you transfer the monster's ability into the equipment? Han Shejin emphasized each word. He asks, how were you able to combine the monster's ability with his sword? Seopeng Kwang replied very calmly. I was taught by the artisan Siku over there. Alien tilted his head, following the direction of his hand. He learned from that young man? Alien thought to himself, instinctively dismissing the argument. Not to mention being a blacksmith worthy of teaching an artisan. Seopeng Kwang, he doesn't even look like a blacksmith. Alien wore an angry expression. Are you mocking me? She lowered her voice. Master Alien is asking if you are making fun of him. Seopeng Kwang was completely relaxed. He smiled. At first, I didn't believe it either. He seems to be doing something, so let's watch for a bit. His eyes rested on Siku. I don't know what's going on, but there must be a reason why artisan Seopeng Kwang says that. Alien clicked his tongue. It looks like he's trying to forge something. But there must be a reason why Master Seopeng Kwang said that. Alien clicked his tongue. It seems that Guy is trying to forge something. The key to forging is temperature. He once again acted dismissively. Only when it's heated and hammered can you properly remove the impurities. And he's just standing there, staring at it. He has no basic knowledge of forging. This is truly absurd. At that same moment, Siku suddenly tapped the piece of metal hard. His hand kept tapping the metal, which began to vibrate slightly. Witnessing that scene, Alien's eyes went wide. Did he do that on purpose? Cold forging and hot forging are methods currently used to improve material reinforcement, so details that are complex can be processed easily. However, because the temperature is too high, meticulous shaping is very difficult. Therefore, for cold forging, the material must be heated past the transformation point while simultaneously cooling it to a precise temperature below the deformation point. If the temperature is off even slightly, it will shatter, and if it cools too much, it will harden. Returning his gaze to Aeolian, he couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. In other words, he could sense that exact temperature point just by touch. How? Aeolian immediately dismissed the thought as too absurd. That was impossible for human senses, but his face showed clear tension, his eyes glued to him. He only saw Siku waving his hands erratically. Aeolian, wait right there. He was just doing it. His body stiffened, his mind began to spiral. I can't believe it. That level is far beyond human capability. Aeolian looked back at Siku, a level even I wouldn't dare approach. The system chimed, you've created scrap metal. The efficiency of God's alchemy has increased slightly. His mouth twitched. As I thought, pulling threads from metal isn't easy. The system screen lit up, rows of numbers flashing. God's alchemy. Efficiency, 38.77%, plus 0.03%. Siku stared at the object, kneading it with his hands. Regardless, as long as it's sturdy enough, it's fine. It's soft, too. Siku looked at the object in his hands. Now then, should I add a spatial function to it? His face hardened as a bold idea flashed through. But what do I do now? Do I need to dance like an AI expert? Just then, Alien suddenly lunged forward. He grabbed Siku's shoulders. Siku, that's absurd. Elsewhere, at Incheon Airport, a voice rang out. What did you say? What? Chi Ongu angrily questioned. The master alien has gone to Seo's forge. Why would he go there? After saying that, he urgently ordered, move quickly. We don't know where he'll go next. Tell the staff at the nearby management office to track him. At the same time, a familiar figure brushed past Cheon-gu. None other than Tae Bio. He smirked. Chi Kwang Tae Bio grinned sinisterly. Your role as the leader of the silver rank is over. I will take back that position. Siku leaned away to avoid the other's hand, his voice still polite, but his gaze icy. Could you let go of me? Han Chae-jin hurried forward to explain. He said he was too surprised and didn't notice, and apologized for the rudeness. He coldly replied, tell him I'm very busy right now. She continued, speaking with extreme politeness. He wants to discuss alchemy with you. Siku, once again, coldly refused. Tell him I don't want to chat. Meanwhile, Siku thought, watching Hephaestus videos would be more useful. Han Chae-jin continued translating. He asked what he must do to be able to talk to you. He stated his conditions in a light tone. Tell him I'll consider it if he gives me Orai Kakos. At the suggestion, she was stunned, asking back. He said, just that? And why do you want Orai Kakos? Siku replied very seriously, the image of a finished product already appearing in his mind. I will refine it to create equipment. He muttered to himself, great, one more piece of Orai Kakos. Aeolian practically shouted, his eyes widening so much they looked like they might pop out. You can refine Orai Kakos. The next question rang out, carrying both suspicion and bewilderment. He asked, is it really possible to refine Orai Kakos? Siku answered shortly, but his voice carried an air of nonchalance. Maybe. Aeolian shouted, throwing his hands toward him as if he had just heard an insulting, absurd claim. He jumped, startled out of his wits. At the same time, Han Che-jin suddenly announced, "He says he will go get it right away." Siku froze, blinking once. "What?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. Then, shortly after, he suddenly realized the answer. "Where? To the forge?" She nodded in confirmation. "That's right," Siku said, then turned to leave. "Well, when he comes back, we'll talk then." Han Che-jin nodded slightly. "I'm heading back too, Siku." Once done, Siku suddenly startled, eyes wide open. He said with an apologetic tone, his gaze wavering, "Sorry, uncle, I didn't mean to do that." Siku thought to himself, meeting Aeolian must have been a glorious moment for him. Seo Pangquang shook his head with a kind smile, his voice sincere. "It's not that, don't worry about it. Working with you in the forge is even luckier than meeting the Master Aeolian." The system quietly displayed a notification. Alchemy skill level plus. He glanced at it and realized, it seems he's sick, but I'm glad his health is generally still stable. Having said that, Seo Pangquang turned. "I'm done here, so I'll be going first," Siku seriously cautioned. "During this time, don't overwork yourself." He nodded slightly. "All right." A while later, he turned and sighed. It took a long time to finally concentrate. The words appeared, making the space around him seem to slow down. Reality manipulation. 5. 5. 5. Zhu Liang's knowledge. 5. Space is the most fundamental law that makes up this world, where matter exists and phenomena occur. Siku gave the order. It felt as if the entire universe was reacting in return. Expand space. A single stream of red light swallowed his body. Siku trembled, looking at the object. Is this the backlash from the universe? It felt like he was about to be swallowed by this suction. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his spirit into not being swept away. Resist. I have to resist it. Just then, a streak of light flashed in the middle of the void. The object in Siku's hand immediately fell to the ground. The system notified him, but he had no mind left to rejoice. Reality manipulation. 5. 5. 5. Efficiency. 0.8% plus 0.8%. Siku gasped while smiling wryly. This case is even tougher than Hercules' training. It's not simply an ability check. He gripped the cloth bag tightly. Looking at the outside, nothing has changed, has it? Immediately after, Siku curiously reached inside. Let's see. A stream of light flashed, enveloping Siku's hand. He smiled, satisfied. I did it, Siku evaluated, then nodded in satisfaction. It looks like it's not the size of a soccer field. Huh. All the effort I put in was truly worth it. Just at this moment, a strange voice rang out. Impossible. Hearing this, he jumped, startled. Siku slowly turned his head. A clear sense of annoyance rose up. Who's this now? At the same time, Siku blurted out a curse. What the hell is this? His voice deepened, his hands ready to react. Who are you people? In another scene, a luxury car sped down the highway. Jungu clicked his tongue and said, I didn't expect Master Aeolian to have already left Korea. Han Che-jin asked curiously. Why did he leave so soon? A few minutes earlier, a notification had rung out. Aeolian has returned to France. Cheonju and Han Che-jin screamed in shock. Back already? Returning to reality, Han Che-jin couldn't help but feel a bit confused. What did he even want at that blacksmith shop, she whispered to herself. I was really hoping to get some of his gear this time. Finishing that, Han Che-jin turned to question him. By the way, why did you act like that earlier? Was it because of that spatial bag? Siku hesitated and said, It's not magic. She asked curiously. You use things like that too, right? S-rank hunter. Mage? Siku's voice trembled. How is that even possible? Cheonju frowned slightly. Is it really that surprising? Han Che-jin stepped in. This isn't just surprising. She gritted her teeth, emphasizing every word. It's impossible. S-rank hunter and flame which Han Che-jin delivered her judgment. At a certain level of advanced science, it becomes indistinguishable from magic. You've heard that saying, right? He nodded slightly. Right. She continued, magic doesn't deny the laws of physics. Han waved her hand to illustrate. Ordinary people treat magic as a supernatural phenomenon. He looked at her with a confused expression. It really is a supernatural phenomenon, isn't it? Just then, Han brought her hands together to form a seal. A flame instantly appeared. She coldly questioned, What do you think is making the water boil? He thought for a moment and answered honestly, You're heating it up with fire, right? After saying that, her eyes widened in shock. A layer of ice appeared on Han's hand. She said calmly, I just hit a fireball with transparent magic. Shrugging, she added, That's magic. Fire generates heat, making water boil at 100 degrees Celsius. she continued. By using these immutable laws, we rearrange the pressure laws to make water boil even below 100 degrees Celsius. In other words, we exploit the laws of the world. Han's voice sounded level. Fire doesn't consist of heat, but cold. Water never boils in just any situation. The laws of the world cannot be changed by those definitions. Siku's voice dropped noticeably, but that spatial bag completely changed the laws of the universe. Han Che-jin tilted her head slightly, her gaze probing. Earlier, you said it was impossible, didn't you? She nodded slowly. That's right. Even if it were possible, it is absolutely never to be done. Han gritted her teeth, emphasizing each word. The world would reject that existence. So, the only one who could do that. The corner of her mouth twitched. Is an entity that transcends even the laws. Only a god could do that. Hearing this, Han Che-jin couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Then how is she? She leaned toward Cheon-ju. Do you understand, Deputy Director? He shook his head honestly. Not exactly. On the other side, Han was lost in deep thought. More importantly, that person. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. At the same time, Cheon-ju stared at a single point. What is happening? A hurried voice came through on the other end. Boss, Master Alien just. In another scene, the reporting voice dropped lower. The treatment has been completed successfully, but the person hesitated, throat dry. I'm sorry, boss. I've learned that his right eye cannot be restored. Chi Kwang gritted his teeth, emphasizing every word with hatred. It's a scar, the man coldly stated. What happened to Sion Che, the silver rank enforcer of the Chaos Branch? Chi Kwang. The person on the other end quickly reported. There's no particular news, but the Hunter Inspection Department has stopped all activity. Hearing this, Shi Kwang lowered his voice. For now, pass the order to all members of Chaos. Do not attract any attention to us. The man displayed a confused expression. That, boss, are you aware that Master Alien just visited Korea? He replied dismissively. I know. He suddenly announced, it seems like chaos in the BNE area caused trouble with him. The man added, it seems the incident also involves Che. Jin from the Chu group reacted instantly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Which bitch dared to cause this much damage for us to bear? They even dare to mess with the corporation? After a long pause, Chi Kwang spoke in a low, heavy voice. What do you mean, mess with? The man hesitated before replying. It seems. They've kidnapped him. The man gritted his teeth. Master Lee Min-chung is truly invaluable. He's a globally renowned figure. If something happens to him, the entire world's attention will be fixated on South Korea. That's why we've always left him alone, considering the risks, someone muttered, full of doubt. But how? How could they pull that off? Breaking through Lee Min-chung's security isn't easy. Not to mention, Han Che-jin is always with him. The cautious man continued. Lee Min-chung's visit to South Korea was a unilateral decision. It seems the French side couldn't deploy their security officers in time. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his voice. The rank S executor Teo Biom. He moved personally. Hearing this, Chi Kwang couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Teo Biom? Seriously? That guy surely knows the situation in the chaotic realm. The man smirked. Even so, he acted personally. Chi Kwang chuckled, looking excited. Is he planning to take my spot? Looks like he's really looking down on me. Seeing him take direct action, Chi Kwang grinned with excitement. He's planning to steal my position. Huh. Looks like he really underestimates me. The cautious man spoke up. Leader, there's one more thing I need to tell you. I think Master Lee Min-chung. He suddenly dropped a shocking piece of information, and Lee Sejun was involved. Just then, a giant serpent appeared, its two fangs sharp and menacing. It opened its mouth and hissed, emitting a grotesque sound. A. Rank B+ poison serpent monster. At that very moment, a flash of light cut through the air. The serpent froze, its eyes glowing a vibrant, eerie red. A split second later, its body was sliced clean in half. Blood sprayed everywhere. Siku, who happened to witness the whole thing, was trembling, the scene too gruesome to bear. He stammered. He cleared a rank B+ dungeon in just 47 seconds. Right then, a shout reached him. Siku, Lee Sejun yelled. Stop standing there like an idiot. Put it in the bag. Hearing this, Siku was stunned for a moment before vaguely reacting. What? Oh, yes, sir. He quickly rushed to grab the serpent's carcass. He couldn't help but mutter, this thing is so heavy. Siku stared at the small, cute-looking bag, doubting his own sanity. Did I hear that right? He wants me to put this into that. Siku carefully moved the serpent's body closer. Well, if he says so, I guess I'll see what happens. Instantly, the body was sucked inside by an invisible force. He was left completely speechless by the sudden sight. What the hell? Lee Si-jun's voice cut through, bringing Min Siku back to reality. If you're done, could you step aside for a second? Seeing him pull out something massive, Min Siku asked in bewilderment. Did you really do this all by yourself? Lee Si-jun nodded nonchalantly. Of course. Who did you think did it? Master Lee Min-chung? Min Siku forced a smile. Of course not. I didn't think Master Lee Min-chung could do this either, he thought to himself. Lee Si-jun let out a sigh. Done. Min Siku looked at Lee Si-jun, puzzled. Hey, don't you feel the weight? Lee Si-jun replied casually, his voice light. Not really. Since it's stored in another dimension, it's not that heavy. Suddenly, Lee Si-jun held the bag out toward Min Siku. Want to try holding it? Min Siku quickly waved his hands, refusing. No, thank you. I'm fine, Chi Kwang muttered to himself, feeling like his entire worldview was crumbling. Last time, he said construction materials weren't heavy at all. But this? It's not even a little bit heavy? He spoke quickly, wanting to change the subject as soon as possible. Sir, should we head to the next dungeon? But this is a bit heavy, actually, he said, speaking quickly as if wanting to escape the subject of the bag as soon as possible. Brother, let's head to the next dungeon. Min Siku asked urgently. We have about 4 dungeons left, right? Min Siku replied quickly. Only 3 more, sir. Lee Si-jun didn't forget to remind him. Don't forget to keep that camera safe. He replied quickly. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, in a high-rise apartment complex, Lee Si-jun was looking at the person in front of him, confused. Lee Min-chung? He frowned slightly. Why are you here? She lowered her voice. Hunter Lee Si-jun. Lee Min-chung spoke in a heavy tone. Can we talk for a moment? At Incheon International Airport, Jeon Hae-woo asked, confused. What exactly happened? A security officer replied, It seems Master Lee Min-chung was kidnapped on his private jet. He repeated, dumbfounded by the absurdity of the situation. Kidnapped on a private jet? He carefully offered his theory. It seems the culprit was already on the jet. Jeon Hae-woo lowered his voice, his expression turning grim. Is that even possible? If so, one of Lee Min-chung's close aides is the culprit. An agent handed him a stack of files. We suspect the same, and we've checked the staff list and took their statements. Jeon Hae-woo quickly scanned the documents inside, sweat beads rolling down his jawline. Jeon Hae-woo muttered a name, Teo Biom, a partner and longtime friend of Lee Min-chung, but there's no one named Teo Biom on the list. Right then, Lee Si-jun offered his own theory. It seems he might have been brainwashed. The officer couldn't help but look bewildered. Brainwashed? Lee Si-jun frowned slightly, explaining. To be more precise, I suspect he was affected by mental-type magic. Furthermore, there were no signs of a struggle on the private jet. Jeon Hae-woo was still in shock. Han Chae-jin, who was practically a rank S hunter, was with him. Doesn't that mean they weren't captured without being able to resist? Lee Si-jun continued. The culprit is likely a high-level mage capable of using powerful mental magic. He asked suspiciously. You mean? Even a rank S hunter was defeated instantly. Hearing this, Haein chimed in, which rank S hunter? Han Chae-jin is still just a rookie. Jeon Hae-woo paused. Even so, isn't it too early to conclude that the culprit used brainwashing magic? Just then, Hana stepped forward. There are traces of teleportation magic left behind, she stated firmly. At the very least, there was definitely a mage among the culprits. Hearing this, Jeon Hae-woo's doubts vanished. He asked urgently, If you're all sure, then it's probably true. In this case, can we track them down? Lee Si-jun frowned slightly. He muttered under his breath, From what I've seen, this isn't the first time they've done this. Lee Si-jun replied clearly. To avoid being tracked, they intentionally jammed the magic signals. It looks like this case won't be straightforward. He added that there's a high probability a high-level mage is among them, perhaps even more skilled than me. Back to Chi Kwang, he instinctively called out to Siku. Chi Kwang mused to himself. This is the 4th time I heard that name. He resolved, I will deal with him directly right now. If I can, but I need to stabilize the order first. It's not the time yet. But at that same moment, the man boldly put forward a guess. Gee, it seems Siku is connected not only to Lee Min-chung, but also to Han Chae-jin. Chi Kwang continued, meaning there is a high chance Siku will step up to resolve this. His eyes darkened. Siku and Tae-bem, both of them are thorns in my side, but in the end, they will surely clash with each other. Thinking of this, Chi Kwang smirked. The situation isn't as bad as I thought, is it? Whether Siku takes care of Tae-bem or Tae-bem sends Siku to his grave. In either case, he said with satisfaction, his voice echoing in the night, I won't lose a thing. Chi Kwang focused on calculating. The bigger the battle, the greater the profit. At the same time, warning lines appeared clearly. Kill Jeon, the one you've captured. If you succeed, I will let you know where Alien and Han Chae-jin are. At that moment, Lee Min-chung quickly said, "This is the video posted on Noongae this morning because it mentions Jian, the person you once captured." She narrowed her eyes at Siku while lowering her voice. "There's a possibility it relates to chaos, which is why I came directly to you." Siku frowned, his eyes showing clear suspicion. Why did the kidnappers go to such lengths? Was it necessary to attract this much public attention? Lee Min-chung calmly explained, "I'm not sure. The inspection division suspects the perpetrators are from chaos, but maybe they simply want to cause chaos worldwide." Siku furrowed his brow. Honestly, their demands were far from normal. He shut his eyes tight, his mind racing. People usually ask for someone to be released, right? But demanding he be killed? If this really was just some chaotic prank. At that same moment, the knowledge system of Zhuge Liang hit 5 stars. After a month of silence, Siku spoke with firm conviction. If Book Cheon didn't know something, they wouldn't be making such absurd demands. Once he said that, Siku curiously asked, "What has the inspection division decided?" Lee Min-chung began to analyze. "Usually, we shouldn't negotiate with criminals," but she added, "This is a master-level kidnapping." Lee Min-chung and Han Chae-jin from the group The World's Top Blacksmith Kidnapping Case. Master Lee Min-chung and Han Chae-jin from the group. Because the video was posted, the attention on this case isn't just in Korea, but all over the world. If anything happens to either of them, the inspection division will be under immense pressure. In reality, we have to accept their demands. Right at that moment, Siku suddenly interrupted. "Please, don't agree to them." Hearing this, Lee Min-chung was startled and about to refuse, but he cut her off immediately. "I understand what you're trying to say." Siku looked her straight in the eyes and continued, "I believe you've had experience with many cases where hostages are used as leverage. What are the culprits' demands usually like in those cases?" Lee Min-chung answered almost instantly. With the steady voice of someone used to giving reports, she said, 9 out of 10 cases involve money. They specify a clear amount and a deadline for delivery, promising to release the hostage if the demands are met. Reaching this point, she jumped in surprise. Her eyes locked onto his, and Siku spoke up. His eyes narrowed slightly as the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together. Usually, they say they will release the hostage. They don't give the location of the hostage. That means, he emphasized every single word in a low voice. They can't control the situation. The only thing they can do is provide a location. At the very least, the person who posted the video isn't the kidnapper. Hearing that, Lee Min-chung couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. If so, what's the purpose of posting the video? Siku calmly replied, "Maybe they want the situation to deteriorate, or they benefit from this somehow." His voice suddenly dropped. "I'm not sure who it is, but if we accept those demands, we'll be walking straight into a trap." Siku changed his tone. "However, we can't just ignore this either." He stood up abruptly, a smirk tug at the corner of his mouth. "Let's see if we can turn the tables, shall we?" At the Hunter Inspection Division, District Branch, a staff member hurriedly greeted the captain. "You're back." She stared at Lee Min-chung and asked anxiously, "What happened?" Then, the staff member subconsciously glanced at the man next to Lee Min-chung, Hunter Siku. She suddenly stepped forward and questioned, "Sir, where is Book Cheon?" Taken aback by this sudden question, the female staff member froze. "Pardon, he's in the interrogation room." Hearing that, Min-chung turned towards Siku. She cautiously signaled, "Let's go." After saying that, Min-chung coldly looked at her team. "Go do your work." Immediately after, Siku walked into a room. As soon as he saw him, Book Cheon raised his voice to question him. "Who are you?" Siku didn't reply. He suddenly sat down right at the man's feet. Seeing that, Book Cheon struggled frantically. He yelled angrily, "What is this? What are you planning to do?" Siku suddenly reached out and touched Book Cheon's hand. Right after that, he decisively bent his fingers backward one by one. Without stopping there, Siku continued with the rest of his fingers. Book Cheon screamed in agony. On the other side, the female staff member looked toward the room, confused. "What is that?" The person next to her couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. "Doesn't the interrogation room have soundproofing magic?" she muttered. "No way, the screaming is echoing out." Back to Siku, his face etched with blood-red veins. Siku stood up straight and spoke coldly. "The human body has many vital points." You could only see Siku clenching his fist. He whispered, emphasizing every word, "There are similarly many internal organs that can feel pain." Saying that, Siku grabbed Book Cheon by the hair. He didn't forget to reassure him, "Don't worry, you won't die." Siku's face suddenly went dark. He coldly let out words, his voice echoing like a call from the underworld. "Or rather, you'll be in so much pain that you'll wish you were dead. Compared to what you did to innocent people, this is nothing." Right after that, Book Cheon's screams echoed throughout the building. On this side, Lee Min-chung calmly observed from the monitor. After a long while, She coldly said, "Skip the beginning." The staff member awkwardly replied, "Yes, Captain." From inside the monitor, Book Cheon's moaning voice came out, "Kill me. There's a restriction." Lee Min-chung recoiled. She hurriedly signaled, started from that point. Inside, Siku repeated, "A restriction?" He nodded. Lee Min-chung was right. There is a restriction being placed upon me. She couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Was this the reason he didn't say anything during the interrogation? Book Cheon's voice sounded shaky. "So I want to talk, but I can't. The restriction, it doesn't just hold back a few specific actions entirely, but some thoughts as well, and only the caster can undo it. It's a top-tier binding magic that is sure to lead to death." Right at that moment, Siku reached his hand toward Book Cheon's head. Witnessing that scene, Lee Min-chung's eyes widened. What is he trying to do? She only saw a red beam of light flash. It covered him. Faced with the terrifying sight, Book Cheon opened his eyes wide in horror. A cold shiver ran down the spine of the staff member from just a moment ago. At the same time, Siku's voice rang out, "The restriction has been lifted." Lee Min-chung's eyes widened in disbelief. The restriction was lifted? She asked in confusion. Did Hunter Siku just use magic? The staff member hesitated and replied, "I don't know either." What was that just now? Siku spoke in a low voice, neither high nor harsh. "Now, spill everything." Back to Lee Min-chung. She slowly moved toward the room. A few minutes ago, he spoke very calmly as if describing a technical procedure, his gaze cold and ripple-free. "I'm not sure how you guys usually handle a dangerous fugitive, but I'll make sure he can't use his legs for a while." She recalled his simple, somewhat oblivious demeanor when thinking about his words from before. Hunter Siku. He's usually just a normal, clueless guy, sometimes a bit strange, but when dealing with criminals, he becomes more ruthless than anyone. Thinking of this, Min-chung unconsciously asked, but is he truly ruthless by nature? When with his younger sister, he shows such immense warmth, a guy more humane than anyone. Lee Min-chung involuntarily smiled. The longer I stay with him, the more I learn. For some reason, he gives me such a warm feeling. A moment later, her order was given decisively, without hesitation. "Now, release Joan." The scene shifts to the next morning. Breaking news. Chaos attacks. June escapes during interrogation. He has been eliminated after being pursued by the guards, an unavoidable choice. For the safety of the citizens. Breaking news. Chaos attacks. June escapes. June escapes during interrogation, killing someone for safety. Can that be justified? Siku smirked. "Well, I've already gotten all the information I could from Jeon." He mused. "They'll think we've fulfilled their request." The corners of Siku's lips curled up slightly. They won't ever guess that the restriction spell has been lifted. The reality manipulation of Isis is more useful than I expected. He reached up to rub his head, his breathing deepening, a clear sign of the price being paid. Naturally, everything has a cost. The coalition is still in pain here. Deductions raced through Siku's mind, every possibility stacked on top of the other. Soon, they will let the inspection division know the location of the hostage, but no one can predict how the situation will unfold. Above all, there's no guarantee the location they provide is real. He resolved to himself, so I will have to act alone, faster, in a direction they cannot foresee. Siku looked toward Fenrir. "Let's go, Lucky." At the same time, Taebem said with an amused tone, "She held out longer than I thought. It seems she doesn't just have talent." He gestured toward Han Che-jin. But even so, an S-rank executor belonging to Chaos, Taebem, with the characteristic of mental suppression. Taebem grinned, saying, Soon, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her head. "Han Che-jin, from now on, you have to live alone." The man patted Han Che-jin's shoulder. "Mom and Dad have gone to a very far place. They will take a long time for them to return." Hearing this, she asked blankly, her eyes wide, "A very far place? How far?" "Ever since returning home, I haven't seen Mom or Dad even once. Even so, I didn't cry. I was told I had to be braver so Mom and Dad would return." From inside the room, the man's voice rang out harshly. "Can you still call yourself a human after doing something like that? The young lady is a child you raised with your own hands." But that voice showed no signs of cooling down. He kept questioning her. "You want to kill the young lady? Just because of a few small changes? Who sent you?" "Han Huang-guk, Han Che-jin." At that moment, she silently prayed. "I wish everyone would get along better." The next day, the nanny didn't appear either. She said she had quit because the job was too difficult. Did I make it hard for her? Did I act like a spoiled child? So from then on, I decided not to act like a spoiled child, to avoid making things difficult for others. That way, people wouldn't leave me. But when I was small, I still had moments of happiness. A while later, Han Che-jin's eyes were glued to the steaming bun. It's a steamed bun eating a steamed bun. She hurriedly ran forward. Han Che-jin stopped in front of the woman who was constantly whispering. She thought to herself, that was the day the cook decided to make steamed buns. Han Che-jin stared at that person. Her eyes said it all. Save me. Please save me. I don't want to die like this. A few days later, someone's voice echoed. The cause of death was determined to be poisoning. The poison was found in the steamed buns the victim ate. From that day on, I never saw the cook again. Whenever I was happy, people would always leave me. Both mom and dad, the nanny, even the cook. It felt like everyone was abandoning me. Right then, Tae-san suddenly appeared. From today on, you will come to live with me. He was very scary. But I still accepted following him. I felt like I had to. That was when I was 6 years old. Returning to reality, Tae-bem coldly provoked her. I heard you come from a wealthy family, but we're really not that different, he said coldly, speaking with such ease. Tae-bio chuckled coldly, his eyes watching Han Che-jin like a pawn that hadn't even matured yet, capable of easily triggering her psychological trauma. Whatever, she'll be under control soon enough. She's still just a brat, isn't she? Lee Min-chung growled, his whole body trembling from the mental suppression. Let Han Che-jin go. The child is innocent. Just let her go. He tilted his head, his tone carrying a twisted sense of admiration. Truly, with your top-tier reputation in the blacksmithing world, you're actually resisting my mental suppression. Your willpower is impressive. Tae-bio lowered his voice, his murderous intent radiating as coldly as before. But that's as far as it goes. Lee Min-chung angrily questioned, isn't it me you're after? He glanced at her. His eyes flashed with ambition. Originally, yes. But now, Tae-bio stared fixedly at Han Che-jin, his lips curling up. Han Che-jin is worth more than you now. You, he said hurriedly, his voice growing hoarse. Don't tell me you want money. If it's money, I'll give you however much you want. Tae-bio burst into loud, mocking laughter that echoed through the confined space. Money. He stepped closer to Lee Min-chung. Do you think we, in the chaos, crave something like that? He asked urgently. Then why? Before Lee Min-chung could finish, he was cut off by Tae-bio. You don't need to know. A subordinate rushed in. My lord executioner. Lord Tae-bio. He turned coldly. What is it? His subordinate reported quickly. The guards from the inspection bureau are storming this place. Tae-bio nearly screamed, what? His heart swayed violently. How did they find our hideout? I thought I erased every single trace. There's no way anyone could have tracked us. They shouldn't have been able to find this place. Tae-bio bit his fingernail. How did they track us down so fast? Why is this happening? The subordinate swallowed hard and said the words he dreaded hearing. It seems Chi Kwang leaked the information. Hearing this, Tae-bio let out a dry, harsh laugh. So that's how it is, he roared, his murderous aura exploding. Chi Kwang, you son of a bee. More bad news struck like a sledgehammer. S-rank hunters from South Korea were arriving. One by one, names were read out by the subordinate like a countdown to doomsday, including the director from the management bureau, Hana, and even Sizun. 4 S-rank hunters in total, Tae-bio screamed. Hana and Sizun are coming too. He muttered to himself. This is a worst-case scenario. The hardest opponent for a mage is another mage. There was no time to think. We need to retreat immediately. Tae-bio ordered decisively. Everyone, leave this place right now and prepare to retreat. Hurry. Hearing that, the subordinate quickly replied, understood, and rushed outside. Suddenly, rocks and debris began to fall. Tae-bio stopped in his tracks, cursing angrily. What the hell? From deep underground, an explosion resounded. But it was at this very moment that Siku suddenly appeared, his body emitting an intense surge of spiritual energy. As soon as he saw Siku, Tae-bio couldn't help but feel a bit rattled. Who the hell is this guy? I've never seen his face before. He searched through his memory. Is he from the inspection bureau? Tae-bio didn't stop thinking. I don't sense anyone else besides him. The others aren't here yet. After a moment, he asked in a voice that still held a hint of disdain. Did you come here all by yourself? Siku shrugged, his tone annoyingly casual. Yeah, I'm just a lone wolf, if that's what you're asking. Hearing this, Tae-bio smirked. This guy's got some guts, huh? Do you even know where you are? He roared, magical pressure erupting. Get lost. Immediately after, a pillar of light exploded right before his eyes. Tae-bio stared fixedly at Siku, his lips curling slightly. I'm going to pierce holes all through your body. Murderous intent surged as he lunged straight for him. Meanwhile, Siku stood still as a statue. Then suddenly, he raised his fist. The air shifted. An invisible force instantly shot forward, overpowering Tae-bio's strength. A warning flashed in his mind, leaving him practically stunned. What? No way. Tae-bio started to tense up. I can't believe it. He's just throwing a punch. He looked at Siku in bewilderment. Is this even human strength? What kind of power is this that exceeds all human limits? Thinking this, Tebeo's voice trembled. This is impossible. Right in front of Tebeo, the light suddenly exploded. He was frozen in place, unable to believe it. What kind of monster energy is this? A sense of imminent danger washed over him. He stammered, "It's even stronger than before." Tebeo's body shook violently. He frantically denied it. "No way." Just then, Tebeo roared, "I'll send you to another dimension. Illusion space. Elysian dimension." His ultimate magic was activated. He recalled Hercules warning him seriously a few days ago. "Don't mess with mages too much. If you mess up, you have to turn them into allies." He sneered. "However, if you can't turn them into allies, finish them as quickly as possible." Back to Siku, his body radiating an eerie light. Siku quickly swung his fist forward, Hercules' fist, second form. Immediately after, he unleashed the devastating power of the heaven-destroying strike. Hercules' fist had the ability to bend and break the very laws of nature. Conversely, the reality manipulation of the illusion space could change those laws, allowing whatever he imagined to become truth. Destruction and manipulation were two parallel forces, as the two powers came from completely different schools of thought. To find out which side was stronger was impossible. In that moment, Siku pondered. "I used to believe that." Thoughts raced through his mind. The reality manipulation of the illusion space is indeed a terrifying power. But even if the laws can be manipulated and changed, when faced with this strength, everything is meaningless, and everything will be destroyed without a trace. A long, deep crack appeared on the ground. At the same time, Siku stomped his foot hard on the ground. Hercules sneered. "It's not for nothing that he's known as the strongest in the world." On this side, Tebeo's body shook uncontrollably. He panted for breath. Tebeo slowly lifted his head, his voice raspy. "How?" Tebeo roared in frustration. "How can this kind of power even exist in this world?" He thought to himself. "If I had been just a second slower." Tebeo imagined the outcome. "If I had stupidly chosen to take that hit, I would have had to use short-range teleportation magic and..." With everything he had, he clutched his mouth tight, spitting out blood as his inner thoughts spiraled. "How'd I end up like this? Just catching the edge of that energy wave did this to me. If I'd taken that hit head-on," Tebeo chuckled bitterly, "I'd be long gone by now." But suddenly, he thrust his hand forward, a seal instantly forming. Tebeo smirked triumphantly, as they say, "Every cloud has a silver lining." Siku turned to look at Han Che-jin, saying, "Holding a hostage is a bit much, don't you think?" The man roared in fury, "Shut your mouth," as he spun around. A corner of his mouth curled up just as expected. Dealing with him would be tough. Hercules' warning echoed in Siku's head. Try to engage with mages as little as possible. He couldn't help but wonder why, as he slowed his voice, carefully weighing his words. "Those guys, they're a pain in the neck. How should I put it? They often pull off the most unexpected tricks." The queen repeated the advice, her voice clear and stern. "Don't get too tangled up with a mage. If you're already in it, you have to turn them into an ally." Finally, Hercules thrust his fist towards Siku. "However, if you can't make them an ally, finish them off as quickly as possible." Returning to reality, he smiled involuntarily, having grasped the truth. So that was it, the meaning behind the phrase, "finish the mage as quickly as possible." At that same moment, Tebeo shrieked. "If you still got any tricks up your sleeve, give it everything you've got," he sneered, not forgetting to threaten him. "I won't be the only one going down to the underworld." At that instant, glowing orbs appeared out of nowhere beneath Che-jin and Aeolian. Back to Siku, he furrowed his brow. He had intended to end this right away with a heavenly annihilation fist without hesitation, but with his current abilities, the strongest moves I can use right now are the heavenly annihilation fist and the dragon descent kick. Once each, Siku thought, his heart pounding wildly. If I push myself, I can manage 2 hits, but thinking about the consequences, I shouldn't use it carelessly. But with Hermes' super speed, combined with the strength to cross the world in a heartbeat, I can definitely save them. However, that guy is a high-level mage who can manipulate space itself. Space and time are two concepts that cannot be separated. So, if he can manipulate space, it means he can manipulate time, too. Even if I move in a split second, I can't predict the variables that might occur. Thinking this, Siku immediately lunged straight toward Tebeo. His eyes lit up. "This time, it ends here." Witnessing the scene, Tebeo giggled. "I don't know who you are, or how you're using that kind of power." Tebeo tilted his head, staring straight at Siku. "But this is the end." After saying that, he immediately unleashed a mental suppression technique. Pressuring Siku, Tebeo grinned smugly. "My specialty, mental suppression, turns any conscious AI within my reach into a target." He couldn't help but feel a bit excited, thinking this was a guaranteed win. Tebeo mused to himself. "No matter how superior your power is, You won't escape my mental suppression. At that moment, he teleported into another dimension. Tebeo scanned his surroundings. This is that guy's mind. His inner thoughts swirled. Usually, a person's mind is a chaotic, irregular mess. That's why I have to trigger psychological trauma by following the remnants of intense memories to crush their spirit. Thinking this, Tebeo couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Why? Is there nothing here? Just then, his breath hitched. Tebeo began to gasp, struggling to force out a sound. Tebeo clutched his throat, his inner consciousness screaming, "I can't breathe." Right then, a voice echoed. "I'm in the middle of training." The voice grew colder. "Don't interrupt." Hercules spun around, roaring, "Get lost." Back in the real world, Tebeo let out an earth-shattering scream. He clutched his throbbing throat. What just happened? Tebeo grabbed his head, his mind spinning, but he couldn't remember. It was as if those memories had been locked away. Thinking this, he looked up at Siku. "What the hell are you?" Tebeo roared, his voice echoing through the space. "What the hell are you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, hurried footsteps echoed. Lee Si-jun looked around warily. What is going on? Hana-chen chimed in, the sound of fighting. Has someone already arrived here? Cheong-gu tightened his brow, thinking to himself that the location they got from the chaos was top secret, so only those here should have known about it. Suddenly, the screaming started again. It didn't show signs of stopping. Cheong-gu peered inside. "I don't know what's happening," but he commanded sternly, "For now, just keep heading in." At the same time, Tebeo fought back like a madman. He didn't stop moving, only to see a rift in space appear right next to him. He turned to look in one direction. Seeing this, Siku quickly lunged forward. "You think you can run away?" He swung his hand decisively. A blue stream of energy flashed, and Tebeo was pushed back. Taken aback by the sudden attack, he panicked and shrieked, "Don't come any closer." Suddenly, red tendrils appeared, slowly moving towards Siku. Before Siku could appear right in front of Tebeo, he threw his fist. The guy could only mutter, "This bastard monster." The moment he spoke, 10 of Tebeo's clones appeared, surrounding Siku. The voices followed one after another. "Let's see if you can dodge this." Immediately after, they all thrust their hands forward at the same time. He whispered to himself, "I'm out of time." Siku bowed his head, muttering under his breath, "Hercules' divine fist." Siku slowly shifted his toes, the first technique, and suddenly unleashed the dragon descent kick. Siku frantically looked around. That bastard used his space gate to dodge again. Where did he hide? On the other side, Tebeo had already grabbed Han Chae-jin and Aeolian. Seeing that, Siku cursed in anger. "Damn it," he thought to himself. "I've exhausted my power. No time to hesitate." Siku made a desperate decision. "I have to give it everything I've got." Then, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening. Aeolian's body was suddenly flying straight towards Siku. Tebeo looked at him. He chuckled. Too late. Tebeo smirked, his voice echoing eerily. "See you later, Siku." Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly reached out toward him. The moment his arm touched him, Tebeo and Han Chae-jin vanished completely. Siku tried to reassure himself. Not yet, there's still a remnant of the magic. If I track the remnant right now, I can catch up. A moment later, he squeezed his eyes shut, his facial muscles twitching repeatedly. The system interface lit up. ICE's reality manipulation. Siku clutched his throat, coughing dryly. He gritted his teeth. Did I use too much power during the fight? How? In my current state, am I still able to use reality manipulation to create a portal to chase him? But I don't have enough strength to withstand the backlash of this power. If I'm not careful, my very existence could be erased as the price for using this power. Siku couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. But Han Chae-jin has already suffered extreme mental suppression. If her mind collapses completely, even the divine healing arts won't be able to save her. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes once again. Therefore, if not now, then never. Siku silently made up his mind. I must chase him, even if I have to bet my life. Immediately after, Siku formed a hand seal in front of his chest. A surge of spiritual energy exploded instantly. Si-jun screamed in shock. What the hell? Bro, he asked, rushing toward Hunter Siku. You're that guy from the forge back then, and what is that thing? Hearing this, Siku subconsciously turned his head. Brother. It's brother, he thought. For now, my strength isn't enough, because I have to change too many laws. Siku lifted his head, his gaze locked onto the two mages standing opposite him. But if Hana and Lee Si-jun, two genius mages, can open space and break through for me, we can definitely do it. Immediately after, he growled. No time for explanations. Can you two use teleportation magic? The kidnapper has already escaped with Han Chae-jin. Before the unexpected request, Lee Si-jun was stunned. What? You mean? She responded quickly without hesitation. I can do it, But why all of a sudden? Before Siku could finish, he stepped forward, an invisible pressure spreading around. We need to chase him right now. We have to stitch together the teleportation magic trail that he used and pursue him to the end. Hearing this, he tried to discourage him. Once space is closed, it can't be stitched back together anymore. Even if we track the magical energy residue, we can't calculate the coordinates accurately. Sejun shook his head slightly, his expression heavy. I'm very sorry, but tracking him is impossible. His voice rasped. If you two can open the space, the system notified, is reality manipulation. He growled, emphasizing every word. I will try to connect the two spaces together. Hana started. What do you mean by that? Right now, the concept of connecting space. Siku yelled in anger. There's no time left. She hesitated and replied. Then, let's try it first. Hana and Lee Si-jun chimed in. I'll try my best. Immediately after, the two closed their eyes and simultaneously activated their magic. A flash of light appeared in midair. It covered Siku. At the same time, he urgently cast his magic, his mouth letting out a low moan. Siku's inner thoughts intensified. The thought of changing the impossible law into the possible. My head feels like it's about to shatter. My heart is beating like it's about to explode. But I can't stop here. Even if I have to die. He only felt Siku's body trembling violently. Just at that moment, the light flashed, swallowing his body. That was also when the system notified. Reality manipulation proficiency 555, 2.1%, plus 3%. Witnessing that scene, Si-jun moved his lips slightly. It really connected. Hana couldn't help but exclaim, no way, you. Siku spoke in a trembling voice, please, go ahead, I'll follow. Hana showed a worried expression. How can we do that? You, Siku. Who exactly are you? Changu suddenly spoke up. Whatever this is about. He turned to remind them, we need to hurry. We have to save Han Che-jin. Saying this, Cheon-hyu seriously instructed the others, clean up the scene here and protect Master Ali and Min Chung. He decisively stepped inside, his voice sounding cold and powerful. We'll handle it from here on out. Returning to TBO's side, he muttered to himself, though leaving Alien behind is quite a pity. But TBO smirked, just surviving after facing that monstrous bastard was lucky enough already. He turned to look at her, his heart feeling somewhat excited. And above all, Han Che-jin was still here. TBO looked satisfied, looking at her condition. Her mind is about to collapse completely. Thinking of this, he grinned. That means soon, she will become a puppet I can control. Suddenly, TBO clutched his throat. He coughed uncontrollably. TBO stared at his arm and spoke calmly. Losing the left arm is just a small problem. My internal magic circuitry has been completely destroyed. At this rate, I might never be able to use magic again. But, TBO thought inwardly. Feeling extremely smug, the important thing is that I'm still alive. The space has closed completely. That guy has no way of following me here. Right at that moment, a spatial rift appeared right behind TBO. Noticing something unusual, he immediately turned around. What? He only saw Cheon-hyu and the two of them appearing right before his eyes. A chill ran down TBO's spine. He whispered, space. Connected? TBO backed away in fear. He looked around, bewildered. No way. That guy is here too? After confirming the situation, TBO grinned. No. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and laughed crazily. Seeing that, Hana smirked. You see 4 S-rank hunters coming to settle the score with you, and it's made you go insane? Is there something so funny? His voice echoed from all over the space, the source unclear. Of course, it's very funny. Seeing you dogs coming here. TBO mocked, assuming they could do something to fight him. He asked casually, his voice light as air. Do you know why I came here? TBO growled, emphasizing every word. To think you guys would step into the tiger's den, hand over your lives just like that. Hana looked around vigilantly. She hurriedly warned them it was a massive magic circle. Sejun panicked, his eyes darting around as that guy's magical energy flooded the entire space. TBO roared once more. This place is my own stage. As soon as he spoke, an invisible cold mist began to envelop the group. Both Hein and Sejun immediately felt like they were suffocating. He smirked maliciously. My mental suppression trait has reached a whole new level in this place. Truth be told, he had gained absolute control over the flow of air, wind speed, and even space and time itself. All the laws of this world are under my command here. If I order you to kneel, you will have no choice but to kneel. And if I order you to die, there is nowhere else to go but to perish right here in this domain. And here, I am God. After a moment, TBO's lips trembled slightly. Now, all of you, just then, a green light suddenly pierced straight toward him. As soon as he saw it, he immediately went on high alert. It's him. That monster bastard. TBO let out a cold laugh. But being a monster doesn't matter anymore. he said coldly. Standing before a god, monsters are just living things, too. Wild thoughts raced through Tebeo's head. Even when he stepped in here, stepping in here, he saw his eyes glowing with a faint blue light. Tebeo froze. Wait, even when he stepped in. He couldn't help but feel a bit disoriented. Does this mean I brought him into my mental suppression domain? Thinking this, Tebeo's body suddenly stiffened, and he started shivering uncontrollably. No! Hercules suddenly appeared, roaring aggressively. I warned you. Hercules' eyes glowed with blue light as he screamed in rage. Don't you dare bother me. Got it? Right after that, Hercules swung his fist straight at Tebeo. He gritted his teeth, letting out a groan. The green beam of light pierced right through Tebeo amidst the clash of intense red and blue energy. Siku's figure was sent flying into the air. As the light faded, Tebeo collapsed, his eyes half closed, his breath ragged. On the ground, the aftershock spread into jagged cracks. Hana's voice broke out, hoarse and confused. The spell has been broken? Cheongu stared intently at Tebeo. He asked urgently, What the hell is this? At the same time, he slowly crawled up, moaning incessantly. As soon as he saw Siku, Tebeo looked terrified. He said with a trembling voice, Don't come any closer. Tebeo shook uncontrollably, his voice cracking as he shouted with frantic, guarded desperation. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, stay back. Stay back. Tebeo screamed, his voice breaking with every step he retreated in terror. Don't come near me, please. Suddenly, Siku ignored him. Siku moved toward her with concern. Han Chae-jin looked utterly traumatized, barely able to process the sounds around her in that moment. Siku slowly reached out a hand toward Han Chae-jin. He stepped forward with measured, steady intent, his gaze devoid of coercion, radiating only quiet care. Miss Han Chae-jin, you don't have to carry everything by yourself, Siku's voice softened. If you shoulder too much, you'll only end up in more pain. He stopped at a safe distance from her. He didn't step any closer. Sometimes, you have to learn to let go and know when to turn away. His inner voice echoed slowly. The youngest daughter of the SA group and the leader of the company's hunter division, a girl bearing everyone's expectations on her shoulders. Siku stared at her, his heart aching. He didn't know, and there was no way to know just how heavy her responsibilities truly were, just how crushing that burden must have been. Right after, he gently reached out toward Han Chae-jin. Siku spoke bluntly, without sugarcoating how the world perceived her. That doesn't have to be your reality, he continued, reassuring Han Chae-jin. His voice was soft, melodic, almost like a song. There's no need to suffer, trying to piece together your life. You can just throw those stupid broken fragments away. Siku's voice remained steady. Even if things aren't perfect, it's okay. Even if everything falls apart, it's still okay. He emphasized every word. His gaze never left her. Forget about sacrificing yourself and think about yourself first. Only then can you truly care for others. The system window suddenly flashed. A virtuous person acts with righteousness and propriety. Siku smiled. Make yourself the top priority. He gently grabbed Han Chae-jin's shoulders. It takes courage to be selfish and to dare to be hated. Siku tried to look her straight in the eyes. You don't need to be loved by everyone. With that, he gently pulled his hand away from her. She looked up, her voice trembling. Her eyes shimmered with surprise. Siku, why are you here? A sigh escaped her, and her shoulders finally relaxed. Thank goodness. Siku looked into Han Chae-jin's eyes and grinned. Miss Han Chae-jin. Now, Siku stood up abruptly. There was still one more thing to do. His question was calm but carried immense weight. Could you all do me a favor? His gaze swept across those nearby with absolute confidence. The dramatic rescue of Aolian and Han Chae-jin was complete. The news played incessantly, showing footage of the chaos at the scene. There were no casualties, and praise was pouring in from all over the world. A spokesperson from the French side expressed gratitude for South Korea's quick response. A moment later, a phone was seen lying neatly on the desk. Shi Kwang smirked. So, Tebeo got caught. Huh. The subordinate bowed, his voice steady but clearly struggling to contain his shock. It might be hard to believe, sir, but it wasn't the other S-ranks who defeated Tebeo. It seems to be the work of Siku. He didn't forget to add a precaution. I will investigate further. Shi Kwang coldly brushed him off. Get lost. Shi Kwang's voice was deep and gravelly. That bastard Siku. He's definitely not someone to underestimate. To think he could handle a calamity-level executor like that. A cold laugh escaped him, dripping with venomous sarcasm. Tebeo's arrogance knew no bounds, but that actually worked in our favor here. Shi Kwang looked up at his subordinate. And what about the chaos in the Gyeonggi district? The subordinate quickly reported. Since they lost their leader, taking control of the remaining forces shouldn't be a problem, sir. Hearing this, Shi Kwang smiled with satisfaction. Good. Shi Kwang was secretly pleased. But Cheon and Taebio, the thorns in my side have finally been removed. Everything was going according to plan. Just then, a man rushed in, announcing, "Sir, we have a problem. The chaos in the Gyeonggi district has been completely wiped out." Chi Kwang bolted upright, unable to hide his bewilderment. "What?" the man continued. "Along with them, Jian He, Woni Sunpei, Buyam, and Azin. All the chaos in the Gyeonggi district has been destroyed by S-rank hunters and the Inspection Bureau." Hearing this, Chi Kwang immediately snapped back. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The entire Gyeonggi district has been turned upside down. There's no way those bastards at the Inspection Bureau could have found our bases in Gyeonggi." The subordinate bowed his head slightly. "Perhaps Taebio, who controlled the Gyeonggi district, revealed our base locations." Upon hearing the answer, a glint of killing intent flashed in Chi Kwang's eyes. Didn't he have the restriction spell on him? He couldn't believe his own speculation. Could it be that it was dispelled? Chuga immediately denied it. No way, he thought. The restriction spell being dispelled. It was almost impossible, but that was the only possibility. A horrific thought flashed through Chi Kwang's mind. If this is true, then the restriction spell on Bup Cheon has also been dispelled. Because Bup Cheon also knows what I know, that's exactly why I wanted to get rid of him. The thought barely landed before he cursed angrily. If the restriction is gone, information might have already been leaked. We weren't the ones pulling the strings. We were the puppets in their hands all along. Chi Kwang roared, "Which son of a bitch dispelled the restriction and played us?" Seeing this, the man hesitated. "Sir, I have one more thing to report, but could you take a look at this?" Chi Kwang frowned. "What is it?" he quickly reported. On Siku's Noom channel, a video was just posted. It looks quite similar to the one we posted last time. Chi Kwang's voice was low but sharp, carrying a dark premonition. "Something's wrong." "What does it say?" On the screen, a short clip appeared. Siku pointed toward the front. He spoke, his voice as cold as a curse. "You're next." Chi Kwang squeezed his phone so hard the screen shattered instantly. He roared in rage, his face changing completely. The scene shifted to the rooftop of the SA Group building. T-san was sitting in the center. He spoke in a low voice. "I sincerely thank you, sir." T-san's voice deepened, showing genuine gratitude. "Thanks to you, our Hanan is safe. If you have any requests, please feel free to tell me. I will fulfill whatever is within my power." T-san, the chairman of the SA Group, hesitated for a moment. Regarding that, Hana asked worriedly, "Is it really okay if we accept something like that?" The group clutched their heads, looking completely defeated. "All we've been doing is screaming and fainting," they muttered. Just then, Siku hesitated, then spoke up. "Sir, honestly." The old man looked at him with a serious expression. "Have you ever heard of a hunter named Siku?" Meanwhile, at the workshop, Lee Min-chung bowed her head. She expressed her deep gratitude. "Thank you, Hunter Siku." Siku spoke slowly, weighing every word. "Thanks to you. The chaos in the Gyeonggi district, as well as the underground criminal organizations, have been completely uprooted, even though their influence was still quite powerful." At this, she gave a gentle smile. "But there's no doubt they've been dealt a massive blow. Since the chaos began in Korea, no AI has ever been able to pull something like this off." Lee Min-chung added anxiously, "I don't know how to thank you enough." Siku replied calmly, his voice soft but firm, "No, there's no need to thank me." She didn't forget to report. "Director Seon Che from the inspection office also asked me to send his thanks to you." Siku frowned slightly. "Seon Che?" he replied dismissively. "I only did what I did for my own reasons." Inside, Siku was practically screaming. "I don't want to get involved with that guy at all. This is just the price for them ignoring my warnings." He turned his head away, avoiding eye contact, thinking, "I just wanted to protect Seo, and the people around me." At that same moment, Lee Min-chung called his name again. Hearing that, Siku turned around instinctively. Just then, Aurelian suddenly appeared. He gave a kind smile. "There you are, bodyguard." Someone approached and announced, their voice a bit sharp, "Mr. Aurelian has been looking for you." The man's voice deepened with a rare, earnest sincerity. "I don't know how to express my gratitude. I came here to apologize for my rudeness." Siku looked puzzled. "Apologize?" Aurelian gave a faint smile. "I used to be a genius." He looked up, his eyes drifting into the distance as if looking back at his own past. "My awakened trait was alchemy rank S. I easily achieved things others couldn't, and I was willing to dive into things others were afraid to try." Aurelian's eyes dimmed, and emptiness began to show. "Before I even realized it, I was called the world's best alchemist. But I wasn't satisfied with that." His voice grew hurried, as if he himself were being pulled back. "To that time, a higher goal, a higher horizon. I constantly pushed myself. I kept running like a racehorse. But then, his voice faltered, his breathing heavy. Suddenly, I was blocked by a wall called the gods. I struggled to find every way to overcome it, but in the end, it was all useless. I once thought no one could surpass me, but the truth is, even I couldn't even overcome myself. Looking back, I realized I hated alchemy. A smile appeared on Aurelian's face, both ironic and painful. Me, the one who loved alchemy more than anyone else. He lowered his voice. That's why the sword I made for Han Che Jin became my final work, because I no longer had the confidence to create anything better than that. After that, Aurelian continued to pour out his heart. Then I met you. I was truly amazed. His voice rang out in a hurried, surprised tone. At the same time, I also felt jealous. So, I want to apologize for the rudeness I showed. Aurelian looked straight into Siku's eyes, not realizing his question fell into the void. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, If I had known you sooner, could I have changed even a little bit? The corners of Aurelian's mouth curved into a sad smile. Perhaps then, I would still love alchemy. His voice became resolute, as if he had finally made up his mind. Now, I've decided to let go of that greed. I'm too old and weak to stand up after falling again. Aurelian expressed his regret once more. If only I had known you earlier, just a little sooner. He turned to look at him. I will send the O Huang as promised after I return to France. I once dreamed of witnessing the casting process with my own eyes, but now I will let it all go. Siku spoke up, his voice calm but firm. What you need is not the alchemy of the gods. He suddenly asked, Do you know a person named Confucius? Aurelian was left stunned. Surprise was evident on his face. Confucius? You mean one of the three great sages? Siku spoke slowly, his tone flat but carrying a strange weight. Confucius also had similar thoughts. Even now, that's still the case. If it had started yesterday, would it have been possible? The average human life expectancy back in the day was about 37 years. At that time, Confucius was already 50. Compared to now, he must have been over 100 years old. But with such an old body, he still began his journey to pursue his dreams in a chaotic world where the flames of war never extinguished. Siku looked him straight in the eye. At the end of that journey, he stepped into the ranks of the three great sages of the world. So why can't you achieve your own dream? His voice was low and cautious, like a child asking about the seemingly impossible. You think I can do it? He answered immediately without hesitation. Of course, it's not too late to start over right now. Nothing in this world is ever too late. Siku tapped Aurelian's shoulder lightly. You already know where to apply your strengths, right? Hearing this, he went stiff for a moment. Aurelian smiled. You've saved my life twice now. After another heavy silence, he muttered as if asking himself, Starting over? Huh. Siku spoke up, his voice light but convincing. Why don't you revive your senses and try crafting a piece of equipment as a sample? How about that? Unexpectedly, he made a suggestion. Why not try making a piece of equipment for Miss Li Min Chung here? Excuse me, she was startled. Me? He didn't forget to mention. The fact that I could save you in time is also thanks to Miss Li Min Chung helping out. She hurriedly denied it. No, it's all thanks to Hunter Siku's efforts, so that equipment should belong to him. He scratched his head, laughing shyly. I was able to work with peace of mind because you were guarding the house for me, Miss Li Min Chung. It's the truth that I was helped a lot. She responded in a rush. Not at all. Siku's eyes glowed with respect. Above all, you are a talented guard from the inspection office. You are completely worthy of using equipment made by Aurelian. He nodded slowly, his aged eyes looking profound. I've heard a lot about the guardians of the Korean Inspection Bureau. They are always people who strive and dedicate themselves to the world. I will do it for you. Li Min Chung's voice spiked with reflex, both happy and flustered. Her hands unconsciously clenched tight. Really? Li Min Chung turned around. Well, first I have to head back to the workshop to hand over the Ore Kalko's ore. And, though it may be a bit rude, might I ask if I can witness and learn the process of smelting Ore Kalkos? Siku smiled lightly, his voice tinged with a joke. But my tuition fees are quite high. You know? Li Min Chung's gaze turned serious. Part of it is a reward from the workshop, and part of it is because you saved my life. Consider it an observation fee. 3 chunks of Ore Kalkos, he muttered softly with a half-joking smile. Not much of a profit, huh? Siku chuckled. Well, to celebrate your new beginning, I'll give you a special discount. Before leaving, he spoke firmly, emphasizing every word. I'll be back in 2 weeks, and I'll craft equipment for this kind lady too. After speaking, the door slowly closed. Over here, he muttered to himself, the corner of his mouth curling up with excitement. 3 chunks of Ore Shelkos. That's top tier. With this much, I can do so much more than just gloves. What gear should I make? Li Min Chung bowed. Thank you so much. Siku replied quickly. Don't be a stranger. You. She once again expressed her gratitude. Thanks to you, I can use gear crafted by the master Lee Min-chung himself. He spoke seriously. This is in the hope that you will help me in the future, so please keep taking care of this place for me. Lee Min-chung's voice rang out firmly. With the determined look of a true guardian, I will try my best. After saying that, Lee Min-chung hurried to turn around. Then, I'll be going first. After finishing up, Siku smiled excitedly. All right, let's think about the design for the gear. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Awesome, Lee Min-chung yelled happily. That's awesome. She was so happy she was practically skipping. Seeing that, he could only offer a forced smile. The scene shifted to the chairman's office at the conglomerate headquarters. The secretary's voice rang out. Did you call for me, sir? Tae-san said in a serious tone, come in. He announced unexpectedly, I think we need to meet a person named Siku. The secretary looked up, unable to hide his surprise. Directly, sir. Then he bowed low. I will prepare it immediately. Tae-san muttered, his lips curling slightly. Siku. Huh. The deep voice of Hercules rang out like a command. This is the final set. Focus. Lock your hips and keep your back straight, kid. Meanwhile, Siku struggled to lift the high wooden bar on his shoulders, his mouth letting out constant moans inside a B-plus ranked dungeon. Seeing that, he shouted with dissatisfaction. Hey, you haven't even lifted 5 tons and you're already moaning? Siku stuck his tongue out, panting raggedly. It's too heavy. Hearing that, he shouted. Hercules leaned forward, revealing his muscular build. He raised his voice to question, you have to risk your life to build muscle. Stop complaining. And flex your glutes. Squeeze those glutes. Inhale. Siku gritted his teeth, his body shaking uncontrollably. He couldn't help but exclaim, this workout is even harder than fighting T-Bao. And I mean, it's much harder than anything ever. Right after that, Siku's body collapsed to the ground. Hercules smiled with satisfaction. Well done. After saying that, he clicked his tongue. You weak, useless brat. Hercules didn't forget to offer some comfort, though the tone was a bit reluctant. Even so, you're still better than that fly from last time. Siku's eyes widened. He muttered, a fly? He gritted his teeth, his face showing signs of irritation. The other day I was training, and a pesky fly kept buzzing around me. I didn't want to waste the effort to deal with it, so I told it to scram. Hercules changed his tone to an excited state, and it actually got scared shitless. Thinking back, I was pretty cool. He frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt. Scared shitless, really? At this very moment, text appeared right in front of Siku. Zhuge Liang's wisdom. At that moment, a vague thought flashed through his head. Don't tell me. Is that YT? Bo acted so unexpectedly. I was wondering how he ended up in such a state. Thinking this, Siku smirked faintly, his face showing a look of realization. He immediately analyzed the images flooding his head. Taebyeo's trait is mental suppression. Back then, he had his strength increased 100 times. Thanks to the magnification magic circle, he must have seen past my mind and entered the gothic world. Siku continued to force a wry smile. I wonder if the disaster class managers from Chaos are bound by binding spells, huh? He subconsciously recalled the scene from a few days ago. Although the binding spell on him wasn't broken, he still answered his questions without much resistance, spilling all the information about the Chaos-affiliated locations in the Bami region. But right at that moment, Hercules spoke up, cutting through Sejun's flashback. Perhaps because he was the weakest mage, he immediately realized the core issue. The corner of his mouth twitched. Wait, did Hercules remove the binding spell? Or rather, crushed it completely? Sejun silently questioned in his heart, but regardless, just saying the words get lost was enough to cause that. Not only was his mind shattered, but the binding spell was destroyed too. His body slumped. A guy he couldn't even defeat after beating him to a pulp freed himself with just one sentence? Unbelievable. Sejun suddenly stood up. His eyes widened. No way, you're kidding, right? Just then, the system delivered a very interesting notification. You have completed He Queen's training. Superhuman strength, level 55. Proficiency, 30.024%. Stunned by the notification, his eyes, Sejun opened them so wide it felt like his pupils were popping out. Seeing that, he asked curiously, what's wrong? He moved his lips, his voice urgent. For some reason, the proficiency increased a little. He quickly asked, how much did it go up? Sejun was silent for a moment, then hesitated as he read out the number. 2%. Hercules suddenly pointed his finger at him and declared, it seems the time has come. Turning back to Sejun, he gave him a puzzled look. The time? What time? Hercules gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. I mean, that moment has arrived. It's when your development reaches a state of stability. He didn't forget to throw in some sarcasm. With such pathetic talent as yours, master, reaching this level of development is completely absurd. Hearing that, Sejun nodded in agreement. That's right. He thought to himself. At first, I didn't even have a trait. That's also the reason I learned from GoTube. Suddenly, He changed his tone, emphasizing each word. The power of the gods that you learn through GoTube is not development that increases proficiency. More accurately, He stated firmly, proficiency is just a number that reflects your development. If you don't grow, the proficiency won't increase either. If it's stuck at around 30%, he pointed straight at Sejun's face again, then that is your development limit. He frowned, his eyes glued to the notification. Does that mean not just superhuman strength, but other traits will soon hit their development limits too, right? Hercules gave a big thumbs up with a wicked grin. But don't worry too much. If you don't give up and keep trying, you'll eventually break through the limit one day. Hearing the reassurance, Sejun told himself, right, if I just keep trying step by step. Wait, but at 2% per increase, won't it take forever? Superhuman, strength, level 55, proficiency, 100%. The system screen lit up. Knowledge of Zhu Liang. He fell into deep thought, unable to shake a lingering sense of anxiety. The core issue is that I lack talent, but if I have this method in my head. Sejun watched the numbers appear and questioned himself, if I increase the proficiency of the S+ level divine art, to reach the realm only found in legends, the complete transformation into a divine body. Deep inside, Sejun's thoughts surged. I've started doing that regularly, but lately, the medicine isn't doing much like it used to. I thought it was just because I built up a resistance. But maybe the divine art has also reached its development limit. After pondering for a while, he made a decision. Screw it, there are plenty of ways to make stronger medicine. It's even taught on Hua Tuo's channel. Herbs and poisons aren't that different. At that moment, Confucius's voice rang out evenly. The tone as gentle as a breeze, the essence of life in nature. By carrying poison within itself to protect itself, by grasping that philosophy of survival more effectively, one can absorb the very life force of nature. And that is pharmacology. Sejun's eyes widened, hesitating. Still, telling himself to eat poison was a bit. Sejun couldn't help but feel a little unsettled. If it's just ordinary poison, that might be. I mean, even that isn't normal, he screamed internally. Pufferfish poison and mercury? Who the hell came up with this? That's no different than telling me to go dig my own grave. A while later, Sejun nonchalantly blurted out, despite his face being as pale as a banana leaf. Of course, I even tried it to see what would happen. The next image of Sejun appeared, and he couldn't help but exclaim, and then I almost died because of it. Sejun raised an eyebrow. I could survive if I only drank a little at a time, but that method takes too much time, so in the end, the only option left is eating together, dying together. The secret meat recipe, from my very first bite, is revealed right now. The immortal meat empire, booming thanks to my head. Immediately after that, he decided to subscribe to one more channel. A few minutes later, Hercules appeared with a solemn expression. He questioned loudly, why are you suddenly talking about the Hydra? That multi-headed snake is a pain. The middle head of the Hydra possesses the power of immortality. Its head can grow back countless times, even after being cut off. Speaking of which, the corner of He-Queen's mouth lifted. He started reminiscing. It reminds me of the old days. I heard he made a living by cutting off his own head and selling it like pork at the butcher shop. And I heard it tastes pretty good too. Having said that, He-Queen excitedly suggested, how about we go try eating it sometime? Sejun stared at him. His eyes overflowed with dissatisfaction. He cuts off his own head to sell the meat? Seriously. You'd have to be crazy to be a GoTube, huh? A moment later, He-Queen returned to the original question. But why are you watching that Hydra channel now? He confessed honestly. I was thinking I might find a way to become poison resistant. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Poison resistant. Siku gave an awkward smile, trying to explain that among his current abilities, the most powerful one was a poison capable of killing even gods. Hack's queen nodded, finally understanding. So the Trazen actually fell victim to his poison and eventually took his own life, Siku thought to himself. The poison of Hack's Jia, also known as the god-slaying toxin, the reason it could kill an immortal being was the unbearable, incurable agony it caused. Once poisoned, Chiron sought out death, forsaking his own immortality just to be able to die. Thinking of this, Siku couldn't help but smile. And that is the reason why it's called the God-Slayer poison. It can kill even the gods, or rather, it makes anyone want to die. After a moment of silence, his voice echoed. The fluids in Hayes' body are extremely toxic, yet Hayes himself is completely unaffected by that poison, right? In other words, he can resist poison even better than the gods. Siku smirked, confident in Hayes' limitless immortality. Subscribe to Hayes' channel if you can, and help me gain poison resistance too. Hercules nodded slightly, saying, honestly, that actually sounds pretty doable. He stared excitedly at his phone screen. A plan formed in his head. If I can get Hayes' poison resistance, I could chug 10 vials of divine elixirs and still be alive and kicking. Siku frowned slightly, his heart giving a small pang. Even so, there was one major problem. The screen displayed some heavy figures. Siku's voice trembled. The subscription fee is 8 billion won. The scene shifted to the craft workshop. He grabbed his head, letting out a roar. Even if I sell 3 high-grade mana ores, the amount I receive in the next 2 weeks, it still won't be enough. Not to mention making gear. How the hell am I supposed to pay 8 billion won every month? Siku sighed again, a sigh so deep it felt like he couldn't even catch his breath. Just then, he instinctively turned around. Siku guardedly peered forward. Who's there? A voice rang out. Are you Siku? The moment he saw the person, his body began to tremble violently. Siku almost screamed internally. Chairman Tae-san, the chairman of the conglomerate? Why would the chairman be here? A few minutes later, Siku looked at Tae-san with a suspicious gaze. To what do I owe the honor, chairman? The old man bowed politely. His stern voice followed. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. After saying that, Tae-san raised his head to look at Siku, his gaze so cold it made one shiver. He was shaking so hard he couldn't speak. The old man silently observed him while making an assessment. It's hard to believe this young man, someone who looks like he's just starting out, is the one who saved Arian and Han Chae-jin. But as they say, what you see isn't everything. After all, I've seen this countless times before. Someone who appears unremarkable turns out to be the one who achieves extraordinary things. Therefore, one should never judge a book by its cover. After a while, Tae-san smirked thinly and spoke softly. I've heard the news. They say you saved our Han Chae-jin. As Han Chae-jin's grandfather, I sincerely thank you. Hearing this, Siku laughed awkwardly. He didn't stop denying it. It's nothing. The credit doesn't belong to me alone. The old man suddenly made an offer. But I still want to repay your kindness, Siku immediately countered. He stared at Tae-san. Repay? Like what? Exactly. The old man declared without hesitation. Anything. I am willing to reward you with anything, provided it is within my power. In that moment, Tae-san silently affirmed to himself. With hunters who have reached a certain level, money is just scrap paper. At least, that has been the case with the hunters I've met. For the strong, what they value most is their own growth, not money. What they want often cannot be solved with money. At the same time, the corner of Siku's mouth curled up noticeably. He cleared his throat. Well, perhaps. Seeing this, Tae-san urged, just say it. He couldn't help but feel curious. He wondered what this young man would ask for. Contrary to his expectations, the answer came quickly. Then, would it be possible to increase the tutoring fee a little bit? Tae-san's eyes widened. He almost couldn't react to the words just spoken. Tae-san hunched forward, looking at Siku with an unsatisfied expression. Tutoring fee. Wait, so you're asking for money? He didn't deny it. The corner of his mouth curved up. Yeah, about 5 billion won. 5 billion a month might be a bit steep, huh? If not, how about 4 or 3 billion? After speaking, Siku hurriedly corrected himself. Just kidding. Actually, 2 billion is fine. Tae-san frowned slightly. He couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Is he really negotiating? Seeing Tae-san didn't react, he hurriedly adjusted the number. 1 billion is a bit too little, so let's go with 1.5 billion, okay? Tae-san's face darkened further. He asked himself, what kind of person is this guy really? The scene moved to the underground training arena of the Hunters Association. Only Han Chae-jin was seen training frantically. After a while, she stopped, gasping for breath. She slowly let go of the weapon in her hand, her body nearly collapsing. The man behind her trembled unconsciously. He stared at Han Chae-jin, his heart feeling a pang of pity. Young lady, she's been training with all her might without rest, for 20 hours now. The man clenched his fists. I should stop her. But then he looked up at her again. I've been watching over her since she was a child. I can clearly see how the recent event has affected her. Whether she's blaming herself for her shortcomings or feeling helpless because she couldn't do anything as the youngest heir to the conglomerate, she is carrying too much responsibility on her shoulders. Immediately after, Han Chae-jin continued to swing her sword forward, flashes of light enveloping her body. At the same time, bruises appeared on Han Chae-jin's hands. They shook uncontrollably. Witnessing that scene, the man worriedly called out, "Young lady." Back to Siku. The phone screen displayed a massive number. His body shook violently, his voice trembled. 14 billion won. The tutoring fee for Han Chae-jin doubled, so he immediately transferred the remaining 10 billion won to me. Is that it? Recalling a few minutes ago, Tae-san had nodded nonchalantly. Understood. Siku couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Can you really just sit there and transfer 10 billion won just like that? Thinking of this, he gave a forced smile. The conglomerate is really something else. Forget the God-stuff guy. Chairman Tae-san is the real superhuman. Siku turned back to check his balance. He smiled with satisfaction, but thanks to this, I can finally subscribe to Hayes' channel directly. Now that I'm guaranteed to earn 20 billion won a month, I can pay the 15 billion won membership fee every month. Siku's face was suddenly filled with tears. Siku muttered to himself, his lips twitching. All right, fine. My heart actually aches just thinking about losing 15 billion won every month. He gritted his teeth at the thought, but he knew there was no choice. To break through the limits of his special ability, subscribing to the channel was absolutely mandatory. Without hesitation, Siku tapped the subscribe button. The system immediately chimed, "You have subscribed to the Haijao channel. You've received deadly poison level 55 plus." Siku stared intently at his phone screen, letting out an involuntary laugh. The ability is surprisingly simple. Honestly, I was hoping for something like God slaying poison or something flashy. He blinked, confused, and checked the palm of his hand. What changed? I don't see anything different. He began to question if it actually worked. Since Haijao's poison resides in their venom and blood, does that mean my blood has turned into poison now? Well, the fastest way to find out is to test it directly. Inside a B-plus rank dungeon, the humid, stifling breath of dog devils hung in the air, mixed with the lingering, metallic stench of monster blood. Min Siku stared blankly at the person in front of him. It was Siku. Min Siku followed Siku's back, tilting his head in curiosity. "What are you doing, big brother?" Siku turned around, flashing a faint smile. "Oh, this? Just checking something." Suddenly, Siku dripped a single drop of his blood into the monster's mouth. The creature instantly let out a frantic, guttural roar. Watching the scene unfold, Siku smirked sinisterly. So this is the kind of poison it is. Min Siku stood to the side, trying to calm himself down. Well, whatever. I'll never understand what he's thinking anyway. Siku suddenly spoke up. "Oh, by the way, Min Siku, where did you put those medicinal herbs you harvested earlier?" The boy answered quickly. "Oh, I kept those separate over there." Siku asked with a frown. "Why separate them?" Min Siku looked at him, puzzled. "That's just junk, boss." Min Siku boasted proudly. "The only weakness of my super regeneration is poison, so I've become quite an expert on toxic plants." Siku reached out and grabbed a toxic leaf with his bare hand, casually remarking, "If you eat this, the concentrated toxins would melt your internal organs in just an hour." Hearing this, Min Siku practically screamed, "What, boss?" But before he could react, Siku chewed up the leaf. Stunned, the boy asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Did your insides melt?" Siku checked his phone calmly. "Not really. It just tastes a bit bitter." He smirked to himself. "Luckily, since I subscribe to the Haijao channel, eating poisonous plants has increased my proficiency by 0.2%. It feels like Haijao's lethal poison is purifying the other toxins. The poison from the plant is trying its best to ravage my organs, but Haijao's poison is neutralizing it. In other words, it's fighting fire with fire. If I want to prepare for a complete body regeneration, I need to raise my proficiency to increase my poison resistance even further." A while later, Min Siku grinned cheekily. "Min Siku, can you get me some more toxic plants from Soun?" The boy forced a smile. I'll try." After a month of hesitation, Min Siku cautiously brought it up. "There's something I've been meaning to ask. Is it true you saved Lord Li Mincheng and Lady Han Che-jin, along with the S-rank hunters?" Siku, taken aback by this sudden question, turned to look at him, bewildered. "How did you find out about that?" Min Siku replied nonchalantly, "How could I not? The media is going crazy over the news." His eyes sparkled as he spoke. "Just as expected of my boss. I heard the culprit was an S-rank hunter. Even Lady Han Che-jin had a hard time against them." Siku furrowed his brow. "Wait, you just said Lady Han Che-jin? Are you younger than her?" Jin Chun honestly admitted. "Yeah, I'm 1 year younger." He pointed at himself, smugly. "I'm 20, and she's 21. Siku felt a bit confused. "Is that true? So Han Che-jin is 21? Hearing this, Min Siku jumped. "Ha, you didn't know?" Siku replied casually. "It's not really important." The boy hesitated. "How is that not important?" Min Siku blurted out, "Isn't she your girlfriend?" Siku snapped, his voice rising in anger. "What are you talking about?" He turned to question him. "Since when is Han Che-jin my girlfriend?" The boy smirked, teasing him. "You were holding hands and everything at the housewarming party. Anything else?" Siku looked displeased. "Just because we held hands, she's labeled my girlfriend?" Min Siku stated firmly, "Come on, man. Men and women can never just be friends." Min Siku laughed awkwardly. "Of course they can, just like me and your sister." Siku then asked out of curiosity, "Do you not have any female friends?" The boy answered instantly, I don't. Min Siku asked again. In that case, are all the girls you know your girlfriends? Min Siku made a bright, childish face. He declared loudly, Nope, I've never even had a single romantic relationship. Siku asked suspiciously. Not even one? Min Siku nodded. Yep. Siku frowned slightly. Really? The boy giggled. Is that so hard to believe? Then, Min Siku pointed the spear back at him. What about you? If you're not dating Han Chae-jin, he asked, curious, have you ever had a girlfriend? Siku hesitated for a moment. Well, I. The silence that followed was deafening. A while later, Min Siku shouted excitedly, We're going to clear the entire dungeon in the inner area today. Siku was trembling to the point of tears. Fine, Min Siku. Where's the next dungeon? The system screen lit up. Deadly poison level 55 plus. Proficiency 1.7% plus 1.68%. Siku stared at the plant pot, his eye twitching. It felt like he'd been slapped in the face, right in his wallet and his pride. What kind of toxic herb costs 200 million won? Just by eating these herbs, I can increase my proficiency significantly. At this rate, in a few days. So Yoon calmly announced, all the toxic herbs on the market cost 200 million won. Siku was left speechless. 200 million won? He quickly did the math with a darkened expression. If I keep buying them until I finish regenerating my body, it's going to cost me 500 million won a month just on herbs. The system sound rang out proudly. You have successfully concocted a basic elixir. You have learned the basic principles of alchemy. Siku stared at the notification screen in a daze. An elixir. His heart started racing, but his stomach twisted with suspicion. They say, this elixir can help even a normal person possess strength equal to an S-rank hunter once they drink it. Crafting new antidotes is the true essence of divine healing, he mused. Moments later, the notifications popped up. Divine healing proficiency had increased by 5%. Divine healing, proficiency 55.881% plus 5.8%. Siku stared at the bottle, his voice trembling. So, should I actually try drinking this? Siku watched the viscous liquid inside with a mix of suspicion and dread. Can this stuff even be consumed? He tried to reassure himself. With a logic as flimsy as a paper umbrella, he reasoned. Well, it's still an elixir anyway. Suddenly, the system chime rang. You have consumed basic elixir. Overall physical stamina increased. Siku spat the liquid out instantly, unable to hold back his reaction. If the smell alone was toxic, then this must be a lethal dose of poison. He winced so hard his facial muscles nearly cramped from the shock. Why does it taste so disgusting? How did I end up making this with medicinal herbs? Siku gagged, watching his stats rise with a complicated expression. Lethal poison plus 55. Proficiency 2.2% plus 0.5%. Super strength proficiency 30.144% plus 0.12%. My super strength proficiency went up. That means I've broken through my own trait's limits. Another line of text flashed. Intellect plus 5. Proficiency 62.95% plus 0.5%. He froze. Wait, my intellect went up too? Did my brain just reach a new level thanks to this horrific stuff? He sighed, accepting his fate. To keep breaking the limits of my traits, I guess I have to keep drinking this from now on. Siku muttered unconsciously, feeling like he'd just discovered a bitter truth. Why do the things that are good for your body always taste like garbage? It's like some kind of universal law. As soon as he said that, he stopped, his eyes lighting up. Universal law? Siku started to grin as a plan formed. Can I use the reality warping of ISOs to change its taste? If he used reality manipulation to alter the flavor of the concoction, he could make it taste better while simultaneously boosting his skill proficiency. He smirked. 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Should I try it now? The system immediately notified reality manipulation ISOs. Siku hypnotized himself with a hopeful voice. This is cola. This is sweet cola. The stats climbed rapidly. Reality psychology manipulation proficiency 2.25% plus 0.15%. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Just changing the taste was that draining? Siku closed his eyes and gulped it down with grim determination. As long as the taste changes, let's give it a shot. He gagged immediately, feeling betrayed by the cola in the most painful way. Oh, it's still the same old taste, but now it's carbonated. Siku gritted his teeth, consoling himself. Looks like my proficiency isn't high enough to completely mask the taste yet. Well, at least it's fizzy now. Still, the dry heaving didn't stop. A while later, the notification flashed. You have created a health supplement. Siku urgently called for Seo. It's time for your medicine. The girl tilted her head. She looked at him with skeptical eyes. Medicine? Siku held the cup out to Seo, urging her. It's cooled down. Drink up. Seeing Seo didn't react, Siku asked worriedly, What are you doing? The girl suddenly lowered her voice. Uncle Siku. Seo, Ah shouted. Thank you for everything. A moment later, she made a face and expression so genuine it needed no description. It tastes like your gym socks after P.E. class. Siku asked with a perfectly serious face. Have you tried eating your own socks during gym class? Seo, Ah retorted immediately, her face turning red from embarrassment and anger. No, I was just using it as a comparison. Hearing that, he couldn't help but smile. But one thing was for sure, Seo-a's condition had improved significantly compared to before. My divine healing proficiency has passed 50% too. I still can't fully cure her illness, but I believe I can heal Seo-ah within this year. Just then, Fenrir barked loudly. Siku looked at the beast with a helpless expression. It seemed it had licked the remaining medicine in the cup. Suddenly, an alert arrived. An unauthorized presence was on their way. He immediately went on guard. Who is it? From outside the door, Min Che's voice rang out. Excuse me, he said with an urgent tone. I am Lady Han Che-jin's secretary. My name is Kim Min Che. The scene shifted to Siku's living room. Min Che spoke cautiously. I heard that Mr. Lee Min Chung has returned to France. He muttered unconsciously. He said he would be back in Korea in about 2 weeks, so perhaps he will be here today or tomorrow. Hearing this, Min Che bowed his head. I see. Siku asked curiously, but may I ask why you came here? Min Che wore a troubled expression. He hesitated before speaking. Well, actually, after a while, Min Che suddenly made a request. Could you help our young lady? He added with a pained tone. She has had to shoulder everything on her own since she was very small. Min Che lowered his voice, growing up constantly under attack. At this point, he suddenly stopped. Siku frowned involuntarily. Min Che kept his head bowed. He whispered, so she became obsessed with becoming stronger. She believes that only then will the people around her not leave her behind. Hearing this, Siku drew a conclusion. Perhaps that's why Han Che-jin rarely expresses her emotions. Min Che recounted painfully, and perhaps because of that kidnapping incident, she began training for over 20 hours a day. Siku's expression shifted. That's going way too far. He couldn't help but feel worried. That's not even training anymore. That's just pushing her body way past its limits. It will damage her body and slow down her development. Having said that, Siku let out a long sigh. Immediately after, he turned around. Seo, I'm going to go see Miss Han Che-jin for a moment. The girl replied happily. Okay, go ahead. Tell her, if she comes to visit again, I'll treat her to something really delicious. Let's get going, shall we? I turned to Min Che. At that moment, the relentless sound of clashing blades filled the air. At the association's underground training facility, Han Che-jin was slashing wildly at empty air. She finally stopped, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Han Che-jin's hands were stained with fresh blood. She kept panting, telling herself, I can't stop now. She had to keep going, she had to become stronger, even stronger than this. Her gaze hardened with determination. Only by wielding her sword could Han Che-jin protect those she cared about. If that was the case, a thought flashed through her mind in that instant. They haven't abandoned me. Just then, Han Che-jin's body suddenly collapsed backward. A loud thud echoed through the room as Siku caught her frail body. Upon seeing him, Han Che-jin called out hesitantly. Siku. He stared back at her, with eyes filled with a mix of fury and heartache. He remembered T-san's stern words from a few days ago. Starting tomorrow, you will move out and live on your own. Hearing this, Min Che lowered her head, her voice dropping. Forgive me, Chairman, but I may be overstepping my bounds. The young lady is still at an age where she needs protection. He spoke in a cold, icy tone, like a block of ice. As long as Han Che-jin carries the blood of the Star Corporation. Tae-san turned away, refusing to look at her, and continued. She will face countless dangers. If she can't even handle this, Tae-san stated firmly, then she won't survive anything that comes in the future. Back then, Han Che-jin was 13. Without a hint of hesitation, he ordered. So, starting tomorrow, leave this mansion. She could only nod in submission. Yes, that was back when she knew nothing of the vast world outside. A deep, warm voice pulled Han Che-jin back to the present. You're awake? She sat up abruptly, her eyes wide with confusion as she looked at Siku. Siku, why are you here? He was standing right next to the bed. His voice softened noticeably. How are you feeling? Any better? Han Che-jin didn't answer. She hung her head, trying to suppress the dry, raspy sound in her throat. After a moment, Han Che-jin replied with a trembling voice, Yes, I'm fine. Hearing this, Siku immediately made a suggestion. That's a relief. Well, shall we start our training right now? Stunned by the sudden suggestion, she paused. Training? Right now? He spoke coldly, his words hitting Han Che-jin like a physical blow. You said you were fine, so I thought we could start immediately. Or, Are you still not feeling well? Seeing this, Siku lowered his voice. If that's the case, we can postpone the lesson until next time. Han Shaejin shook her head quickly, denying it. No, I'm perfectly fine. She whispered to herself, I don't have time to rest. Han Shaejin immediately swung her legs off the hospital bed. She looked Siku straight in the eyes. I'm ready. So, let's begin. A while later, Han Shaejin looked around. The smell of metal and a wave of heat filled the space. This place is. She couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. A forge, right? He suddenly announced. Today, the lesson will take place here. Han Shaejin was taken aback. Didn't you say we would have a training session? Siku replied nonchalantly. Today, we are learning about alchemy. She leaned in closer. Alchemy? He turned to remind her. It's part of the training. Han Shaejin nodded gently. I understand. Siku pointed at the furnace, his voice monotone. First, to create equipment, we must melt down the ore. Once the metal is heated, you need to strike it evenly to remove the impurities. Siku turned toward Han Shaejin and winked to signal her. In alchemy, this process is called forging. Do you want to try it? She quickly grabbed the hammer. I can do this. Han Shaejin began frantically hammering the piece of metal. Her face was instantly drenched in sweat from the radiating heat. She froze. Something doesn't seem right. Siku stepped closer and smiled. That's because the heating temperature wasn't right. If you start forging when the metal isn't hot enough. Siku stared intensely at the block of metal. He emphasized every word, his voice dropping. It will deform in a strange way and become completely useless. Saying this, Siku turned his gaze toward her. Now, do you want to try again? Seeing that, Han Shaejin lifted the hammer once more. She struck down, and a deafening, piercing sound rang out. Han Shaejin suddenly froze again. She looked completely bewildered. Han Shaejin turned to look at Siku, almost by instinct. He continued to lecture. When crafting equipment, the quality depends on the type of metal you use. Compared to people, you could think of it as a kind of talent. Siku didn't forget to remind her. However, to make good equipment, you must go through a forging process like this to remove all impurities. For humans, forging metal is just like hard work. He turned to look directly into Han Shaejin's eyes, which means, Han Shaejin, you are a very high-quality metal. However, no matter how high the quality of the metal is, Siku enunciated each word. As you can see, if you strike it before it has been heated enough, it will be ruined and thrown away. His voice deepened. Giving your all to something is a wonderful thing. But Siku gently lifted the block of metal, his voice softening as if offering comfort. Striking a metal that hasn't been heated enough only renders your talent meaningless. Just like this metal. In that moment, Siku's voice echoed in her ears. He raised an eyebrow slightly. In my eyes, you, Han Shaejin, are the most excellent metal in the world. However, Siku added firmly, to make the best metal become the strongest metal, it must endure the scorching fire. He looked up at Han Shaejin, his voice sounding gentle. For a long time, after saying that, Siku showed a worried expression. I can't imagine what could make you push yourself this hard. As soon as he remembered Min Che's face, Siku silently confirmed, Secretary Kim must want Han Shaejin to be free from her obsession. But that obsession is also what drives her. It's like a fire heating the metal named Han Shaejin. That fire makes Han Shaejin strive even harder, so there's no need to extinguish it. But Siku said slowly, looking at Han Shaejin with sincere eyes, now is the time for you to use the fire within your heart to heat yourself more effectively. Having said that, he continued the lesson. Using the hammer to temper yourself is the next step. Siku's voice dropped slightly. And please, don't worry too much. Even if everyone around you leaves, even if the whole world turns its back on you. He looked at her with steady eyes. Even if you turn your back on yourself, I will definitely still be by your side. He muttered to himself. After all, I still need the 29 billion won in tuition from her every month. Turning back to Han Shaejin, she let out a faint laugh. Thank you, Siku. He suddenly grabbed Han Shaejin's hand and made a suggestion. That's enough of the special lesson for today. And Siku added, please wait a moment. Han Shaejin's cheeks turned bright red. She spoke up urgently. Excuse me. The scene shifted to a building bathed in sunlight. He suddenly brought a sparkling object in front of her. This is a gift from the special lesson for you, Han Shaejin. She quickly accepted the gift. Seeing that, Siku urged her, try putting it on. Han Shaejin immediately put the bracelet on her wrist. She didn't forget to express her heartfelt gratitude. Touching the bracelet with a happy expression, she declared clearly, I will wear this forever. Thank you so much. Siku, standing there, wore a pale expression, thinking to himself, honestly, it looks a bit plain to give as a gift, but it was useless to change its appearance now. After a while, Siku suddenly called her name. Choi Ji-yeon, he said, smiling with a shy look. At the same time, he made a request. Can you hold out your hand again for me? Han Che-jin didn't hesitate to reach out towards Siku. Sure, here. Right after that, he immediately unleashed his reality manipulation 555. ISIS. Maybe it's possible. Just like how I used the special trait of Chan's pen to find a new way to use it for. Speed boost. Similar to how Teben maximized the power of his trait using a magical circle. Siku's eyes widened as he calculated in his mind. If I apply all these things, the system suddenly notified, you have imprinted the concept of magnification. Han Che-jin looked blankly at the bracelet, feeling that something was completely different. Words flashed before his eyes. Reality manipulation 555 proficiency has increased significantly. Reality manipulation 555 proficiency 7. 35% plus 3%. He couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered, his eyes glued to her wrist. It worked, even though I don't know how much it magnified it. Han Che-jin smiled brightly, holding the bracelet like a treasure. Mr. Siku, I will never forget today's lesson. I think I should go back to the hospital. Maybe I should rest for another day or two, depending on my condition. He continued to affirm one more time. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side, Miss Han Che-jin. She turned away to avoid his gaze and replied shyly, Thank you so much for today. A while later, Siku mumbled to himself, If equipment can be magnified, can I apply that to my own gear? He froze for a moment as an idea flashed through his mind. Wait, does that mean even the special traits on Go Tube could also be magnified? Meanwhile, in another sequence of events, Jung-gu asked suspiciously, Sir, has Ailey Lee Min-chung departed for South Korea? The man opposite him replied softly, Yes, that's right. His voice carried a hint of barely concealed surprise. He hasn't been in France for long. Why is he returning to South Korea already? He lowered his voice, as if the name itself carried an invisible weight. It's to meet the hunter, Siku. Rirung chuckled, but the smile didn't carry any joy. Siku. He appears everywhere on the internet, but who is he exactly? He asked, dissatisfied. For Ailane himself to come and meet an A-rank hunter. The scene shifted to the blacksmith's workshop. Siku sighed as the system screen lit up. Blacksmithing technique, 55. Proficiency, 37.27% plus 5.6%. Reality manipulation. Proficiency, 11.35% plus 3.8%. Siku nodded slightly. This should be enough for now. He frowned, his eyes scanning the various pieces of equipment piled up in the workshop. After crafting hundreds of items, I've discovered two things. First, when I apply the same engraving method to different equipment and on equipment with higher stats, higher quality equipment shows a stronger engraving effect. Junk items plus 0.3%. Throwaway items plus 0.5%. After pondering for a while, Siku reached a conclusion. That means if I want to increase my blacksmithing technique proficiency, I just need to slowly improve the quality of my equipment. His eyes sharpened, as if he had just touched upon a key truth. But more importantly, the second thing, the engraving effect doesn't stack. Siku shook his head while figuratively crying. I should just sell all of this. I'll set these aside and give them to Choi So-un. He quickly made his decision. And besides, with the amount of orichalcum that Aeolian is about to bring for me, I can start crafting high-quality equipment. I'll try again then. Siku reached for his phone. Now, let's watch a video on refining orichalcum. Not financial therapy, but this time it's therapy for the equipment. A voice rang out, full of anger, as a hammer slammed hard onto the floor. Bring it out right now before I blow up this entire forge. He opened his mouth and laughed madly. You dare to steal my masterpiece. The man smiled awkwardly. Come on, I'm sorry. You didn't think I took the masterpiece that easily, did you? Thor stood stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting that answer. What? He flashed a smile, his eyes glinting with the confidence of a god of the forge. But as an apology, I will craft an item for you. He widened his eyes, his voice immediately dropping in surprise. Really? Harai wore a suspicious expression. You, Hephaestus, will really craft an item for me. Hephaestus said in a firm voice, Yes. But in that case, I want to borrow your masterpiece one last time. He sighed, his shoulders dropping, and the lightning gradually dissipated. Well, since you're planning to make an item for me, he excitedly shouted, All right. Melt it down while the forge is still hot. Let's start right now. Siku smirked. It looks just like the orichalcum of this world. Hephaestus raised his hammer. He didn't forget to emphasize, but orichalcum cannot be melted just by heat alone. To be able to refine it, meaning, he held up a small, cute hammer to the point that it didn't look dangerous at all. To create molten metal and purify it, I have to strike it directly with this small hammer. Hephaestus wore a very divine smile, both reassuring and alluring. I'll give it back to you immediately after I finish making your item, he said firmly. It will be an incredibly excellent piece of equipment. As soon as the words were finished, Hephaestus swung his hammer high. The hammer in his hand tapped down, producing a heavy sound. After a while, dust rose, obscuring everything. Siku stood behind his screen, eyes wide as he witnessed the forge literally vanish, but the orichalcum remained intact. An unpleasant feeling echoed in his head. He muttered under his breath, "Don't tell me it's indestructible, too." Just at this moment, Hephaestus' scream rang out, causing a tremor. A while later, Siku wore a suspicious expression. Can I really learn this? In reality, he turned around to look behind him. Ailey Lee Min Chung greeted him. Long time no see. Siku's inner voice was practically screaming, "This is it, my orichalcum." Immediately after that, he teleported into the B+ rank dungeon. His low voice sounded, carrying distinct wariness. "Why did you come here?" Siku smiled awkwardly in his heart, glancing quickly at the bodyguards standing around with faces tight as wires. Looking at his expression, it seems like he's asking why I came to this dungeon. I silently thought to myself, letting my gaze drift over each one of them. Those bodyguards look way too tense. Well, the boss was kidnapped in South Korea, and I guess dungeons can be used for crimes too. Siku gave a short answer to refine it. "Oh, alien." I sighed to myself. Without an interpreter, I'm going to lose my mind. I just hope they don't misunderstand anything. Siku calmed himself down and refocused on the block of metal in front of him. Whatever, screw it. I don't really have to explain myself. I recalled every frame, every word from Hephaestus' video. Even in Norse mythology, there's never been an AI that could forge Oha Chung. Even Nongji's weapon, which took down the serpent god with just a single swing, that means refining this metal ore won't be easy at all. A stream of knowledge flickered in Siku's mind. In other words, you need to create a vibration stronger than Nongji's to refine it. The key is the impact force of Noah. Even Noah, the omnipotent weapon that shatters everything, couldn't break the end of Norse mythology. But in Greek and Roman mythology, the final battle was the Gigantomachy. If it were the power of Hercules, you would have torn the Gigantomachy to shreds. Siku took a step forward, making up his mind. If I simulate that power. Siku's eyes lit up. I can create a vibration like Noah's. Martial god Hephaestus' first technique, dragon descent kick. I stepped forward, lowered my center of gravity, and stomped hard on the ground. The stone giant in front of me looked terrified, its body trembling violently. All I saw was a hole appearing in the lush green grass. Witnessing that, Aeolian gasped in amazement. The 18 bodyguards were practically stunned, each one on high alert. Back to Siku, his body stood still like a statue. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Dragon descent kick is stronger than Noah. It looks more twisted than I thought. That's not forging, that's just straight up destroying it." Siku chuckled awkwardly and let out a long sigh, his expression turning serious again. "Well, it seems like the martial god's technique can refine it. But I need to adjust the power a little bit." Just then, a message notification popped up from Diogu on the screen. "This is a video with new content. Help me edit this one too, please." As soon as she saw the message, she almost screamed. Already? Another video with new content? The How to Grind to an A-Rank Hunter in a Month video isn't even finished editing yet. How is he so fast? I have to keep up with the current growth trend. Hey, Diogu muttered to herself. Even though the channel hasn't been open for half a year, it's still gaining 10,000 subscribers every single day. She stared fixedly at the newsfeed. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Maybe the recent kidnapping involving Master Aeolian has made the boss's name explode all over social media. Suddenly, Diogu's body shuddered uncontrollably. She started thinking, I heard that case involved a very dangerous criminal. The incident happened at the boss's housewarming party. That's one thing, but what if I get kidnapped too? Thinking that, Diogu froze, her mouth twitching. A series of terrible scenarios began to play out in her head. If something happens to me, will the boss save me? If I get kidnapped, will Mr. Siku? She startled herself and stopped mid-thought. What kind of nonsense am I saying, Mr. Siku? Diogu blushed, hurriedly shaking her head as if to shake those dangerous thoughts out of her brain. What am I thinking, for heaven's sake? She sat up straight, placing her hand back on the mouse with much more seriousness. Just focus on the work, okay? At the same time, a beam of light slammed into the ground. Faced with such a sudden sight, Diogu quickly adjusted her glasses to see the image clearly. She hesitated, her voice trembling with shock. The world is being torn apart. Siku looked satisfied at the metal block in his hand. It seems the forging for the melting process is complete. Seeing that, Diogu was stunned for a moment. What kind of video is he filming? Aeolian's face hit Diogu's eyes directly. She jumped and screamed, Master Aeolian. Diogu looked confused. Why is Aeolian in the boss's video, and her gaze rested on the woman who had just appeared. Isn't that Nongi Lemon? The S-rank hunter from France? Lemon, the monster chef. 33 million subscribers. She's eaten devilish bullhead thighs, wine made from cyclops, snakes, and more. Thinking of this, Dioku became even more confused. A celebrity posting food videos, made from monsters. She hunted them herself. Siku once again reached out to adjust his glasses. Why are these celebrities in the boss's video? Inside the clip, Siku casually dropped a line. Time to head back to the forge. Hearing that, Daegu was practically paralyzed. She trembled, saying, "What the hell is he doing?" A long while later, the familiar furnace flared up, the flames turning a deep red. I could only see his face soaked in sweat due to the intense heat from the forge at the seal workshop. Siku cracked a smile, looking satisfied. It's been refined perfectly. Siku's expression changed suddenly. He frowned slightly. I had to let 31 dungeons bite the dust to get this done. Well, at least I got a few videos for Nongji out of this. More importantly, Siku looked at the status window that appeared and could only stay silent. Hercules' Divine Art, Proficiency 18.54% plus 2.6%. Superhuman Strength, Proficiency 30.844% plus 4.7%. I couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. Is it because I've controlled the Divine Art better that my proficiency has skyrocketed, and the only thing left to do is... Just at that moment, Alien coughed softly. "What are you doing?" I immediately reacted, "I am." And in that very moment, Siku declared loudly, preparing to forge seriously. I secretly made up my mind. Now, I just need to craft gear from Ozachakum. Siku's eyes were glued to the metal block below. In that case. Her voice echoed, sounding both confused and a bit wary. "The forging hammer is over there, isn't it?" I slowly turned around, the corners of my mouth curling into a wicked smile. "I have to become the divine hammer, Nolly." Hearing that, Alien looked shocked. "Nolly?" But just then, Siku decisively swung his hand at the metal block. Instantly, the whole building exploded, and dust and smoke billowed up. Faced with the terrifying scene, she was practically stunned. Meanwhile, Siku was still crazily striking the object. Streaks of light flashed, he muttered, his eyes never leaving the object. Even though I was filled with doubt, it's so strange. Am I imagining things? Siku's face turned pale. I suddenly realized that alchemy wasn't having any effect at all. No way. Siku kept questioning himself. Do I have to use more power? In the process of hot forging, the power from superhuman strength shone through. That should be enough. But wait. Does that mean I'm questioning if the temperature is too low? What if the auric halcum isn't being heated enough? Suddenly, floating text appears right in front of Siku. Godly crafting knowledge, rank a plus. His eyes are glued to the metal block in front of him. A rare feeling of helplessness washes over him. The heat isn't penetrating deep into the core at all. Siku turns toward the furnace, his heart filled with doubt. Is the heat from the furnace useless? The maximum temperature is 3,500 degrees. That's already an incredibly high temperature, he mutters to himself. His gaze turns serious as he starts calculating some almost insane possibilities. Come to think of it, I'd need double the heat. No, maybe even triple. Just to get the heat deep into a metal that's reached that level. It's not just about strength, but also heat resistance. A thought flashes in Siku's mind, and he blurts it out. If I use orichalcum to craft this, I might actually be able to create a godly piece of equipment. Siku brings a hand up to rub his chin. A sense of deadlock spreads in his mind little by little. This still isn't doing the trick. Where am I supposed to find that much heat? I thought dealing with the furnace heat was enough. Thoughts pile up in his head. The first thing I thought of was magic, but manipulating reality is something completely different from magic. So, I can't bet my life just to generate heat. Siku's voice drops. What do I do now? No matter how hard I try, things never go smoothly. He suddenly opens his eyes as if something wrong just crossed his mind. Wait. Over in another scene, Siku rushes toward the beast. The woman turns back, looking at them with dissatisfaction. Do you two even know what your faces look like? How many days has it been like this? Huh? Seeing the expressions on Siku and Hana, he feels even more helpless. Are you really that shocked? She sighs, feeling defeated. Some punk named Tebio just got himself taken out. I know he isn't some low-rank hunter, you know, but Hana just hung her head low, speaking with a hesitant tone. That teleportation spell isn't low rank. It's way beyond its own tier. Han Shay-jin asked quickly, Are you talking about that portal? Is that some kind of insane magic? She repeated, dazed. Insane magic? Hannah immediately warned her. That's not even something you can define as magic anymore. At the same time, Sejun spoke up slowly. Spatial connection is just a theoretical concept in deep voids. But in reality, it's supposed to be impossible. He gave an example. his eyes intensely watching Han Chae-jin's reaction. Like an ancient tree that's lived for 1,000 years, suddenly collapsing today because it's reached the end of its lifespan. What would you think, Han Chae-jin? She replied after a moment of thought. Well, I'd be pretty surprised. But things like that can happen. Sijin emphasized every word as if to carve in the absurdity of the next example. Right, but what if? What if today? The sun's temperature suddenly dropped for no reason. She reacted sharply. That's completely impossible. His voice dropped. Exactly. It's supposed to be impossible, something that defies every known law. Yet, Hunter Siku actually pulled that off. Han Chae-jin made a strained face. Even if I don't fully understand it, he still did it, didn't he? Just then, a phone rang. Hana quickly pulled it from her jacket. It's my phone. Her expression changed instantly. Han Chae-jin narrowed her eyes at Hana, asking curiously, what is it? She only saw a glowing text, a message from Siku's World Conqueror channel. She muttered under her breath, World Conqueror? If it's the World Conqueror. A moment later, Hana shouted, it's Hunter Siku. The Flame Witch is an S-rank hunter. Hana owns a massive channel with over 41 million subscribers thanks to her overpowered ability. Any fire-based magic she uses gets amplified 100 times over. Flame Mastery S-rank. The eye-catching effects from her fire magic, enhanced by Flame Mastery, have made thousands flock to follow the Flame Witch's channel. In contrast to the group, Han Chae-jin reacted sharply. That guy, Siku, does he think he's a big shot or something? Just casually proposing a collaboration with us? Is he joking? She said with a disgruntled tone. If he's going to propose a collab, he should at least make it about an E-rank dungeon. Why is that guy calling us to a C-rank dungeon? Saying that, Han Chae-jin turned to question Hana. You just agreed like that. Don't you find it weird? She lowered her voice and gestured. If you're so bothered by it, you don't have to go. Hana glanced at Han Chae-jin with a cold look. He proposed this partnership to me, which means... At this point, she suddenly turned to look at the other person. You don't have to come along either, Mr. Sijun. He hesitated for a moment. I'm just curious. Sijun shrugged lightly, admitting it nonchalantly. I want to know what kind of person Hunter Siku is. And honestly, I'm not bothered at all. Meanwhile, Han Chae-jin looked disparaging and judgmental. This is why mages are all such weirdos. Hana asked seriously. So, shall we go in together? Sijun answered quickly without hesitation. Sure, why not? Han Chae-jin sighed helplessly. Whatever. A while later, Siku looked excitedly at the opposite side. You guys are early. As soon as they saw him, Han Chae-jin's attitude shifted abruptly. She raised her voice, questioning. What is this? Her eyes stopped on the two people standing across from them, Lord Aeolian, and beside him, Chim, the S-rank hunter from France. At the same time, Hana asked seriously, Hunter Siku, what on earth are you planning? For this collaboration, he hesitated for a moment. Ah, right, well. Siku scratched his head, his expression looking quite embarrassed. I don't know if, would you be able to light a flame for me? The moment the words were out, the space fell into an awkward silence. She raised an eyebrow. Her eyes showed clear disbelief at a request that sounded like a joke. You want me to light a flame? He continued, his voice so calm it made the listener even more suspicious. I'm trying to refine the Ojiha Chung, but the temperature isn't high enough. Hana exclaimed in shock, Ojiha Chung. Siku explained clearly. It's extremely heat-resistant, so unless the temperature reaches 10,000 degrees Celsius, it won't heat up at all. I think you, Miss Hana, would be able to create that much heat. Han Chae-jin stepped closer, emphasizing, as if to pull the request back to reality. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Never mind, Ojiha Chung. Do you even understand what 10,000 degrees Celsius means? The air became tense. She raised her voice. The surface temperature of the sun is only 5,800 degrees Celsius. 10,000 is nearly double that. Do you think creating that much heat is easy? Siku replied. Not too fast, not too slow. It's not easy, which is why I asked for Miss Hannah's help. But if you can do it, in return, he suddenly offered, I will appear on your YouTube channel to collaborate on whatever content you want. Hearing this, Han Chae-jin mocked, like anyone would care. But right then, Hana suddenly declared, I'll give it a try. She spun around in shock. What? Han Chae-jin hurried over to her. She whispered, can you really push your firepower to 10,000 degrees Celsius? Even if you can actually do it, why would you go that far? Hana smiled lightly, because he said he'd collaborate on any kind of content. Han Chae-jin then grumbled, what the hell? Hana didn't bother explaining. She casually turned around. Well then, let's get started. Immediately after, Hana closed her eyes, her hands reaching out into the empty space. Just then, her eyes snapped wide open. High-level fire magic flame tower. A flame erupted violently, just like a tower. Hana twisted her hands to cast the magic. She shouted, "Flame prison." At that moment, countless cracks appeared on the ground. Hana continued to execute the technique. Flame magic, S rank, flame prison. Witnessing that scene, Han Jin was left almost speechless. What the hell is that? On the other side, Siku smiled with a satisfied look. I think it might actually succeed this time. Right after, he suddenly lunged forward. At the same time, he shouted, "Back off." Siku's body flew into the air, then he leaped down. Martial arts. First form. Dragon descent kick. Siku stared intently at the crack beneath him, so excited he shouted inwardly. It worked. Seizing the moment, Siku lunges down. All right, now if I can finish the final step. He firmly slams his fist into the ground. This is the Hercule's divine martial arts technique. The second strike, Raging Fist. At the same time, Hana and the others freeze in place, while her complexion turns pale. She mumbles under her breath. Did it work? Back to Siku. The ground beneath his feet is completely destroyed. The system screen lights up. You have crafted a miraculous piece of equipment. Siku grins. Finally. Is it considered a miraculous piece of equipment? Stats appear immediately. Godly blacksmithing skill has increased significantly. Proficiency. 59.67% plus 22.4%. Godly blacksmithing skill has exceeded the limit. Equipment crafted with this skill will receive a special ability. He wears a bewildered, stunned expression. It gets a special ability, too. Siku focuses on analyzing it. Come to think of it, all of Hephaestus' equipment had unique skills. He carefully puts forward a hypothesis. Could it be because my proficiency hasn't been high enough until now? Siku thinks to himself. Regardless, the most important thing is whether it can withstand my power. He clenches his fist with a tense expression. All right, let's see. As soon as Siku tightens his grip, the text glows instantly. Superhuman strength. His eyes light up right after. It didn't break? Knowledge rank S+? Siku can't help but exclaim. It's not just simple durability. I think, fundamentally, it's indestructible. This must be the special skill of these fancy gloves, a trait that prevents any kind of destruction in any situation. Indestructibility. Thinking of this, he can't help but feel a bit skeptical. Wait, even if it has the indestructible trait, can it really withstand the insane power of the Hercules' divine martial arts? Siku quickly stands up. He nervously presses the button to test it. How about? Let's try it with a basic punch. Right after that, Siku suddenly swings his fist forward. A pillar of light explodes right in front of him. Witnessing that scene, he stands frozen, absolutely bewildered. It doesn't just have the indestructible trait, even the base stats of the equipment are overpowered. Before the group can react, he happily spins around. Thanks, Hana. Siku excitedly makes a suggestion. All right, let's get out of here quickly, shall we? The scene shifts to Daeogu's house. It's a moonlit night full of stars. At the same time, she wakes up groggily from a deep sleep. Daegu instinctively turns to look beside her. She only sees Daeok-san and Dio-ko sleeping soundly. Seeing that, she secretly sighs in relief. Thank goodness. She rushes toward her desk. I should get back to work. As soon as the computer starts up, a message hits Diogu right in the eyes. Diogu, this is a video with new content. Please help me edit it. Siku. She grinds her teeth, swallowing her cry. Another video? I haven't even finished editing the last video he sent yet. Just as Diogu is still feeling dissatisfied, her phone suddenly vibrates. Received 20 million won. Siku. Sent to your bank account 20,850,201. Her body shakes violently. A monthly allowance of 20 million won. That's almost $14,000. His message comes through again. Diogu, I've sent your monthly allowance. I added a little extra because the number of subscribers has increased significantly lately, and you'll have to handle quite a lot of work due to the new content. Keep up the good work. Seeing this, Dioku shouts out her slogan, let's give it everything we've got. In another development, from inside the forge, an intense sound erupts. The system notification rings, you have crafted a miraculous piece of equipment. I guess since it's made of orichalcum, that's why it's rated so highly. Siku grins. It looks like it helps increase my proficiency, too. The next notification appears like a reward. Proficiency of the godly alchemy skill has increased significantly. Proficiency, 64.77%, plus 5.1%. He gently squeezes his wrist, feeling a new wave of power spreading throughout his body. Now I'll be using equipment made of orichalcum. No need to struggle like before. What kind of ability will this orichalcum bracelet have? A number appears right in front of Siku. Knowledge, rank S+. He carefully evaluates it. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like it helps the flow of magic move more easily. He furrows his brow, weighing every possibility in his head. Then, I'm using some of the Taiji techniques from Zhang Sanfeng, but I still can't quite get a handle on controlling them. Is this even okay? The use of magic is divided into 5 stages: gathering mana within the body, circulating that accumulated mana, and then utilizing it to control it more effectively. There's amplifying the magic you've used to create greater power, and finally, unleashing that power outward. The Taiji technique falls under the gathering stage, allowing the energy of Mother Nature to flow completely through oneself. Siku stared at the bracelet, his eyes full of suspicion. "I still don't know how to use magic," he muttered. "But this bracelet, it seems like it can replace the second stage, the circulation of mana." He smirked. "This thing is incredible. For some reason, I feel my body brimming with energy. I'd estimate my power has increased by 50% compared to normal." Siku's eyes widened. He kept muttering to himself, "The traits I got are like playing a game of chance, but regardless, I can manually add the attributes I want." The notification screen flashed. "All right, let's test it out with the amplification engravings that I applied to Han Che-jin's bracelet." Immediately, notifications began to stack up one after another. "You have successfully engraved amplification. Mastery of reality manipulation from ISIS has increased. Reality manipulation, ISIS mastery, 12.55% plus 1.2%. Siku frowned. "I'll never get used to this. Since the bracelet is made of Wohachum, it should be amplified by at least 5%, right?" It didn't stop there. New lines of text appeared suddenly, stacking on top of each other. Knowledge mastery plus 75.1% plus 10%. Superhuman strength mastery, 44.844%. Godly alchemy mastery, 74.77%. Godly medical art mastery, 70.081% plus 10%. Total mastery for everything increased by 10%. Taiji technique mastery, 31.9% plus 10%. Reality manipulation, ISIS mastery. Super speed mastery, 19.28% plus 10%. Poison mastery plus 12. 2% plus 10%. I can't help but feel a little confused. 10% increase. Wait, not just 10%? As soon as I grasped the situation, Siku almost shouted, "What the hell is this?" A huge question formed in his mind. The max proficiency of every trait has increased. Max proficiency is at 110%. Thinking this, Siku smirked. "So that means by increasing my proficiency, I can be 10% stronger than Hercules." He tilted his head back, looking at the ceiling, his lips curling slightly. "Truly, no matter how many hardships I have to go through, mastering Azachakam is definitely worth it." Just then, an AI voice rang directly into Siku's ears. "Forging by cold forging method. If the rolling and extrusion processes are done by human strength instead of machines, it will." He turned to look at the two, Guang and Alian. They've been pretty busy chatting with each other lately, haven't they? After witnessing the forging process, Oehachun and Aeolian only occasionally asked questions when they had doubts. Siku smiled unconsciously. "I guess he sees Guan as a rival and a friend now, huh?" He turned back to the iron gauntlets. "Enough. What trait should I engrave onto these gauntlets?" The essential undying trait has already been engraved. Siku muttered incessantly. The effect of amplification might be better, but since engraved seals can't be doubled, this amplification isn't very effective. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Besides, I still feel like it's not truly complete, even though it possesses a single, unchangeable law. Even if it takes any impact, the power of transcendence can break even immutable laws. The power of the god-forging technique will make the undying trait unstable. As the proficiency of the god-forging technique increases further, there's a possibility it might shatter. Siku stroked his chin, unconsciously speaking out loud. "Considering the advanced techniques I'll learn later, I'll need to upgrade it even further." Siku clenched his fist with a determined look in his eyes. "Just as I thought, the growth engraving would be best, right?" Growth engraving. Progress growth engraving. To bring the equipment to a state where reinforcement becomes feasible, he focused his thoughts while weighing his options. Wanting to upgrade the equipment, that means I have to push past its original limits. That should be impossible. But the characters suddenly glowed. Isis's reality manipulation. Siku reassured himself. Now that the proficiency of reality manipulation has increased thanks to the magnification power, it should probably work. Suddenly, his face twisted in pain. His heart pounded wildly. I can feel a backlash stronger than before. It's like the entire infinite universe is rejecting my existence. The feeling of fighting in complete solitude. A moment later, notifications appeared one after another. You have been granted growth engraving. Reality manipulation proficiency has increased significantly. Reality manipulation. Proficiency 25.85% plus 3.3%. Mind, body, spirit. Proficiency 24.51%, plus 1.6%. Siku slumped over, gasping for air. I thought I'd be fine since the proficiency increased, but that backlash was brutal. S-rank knowledge? Siku's eyes widened in surprise. The undying trait seems to have been upgraded. His gaze was glued to the gauntlets. To reinforce it further, I must use Azachakam as material to upgrade the equipment. Thinking of this, Siku muttered unconsciously. But where can I find it now? He turned his gaze toward Oehachun. Aeolian had used up all the ore 2 for the gauntlets and the last one for a bracelet. Siku said in a low voice, almost a whisper. I heard they traded for at least 10 billion. Some even said 100 billion. Does that mean I've already spent 300 billion? Ren glanced toward Aeolian, telling himself, later, I have to learn more about the techniques of alchemy, of the gods. I heard Oehachun occasionally appears in S-rank dungeons or higher. Siku offered a wry smile. To be a guide for becoming an S-rank hunter, I guess I'll have to become an S-rank hunter soon myself. He turned away and let out a weary sigh. I thought I could finally rest for a minute after finishing the Oehachun gear, but it turns out there's still a mountain of work to do. Siku continued to check his schedule on his phone. He gave a faint smile. I still have to go tutor Han Chae-jin today. Siku couldn't help but cry out. I'm so busy. Does Gothan teach Shadow Clone or something? The scene shifted to the Lydian Association headquarters, a skyscraper. His eyes were glued to his phone screen. Siku. As soon as he saw the article, Lydian looked incredulous. He handled the Aeolian case alone. Tell me something that makes more sense. He couldn't help but exclaim. Looks like he's not exactly a rookie. Lydian glanced toward the gear that guy was wearing. He smirked. Breaking through a dungeon with just brute force? That sounds ridiculous. Of course, that wasn't it. Lydian quickly made his assessment. It looks like that gear hides a special ability. He probably got it as a reward for luckily saving Aeolian. At this, he gave a cold laugh, not forgetting to raise a question. Why would someone like him deserve to hold Aeolian's gear in his hands? Lydian muttered, there's nothing more unsightly than having to watch someone wear things that don't belong to them. He said coldly, like an echo. Treasures must belong to their rightful owner. In the vast space, Siku and Han Chae-jin clashed in a flash. Attacker and defender were decided in a single blow. He narrowed his eyes, observing with a slight smirk. It seems the recent special training sessions have been effective. The 3 core elements in martial arts, mind, energy, and body. Han Chae-jin's strength was supported by Tai Chi. Her body was supported by the godly martial body, but her mind couldn't keep up. Until now, it hadn't been stable, but with knowledge and a firm, unwavering will. Her energy and body would surely reveal their true power. Siku tilted his head and smiled reluctantly, as if blaming himself. No, I intended to go easy this time. He gripped his sword hilt, his eyes hardening to give her more confidence. But I guess it's impossible to fight her with just one sword, right? Siku turned to look at her. At this very moment, Han Chae-jin was not a weak woman or the youngest granddaughter of a conglomerate, but a martial arts master, he thought to himself. Facing someone pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, backing down is unacceptable. At that same moment, Han Chae-jin froze, her eyes flashing with pure shock. The sword in her hand suddenly fell to the ground. She only saw Siku's fist stop right by her cheek. Immediately after, a gust of wind rose, engulfing the two of them. She turned to look at him. I lost. I didn't think you'd just throw your sword away like that. Siku lowered his voice, cold yet seasoned with experience. You have to be ready for every situation, because in real combat, you can't predict what's going to happen. Han Chae-jin offered a bitter smile, her eyes showing clear exhaustion and disappointment. I thought I was finally reaching your level, but I still have such a long way to go. Siku softened his voice. That's enough for today. He silently assessed her. Unlike before, she seemed to be managing the fire in her heart quite well. But just then, Min-chae stepped closer. She bowed her head slightly. I apologize. Min-chae hesitated for a moment. You have a guest. However, this guest isn't here to see me. She directed her gaze toward him. He's here to see you, Mr. Siku. He asked, confused, me? And at that same moment, Lee Deok-won walked in without a second thought. He smirked. You're Siku, right? As soon as Siku saw him, he wore a confused expression. Have we met before? Han Chae-jin spoke up. You're S-rank hunter Lee Deok-won. Deok-won completely ignored her and stared straight at him. Siku, let's get straight to the point. Where is the device you're using? Siku froze at the sudden question. Why is an S-rank hunter like Lee Deok-won coming to find me? He muttered under his breath. Device? A moment later, Siku lifted his head and looked him in the eye. Are you talking about this? He quickly pulled out the pair of gloves. Deok-won narrowed his eyes, his pupils contracting for a fleeting second. He clearly couldn't hide his greed. Is that a spatial storage bag? Siku smirked faintly. He was internally annoyed. By the way, why is this bastard talking to me so informally? Daekwon pointed his finger directly at him, his voice firm. Both the gloves and the storage bag. I'll buy them. What's the price? Siku replied softly. You want to buy these things? Internally, Daekwon was boiling with rage at the disrespect. Does this prick dare talk to me without using honorifics? Daekwon stood tall, his voice slow but heavy with pressure. If I have to name a price, let's see. 2 Azacha crystals plus labor costs. About 300 billion. Hearing this, Daekwon's face flushed with pure blood-boiling rage. He growled, Are you kidding me? Daekwon held up 3 fingers, his eyes sharp. I'll give you 30 billion. I can't offer any more than that. Siku smirked. Who does this guy think he is, trying to haggle with me? He narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. The air around them began to thicken. What if I don't sell them? Daekwon said in a low tone. Then, Daekwon raised his voice and the pressure began to spread. There's no other choice. He took a step forward, his voice sounding like a declaration. Only when one has the strength to keep it. Is a treasure truly a treasure? To the useless, it's nothing more than a disaster. Siku gritted his teeth. What is this guy rambling about? Anger surged inside him. Is this guy trying to use force to rob me right here? Is this bastard high on something? Daekwon continued to provoke him. Show me. Prove that you're worthy of using those devices. He arrogantly declared. If not, I'll just take them. Siku was stunned. Is he acting like a victim while committing robbery? Han Chae-jin frowned, her eyes full of fury as she looked at Daekwon. How rude, he roared. The rudeness of the strong isn't rudeness, it's justice. Siku bit his lip, unable to help but think. What kind of drugs is this lunatic on? What kind of twisted, criminal mindset is that? At that very moment, she suddenly pointed her sword directly at Daekwon. Then prove you're strong first. Siku quickly stopped her. You don't need to step in, Han Chae-jin. She angrily interrupted. It's because he was rude to you first. Siku saw this and couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Is she angry? But why is she angry? At the same time, Han Chae-jin coldly suggested, If I win, please apologize. Siku heard this and burst out laughing. Do you really think that's feasible? Siku quickly stepped back, leaving the arena to the two of them. His eyes widened in absolute bewilderment. What on earth is happening? She gritted her teeth, emphasizing every word. Because you're an S-rank hunter, I'm going to give this everything I've got, he smirked mockingly. You think giving it your all is enough to beat me? Riduran suddenly chimed in with a sarcastic remark. Seems like you think a bit too highly of yourself. Just because people keep calling you the genius of the century or whatever. I heard about that kidnapping incident back then. His voice rang out with a steady, monotonous tone, explaining that she had been kidnapped by an S-rank criminal, without being able to put up any fight at all. Riduran smirked. As he predicted, she was still quite inexperienced. She lost her cool after just a little provocation, he thought to himself, finding it ridiculous. Immediately after, Riduran brazenly offered, I'll show you what true power looks like. I'll let you strike first. Good luck, kid. As soon as he finished speaking, Hercules lunged straight toward him. Only a flash of purple light was seen in mid-air. Riduran quickly stepped backward, unable to hide his growing confusion. Since when did she? Riduran was practically stunned. He couldn't even track her movements. What the hell is this? He quickly started calculating a strategy. Just create some distance first. Riduran hurriedly backed away. But suddenly, the blade of a sword rested against his throat. Han Chae-jin's voice echoed right by Riduran's ear. Accept your defeat, she said in a low, cold voice, staring at Han Chae-jin, and get down on your knees to apologize to Min Sik right now. Riduran lowered his voice, his eyes icy. I can't accept such a cowardly move. She lifted her head in protest, her eyes filled with indignation. But you were the one who said you'd let me strike first. He replied nonchalantly. I said I'd let you strike first, but I never agreed to let you fight dirty. Han Chae-jin took half a step forward. With sharp eyes and a heavy, pressing tone, he continued, In a real battle, anything can happen. She frowned, her anger clearly rising. And you're an S-rank hunter too. Don't you know something as simple as that? Please, get down on your knees and apologize to Min Sik. Riduran gritted his teeth, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. I said I can't accept this. Han Chae-jin was so angry she was choked up. This is getting embarrassing. Suddenly, she made an offer. Fine, I'll let you strike first. Min Sik thought to himself, his gaze flickering. His opponent is still an S-rank hunter. After all, he hesitated, reaching a hand toward the two of them. Should I stop them? Min Sik's eyes suddenly lit up. But wait, am I not a noob? A few minutes later, the sound of metal clashing rang out piercingly. Seeing Han Chae-jin swing her sword, Lee Jae-do immediately stepped back. Watching the scene unfold, Min Chae said urgently, Should we stop them? Siku's eyes were locked on the two of them. He seemed to be judging the situation, feeling a sense of unease even though he had mastered Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi method. Han Chaejin still couldn't use it proficiently, and her opponent was one of the 6 S-rank hunters in Korea, Lee Jae-do. Siku's eyes flickered, memorizing every detail of the opponent's weapons. He realized there was a clear gap in experience and habits. He also took note of their specific traits. Back to Han Chaejin, she was panting. Lee Jae-do sneered, his eyes flashing with amusement. You're pretty good. S-rank copy trait. Siku thought, his gaze sharpening. But he's not omnipotent. He can't copy things that exceed the limits of his copy ability. He quickly concluded, he must be jealous of Han Chaejin's sword and my equipment. Lee Jae-do laughed mockingly. What's this? You dare to act tough with that weak skill? In the end, you're no different from the rest of the scum. Han Chaejin's expression changed instantly. She growled, shut up. Han Chaejin shouted, her killing intent flaring violently. Shut your mouth. Siku looked at Han Chaejin worriedly. At this rate, she's going to lose. There's no other way. At the same time, she swung her blade madly at Lee Jae-do. His body trembled slightly just as he suddenly spun around. He suddenly kicked out hard at Han Chaejin. Her body was knocked backward. Seeing that, Lee Jae-do smirked. Is that all you've got? Pathetic. She bit her lips so hard her body trembled. At that moment, Siku yelled, Han Chaejin, you're overthinking things. What did I tell you were the 3 most important elements of the Tai Chi method? Han Chaejin opened her eyes wide, her breathing slowing down. Am I overthinking it? She tried to calm herself. That's right, I let Lee Jae-do provoke me. Calm down. 3 words echoed clearly in her mind. Energy, body, mind. Her energy flowed, and the aura around her became gentle but deep. Tai Chi. Lee Jae-do narrowed his eyes, showing caution for the first time. Her energy has changed. It feels like the energy of nature itself. Han Chaejin opened her eyes, her gaze calm yet unfathomable. I will show you the full extent of my power. As she finished speaking, she launched herself into the air. He said nonchalantly, looks like you've still been hiding your skills, huh? But I just need to copy it, and it's over. Wait. Lee Jae-do froze. He shuddered involuntarily, feeling a sense of panic. I can't copy it. Han Chaejin lunged forward. It's over. He roared in anger, you're just a low-level A-rank hunter. My power is more than enough to crush you. She looked straight into Lee Jae-do's eyes. Immediately after, Han Chaejin swung her sword decisively, and a beam of light flared up. A while later, Siku watched her worriedly. That was a bit too dangerous. Just then, the beam of light suddenly spread out. An orb of energy quickly formed. He called her name frantically, his eyes not leaving the sphere. Han Chaejin. Han Chaejin. Han Chaejin. A moment later, Siku shouted excitedly. I thought he was some kind of monster. He cheered. Amazing. I've gained another 250,000 subscribers. I thought he was some kind of monster, Siku exclaimed, then thought, he even tried to take my gear. Thanks to that, my channel is trending. Just then, his swivel chair suddenly shook, and he fell to the ground. Siku scrambled up, muttering, scared the hell out of me. He stared at the screen as the comments flooded in. Everyone was calling it a victory for Han Chaejin. Siku hesitated, his eyes leaving the screen. His heart sank. Truth be told, Han Chaejin had passed out. Recalling the past few days, he had constantly called out to her, Han Chaejin. Han Chaejin. Siku couldn't help but feel worried. With my S-rank medical skills, things could have been much worse if I hadn't treated her immediately. He glanced at Lee Jae-do. He was still conscious. But because Lee Jae-do was an S-rank, even if it wasn't a total defeat, it was certainly due to the power of the Tai Chi method. Back to reality. Siku froze as his phone vibrated. A sense of unease rose up. Who is it? A message popped up. Hello, I am Mina, Han Chaejin's aunt. Sorry for the sudden contact. He couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Mina, Han Chaejin's aunt. Scene shifts to the Shack Association headquarters. Mina spoke softly. I know it's a very abrupt request, but thank you for agreeing to come. Siku laughed heartily. If it's for her, of course I have to make time to meet. She couldn't help but remark, oh my, you're such a smooth talker. Mina suddenly made a proposal. Actually, we want to use that video where the S-rank hunter Lee Jae-do gets beaten to a pulp by an A+ rank hunter to promote the Shack Corporation. So both Han Chaejin and Mina. He froze, his heart filled with extreme bewilderment. They don't care about small things. Huh. Is that the Han family style? So, you want to use the video, Siku asked hesitantly, of the fight between Han Chaejin and Lee Jae-do to promote the corporation? Shack. She nodded in confirmation. That's right, because you don't know yet, but... Mina admitted frankly, Chaejin is preparing to sign a huge contract with the Mao Tao Corporation. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, Mao Tao, are you talking about the Chinese hunter company? She replied cautiously. That's right. Mina affirmed once again. If we use this video, it could really help Han Che-jin. She suddenly changed her tone. Deal's a deal. However, we aren't asking you to do it for free. There will be a guarantee. Siku was stunned. He repeated unconsciously. A guarantee? Mina casually threw out a number. We need to analyze it more carefully, but at the very least, it should be around 20 billion won. Internally, Siku almost screamed. 20 billion won? He hurriedly wiped the table. I'm sorry. She signaled. Wait a moment. I have an urgent call here. Siku was still in shock. 20 billion. And they want to just give it away? Mina turned and ran off. She bowed slightly. I'm sorry, but I have to get to the chairman's office right now. He responded hesitantly. Yeah, no problem. Have a good one. At the chairman's office, a man's voice echoed. Mr. Chairman, Director Mina is here. Inside, T-san hung his head low. He said in a deep voice, come in. She rushed inside. Is it really true? Tell me, is it true that Mao Tao is canceling their contract with Han Che-jin? Right then, in the chairman's office, a secretary burst in, sounding panicked. Chairman, Director Mina has arrived. Inside the office, Chairman Tae-san fell silent for a moment before ordering the secretary to let her in. Mina didn't hesitate. She slammed the door open and shouted, Huan Wu, is it true that Mao Tao is calling off the contract with Han Che-jin? Just then, a cold, authoritative voice cut through the air. You are standing before the chairman, Mina. Huan Wu turned to look at Mina with a death glare, his voice low and dangerous. Watch your tone, Mina. Huan Wu, the eldest son, glared at her with visible annoyance. This is a board meeting, not a family gathering, said Yi Min, the second son, with a smirk at Mina. Even if you are the youngest, you should have grown up by now, right? Huan Wu, the third son, clicked his tongue the moment he saw Mina's group. What's all this noise? My dear brothers are all here. I see. At the same time, Tae-san spoke in a deep, heavy tone. Sit down. He got straight to the point. As you've heard, Mao Tao just contacted us to terminate the contract. She couldn't help but feel skeptical, her eyes locked onto Tae-san. That contract is worth 11 trillion won. Are they just canceling it overnight? What's the reason? He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his eyes pensive. They said they can no longer trust the SH Hunter Association. Huan Wu chimed in coolly. Then why even sign it in the first place? It must be for their own reasons. Mina turned to him, looking deeply dissatisfied. She stated firmly, reasons. What reasons? If this contract boosts Han Che-jin's position in the company, certain people won't be able to seize her shares. So you acted in the shadows, didn't you? Hearing this, Huan Wu's expression changed instantly. He turned to criticize her. Don't talk nonsense. This contract is vital to the SH Group too. Do you think I'd cancel an 11 trillion won deal just to fight my niece for shares? Seeing this, Mina became even more furious. She hissed, practically screaming. Ever since you took over the construction division of SH, do you even know how much the company has suffered because of some people? He replied casually, his tone light as air. Are you accusing me? There's no proof I tampered with the materials. Mina showed no fear. She provoked him directly. If you want a war, then bring it on. Mina held her head high, staring straight at Huan Wu. Stop bullying a defenseless child. He was so angry that veins bulged on his face, and he shouted, Mina. But at that exact moment, Tae-san tapped his fingers hard against the desk. Seeing this, Huan Wu immediately reined in his aggressive demeanor. He lowered his voice. I apologize for being rude, father. She also bowed her head. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. He emphasized every word. The situation with Mao Tao is far from over, Tae-san added. Since they don't trust us, they are coming to negotiate in person. Before the gazes of his three sons, Huan Wu, Yi Min, and Huan Jin, Tae-san said coldly, Jiang Wei from the Mao Tao group is coming to Korea. The moment those words fell, Mina's body jolted. She shuddered in fear. Jiang Wei, the direct disciple of Wei Lin, one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity. Mina's fear only grew. Internally, she screamed, Jiang Wei? Him? After a long silence, Mina stood up abruptly. She looked at the chairman with suspicion. Father, does this mean he will be negotiating directly with Han Che-jin? Tae-san frowned slightly and nodded. That's right. Hearing this, Mina looked anxious. But Han Che-jin is still just a child. She still has so much to learn about management. He turned to look her straight in the eyes and declared, SH Group is the #1 company in Korea. The air in the room grew heavy. Tae-san continued. The entire political and financial landscape of Korea revolves around the SH Group. Leading such a group means facing endless difficulties and challenges. His voice dropped significantly. Han Che-jin is also a member of the SH Group. Remember that well. Now, go get to work. The scene shifted to the familiar forest, where moss-covered rocks lay scattered. At that same moment, Siku was throwing punches frantically into the air. His eyes suddenly brightened with rare determination. Immediately after, Siku lunged forward. His arm never stopped throwing punches. At the last second, he gathered all his strength into his arm and pulled it back. Siku crouched low and slammed his fist into the rock in front of him. Witnessing that scene, Hercules couldn't help but feel bewildered. What the hell? How did he improve so much all of a sudden? Just then, Siku spun around. A white cloud of smoke puffed up before his eyes, and suddenly, he kicked his leg high into the air in a perfect straight line. The white smoke instantly appeared, covering the sky. A while later, Hercules rushed over to Siku. He practically shouted, "Can you really not feel the difference?" Siku replied with indifference, "Is that so? I'm not really sure." Hercules emphasized once again, "Your level has changed significantly." Actually, Siku looked down at his wrist with suspicion. Is it because of this bracelet? That was the bracelet with the imprinted amplification effect, increasing mastery by 10%. Hercules' divine martial mastery was at 28.54%. Hercules let out a long sigh and slowly gave his assessment. In terms of growth speed, you are indeed a genius. But if you look closer, you're also one of the dumbest people I've ever met. Hearing that, he asked cautiously, his eyes filled with frustration, his voice dropping with concern. Even though my skills improved, I still haven't learned the next move. Will I ever be able to learn it? He spoke with a firm tone, as if stating an obvious fact. Of course, it will be very difficult, because it's not a strike, it's a flow technique. Hearing this, Siku's eyes widened, his expression unable to hide his surprise and excitement. A flow technique? Hercules quickly explained, my divine martial arts are built from both strikes and flows. Strikes are a chain of basic moves, while flows are the way to link those strikes into a continuous stream of motion. He held up his finger to signal. What you want to learn now isn't a strike, it's a flow. That's why it's so hard to grasp. Even the great scholar Zhuge Liang would shake his head in helplessness. I'll show you, Hercules said with a helpless tone. Watch closely, okay? He pointed straight at the eighth move, Dragon Descent Kick. It's a strike that converges all the essence of a kick. Next, Hercules raised his fist. Just like that, the second technique, Demon Crushing Power Strike, contained the essence of a straight punch. This was the rhythm. He pulled his hand back, his breathing steady, his eyes bright. The essence concentrated in a seamless, fluid chain of movements. There wasn't a single opening. Hercules crouched low, and just like that, the next punch flew straight forward, exploding with the force of a thunderbolt. Every muscle coordinated perfectly, and then he unleashed a flawless kick, his body spinning with immense power, leaving Minsik's jaw on the floor. Hercules didn't forget to remind him. You can strike continuously. He asked with a trembling voice, Will I ever be able to learn that? He replied quickly, Of course. Hercules held up a finger. Maybe in 12 years or so. Only then might you have a chance to start learning it. Minsik was stunned, almost shouting unconsciously. What did you say? 12 years? I've been training consistently to reconstruct my body, though. He concentrated on the calculations and quickly came up with a figure. Really? Well, if you complete the body reconstruction, it should take about 4 years. Minsik lowered his voice. 4 years. Huh? Hercules suddenly changed his tone. But then he smirked. If you join my special training course, it might be a different story. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, footsteps rang out slowly. As soon as he saw the other person, the reporter turned around excitedly. There he is. Someone in the crowd shouted enthusiastically. It's Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei glared at the crowd. Report, he said. The secretary quickly replied, the meeting with the SH group will take place in 2 days. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth. 2 days. Is there any reason I have to wait that long? The secretary didn't rush to explain. She just bowed her head. I'm sorry, sir. Then, suddenly, Zhang Wei turned in another direction. The reporter looked down at his 2 hands, bewildered. Why did the camera suddenly? What's going on? Meanwhile, he turned away coldly. Let's go. Hercules leaned forward slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile half seductive, half teasing. If you join my special training, it might be a different story. A long time later, the bus began to roll away from the stop. Inside, Minsik paused, his mind quickly calculating every possibility. A special training course? Huh. Even if my body reconstruction process has reached a certain level, it would still take 4 years. That takes too much time. If I get special training, maybe I could learn faster than the shortest dungeon entrance course. Special S-rank tutor. Number 1 in combat magic creation and hunter training. After a month of silence, he took out his familiar phone, his eyes glued to the screen. Let's check the other channel first. As the information board appeared before his eyes, He practically held his breath. Membership fee, 16 billion won per month. Start subscription. Before Min-sik could recover his senses, the next line appeared like a straight punch to his heart. He shouted, 17. 16 billion won. The current membership fee is 31 billion won. Min-sik's voice cracked. It was almost a desperate scream. 31 billion won a month. The man next to him looked at Min-sik, bewildered. Is that guy an idiot? He still couldn't stop muttering. 31 billion isn't a small amount. Looking at the numbers appearing on the screen, Min-sik shouted, at this rate, it's basically beating the game. Seeing this, the man hurriedly moved away. He thought to himself, that guy must be on drugs. After regaining his composure, Min-sik let out a long sigh. I have to keep making money. There was no other way. The gloom was quickly replaced by a sense of urgency. He turned and started walking. Time to go make some pocket money, I guess. In the quiet meeting room, Mina bowed her head, her face apologetic, her voice choosing every word carefully. For that reason, I have to pause the production of the promotional video. I previously mentioned it would have to be put on hold. Min-sik froze for a moment. The number flashed in his head, like a lightning bolt to his heart. My 20 billion, he muttered unconsciously. A contract with the Mao Tao Group. A bad feeling began to rise clearly. Min-sik spoke slowly but sharply. It's all ruined, isn't it? The An admitted it bluntly. That's right. Jin-ah added, if they cooperate with Mao Tao, Han Che-jin will maintain her position. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The ant changed her tone. There are some people who don't want that to happen. Siku frowned, instantly grasping the unspoken implication. A power struggle within the SAO group. Mina shook her head slightly, then slowly laid out a slim hope, but one that still existed. If Zhang Wei came to Korea to meet Han Che-jin, he nearly jumped out of his chair. His voice rose instantly, full of anticipation. Oh, so my 20 billion is still in the game, right? Mina sighed helplessly. No, the chances are slim. In China, there's this thing called guanxi. It's a signature cultural trait. You could think of it as a web of connections. Mina emphasized every word. It's the kind of network that outsiders find hard to understand or enter. Siku interjected, adding, if you can't resolve the guanxi cultural barrier, the negotiations are basically impossible. The room went silent for a few seconds before Mina smirked. Exactly. We only have 2 days left until the negotiation, so we have to do everything we can. Just then, someone outside knocked cautiously. Excuse me, Director, he continued. I have an urgent matter to report. Mina replied coldly, come in. What is it? The door swung open, and a staff member rushed in, his voice trembling slightly. Right now, Zhang Wei is negotiating with Miss Han Che-jin. The atmosphere froze instantly. The staff member didn't forget to emphasize. At SH Group. An exclamation burst from Mina in shock. What? At that same moment, Zhang Wei looked coldly at Han Che-jin. He said slowly, the contract for splitting loot obtained from dungeon raids is currently seen as a total loss for the Mao Tao Group. Siku chimed in, adding, the contract terms are. Han Che-jin looked straight into Zhang Wei's eyes and emphasized, 30% of the byproducts gathered after our raids. I don't think that's a one-sided loss. His gaze swept over her, his voice slow but heavy. It's not easy for us to allow foreign hunters to enter Chinese dungeons. Zhang Wei leaned forward slightly, his voice flashing with wariness and persuasion. The Chinese National Security Bureau isn't a simple matter either. Han Che-jin frowned slightly, her eyes never leaving him, her voice calm but hidden with caution. I've heard that in China, there are many dungeons beyond control. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy as Han Che-jin continued, her voice deepening. That's why dungeon breaks occur, causing serious human casualties. If we pass this contract for sharing loot from dungeons this time, we could minimize those losses, so I don't think persuading the Security Bureau will be too difficult. Hearing this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but laugh. A second of silence dragged on before he replied warily, do you think SH Group has that kind of capability? The screen lit up. Images of the fight appeared along with a headline that made the whole room stir. Han Che-jin suddenly proposed, please, watch this video. This is a video of me fighting one-on-one. Han Che-jin stretched out weight. An S-rank hunter getting schooled by an A-rank hunter. Zhang Wei looked incredulous. In the footage, she was always the one rushing in to attack. Zhang Wei watched intently, his eyebrows twitching. After a few seconds, he uttered a short phrase. What the? His eyes couldn't hide his surprise, his voice dropping. This power. Zhang Wei shouted instinctively. How the hell do you possess this kind of power? Inside the room, Han Che-jin coldly raised her sword. Returning to reality, she frankly admitted, this is a type of martial art that Mr. Siku taught me. Hearing that, he frowned slightly. Siku. Mina suddenly barged in. Excuse me, Jiang Wei asked quickly with a skeptical tone. Who is Siku? He looked blankly at himself. Me? Is he speaking Chinese? He stared at Siku. You're Siku, right? Siku looked blankly toward Jiang Wei. What is he saying? Han Che-jin whispered softly. He's asking if your name is Siku. Siku nodded urgently. Ah. Yes, right. Siku turned to look at her with an astonished gaze. Miss Han Che-jin, you can speak Chinese? She replied lightly, as if it were nothing. Yes. He was nearly stunned, unable to help but exclaim internally. Truly, this girl. Just then, Jiang Wei probed cautiously. You are the one who taught the Tai Chi method to the leader of the Hunter Association. Seek, right? Siku paused slightly, then nodded. Ah, yes, that's right. He couldn't help but feel a bit curious. How do you know about and manage to use the power of our sect? Siku tilted his head slightly. Your sect? He thought to himself, Jiang Wei's sect. Is it the sect of Zhang Sanfeng? In China, every sect has its own unique martial art. Jiang Wei is a disciple of the Zhang Sanfeng sect, the one who possesses the Tai Chi method. He lowered his voice, each word landing like a hammer on the table. Where did you get the knowledge and ability to use it? Siku's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. If this goes well, I might be able to exploit that Guangxi culture. Siku smirked. That is a secret technique handed down through many generations in my family. Jiang Wei couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Your family? The Tai Chi method is your family's secret technique? He nodded and replied quickly. That's right. He asked suspiciously, are you claiming to be a descendant of the martial arts founder? Siku clearly declared, exactly. The Tai Chi method that. He shrugged, his lips curling up. Mr. Jiang Wei. Surely you know it originated from my family? Mina, behind him, turned pale. She watched Siku anxiously. What the hell is he saying? Touching upon the sects of China is synonymous with declaring war. Mina rushed to intervene, explaining immediately, Jiang Wei, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Then suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. Jiang Wei, furious, questioned, what did you just say? Are you insulting our sect? He thought to himself, I learned directly from Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi method. In other words, I am the root. Siku suddenly asked, how much do you actually know about the Tai Chi method? Jiang Wei hissed through his teeth. Are you challenging me? He immediately denied it. No, I just wanted to share what I know about the Tai Chi method. After a long moment, Jiang Wei coldly uttered, I have to see it with my own eyes. The scene shifted to the SH Hunter Association headquarters, the training area. His deep, gravelly voice echoed across the training ground, as if reciting a passage of ancient history. Tai Chi is the exclusive martial art of the Wudang sect. Since the realized one, Zhang Sanfeng, founded Wudang, that legacy has been passed down like an ancient power, enduring throughout time. In Siku's mind, an old memory flashed. He smiled wryly. I was literally taught Tai Chi by Zhang Sanfeng himself. Jiang Wei frowned, thinking to himself, even if you are the successor of an elder, Confucian martial arts have been lost for a long time. In other words, he's just stealing and copying the power of the Supreme. As a sect leader, I cannot just ignore this. Witnessing that scene, Mina lowers her voice and sighs. How did it end up like this? He completely forgot about the contract now. Jiang Wei's gaze is locked tightly on Siku, his killing intent almost solidifying. I'll let you strike first. Don't forget, I won't go easy on you, Siku replies. The moment the words fell, Siku's figure vanished. As their two auras collided, he silently drew a conclusion about this power. It's definitely the supreme art. Jiang Wei gulps, his throat dry. Don't tell me you intend to test your strength right here in midair. On the opposite side, Min Siku sneers, his aura exploding like a tidal wave. Each movement carries crushing pressure. All right, I'll show you the true power of the supreme art. The moment he landed, fresh blood suddenly sprayed into the air. Jiang Wei was seen clutching his chest, vomiting blood after just a few exchanges. His face suddenly paled, and his breathing became erratic. Someone panicked and shouted, Is the sect leader suffering from internal injuries? At that same moment, Jiang Wei gripped his sword hilt with all his might. His heart was filled with unprecedented confusion. What the hell? How is this even possible? My supreme energy was swallowed up by his. A huge question formed in Jiang Wei's mind. Is his essence even purer than mine? Thinking of this, he frantically denied it. No way, this can't be real. At that very moment, Min Siku instinctively felt a chill down his spine. The people around them started panicking, screaming in despair. This is bad. We have to stop them. Jiang Wei looked up, his hair flying wildly. As his aura spiraled out of control, he shouted, I am the root of the Supreme. Someone warned urgently. He's suffering from chi deviation. The others were forced back by the wild, violent energy and yelled, We can't get close to the sect leader. Just stop it. Contrary to the crowd, Han Che-jin stood perfectly still. A cracking sound echoed from the concrete structure nearby. Siku opened his eyes wide. This is dangerous. At this rate, the building will collapse. Faced with the terrifying sight, he made a decision. There's no other way. All things have form, all things gather in the void. Before it, there is no beginning and no end. The Supreme is the realm of the infinite in martial arts. Right then, he unleashed the second move of the Hercules martial art, the Supreme Fist, a strike that merged both yin and yang. Power exploded violently. Heaven-destroying force. Panic screams echoed continuously through the dust. Sect leader, sect leader, sect leader. As the dust settled, Jiang Wei lay motionless. The secretary asked worriedly, Han, are you still okay? He asked blankly, what just happened? Another person hurried closer, their voice full of horror. You suffered from qi deviation. Jiang Wei couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Qi deviation? He asked skeptically. Then why am I not injured at all? The man reported truthfully. A guy named Min Siku controlled your internal energy. Hearing this, Jiang Wei looked incredulous. What? He controlled my internal energy. He turned around and muttered unconsciously. That guy. His internal energy is purer than mine, his core is deeper than mine, and he uses the supreme art too. At the same time, Han Che-jin and Mina kept calling out to him, Siku, Siku. Jiang Wei spoke up. He's just temporarily unconscious. Seeing this, Han Che-jin turned around to warn. Let's stop here. Mina declared coldly. The match is over. Suddenly, the man shouted, I, Jiang Wei, leader of the Wudang sect, the Supreme Gate. Jiang Wei suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. He bowed deeply to Siku. I pay my respects to the descendant of the great founder. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the SH Group headquarters. Inside, Jiang Jin smirked. The negotiations with the Mao Tao Group must be over by now, right? Jaemin raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. It seems Jiang Wei is quite impatient. He heard Mina was there too, right? He paused for a second. Mina, why did the kid go there? He answered nonchalantly. Naturally, because she's worried about our granddaughter. Jaemin didn't forget to mock, even though the kid can't do anything. Jiang Jin laughed softly. Instead of that, brother, should I mess with Mina a little? Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Mina? Who? You? He smirked. Well, just me is enough to do it. Jaemin immediately objected. Forget it, even though she's the youngest. She's not someone you can mess with easily. Be careful not to shoot yourself in the foot. He continued to warn, you should leave Mina alone. Once we seize Han Che-jin's shares, Mina won't even matter. At this point, Jaemin turned to Hong Yu-si. More importantly, brother, how exactly did you do it? He frowned slightly. What are you talking about? He replied quickly. The Mao Tao Group deal. Hoang Yu-si smirked coldly. What could you possibly do? Just then, the meeting room door burst open. A secretary walked in with a tense expression. Director, urgent news. Hong Yu-si asked coldly, what is it? The other person hesitated for a moment. The contract between the SH Hunter Association and the Mao Tao Group has been signed. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Ji Min practically yelled, what the hell are you saying? Jiang Jin kept muttering, that's impossible. The secretary shook his head, his expression full of confusion. I'm not sure either. They said as long as the descendant of the founder was there, they would agree to anything. Hoang Yu-si growled. The founder explained clearly. He said carefully, I'm not sure, but it seems like it was someone named Siku. That name was instinctively blurted out by him. Siku. Then Hoang Yu-si's face suddenly tightened. He growled, Siku. A final whisper echoed like a curse, Siku. Under the clear blue sky, a modern high-rise building stood. It was Aish Hospital. A voice spoke. The contract with the Mao Tao Group is a huge success. Mina sat there talking on the phone. Mao Tao, who was even hesitant about the 30% fee, is now offering to waive it entirely. Beside her, Siku was lying in a hospital bed. He suddenly opened his eyes with a surprised face while Mina was still talking. I don't know why either. I think it's because of their martial arts culture. They said something about not being able to collect fees from the descendant of the great martial master. He raised his hand to ruffle his hair, muttering. In the hospital again, huh. Mina was still talking on the phone. Anyway, wait a moment. I'll call you back later. Seeing Min Siku wake up, his aunt looked worried and asked, Han, oh my goodness, you're awake. How does your body feel? Do you feel any better? Min Siku replied immediately. Oh, yes, I'm fine. Siku immediately whipped his head around, scanning the room. Wait, where's Han Che-jin? Mina sighed, her hands dropping to her sides as she gave him a look that said, Are you serious? The very first thing you do after waking up is look for Han Che-jin? Seriously. She's currently finalizing the contract with Zhang Wei. Siku looked genuinely surprised and confused. A contract? Wait, what? Mina raised a hand, emphasizing her next point. The SH Hunter Association and the Mao Tao Group have reached an agreement. Then, Shu Mi stepped closer to the hospital bed, adding, and it's a groundbreaking deal, too. Mina wore a smirk that showed she knew she held the winning hand. She brushed a strand of hair back, her eyes sharp and focused. And all of that is thanks to you, Siku. Siku looked completely baffled. Me? But I didn't do anything. Mina walked toward the door, waving a casual goodbye. I'll explain everything once you're back at headquarters. I've got a work call to take right now. Mina added that he could be discharged immediately. Get prepped and get out of here. The doctor said you could leave as soon as you woke up. Siku just gave an awkward, sheepish response. Oh, right. I only just woke up, though. He looked down at his hands, lost in thought. He was replaying the moment he used the Heavenly Annihilation Fist. The Heavenly Divine Fist, the Tai Chi move. Did I lose consciousness at the end because I used the Heavenly Annihilation Fist? Suddenly, the phone by his bedside started ringing. He jumped, looking over with a puzzled expression. Who is this? Hercules is calling you via video. Accept. Siku's finger hovered over the screen, resting on the two buttons. He hesitated. Why would this guy be calling me out of the blue? Is this about the special training? Hercules appeared on the screen, looking surprised. He exclaimed, I have personally designed a special training program for you. Don't tell me you're back in the hospital again. Hercules lectured him, saying that if he had just used his superhuman strength and martial arts properly, he wouldn't have ended up beaten to a pulp. Siku immediately closed his eyes, his expression full of frustration. I wasn't beaten up. This happened because I couldn't control my own power. Hearing that, Hercules looked completely stunned. You couldn't control your power? Siku recalled the moment, pointing upward in a panic. When I combined Tai Chi with the Heavenly Annihilation Fist, this happened. Hercules pressed him. You combined the Tai Chi of the Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng with the Heavenly Annihilation Fist? Hercules couldn't believe it. How on earth was that even possible? Siku reminded him. You once said that divine martial arts contain the essence of Tai Chi. Siku sat on the edge of the hospital bed, his face serious and focused. Back when you were creating your divine martial arts, you based it on the essence of Tai Chi, didn't you? Hercules held up a finger, correcting him sternly. I only said it was based on it. I never said it was a fusion. Your ego is the unique core of your own existence. An image of a martial artist taking a stance in front of a Tai Chi symbol appeared. Yin and Yang. Hercules emphasized an important truth, and that uniqueness cannot be rejected or erased. Next, an image appeared, of Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng, looking peaceful, cradling a Tai Chi sphere in his palm. Hercules explained that, in other words, only Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng could truly wield Tai Chi. Hercules declared proudly, and only I can unleash my divine martial arts. However, based on an analysis of other attributes, the illustration showed two dummies practicing martial arts. Hercules asserted, Siku, you can develop even further from what you've learned. You can create your own version of Tai Chi, modeled after the original. Siku's expression turned serious and slightly anxious. Hercules pointed at him. But you don't inherently have a specific attribute. Two power symbols appeared: a blue lion representing Hercules' divine martial arts, and a Tai Chi symbol representing Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts. Hercules continued. That means you can directly absorb many different unique attributes. Not only that, you can actually fuse them. Hercules held up a finger, explaining with intense seriousness. Normally, doing that would cause the attributes to clash and conflict with each other. By all rights, combining Tai Chi and the Heavenly Annihilation Fist should be impossible. Hercules exclaimed, and yet, you just did the impossible. Doesn't that make you a total monster? Siku gave an awkward, forced laugh. Me? Hercules asked a crucial question. It seems I have to rewrite your special training program. What kind of attributes are you training right now? Suddenly, Siku looked at his phone, his eyes widening in shock. Wait a second. He focused intensely on his phone to check his personal status window. I've improved quite a bit, but I don't see anything here to fuse with. Hercules offered a new suggestion. It would be better if you registered a new channel. Siku gave another awkward smile, but that costs a lot of money. Hercules cupped his chin, showing his dedication. First, I have to reorganize your training course. But before that, Hercules' eyes gleamed as he made an offer. Could you share some content for the channel? Hercules continued. In exchange, I'll go have a direct discussion with the gods to set up your training course. Siku broke into a bright smile, his cheeks flushing slightly with excitement. Hercules couldn't hide his own enthusiasm, insisting, I'll do my absolute best to teach you, too. Siku looked determined, a calm smile on his face. All right, I'll share some cool content for the channel. Hercules gasped, really? What kind of content? Both were still in the hospital room. Siku instructed him, listen closely. See that modern, sky-high twin tower? That's the SH Group headquarters. The door opened, and Siku stepped into an office. Che-jin was already sitting there waiting for him. You're here, fighter. Zhang Wei's side also pressed their hands together in a gesture of respect. I pay my respects to the descendant of the great Grandmaster. Siku could only scratch his head and laugh. Yeah, this is super awkward. Han Che-jin, sitting across from Siku, provided the information. Our SH Hunter Association will pay you the commission difference. Siku thought, she's getting straight to the point without any fluff, huh? Han Che-jin smiled confidently, handing him the contract. You can check the details in this contract. As she handed it over, she added, through this agreement, the SH Group will transfer 30% of the profits earned to you. Siku held the contract, his eyes widening in total shock. Wait, 30%? His face turned thoughtful as he stared intently at the document. Siku's jaw dropped in genuine disbelief. He couldn't help but shout, 30%. Why? Han Che-jin remained calm and explained, because this contract is only a success because of you. Han Che-jin let him know that Hunter Zhang Wei had said that because the descendant of the Grandmaster was part of the SH Group, they couldn't possibly accept any of the money. Han Che-jin smiled and wrapped it up. So, we've agreed to transfer everything to you. Every year, you'll receive about 540 billion won. His face showed clear shock. 540 billion won? Siku fell into a stunned silence, trying to process the information. Then, Siku shouted, his eyes rolling back and his mouth agape. 540 billion won, he stammered, questioning Han Che-jin. You're joking, right? Han Che-jin kept her calm expression. No, she affirmed, it's all written in the contract. Han Che-jin further revealed that. That's the portion the SH Corporation will give you. Mao Tao added that they had also prepared something else specifically for him. Upon hearing the name of the gift, Siku exclaimed in astonishment. Ozichacum? The dark brown, white speckled Ozichacum ore chunks radiated a faint, mystical aura. They were placed solemnly on a red velvet-lined tray. Martial artist Zhang Wei affirmed, this gift belonged to my master. I brought it here to hand it over to you, Mr. Alien, in South Korea. Zhang Wei modestly added, but then I met the descendant of the martial arts founder, who even saved my life. It's not much, but I hope you'll accept it. Siku stood before the gift with a look of surprise. He broke into a radiant smile, his cheeks flushing pink. 540 billion a year, plus Ozichacum? With this, I can do anything. Hercules knelt down reverently, loudly addressing Siku as my lord. My master, I, Hercules, shall renew my oath today. Hercules declared firmly, I am your loyal servant and slave. Siku could only offer a sheepish, awkward smile. Beside him, Hercules reminded him, what about the god's soot content you gave me, master? Hatch Queen, with a cheeky expression, raised her thumb confidently. The scandal of AZ Deity and B.C. Boy appeared on screen. Two beautiful goddesses in a dramatic standoff. In just a short time, the views and subscriptions had skyrocketed. Hercules laughed triumphantly, holding up one finger. It became a huge hit. That's how I found out my own wife was cheating on me. Siku looked clearly flustered while cooking. Wait, I didn't make anything sensational. Forget the affair and all that love triangle drama. Hercules has just announced some earth-shattering news, so Hephaestus and Hades have prepared a little gift for you. Siku asked in surprise. A gift from Hephaestus and Hades. Don't tell me it's like that subscription package from the Sphinx, right? The Black Queen's expression turned deep and serious. That's right, but I have both good news and bad news. Siku, who was washing his hands after cooking, froze. He looked clearly anxious. Good news and bad news? He asked, finishing up his fried rice. With a fried egg on top, Siku made a firm decision. I'll hear the bad news first. Hercules revealed the bad news. Lord Hades has gifted you the cornucopia, but I can't bring it to you. My regulars admit that I can't get there. While halfway through a spoonful of rice, Siku paused when he heard the name cornucopia. He wondered suspiciously. Is that? Siku began to recall. Siku smiled brightly. Around him were images of 50,000 won bills falling everywhere. A giant golden horn appeared above his head, the thing that could create food, gold, silver, or anything else, right? Siku's face changed, his eyes widened, and he shouted, the cornucopia. Hercules replied, that's right. Hercules affirmed that with this horn, Siku wouldn't even need to cook the plate of rice he was eating. You just have to pull it out. In Siku's eyes, the silhouette of the Black Queen was clearly reflected. Just with that thing, whether it's 1 or 10 billion. Hercules clutched the horn, thinking he could create infinite wealth. Wait, Siku shouted excitedly. Give it to me right now. The Black Queen looked confused. I can't go to where you are, master. I can't get there. With a hungry look, Siku pressed. Why? Why can't you come here? The other gods still visit my house all the time. Siku mentioned the guy he had just met, the sunburned one. I just met him, and I'm wondering. Who is he anyway? Lucky appeared in cat form, curled up. He revealed. And Lucky is staying at my house, too. Hercules admitted his deadlock. Well, the problem is, there seems to be a way, but I don't know how to do it yet. Despite not knowing the method, Hercules still promised not to give up. Even so, I will try to find it. Siku calmly continued his meal and asked about the rest. So, what's the good news? Hercules excitedly revealed. Hephaestus said he will share the secret technique to create the cornucopia. Siku could only blurt out in amazement, What? But I'm still learning the alchemy of the gods from Hephaestus. Siku continued shoveling the last of the fried rice into his mouth while lost in thought. He thought about calling this treasure an ATM. No, I can't create something like the cornucopia. Hercules asserted that those bits of knowledge are just Hephaestus's techniques, not the core secret. Siku was holding his rice spoon and completely froze. What do you mean? Hercules, flexing his biceps confidently, said concisely, You've already learned superhuman strength from me. Hercules continued to announce a step forward, and now I'm directly teaching you divine martial arts. Siku blurted out, I get it. This secret can be discovered on my own. Hercules, with a very satisfied look, said, Exactly. Hearing that, Siku stood up joyfully and replied, That sounds great. Let's do it right now. Hercules obeyed. Then I will inform Hephaestus immediately. A high-rise building with a wavy glass design. In the middle of the blue sky, that was a hotel in the suburbs of District 1. A hand slammed down on the table with the thought, the entire chaos in the poor district has been completely wiped out. Chi Kuang sat brooding with dark eyes. The chaos's mid-level enforcer, Chi Kuang. Siku was in a martial arts stance. The name Siku flashed clearly in Chi Kuang's mind. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and calculation. It's all because of that bastard. Chi Kuang turned to ask his subordinate, What about Sion-che? He replied, No movement yet. He repeated meaningfully, Still hasn't acted yet. The subordinate stood in silence. With sharp but unpredictable eyes, the images of 3 menacing figures appeared, their eyes hidden by shadows exuding cruelty. A man, his face stained with bright red blood, was wearing a bizarre smile. That was a cult leader. The death of Bukjian. And even the restriction spells were removed for unknown reasons. Chi Kuang, with glowing red eyes exuding cruelty, blurted out, He knows everything. He continued to assert, Sion-che knows it all and is planning step by step. With red eyes full of murderous intent, he ordered firmly, We don't have much time, so we have to act immediately. Chi Kuang asked his subordinate to verify a piece of information. Are you sure that Jiang Wei also has a connection to Min Siku? You're really sure, right? His subordinate replied, Yes. Right after the confirmation, a fist slammed onto the table with immense force. Chi Kuang's face now revealed pure ferocity. Min Siku, that bastard. He keeps getting in the way of my plans. We can't let him live in peace. A hand knocked on the door. Chi Kuang spoke up. Who is it? A voice rang out. I have an urgent report. Chi Kuang's close subordinate immediately reacted. I'll go out to check. A hand gripped the doorknob and opened it. The messenger's face showed clear anxiety. Director of the branch, Director Han Kuang-si of the SH Corporation. He conveyed his wish to speak with him. Chi Kuang flashed a calculating smile. He muttered meaningfully, Director Han Kuang-us, a foot wearing black and white sneakers, was walking. Siku appeared, flashing a gentle smile. Before Hercules contacts me back, maybe I should stop by the workshop first. Siku walked in front of a modern building. He told himself, That was fast. Siku's phone vibrated with a message. He was extremely surprised and blurted out, Adonis. Adonis. Why is he? Siku's face showed clear tension. He looked at his phone and wondered, What's wrong? Is it because of the content of that video? In Siku's mind, the images of the 2 women who had just contacted Siku over the phone appeared. Finally, she appeared in person. Adonis looked straight at Siku and asked gently, Excuse me, are you Siku? Siku was completely shocked, speechless. Wait, what the? He froze, his face blushing red, and his jaw dropped in amazement. How? How can someone be this beautiful? Adonis stepped closer and made an unbelievable observation. Even though you are human, we can still connect with each other. Siku slapped his own face. He scolded himself, really damn handsome. Snap out of it. Adonis looked slightly confused or embarrassed. Before such otherworldly beauty, all lines between same-sex and opposite-sex attraction simply vanish. He is a man. Adonis is a man. A notification pops up. You have resisted the supreme allure. The indomitable spirit of the 40 pillars has kept your mind steady. Proficiency of gentleman's heart, benevolence, righteousness. Within the deep gaze of Adonis, Siku finally understood his opponent's true value. Just looking at his face was enough to make my shoulders ache. I can finally see why the gods fight over him. He spoke up, getting straight to the point. Is there something you need from me? Adonis offered a friendly smile, brought his hand to his cheek bashfully, and began to reveal his purpose. Adonis closed his eyes, bowed his head gently, and spoke. First of all, I want to thank you so much, Siku. I've already heard everything from Hercules. His expression turned to one of disbelief, and he blurted out, What? According to Hercules, you were the one who saved me, Adonis. His eyes sparkled with gratitude. Siku had saved Adonis from the goddesses Persephone and Aphrodite. Siku stood in the middle of the road, looking flustered, waving his hands. No. I was just standing next to him, giving him some pointers. Two people standing nearby whispered, Why is that guy talking to the air? He must be high on something. Siku replied, It's all thanks to Hercules. Adonis's face clouded with sadness. I've always known the truth. I've tried to escape them many times, but I'm just powerless. Adonis wiped away a tear, bearing his anxieties. If I were to run away from those two goddesses, who knows what kind of revenge they would take? Siku turned red again, feeling flustered. You really are beautiful, you know that? Adonis confessed honestly. I truly don't know how I could ever thank you enough. Adonis continued to worry. What can I possibly do to repay you? The passers-by kept chatting. Mom, that guy's face looks so weird. Don't say that. Adonis himself felt troubled. I don't understand it either. Siku could only walk away looking awkward. Adonis scratched his head, dejected, and admitted, I don't have any skills, nor do I have any assets. Siku looked at Adonis with eyes full of understanding and comfort. Why would you say you have nothing? Being that handsome is more than enough. Standing at a bus stop, an idea struck Siku. If you started a channel on GoTube, you'd definitely go viral. Adonis looked confused, repeating, GoTube. His eyes went wide with bewilderment. But I don't know how to do anything. Siku didn't hesitate to suggest. How about beauty content? Siku held up a finger, smiling brightly. Or, it doesn't have to be that specifically. Acting-related content would be great, too. That otherworldly beauty of yours is your greatest talent. Adonis looked worried and admitted, I'm not good at acting. Siku advised. Then just learn. If you don't have the skills, you can just practice, right? A modern bus painted in blue pulled up. Adonis asked, Do you really think I can do it? Siku confirmed firmly. Of course, Adonis. Siku stood at the back door of the bus, bag slung over his shoulder, and asked, Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask, do you know any way to get to my dimension? No, I've never heard of anything like that. Upon hearing this, Siku thought to himself, just as I expected, he doesn't know either. He stood still, his face serious. There has to be a way, right? He placed a hand over his heart. Adonis's face brightened, his eyes resolute as he declared, If such a way truly exists, I will definitely find it. I will find a way to get to your dimension, Siku. Siku's face turned beet red. An arrow pierced his heart, symbolizing being struck by his beauty. Excited by the god's charm, Siku jumped up in the middle of the bus aisle and shouted, Oh my god, he is insanely handsome. The passengers sitting behind him stared at him in total shock. Is that guy on drugs? Siku snapped out of it, panicking. Wait a minute. I'm the only one who can see GoTube, right? Voices swarmed around Siku. He looks like a total weirdo. Isn't he insane? Is he some kind of pervert or something? Siku's face went pale. He could only mutter, I'm screwed. His face was flushed with embarrassment. So embarrassing. After getting off the bus, he stood on the street. He covered his face with his hand, realizing that since only he could see GoTube, his behavior just now was like shouting, I'm handsome. In the middle of a crowded bus, that really was the past of a villain. Siku continued walking down the street, covering his eyes with his hand, thinking, but with that face, if he posts on GoTube, he'll attract a ton of goddesses. As he walked, he pondered the rumors. And through all that gossip, some unexpected information is bound to leak out. An image of Leongala flashed by with an enigmatic smile and cold eyes. Siku realized that the reason Leongala looked like she knew something had finally been explained. Maybe Adonis could uncover the truth behind that. Siku held his vibrating phone, looking surprised. Who is it now? Siku stared at the screen. A notification popped up. Hephaestus is calling you. Siku looked bewildered. I haven't even reached the forge yet. If I just talk to myself while walking, people will think I've lost my mind. He stopped in front of a coffee shop. Siku decided, all right, I'll take a break for a second. A coffee grinder was busy turning beans into fine powder. Siku sat alone at a table. He spoke politely. Hello, Lord Hephaestus. The god began by mentioning the god crossed his arms, his eyes full of curiosity. So you're the one Hercules keeps raving about. Siku replied humbly, That's me. Siku's expression soured with a strange smile, thinking, he looks so ugly. Or maybe I'm just dazzled because I just met Adonis. I heard from Hercules. Thanks to you, my wife's cheating has finally come to an end. Hephaestus expressed his gratitude. I'm truly grateful to you. Siku smiled and remarked, Oh, right. You two are both sons of Zeus, aren't you? He says you two are very close, like biological brothers. The god laughed heartily. After this, my wife won't dare pull any stunts again. A forge hammer pounded down hard. A glowing red piece of metal sat on the anvil. Hephaestus decided to offer a reward. I want to teach you my secret techniques. You're studying blacksmithing, right? Siku scratched his cheek, flustered, and replied, I suppose you could say that. Hephaestus immediately turned serious. That's hard to believe. Can I see the equipment you've made? He reached into his bag to pull out an item and answered calmly, Of course. Siku put on a golden metal glove. Hephaestus realized it was a spatial bag. His face shifted, mouth agape, as he blurted out, What exactly is that? Is there truly such a thing as transdimensional gear? Hephaestus asked, completely stunned. No way. Siku looked rather innocent. What? This? The god gave his assessment. This gear has far surpassed the limits of my alchemy. Hephaestus had to wonder what that meant. Siku kept a calm, slightly surprised look. You can tell just by looking. Hephaestus realized it immediately, shock written all over his face. Gauntlets. Oh my gods, a human actually forged the Oji Cha-chun. The god yelled. Did you really create IO-tier gear? The god added. How in the world were you able to craft those? Do you have some secret? Please, teach me. Siku just froze, his face showing clear confusion. Siku sat opposite him, smiling while holding the Oji Cha-chun gauntlets. This wasn't created by your alchemy, Master Hephaestus. It was forged using the power of the goddess Isis. Hephaestus repeated it in shock. The power of Isis? So, my craft can still progress further? The god represented protection and the authority of Isis, while the smithing hammer struck the anvil where the symbol. The symbol 10 was embedded into the forging process, meaning that when power clashes with power, a greater power is born. The result was a suit of shining, intricate metal armor. Hephaestus's glowing eyes showed deep respect. To see with my own eyes a piece of gear that surpasses even my own creations. Hephaestus made a promise. Then I will teach you everything. I know, transcendental alchemy. Siku still looked a bit confused. Siku repeated the name of the technique with a bewildered look. Hephaestus smiled, satisfied and confident as he mentioned it. My secret technique isn't just about crafting gear. Intricate copper mechanical gears were operating rhythmically, representing the physical forging technique. Below, magic circles represented supernatural power and the soul. Hephaestus pointed out that technology and magic, when merged, create a form of magical technology. Hephaestus appeared with a smug smile, chin resting on his hand as he explained. That's why it looks like magic, but it isn't. Just like they say, any sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. Powerful symbols like the pyramid with the eye of God, along with the sun and moon symbols, are the essence of my alchemy. It is to bend and exploit the laws of this world. A pair of hands cradled a bowl emitting a hazy white smoke. You don't just need the alchemy of a god. The manuscripts and books dense with ancient script. You don't just need the skill of forging, but also knowledge of the laws of the world. But you have gone far beyond the level of simply understanding those laws. Hephaestus made a declaration. You can transform them. Siku appeared with a look of pure astonishment, blurting out, Me! Hephaestus confirmed, Isis's manipulation of reality. The god reached out a hand near his face, emphasizing, So, right now, you are missing exactly one thing. Hephaestus tensed up, looking extremely smug and proud. And that is, muscles. Hephaestus seemed to disconnect immediately. Siku sat there alone, looking blank. Two modern blue glass skyscrapers appeared. That was the headquarters of the SH Corporation. A voice echoed. Well done, Han Che-jin. An image of a document dense with text and a round red stamp replied to that voice. No, honestly, I didn't really do anything. Minna affirmed with a serious face. This is the first time you sign a contract, not as a hunter, but as the director of the SH Corporation. Minna smiled coldly and reminded her of the recent success. You just signed a big contract. Isn't it a bit strange for you to say you didn't do anything? Han Che-jin smiled gently when mentioning the young blacksmith. If it wasn't for Siku, this deal wouldn't have gone through. Minna held up a finger as if to emphasize. Han Che-jin, speaking of this. Minna asked a question. What do you think of Siku? Han Che-jin's expression changed completely. Han Chae-jin replied with a compliment. I think he's a good person. Min-ah gave a mischievous smile. A good person, huh? Her aunt pressed further. That's it. Han Chae-jin, in a state of confusion, retorted, Aunt, what do you mean? What do you want me to think? Min-ah sat on the sofa, smiling, her hand gestures full of persuasion. Like, thinking about Siku all day. Heart pounding every time you see him, and when he's not there, you want to see him. And when you're together, you just want to keep looking at him. Those kinds of thoughts. After a moment of internal struggle, she rested her chin on her hand, pensively admitting, It's true that I think about Siku all the time. Min-ah exclaimed, Really? Han Chae-jin confessed, Every day I imagine myself training and sparring with him. Aunt Minna's face became blank, her eyes soulless from sheer disappointment. The two sat opposite each other in the large office space. Hopeless, truly hopeless, Min-ah remarked. Perhaps because she's never dated anyone. She doesn't understand these things. Min-ah gave her opinion. Han Chae-jin, people often say half the world is men, but finding someone decent like that is rare. Han Chae-jin sat quietly, listening. Aunt Min-ah raised a finger, declaring loudly, All right, let me teach you how to keep a man so he stays yours forever. She opened her eyes wide, looking at her aunt, slightly confused, and asked, How do I do that? Min-ah crossed her arms in front of her chest and gave a meaningful smile. Make him take responsibility. Take responsibility? Min-ah proudly pointed her finger in instruction. That's right. Make him take responsibility for you. Han Chae-jin looked bewildered again, clasping her hands reverently. Make him take responsibility for me? The phone in Han Chae-jin's pocket glowed and vibrated intensely. Han Chae-jin was startled and asked, Who is it? The person sending the message was Siku. He sent a direct and polite invitation. Miss Han Chae-jin, can I meet you at the forge for a moment? Han Chae-jin stood up immediately, informing her aunt, Aunt, I have to go now. She waved goodbye to her aunt with a message. See you later, seeing her niece leave. Mina remained seated but spoke to Siku with a meaningful look, saying, Siku, remember what I told you. Make sure he takes responsibility. The door closed. The mansion was a multi-story structure with an ancient yet sturdy exterior, a trademark of the Co family. Standing before the massive wooden door, she softly announced, Excuse me. Seeing Han Chae-jin's silhouette, he greeted her. Han Chae-jin, you're here? Han Chae-jin's face showed clear panic as she asked with concern, Are you not feeling well? Siku replied hesitantly, No, I'm just. Siku sat on the floor of the forge, trying to reassure Han Chae-jin with a forced smile. I'm just a little bit tired, that's all. Despite being exhausted, Siku still prioritized Han Chae-jin's feelings by bowing his head, apologizing for suddenly calling her over while she was busy. Before Siku's apology, Han Chae-jin smiled gently and replied, It's all right. I just finished handling the contract. I'm free now, but why did you want to see me? Siku scratched his head in confusion. Well, you see, about the commission from the contract with Mao Tao that we just signed. Siku began quite cautiously. If it's possible, could I ask to receive a portion of it in advance? Han Chae-jin repeated the request. In advance, he quickly reassured her. It doesn't need to be much, just a small amount. Images of the glowing furnace with sparks flying everywhere appeared. She then asked, How much do you need? He brought his hand to his mouth with a calm expression. About 120 billion won. Her eyes widened in shock at the sudden and massive request. 120 billion won. It's not that I can't do it, but... Han Chae-jin asked directly, Why do you need so much? Your monthly tutoring fee is already 20 billion won. Siku appeared looking boastful and smug, while Han Chae-jin had to hunch over. She held a large rake, symbolizing her having to manage and collect all the money, plus the costs for equipment production. Shiny metal gear, including gauntlets, leg guards, and a golden helmet, were displayed. Aren't you living comfortably enough already? Faced with Han Chae-jin's logic, Siku could only scratch his head and laugh. She continued to drill down into the issue. And another thing, Siku, her face grew serious. Why do you always have to try so hard to become stronger? Siku scratched his cheek and gave a forced laugh. That's a tough question. Siku thought to himself, I can't just come out and say it's to pay the fees for God's foot. Siku rubbed his chin, pondering. How do I explain this? I need to buy some more time. Siku broke into a bright smile, turned around, and said, For now, just come with me. An apartment building with modern design stood under the vibrant orange-yellow light of the late afternoon. A voice rang out, Come in. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Siku called out, Sio, I'm home. Han Chae-jin kept things polite, saying, Excuse me. Sio appeared with a radiant smile. She hugged her cat and greeted him excitedly. You're home. Is Han Chae-jin with you too? Siku quickly answered his sister's curiosity. I have something to discuss with Han Che-jin. So we came together. Han Che-jin was still standing there, dazed. Siku kindly reminded her, Han Che-jin, don't just stand there blankly. Come on in. Siku immediately checked on his sister. Seo, have you had dinner? The girl, still hugging the black cat, replied, Not yet. Why? Did you bring something back? He pulled out a pre-prepared tray of food and introduced it. I bought a little something. The girl exclaimed excitedly, Really? Seo, immediately guessed the source. Don't tell me it's from the tripe soup place. An just opened out front. Siku smiled and replied, Exactly. Siku didn't forget the special pet. Of course, Lucky has a portion too. Siku and Seo stood side by side in the kitchen. The girl said, Big brother, you should try some too. Han Che-jin stood behind them, watching quietly. She sighed to herself. They look so harmonious, don't they? The scene of a cozy family reminded her of the past, an image of a father in a black suit, carrying a briefcase, walking into the house amidst the darkness. Dad was always late coming home. The young Han Che-jin appeared, rubbing her eyes because she heard her father coming home. On the rare occasions he came home early, he would place a bag of food on the table with a kind smile. He always brought bags full of dumplings. The father appeared with a gentle face. Smiling happily, he would look at her and say, Han Che-jin, do you want to eat your favorite dumplings? Watching his daughter eat happily, the father felt that these 10,001 dumplings were worth more than billion-dollar deals. Han Che-jin confessed that at the time, she couldn't understand. Dad is number one. The father and daughter sat opposite each other in a space filled with warmth. The image of the box of dumplings was placed solemnly in the surreal space. She wondered about the meaning behind those words. But why? Han Che-jin asked herself, why am I suddenly remembering those things now? Memories flashed back, her father walking through cold, modern office buildings. She recalled that her father, an ordinary man, only came home at the crack of dawn and left immediately after. Her father, with dark circles under his eyes and a heavy gaze. His face always bore tired eyes. She felt heartbroken thinking about how her father left early and returned late every day. Looking at the plate of food on the table, Han Che-jin asked herself why she was remembering that. Han Che-jin observed Siku's radiant smile and sighed to herself. Can he really be this happy just because of a plate of food? Han Che-jin realized that Siku was an extremely simple person. Even a few small things were enough to make him happy. Is he trying to protect his simple life? She painfully realized his efforts were so great they didn't even deserve to be called normal. Han Che-jin, from behind, quietly watched Siku's back as he stood in the kitchen with Seo. Han Che-jin stepped closer and called him Siku. He replied, yes, she stated firmly, I will advance the money to you. Upon hearing this, he asked excitedly, Really? Han Che-jin immediately added, but on one condition. Siku froze slightly and asked, A condition? Her face became incredibly serious, her eyes gleaming with determination as she declared, Take responsibility for me. Siku's face contorted. Seo, had white, vacant eyes, and even the cat, Lucky, couldn't stay out of it, its eyes glowing and mouth wide open. Siku felt completely stunned. What are you talking about? Seo, standing beside him, looked at him with suspicion, her cheeks flushing red as she covered her mouth with her hand to stifle a giggle. Come on, don't tell me you're thinking of becoming a gigolo. Siku glared at Seo, annoyed. You have no idea what's going on in that head of yours. But then, a loud, indignant shout echoed through the house. Of course not. The next morning, at the SH Corporation headquarters, sunlight streamed onto the towering building. A man sat in his office, holding a newspaper, muttering to himself, Siku. Outside the door, a voice announced, He's here, sir. The man looked up and replied, Let him in. The door swung open, and a man with long hair hurried in, looking anxious. Do you have something to discuss with me? Han Kwang-wook sat in his chair, waving his hand in a formal tone. It must have been a long trip. You look exhausted. Please, take a seat. As the older man, Jiang Wei, prepared to sit down, the other asked, I heard you sign a contract with the SH Hunter Association. Jiang Wei froze. The newspaper was slammed onto the table, followed by a cold voice. Did you forget what you promised me? Jiang Wei remained calm despite the confrontation. I apologize for that, but I cannot let this become a burden to the descendants of our great founder. Jiang Wei stared straight into his eyes. Furthermore, it wasn't the right thing to do. The man's face darkened like a soot-covered pot. Even so, you gave me your word, Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei maintained an arrogant attitude, dismissing the apology. As for the contract, I'll take the hit. He closed his eyes slightly, leaning his chin on his hand. Because of that, it will bring more profit to the SH Corporation. The man reached out a hand, gesturing to stop him from speaking further. Han Kwang-wook snapped. He slammed his hand down on the newspaper on the desk, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. You know damn well I didn't say that for the sake of SH Corporation's profits. He stared at the crumpled newspaper in his hand. After a few breaths, Han Kwang-wook made his decision. Cancel the contract. The older man was puzzled. Cancel it? Right now? He finally showed a hint of caution. No matter what, that's impossible. Han Kwang-wook pulled some photos from his jacket. In Korea, nothing is impossible. Evidence had appeared showing that Mao Tao's major business contracts were approved through bribery and corruption. The photos were laid out, showing the older man clasping his hands and bowing. A cold voice rang out, Zhang Wei has been exploiting personal connections to manipulate business deals, and as a result, the integrity of the contract has been severely compromised. The man fell silent. Seeing the photos and hearing those words, the consequence was that the project was on the verge of being cancelled. Tomorrow, this news will be all over the front pages. Zhang Wei's brows furrowed. His eyes revealed his irritation. That young man is the one who saved me from suffering a chi deviation. He stood up, his large hands slamming against the desk. Do you know the difference between you and him? The man was stunned by Zhang Wei's remarks. You turn everyone into an enemy, but he accepts everyone and turns them into allies. His pupils contracted. He roared. Han Kwang-wook, killing intent exploded around him. His voice bellowed. As of this moment, you have turned me into your enemy. The papers on the desk flew everywhere. Han Kwang-wook was slightly startled by his fury. Zhang Wei hissed through gritted teeth, threatening him. Our next meeting won't end as peacefully as this. Bang. The office door slammed shut. The man, a bit flustered, looked around his room and sighed. Damn it. His assistant rushed inside. He hurried into the office, looking around at the mess, panicked. Director, are you all right? There was a huge noise just now. Han Kwang-wook tried to compose himself, running a hand through his black hair. It's nothing. More importantly, what's the situation with the Chaos faction? The assistant immediately reported. We still haven't received a response. He spoke softly to them, his hand gripping his own hair. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, We don't just want to talk anymore. We want to become allies. Siku lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone, mumbling to himself. I can't believe Han Che-jin would say those things. No wonder she told me to take responsibility. He recalled the scene where she boldly declared, Please take responsibility for me. Siku raised an eyebrow, panicked. That nearly gave me a heart attack. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Siku looked at the notification. She actually sent 120 billion. He was stunned looking at the numbers. How is it so fast? I thought it would take at least a week. Just how rich is she? A notification popped up on Siku's phone. Hercules Quinn is calling you. Hercules Quinn appeared before him, looking confident. I finished the special training program. Siku was surprised. You sorted through all of this? Hercules winked, pointing at himself. Of course. First, I looked for new channels to subscribe to, and summarize them. Watching this, Siku whispered to himself, The money just arrived and it's already about to fly away. He asked out loud, What are they? Hercules held up 2 fingers in front of Siku. In the end, there are only 2 channels worth subscribing to. Hercules explained excitedly. The first one is. A magnificent scene appeared based on Hercules' words. The channel of the thunder god. Siku was skeptical. Thor. From Norse mythology, Hercules answered without hesitation. That's right. To merge with the power of lightning. Hearing this, Siku's eyes lit up. With which skill? The black demon smirked, combining the super speed of the hermit and the power of lightning. He could already imagine himself running as fast as a lightning bolt. When he heard the black demon say that meant he could reach the speed of lightning, Siku doubted it. His pupils darted around. Is that really possible? Hercules replied uncertainly. Maybe. His lips moved. Then what's the second one? Hercules continued the introduction. The second one, the voice of the Black Queen, echoed excitedly, the channel of the dragon god. I think it will combine perfectly with the dragon descent kick skill. Siku stared at the phone in disbelief. This is insane. He immediately made up his mind. Can I subscribe to the membership right now? Hercules was doubtful but didn't stop him. Yes, if you can, you should sign up immediately. Membership for the Thor channel successfully activated. You have obtained the skill, Lightning God Domain. Membership for the Dragon God channel successfully activated. You have acquired the Dragon Demon Soul skill. Siku watched his bank balance vanish in the blink of an eye, feeling devastated as 480 billion evaporated in just 2 seconds. Night fell at the SH Group headquarters. Moonlight bathed the towering complex in a serene silence. Han Guangyuk wandered through the hallway with his hands stuffed deep in his pockets. He stopped in front of an office door labeled Director. Inside, the room was pitch black, and a large silhouette was already sitting there waiting for him. Only half of Siku's face was visible in the light. His voice rang out, heavy with mystery. You are Han Guangok, the eldest son of the SH Group chairman, correct? Hearing that this stranger knew everything about him, Han Guang-yuk felt a bit uneasy. And who are you? Siku immediately cut to the chase. I heard you wanted to join forces with us. What's your reason? Siku's back was turned, but he radiated confidence and a brilliant aura. Han Guang-yuk brushed back his hair, his blue pupils flashing as he echoed Siku's words. So, what is the reason? He chuckled softly. His lips curled into an amused smile. Let's discuss the details, then. Min Siku pulled out his identification card and boasted, Big brother, look at this. He excitedly ran over to Siku. I finally made it to A-rank hunter. Siku stretched his muscles while looking at Min Siku. You're here, you got it. He pointed to the card in his hand. Min Siku's cheeks flushed with pride. I'm in the top 1% now. Siku praised him, though he seemed rather indifferent. A-rank, that's great. He pointed behind him to change the subject. As it happens, I'm planning to enter an A-rank dungeon today. Min Siku was momentarily stunned. An A-rank dungeon? His face darkened, and he frowned. What the hell? I've got a bad feeling about this. A massive, hairy foot slammed onto the ground. A pack of ogres stood scattered throughout the forest. Min Siku's face turned pale as a sheet. Big brother. This is the lair of A-plus rank ogres. He scrambled in a panic, trying to stop him. Usually, only the big guilds dare to come here, and they bring an entire squad of 30 people. Siku walked on without looking back. Aren't you overreacting a bit? He glanced back with a confident smirk. Actually, it's not as hard as you think. Besides, the entire pack of ogres had already noticed Siku's movements. They're pretty strong, so they're perfect for training. Min Siku questioned reality itself after hearing that. Training? Seriously. Siku's silhouette lunged into the pack of ogres. He looked like an ant lost in a herd of elephants. No, he screamed. Even if there were 100 of us, we shouldn't be in a place like this. An ogre in front of Siku swung its weapon down, intending to crush him, but he nimbly dodged the lethal blow. Siku threw a punch, his fist wreathed in blue lightning bolts. A look of madness flashed in his eyes. First, let's test the Thunder God Domain pluses. Let's see how powerful this trait really is. Lightning bolts rained down like a storm. The whole area lit up. That ogre was instantly taken down by a single punch from Siku's lightning-infused fist. Chi Kwang, off to the side, was holding the camera, recording the scene with an expression of pure disbelief. What the hell was that? The ogre next to it shrieked and immediately lunged at him like a bullet. Siku wore a confident smile as he waited for it to get close. Just as the ogre was about to make contact, Siku charged forward, channeling the power of lightning. I feel like I'm flying. He swung a punch at the monster in front of him, a blow that sent it flying all the way to the horizon. Seeing that horrific sight, Chi Kwang's jaw dropped. Oh my god. He's slaughtering them. He panicked, thinking, A-rank ogres are being taken down as easily as if they were low-level goblins. Now, the entire pack of ogres focused their attention on Siku. What's going on here? He smiled provocatively. Still a few left, huh? Well, this time. Power began to concentrate around his body. I'll use the second trait, the dragon demon soul of the dragon god. Min Siku, still holding the camera, shivered and muttered, What kind of demonic move is that? The monsters all shrieked together. Siku raised his arm, summoned the thunder technique, and slammed it into the ground. Waves of lightning engulfed the pack. The power was so immense that Min Siku had to cover his face with his hands. He thought it would be different this time, but his face began to fill with fear. He thought, I finally became an A-rank hunter. I thought I could at least stand on equal footing with him. After the attack, Siku reached out and grabbed the lingering energy. That was spectacular. Min Siku was still reeling, thinking, but he's still in a league far beyond mine. Siku smiled and reported to Hercules. This is just the power before merging them, right? The Thunder God Domain Plus and the Dragon Demon Soul of the Dragon God. Ah, he sighed. That's insane. Hercules laughed, guiding him. It's even beyond what I imagined. Siku exclaimed, Your suggestion was brilliant, isn't it? Hercules agreed. Naturally, I have to be different. Siku looked at the system notification and muttered, But I still have to train a lot to master this. I can't maintain multiple traits at the same time. Siku explained the reason. The registration fee is draining my wallet, Hercules replied. Then, everything you've learned so far, I will compress all the power of the gods into one. Hercules flexed his muscles and called out, I call it the ultimate super compression. Siku heard the name and repeated it, asking ultimate super compression. You mean practical super compression? Hercules confirmed. That's exactly it. A look of irritation crossed his face. If something like that existed, you should have told me sooner. Hercules laughed in response. Who would have thought you could merge two distinct traits? But you did it, right? That's the monster's heavenly extinction fist. It was a skill beyond imagination. Siku finally understood and replied, so that's what this practical super compression is all about? Hercules stroked his chin and said, in short, yes. But to explain it as simply as possible, he then pointed straight at Siku and commanded, you must compress all of your power to fight. That morning, at the inspectorate headquarters, a man knocked on the door and called out, Director, it's me, Taemin. From inside, a voice rang out, come in. He walked in with a file folder. Excuse me, Director. The man sitting in the chair asked, how are things going? Taemin reported. Through the investigation process, regarding the issues you mentioned, it seems Chi Kwang has started to make his move. He then handed the file to him and replied, this is the report on the dungeon outbreaks over the past 3 months. During this time, he analyzed it calmly. The frequency of dungeon appearances has increased exponentially since the Demon King was defeated. This is the first time statistics like these started appearing. His face filled with seriousness as he continued. Outside the Guro district, the whole country has suffered heavy human casualties. Hearing this, the man replied, is that so? And there are no problems in the Guro district? He answered that Hunter Siku had wiped out all the dungeons that appeared there. He secretly thought to himself, that's a relief. Taemin's face looked anxious as he continued. Besides, team leader Lee Min-yoon received some news from Bukharon. Even though it hasn't been confirmed yet, he emphasized this point heavily. The Chaos, a world-class force, is working with them. At this moment, he hesitated before reiterating Lee Min-chung's report. It seems like what team leader Lee Min-chung reported is all true. Taemin even casually revealed where she works. Lee Min-chung, team leader of Team 4, Goro branch. He also recounted her achievements to his superior. Having obtained information from a high-ranking leader of Chaos, Bukharon, Sion Che now looked thoughtful and replied, if that news is true, then this matter really was caused by Chi Kwang. Just then, Taemin accidentally received a message. With a panicked expression, he quickly reported to his superior. We just received a message from the United Nations. He looked tense and asked back, the United Nations? Then, Taemin, unable to hide his anxiety, announced seriously. They say the red shadow has begun to move. Sion Che lost his composure, frowning and shouting, what? Because this was too hard to believe. He wanted to confirm it once more. The leader of Chaos, Sion Che, jumped up and roared, that red shadow. He didn't want to hide it from his superior, so he answered, yes, that's right. The United Nations is tracking him. Hearing this, Sion Che asked Taemin directly, you mean the red shadow is aiming straight for South Korea? And then, he also mentioned the UN's warning. They warned us to be careful because that possibility is entirely real. The situation became increasingly serious, making Sion Che even more worried. But the fact that the Red Shadow was actually taking action was just too hard to believe. He knew his opponent's nature too well, so he muttered, Red Shadow is the head of Chaos. Even if he's a criminal, he's still a global-scale power. The more he thought about it, the more Sion Che felt this couldn't be. A second later, he suddenly said, for someone like that to set his sights on a small country like South Korea, it just doesn't make any sense. Seeing the other person intending to leave, Taemin asked hurriedly, where are you going, sir? He replied sternly, I have to go see my father. Scene shift. The plane carrying Sion Che and Taemin had landed at the airport. Just after getting out of the airport, he said excitedly, we're here. Let's go quickly. Director Taemin radiated excitement whenever he mentioned this person. Let's go meet the sword immortal master, Sion Che. However, he didn't let Taemin follow him. Team leader Park, you don't need to worry about this. Your workload is enough already. No need to follow me anymore. But he disagreed, following him into the car and replying, assisting you is my duty. At this, Sion Che quickly made up an excuse. If others hear that, they'll think I'm like a child. When they reached a forest, Taemin kept trying to persuade him. You haven't fully recovered from the wounds Chi Kwang caused. Even so, Sion Che remained firm in his opposition. It's not so serious that I need someone glued to my side. Taemin heard this and thought the other person misunderstood him, so he quickly explained. Anyway, I don't intend to take care of you like that. With a flustered look, he justified. I'll just be the one clearing the path, so don't complain and let's go. This remark from Taemin made Sion Che uncomfortable. Team leader Park, sometimes I find you. Moreover, he scolded him for being stubborn. You're really stubborn. So Taemin replied in a flustered voice. Why, sir? Not stopping there, Sion Che left Taemin speechless when he looked at the bushes by the road and ordered. What? You're planning to go without clearing the path first. It took a while for him to think of a way to avoid suffering when changing the subject. Director, are you sure the sword immortal is really at Hallison? He answered honestly. I'm not sure, either, Taemin replied, looking stunned. Che calmly pushed the tree aside to pass and said, "Even I don't know where my father is right now." Taemin was curious and asked, "Then why are you here, sir?" He didn't share his reasons, only answering, "I have my own reasons. This is where my father used to train me when I was a kid." Taemin immediately turned back and argued loudly, "But that's just your memory, director. There's no reason for the Sword Saint to be here," he said with a sudden smile, adding that as people grow older, they live off their memories. The further he walked, the more anxious he felt. So he asked, Che, "Do you remember the exact location?" The man closed his eyes to focus and replied, "Well, it's been so long. My memory is all jumbled up." Min-tae was so desperate he didn't know how to act. It took him a moment before he asked, "How long has it been since you were last here?" Regarding that, the man only replied vaguely, "Probably about 25 years ago." Min-tae fell deep into thought again. A few seconds later, he asked, Che, "What if the Sword Saint isn't here?" To which the man calmly replied, "Then we're just wasting our time." When they spotted a thatched cottage, Che said with amusement, "See, I told you there was no need for you to follow me." Meanwhile, Min-tae looked surprised at the sight of it. "There's a house over there, director." The man replied with visible joy, "Well, at least our efforts weren't in vain," before heading inside. He suddenly warned Lee Min-jung, "Be careful, Captain." He didn't understand, so he turned back and asked, "Why is that, sir?" Che sensed the killing intent radiating from the house and said, "He definitely won't give us a warm welcome." Finally, Min-tae sensed it too, but he still didn't understand what his superior meant. "You mean?" Before he could finish, the other man cut him off. "I have to go in alone from here." Click, click. Min-tae had to let him go alone, but he still called out hesitantly, worried, "Director." The man tried his best and eventually reached the place. As Che pushed the door open, he announced, "I'm coming in." He was strict with his subordinates, but standing before his father, Che felt a bit cautious. "Have you been well lately?" The man didn't respond, so Che spoke again, "Father." A few seconds later, the Sword Saint, Che, finally opened his eyes and asked, "What have you come here for?" The man knelt down and hesitated before saying, "First of all." Che bowed respectfully to the Sword Saint and said, "I pay my respects, father." After paying his respects, he got straight to the point. "I've come to ask for your help." The man closed his eyes and bluntly refused. "Go back. The world operates according to inevitable laws." The Sword Saint began to preach logic to his son. "Let everything follow its natural course." Che tried to persuade him, saying that if someone had the courage to challenge it even knowing it was impossible, the man would still be strong enough to swim against the current. "Would you change your mind then?" The Sword Saint opened his eyes and calmly replied, "It seems someone has swayed you. Have you ever seen the world change just because of one person?" Che immediately thought of Siku and honestly replied, "Yes. A current I once thought no one could resist changed direction because of a single person." The man clicked his tongue and calmly said, "That person has planted a grand illusion in you." The Sword Saint maintained his same attitude, indifferent to everything, saying, "Everything outside is meaningless. I have nothing more to say." These words made Che completely shocked. Just then, he suddenly thought of something, and the words that followed made Che startle. "The chaos, they are plotting to revive the Demon King once again." After hearing this, the Sword Saint's brows furrowed in annoyance, but in the end, he still didn't believe it. "That's impossible." Note: the source text name confusion is maintained clarified through context. The son is Che, the father is the Sword Saint. However, Che loudly affirmed the information. This information is accurate. At this point, the Sword Saint firmly warned his son once more, "If you want to sway me, even if it is you, I will not show mercy." He didn't show a hint of anxiety, seriously presenting the case to his father. This is reliable information from a leader of the Chaos cult. Hearing this, the Sword Saint quickly retorted, "The leader of the Chaos is currently under house arrest." Based on that logic, he didn't trust his son's words. Then how could that information possibly be reliable? Che tried to prove his information wasn't wrong, answering seriously, "I obtained this information after the ban was lifted." The Sword Saint was furious, slamming his hand hard onto his thigh and shouting, "What do you mean, the ban was lifted?" After that, he immediately released his internal energy and loudly scolded his son, "I warned you that I would not tolerate such nonsensical talk." Che struggled against his father's power and hesitatingly explained, "Red Shadow is on his way to Korea." Hearing this, the Sword Saint couldn't hide his shock. Seizing the opportunity while the other was listening, he nervously said, "This is information directly sent by the United Nations to the Inspection Bureau." Furthermore, Che put forth a hypothesis, even if the revival of the Demon King is a lie. At this point, his voice betrayed a hint of worry. The actions of Red Shadow, Seon-che paused for a few seconds, then spoke in a serious tone, are things that cannot be taken lightly. The sword saint heard this, closed his eyes, and suddenly chased him away. Go back. This attitude from the other man made Seon-che furious, and he shouted, Father. He was still the same in attitude, indifferent to the affairs of the world, loudly ordering him, leave. However, he didn't leave but stayed there for a while. After thinking it over carefully, Seon-che decided to debate with his father. Can you still not break free from the shackles of that justice of yours? He deliberately mentioned past achievements to change his father's decision. There was a time when you were a pioneer, standing up to fight for this world. Didn't your own hands change things? At this point, Seon-che compared his father's actions to the world's prejudices, things the whole world thought were impossible. Moreover, he didn't hesitate to loudly criticize the sword saint. If you keep insisting on holding onto your own justice and beliefs. The other hadn't finished his sentence when he interrupted. That is nothing but arrogance. And after all these years, the question Seon-che wanted to ask his father, he finally asked today. Is it really impossible for me to walk alongside you? Seeing the other remain silent, he was so angry he clenched his fists, then shared frankly. The noble belief that you are willing to go to hell for the sake of the world. Seon-che looked him straight in the eye and asked with a determined voice, is it gone now? In the end, all he got in return was a cold refusal from his father. I will not risk my life for any belief. Changing scenes to the Hunter Management Bureau branch, seeing Siku coming to find him again, Assistant Kim was extremely surprised. I won't risk my life for any kind of belief. Scene changed to the Hunter Association's local branch. Assistant Kim was stunned to see Siwoo arrive. Again, she looked at him, then let out a bitter laugh. Do you even realize you've cleared 420 dungeons by now? Siku knew he was being a handful, so he scratched his head and replied, I know, and that's why I wanted to ask, could I possibly book 100 of them at once? He tried to justify his request by claiming that constantly moving between dungeons was a huge hassle. Hearing this, Assistant Kim reluctantly decided to help him out just this once as she picked up the phone. She told him, wait here a second, let me check. She called the chief to ask for a solution. Chief, what should I do about Hunter Siku's request? The chief happily approved. Just follow his request, he added, not forgetting to instruct Assistant Kim. If he asks for more, give it to him, too. This caught her completely off guard. Huh. But out of concern for the safety of other players, she whispered to him, if he hogs all the dungeons, there's going to be trouble with the other guilds. The chief didn't agree and corrected her. Assistant Kim, really now. He brought up some news to help Assistant Kim understand the gravity of the situation. Haven't you heard about the monsters that escaped from the dungeon break-at the Gwangju branch yesterday and seized the subway? The chief then casually mentioned another incident. I heard there was a dungeon explosion today, right in the middle of the highway in Busan. After all, the chief had total faith in Siku's ability. If it weren't for Hunter Siku, the area would have been reduced to ruins by now. So, just give him the S-rank dungeons. Assistant Kim was still uneasy and brought up another point. But if you do that, won't the major guilds protest fiercely? This made the chief hesitate for a moment, but remembering the current emergency, the chief decided to consult with his superiors. The whole country is in a state of emergency due to these dungeon breaks, so I'll discuss this with the chairman of the board. Scene changed to the Hunter Management Bureau headquarters. Upon hearing the news, Chairman Cheong-gu fell into deep thought. After careful consideration, he urgently requested that Hunter Siku be promoted to S-rank as a special exception. Then, Cheong-gu looked his colleague straight in the eyes and asked solemnly, what does everyone think? S-rank Hunter Johanna didn't hesitate for a second. I approve. I witnessed him take down Oh Ha-chung last time. S-rank Hunter Sejun was no different, smiling as he said, I agree as well. Only S-rank Hunter Lee Dae-jun had a different take. I object. And just like that, he laid out his argument. Since when does a hunter only need to clear low-level dungeons to become an S-rank hunter? The chairman looked serious, pondering Dae-jun's words. Right. Just then, someone walked up and patted him on the shoulder, saying, apologies for meddling in the Bureau's affairs. The person was Seon-che. He looked at everyone and asked in a low voice about the promotion of Hunter Siku. At that moment, Siku looked tense, shocked that he hadn't noticed someone approaching. He thought to himself, I didn't even sense his presence. Next, the director of the Inspection Bureau, Seon-che, made a proposal. May I present the Inspection Bureau's perspective? Scene changed to Siku's location. He was busy training alone. Hercules stood by his side, constantly cheering Siku on. One more. Just one last time. Hecate wouldn't let him quit, repeating, one more time. A second later, the system issued a notification, real combat stamina training complete. Only then did Siku stop and groan. I'm dying. I really feel like I'm about to die. On top of that, The system sent out more important notifications. Superhuman strength is bursting forth. Superhuman strength has reached 73. And finally, a notification about divine medicine. Divine medicine S plus has reached 86. Even though he had gained perfect skills, Heke still wasn't satisfied. If you're done with that, move on to the next set. Are you planning to stop halfway just because you're tired? Siku was exhausted and refused. If I train any more now, I'm actually going to die for real. Hercules smiled brightly and uttered a truth. Naturally, if you want to grow your muscles, you have to risk your life. A minute later, Siku suddenly made a decision. All right. First, I'm going to get out of this dungeon. This caught Hercules completely by surprise. Huh. What are you talking about? Siku quickly explained his reasoning. The dungeon is collapsing right now, so I can't keep going. Hercules agreed with his logic. True. Then hurry over to the next dungeon. And so, Siku walked away with heavy legs, mumbling to himself, I've already cleared 600 dungeons today. Scene change. As planned, he entered another dungeon. When he successfully cleared it, Heki praised Siku. Good job. That's enough for today. As for him, he was so exhausted he collapsed onto the floor and shouted, Done. To help Siku recover, Hercules performed acupuncture on his legs. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was sunset. Just then, Li Mincheng happened to pass by and saw him lying on the floor. She called out, Hunter Siku? A second later, she looked flustered and said, I'm really sorry for bothering you while you're busy, but I have something to say. Thinking he had run into a monster, Li Mincheng asked with urgency. Oh my god, what kind of monster was in the dungeon? Siku quickly sat up and explained, I'm fine. This isn't because of a monster. Hearing that, she became even more anxious, letting her imagination run wild. Could it be that the chaos is targeting Hunter Siku? He looked annoyed and replied, No, stop. Li Mincheng started thinking of the worst-case scenario. If Hunter Siku ends up like this. A few seconds later, the word devil crossed her mind, and she blurted out, The devil. Has the devil really resurrected? Li Mincheng's words left him with a confused look on his face, and he let out a single word, Huh. Scene changed to the surveillance bureau. A thought echoed, How strange. Two figures walked out. Li Mincheng spoke up, Are you really okay? If you're tired, don't push yourself too hard. Siku replied, I'm really fine. I might look like this, but I can still manage. Suddenly, he turned toward her and said, Is that the sword Owling Li Mincheng forged for you? She answered bashfully, Yes, it is. Would you like to take a look? She quickly pulled the sword from its scabbard, making Siku. Yes, I. Then he thought to himself, It seems to contain some of the divine Kim's forging techniques. He held the sword and kept talking. It seems even better than Sheiji's sword. The girl looked surprised. Really? Scene change. The sky turned dark, and an AI voice sounded. But if it's the alchemist's divine Siku technique, the furnace will run for 24 hours straight on that day. Outside, the two of them start talking. Thank you for holding it in such high regard, she says, clutching the sword to her chest. This is Snowfang, my #1 treasure. Siku is surprised. Snowfang? She quickly continues, that's the name of the sword. She then explains it, saying it means a tooth as white as snow. Siku awkwardly replies, I see. He looks at her, thinking to himself, Li Mincheng always carries such a stern look, but she can be cute sometimes. Standing in front of the office, he speaks up, Chief, Hunter Siku is here. From inside, a man's voice responds, Yes, come in. It's been a while. The air falls silent before the other man speaks. You really look like a proper hunter now. Siku replies, Thank you, sir. The man rests his chin on his hand. The reason I suddenly wanted to meet you is... Siku cuts him off. I already received a warning from Captain Li. Li Mincheng speaks up seriously. Regarding the revival of the Demon King, what on earth do you mean? Hearing this, the man finally reacts. Like I said, he says, bringing it up again, do you remember the content of the interrogation with Buchan last time? The man's eyes are full of anxiety. I heard you were the one who interrogated him. Siku answers, the purpose of chaos is to revive the Demon King. I believe that's what he said. The man leans back in his chair with his arms crossed. Exactly. Hearing this, Siku quickly reacts. But isn't that just absurd? He raises his voice at the man. That's classified information, but that doesn't mean it's the truth. Suddenly, the system displays a notification. Clairvoyance ability, S rank. Looking at the man with a knowing gaze, Siku adds, or perhaps, in the past, the 13 heroes failed to wipe out all the demons. The director chuckles slightly. So, you've realized it too. Siku leans in, serious. Reviving the Demon King is completely illogical, so it must mean that the Demon King is still hiding somewhere. He stares at the man. That's what I think. It's just my guess, though. The director looks surprised. Really? We also suspect that another demon king might have survived. He recalls the words from before. Chaos is planning, related to the revival of the demon king. The Oversight Bureau believes that plan is reaching its final stages. Only his voice echoes in the room. Currently, we have no way to stop that plan because we don't know the location of chaos. He frowns slightly. So, Siku sits silently, listening to the man. Could you act as bait to lure Chi Kwang out? Scene transition, suburban hotel area. A voice calls out, "Is it ready yet?" Inside the room, the underling speaks up. Everything is ready. Chi Kwang calmly replies, "I didn't expect the sacrifice to be closer than I thought." He turns toward the glass window. Even the SH group can be exploited. Very good. He turns back and asks the underling, "Have you finished the trap to capture Seon Che?" The underling replies, "The preparations are going smoothly." He looks out the window again and says, "It's time to end this long-standing grudge." The underling looks serious. "I heard Seon Che went to see the Sword Immortal recently." Chi Kwang replies, "It doesn't matter." He says coldly, "The Sword Immortal won't act. The problem is." Chi Kwang immediately thinks of Siku. Only him. He really irritates me. Suddenly, the underling behind him cuts in. "But, branch manager." He is sweating. In a low voice, he adds, "This is information I got from someone inside the Hunter Management Bureau." He mentions the people around Han Che Jin. Along with Han Che Jin, the evaluation to promote Siku to S rank is apparently being discussed. Hearing this, Shi Kwang quickly turns around, asking, "Promoted to S rank, scene transition, somewhere else." A large gate opens. A person stands there. So, this is an S-rank dungeon. Because he widely announced that he would conquer the dungeon alone, Siku says anxiously, "I hope Chi Kwang comes to assassinate me." He observes his surroundings. No sign of anything yet. Dying alone in an S-rank dungeon wouldn't be strange. Suddenly, his expression changes. "I've created the perfect environment for an assassination. He'll surely come, right?" Not thinking too much, Siku quickly rushes inside. "Let's just get inside first." Scene transition, suburban hotel. The underling speaks. Siku has entered the dungeon now. Chi Kwang sits coldly, hand on the table. "Notify all members of Chaos." His eyes turn murky and bloodshot. It's time to begin the ritual. End of scene, transition to the Oversight Bureau headquarters. Taemin says with surprise, "Hunter Siku has just entered the dungeon." Seon Che stands up and answers, "Let's move, too." He passes by the other person, speaking loudly. "I'm leaving the rest to you, Captain Park." Taemin stammers. "Chief." He turns around immediately. "Is there really no other way?" "I'd rather." Seon Che cuts him off. "Captain, just." Suddenly, he offers a gentle smile. "Thank you for handling the rest for me." Scene transition to another place. A voice calls out. "This doesn't look like an S-rank dungeon. It's more like a resort." Siku stands in the middle of a vast field. Too exhausted, huh? Still no movement at all. There aren't even any monsters. As he says that, a heavy footstep sounds. He looks around. This looks like the Black Rock dungeon. Could it be? Suddenly, a giant shadow appears. He looks at the creature standing before him and speaks. "Is that Cerberus?" Scene transition to the SH Group headquarters. A voice speaks up. "So, you're finally participating, Jinnah." She holds a tablet, smiling. "What on earth were you thinking, wanting to participate in the S-rank promotion exam?" She looks at Han Chaejin's file. "Even if you can, conquer an S-rank dungeon alone." Minna stretches. "There's no need to be in such a hurry, is there?" Han Chaejin turns back and answers, "Because I want to stand by her side." Minna tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. "You're just as stubborn as your father." Suddenly, she freezes. Minna walks to the window. "What's going on outside? What is that?" She is stunned. Black clouds. In the sky, a red circle appears. "No. Is that a dungeon gate?" Back to Siku. Siku stares at the massive creature. "Why is Cerberus here?" He is slightly worried. "Isn't this a monster that only appears in Gothic? Only." Suddenly, a stream of red light appears. Siku steps back a few paces, startled. He stands on a cliffside. Even though it's a creature straight out of mythology, it's incredibly powerful. Suddenly, something catches Siku's attention, and he looks toward the beast's movements. What's it doing, he wonders. Then, glancing at the wet tracks beneath its feet, Siku's eyes fill with worry. A warning signal blares. Danger. Immediately after, a surge of power strikes towards Siku. He glances at the wound on his face at this moment. He can't see anything at all and then looks back at the creature. "If I didn't have my super strength, I'd be reduced to dust by now." Siku glares and mutters, "Well, it's worth it. I really put everything into my training. My skills are especially leveled up by over 80%. Across from him, the creature looks fierce, Siku mutters, just like back at Black Rock. "I don't know why." Then, He begins to use his S-rank ability. Tragedy. The Hercules combat technique. Siku clenches his fists tightly and moves forward. This training was worth every second. Siku shouts. Second form. Tai Chi. The creature lets out a challenging roar. Siku screams, Supernatural Annihilation Fist. Instantly, a massive tiger is manifested. On the city side, that red circle keeps expanding, and the crowd below is thrown into a panic. What? What is that? What the hell is going on? An old man stammers. It's the Great Demon Realm invasion. Hearing this, someone else screams, What? The old man points to the giant circle. It's the Great Demon Realm invasion. Immediately, monsters appear. The people standing below are frozen in shock. Ha! Someone screams toward the dungeon rift. As the monsters step out of the portal, cries of terror erupt. Run. Everyone, run. Two men scramble for their lives. Help! Someone help me. As they run, the guy shouts, Get out of the way. Get away from me. Up ahead, a mother and her daughter are running, holding hands. Get out. Move. The man shoves people aside. Get lost. The little girl keeps sobbing, Mommy. The guy shouts, Death wish. Get out of my way. Don't block me. The mother turns back to look at her child. The monster's eyes are cold and emotionless. The mother falls to her knees, shouting loudly, Yuna, get up. Hurry. Come to mommy. The little girl cries harder. No. As the monster raises the weapon in its hand, the mother screams, Someone, please, save my Yuna. The mother shrieks, Yuna. Just as the weapon is about to strike the girl, someone appears. Snow Fang. The mother freezes. Across from them, the monster is sliced to pieces. The blade drops quickly. Li Min-chung appears, followed by her team. Per the emergency curfew orders, this area is now under the control of the Control Bureau's inspection branch. The citizens quickly regain their composure. It's the guards. The Control Bureau guards are here. Li Min-chung surveys the area and speaks up. Since the bureau chief and the city investigation team leader are absent, I will be taking command of the situation here. Then, she glares at the monsters in front. Wipe out all these demonic beasts before us. The two sides immediately clash. Scene change. At the SH Corporation headquarters, Mina looks out the window. What? What is that? What's happening? Her face is full of terror. If I stay here, it'll be too dangerous. I have to get out of here immediately. She pushes the door open to leave. Suddenly, a voice rings out. I was just about to look for you, actually. I didn't expect you to come out and greet me. Chi Kuang appears, weapon in hand. Mina freezes. Chi Kuang is holding a blood-stained sword. She breaks into a cold sweat and asks, Who? Who are you? Without bothering to identify himself, he quickly takes a stance, ready to strike Mina down. I didn't come here out of personal grudges. I just want to make a deal with you. Who the hell makes a deal while carrying a giant blade like that? She knows better than that. Why are you causing all this destruction? As expected, Chi Kuang has no intention of negotiating anything. He quickly stomps his foot to gain momentum and rushes toward Mina. You're going to die anyway. Why do you want to know? In the blink of an eye, Chi Kuang swings his arm, bringing the blade near her throat. I'll help you leave without any pain. Suddenly, another long sword intervenes, blocking the blow from Mina. She still doesn't know what happened. Mina covers her head in fear, eyes squeezed shut. Conversely, the one who blocked the blow for her smirks confidently. Lucky, I arrived just in time. Both are locked in a standoff, one in the air, one on the ground in a tense moment. Sion Che immediately recognizes his opponent, Chi Kuang. He holds his defensive stance, brow furrowed. You're a chaos rank, yet you're threatening a helpless woman? Then Sion Che sneers at him while still holding his ground against Chi Kuang. Don't you feel like you've lost all the dignity of an S-rank executor? Hearing that, he falls silent, looking at Sion Che, deep in thought. The next second, he shoves Chi Kuang backward and takes a jab at him. But Chi Kuang isn't that easily taken down. He quickly leaps back. What a pity for a guy like Chi Kuang. Indifferent to Sion Che's words, Chi Kuang asks, Didn't you follow Siku? Sion Che stops smiling and shrugs his shoulders. Acting as if he's warming up, he glares at him. So, it seems you already knew that was a decoy. Despite that, he hints at the giant red portal, opening in the sky above the city. You're still here because of that, right? Sion Che then suspiciously questions Chi Kuang. Inside the city right now, there are so many people being hunted and attacked by monsters. Did you really cause that? How could you even create something like that? However, Chi Kuang arrogantly challenges Sion Che. He widens his eyes, threatening him back. Is there any reason I have to tell you? Facing this attitude, Sion Che just smirks as if he expected it. I didn't expect anything else. Chi Kuang's double standards are showing again. He won't answer others' questions, but he still wants others to answer his. This time, it's my turn to ask, Why aren't you following Siku? As soon as he finishes, he lunges at Seon-che. Chi Kwang attacks while finishing his thought. Aren't you guys? He swings a strike that is both fast and powerful toward him. Meanwhile, he keeps blabbering. Conducting a promotion assessment to lure me out, right? But Seon-che isn't a pushover. That previous blow didn't affect him at all. If that's the case, how can you show your face so brazenly? Then, suddenly, he abruptly lowers his center of gravity, catching Seon-che off guard. From the start, that blade strike was way too close. Even though Chi Kwang attacked with his left hand, it was still an incredibly dangerous blow. I know everything. The wall right behind them also took the hit. A long crack ran all the way up to the ceiling. Mina was terrified, but still concerned for her bodyguard. Are you okay? His eyes were fixed on Chi Kwang, but he was thinking, this is dangerous. Meanwhile, Son-che was busy introducing himself to her. I am Son-che, director of the Surveillance Bureau. You're Mina, right? Now, not only the ceiling but the floor was also cracking in several places. Hearing him call her name, Mina instinctively turned and replied, oh, yes. I am Mina. Mina. Without wasting more time, Seon-che immediately urged her to listen carefully. Miss Mina, listen closely to what I'm about to say. Luckily, Mina was cooperative. She hesitated, then said, yes. Then he confessed his limited combat strength in a deadly serious tone. I can't protect you and fight at the same time. While she was still wide-eyed with shock, Seon-che explained everything in one breath. When I give the signal, you run out of this building. And don't look back. To be sure, he confirmed with her again, you can do that, right? But what kept her there was him. What about you, director? He calmly answered her, forgetting that Chi Kwang had ears to hear. I have to hold Chi Kwang back. The man standing opposite him was bristling with rage. Chi Kwang glared and barked, do you take me for a fool? However, Seon-che's attitude made Chi Kwang even more furious. You heard all that? By now, Mina was able to stand, but Chi Kwang rudely dismissed her. Just leave her alone. Why do you even care? Contrary to him, Seon-che was incredibly suave and gentlemanly. Losing a beauty like her would be a loss for humanity. Chi Kwang frowned, his voice dropping, clearly annoyed. You really are. A moment later, Chi Kwang slammed his sword down onto his left shoulder, still spitting venom. What a wonderful hero. But Seon-che seemed skeptical of the title, muttering the word to himself, hero. The next second, Seon-che regained his focus. He swung his sword in a beautiful arc through the air, clashing directly with Chi Kwang's blade. I'd like people to call me that, too. Then, Seon-che took his stance, ready to strike again immediately. But hearing that from him felt strange. Then, a long, yellow afterimage of the blade appeared. The guy was pushed back repeatedly and had to jump into the air to dodge. Right at that moment, Seon-che signaled Mina that the time had come. Go, quickly. He turned his head back to look at her, smirking as if he were flirting. Nothing is certain. Chi Kwang, on the other side, was also ready for his counterattack. Seon-che wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, but Chi Kwang stubbornly threatened him. Don't think I can only see. He took his stance. Chi Kwang was definitely planning to use his dual swords. A red aura was gradually being released by him. In the near future, I know you won't follow Siwoo. A second later, Chi Kwang's eyes turned red. They even flashed once, fiercely. Suddenly, the corridor where they were fighting was covered in countless eerie red magic circles. That's why I came here. Mina quickly started running, fast as the wind, down the building's hallway. She finally managed to get out of the building. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Lee Min-chung spotted her. Everyone, evacuate in this direction. But since she had just come down, she was exhausted and needed a few breaths of air first. Miss Guard, she asked, hurrying towards. Are you Director Mina, right? Min-chung then quickly introduced herself. She looked stern, saying, I am the captain of the 4th Guard Unit, local branch. Lee Min-chung, hearing that, Mina felt even stranger. She looked up at her. Why does everyone know who I am? First, she had to report the current situation to them. However, because she was still tired, Mina could barely get out a complete sentence. Inside the building, the director is still inside the building. Then, she calmed herself, took a few more breaths, and asked Lee Min-chung to quickly go help him. But the guard avoided her eyes. Lee Min-chung refused, I can't. Then, she reluctantly confessed, this is the director's order. Mina didn't understand. She doubtfully asked, What do you mean? Seeing the look on Mina's face, Lee Min-chung had to explain a bit more. He said, no matter what happens, you are not to help him. The more she heard, the less she could believe it. What does he mean by that? The two hadn't finished arguing when the ground suddenly shook violently. The next second, part of the building exploded. A deafening roar shook the entire city. Debris quickly fell where they were standing. Li Mincheng tried to calm Mina down. There's no time left. We have to leave this place right now. Even though she was pale with fear, she still tried to worry about Song Che's situation. But what about the director? Even if he is the director, the man is still in there. Li Mincheng finally had to reveal the truth, though she still wouldn't look her in the eyes. The director knows everything. She lowered her voice as if whispering, everything the Chaos faction is plotting. They still needed to evacuate from this spot. Li Mincheng urged, we need to get out of here quickly. By now, the skyscraper was surrounded by countless magic circles. They emitted an eerie red light, covering the entire city sky. Back inside the building, on every wall of the corridor, was a blood-red magic circle. A voice echoed through the endless hallway. The gruesome blood color looked like hell itself. It was a magnified magic circle. Qi Kuang confidently strode down the hallway, which was densely packed with his magic circles. With this number, Sion Che frowned, as the wound on his right waist was quite deep, but he still retorted. Must have taken a lot of time, right? There's no way a wanted criminal could act alone. Then, he reached a conclusion. You have an accomplice in the SH Corporation, don't you? Qi Kuang was struck to the core, but contrary to expectations, he wasn't angry, and he's getting even more unhinged. To think the chief knew about that too before he could even finish his thought, the guy snapped with pure ferocity. He raised his blood-stained sword, threatening Sion Che. I bet you know this place is going to be your grave, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, Qi Kuang lunged forward like a starving wolf. Thirsting for a kill, he swung his blade with lethal intent, but Sion Che managed to block it. Sion Che braced himself, straining against the impact. He used the moment to probe the guy. So, from the very beginning, this was just a trap to get rid of me, wasn't it? A second later, Sion Che powerfully sent him flying into the ceiling. But Qi Kuang wasn't that easy to take down. He landed gracefully right in front of him and said, I told you so. At the same time, more and more magic circles appeared in the air. Qi Kuang took a stance, his eyes flashing with a dangerous, blood-red, murderous intent. I saw you die with my own eyes, he muttered, repeating his name like it was an obsession. Sion Che had to be truly steady to not break down from the sheer dread Qi Kuang was trying to inflict. You didn't see it, you just predicted it, didn't you? Seeing that he didn't believe him, Qi Kuang got so angry the veins in his neck popped. He kept taunting. Go ahead, keep jumping at me. Then, Qi Kuang lunged at Sion Che with a kick. It was the same line as before, but this attack was far more lethal. In the blink of an eye, his blade was inches from his face. Your death is certain. And just like that, an explosion ripped through the building. The scene shifted to another location, filled with lush trees under a clear, sunny sky. Amidst the hot summer breeze, the sound of wood clashing echoed thwack, thwack. In the middle of that vast, green forest stood a small hut, where two figures were sparring with wooden swords in the yard. They were chatting while they fought. Who knows what will happen in the future? The other guy replied, tripping his opponent's foot with his own. No one knows the future. And just like that, the smaller guy tumbled to the ground, though he kept a tight grip on his sword. The remaining man raised an eyebrow calmly and said, it's all just a prediction. The younger guy scrambled up, clearly annoyed, and repeated what the man had said. A prediction, huh? Then the man gave a concrete example so Sion Che would understand. Sion Che, imagine there's an old carriage and a new one. Which one would you choose? Back when he was little, he had thought hard about it before choosing. The new one, of course. Then his father immediately questioned him on the spot. Why is that? Sion Che frankly expressed his thoughts. Because the old carriage might break down. From that, his father successfully explained a very important lesson about combat. So, you see, you've already predicted something that hasn't happened yet. Both went silent, as if reflecting on something. Sion Che's father quickly stood up with his wooden sword. By observing actions, personality, tendencies, and habits, you can predict the next move of your opponent. Back then, he could only stare in awe. Looking at his father and listening intently, it felt just like seeing the future. That is the ability of insight. Returning to reality, Sion Che was bleeding from his mouth, but he was determined to fight to the end. Qi Kuang looked down at him with contempt as he struggled to breathe on the floor. Pretty persistent, aren't you? Unfazed, Qi Kuang raised his sword, ready to finish Sion Che off. Sion Che sat slumped on the ground, gasping for air. Can't you predict how this ends? Then, without waiting for Qi Kuang to answer, Sion Che muttered to himself, I guess this is it. That's not seeing the future. It's just the ability of insight or prediction. Since his spotlight was being stolen, Qi Kuang felt a surge of rage and sneered. But in the end, you still fell into the trap I set, didn't you? Despite having to admit defeat, he answered quite cheerfully. That's true. But you know what? Before Qi Kuang could strike the final blow, Sion Che revealed one last thing. There is someone with the ability of insight who is far superior to you. However, Shi Kuang just brushed it off like it was a child's tall tale. Sneering and putting on a show until the end, Shi Kuang raised his sword hand. A moment later, that hand thrust forward with immense force, and just like that, Sion Che took the full impact of the strike. Blood flowed incessantly from his mouth, cutting to another place, still in that same forest. But the trees were less swayed by the summer wind. Someone approached the stone steps leading to a hidden location, but then he turned toward the thickets instead. The deeper he went into the forest, the more it felt like he was desperately searching for something. After a long time, he finally arrived. "Oh, you're here," someone called out, even though the person was still inside the house. "What brings you here to see me?" As soon as the words were spoken, a surge of energy blocked him outside. "I have something I must tell you, sir." The person inside recognized who he was, so he answered but still didn't let him into the house. "So, you're the one who came with Seon Che. Let me hear it." Because he wasn't allowed in, he had to deliver the news right there. "I came to report that the director has passed away." The violent purple energy slowly dissipated. Only then did he slowly feel the surrounding space go quiet. A short command came from the old house, "Come up here." Taemin politely replied immediately, "Yes, I understand." Gray smoke surrounded the house. Looking closely at the walls, they were covered in dust. A sound rang out near the door. Taemin slowly stepped inside and spoke cautiously, "I'm coming in." Wrinkles began to appear on his face. That person was the sword immortal, Bak Sion Tiong. Taemin spoke up with a greeting. "Greetings, sword immortal." The man with long, white hair and a calm expression was indeed the sword immortal, Bak Sion Tiong. His sharp eyes suddenly snapped open. "Sit down." As Taemin sat on the opposite side, he introduced himself. "I am Park Taemin, assistant to Director Park." Sion Tiong looked straight into his eyes and got straight to the point. "You said you came here to report an obituary." He wanted to be certain, so he asked, "Does that mean Seon Che is dead?" Lee Min-chung's eyes hesitated for a moment. He glanced to the side but still answered, "Yes, that's right." The sound of Seon Che's voice when he handed over a letter in his memory echoed back. "Give this to my father." At first, when he received it, he looked puzzled. "What is this?" Seon Che stood there then, his hands in his pockets. His face was serious. "A card that can end this situation." Taemin was still hesitant about many things, startled as he spoke up. "Does the director really have to go this far?" Taemin was clearly still conflicted as he looked towards Seon Che. There is no other way. But he suddenly interrupted with a firm call, "Captain Park." He raised one side of his mouth in a smirk, looking at him to reassure him. "To save the world. It's just a small sacrifice." Taemin couldn't seem to argue with the chief any further. Seon Che closed his eyes and smiled. He entrusted the delicate task to Taemin. "I'm leaving everything to you, Captain Park." Returning to the present, his eyes looked down, filled with sorrow. The chief had sacrificed himself. Seon Che's eyes wavered slightly, but his face remained stoic. The flickering oil lamp burned on. Outside, it was still bright daylight, the sun shining intensely. A breeze swept through the forest where a fawn stood, bewildered. He opened his mouth and asked a sharp, pointed question. "Seon Che, why did he have to die?" Lee Min-chung sat in a stiff, formal posture, eyes shut tight as he recounted the reason. The chief had fallen into the chaos trap. They had set a trap for him. He didn't look up, beads of sweat rolling down as he spoke. To eliminate the chief, they lured him into that trap, and he died a hero's death. Seon Che stared directly at Taemin with a blank expression. "No, that's not what I asked." He sat with his legs tucked in. With his eyes closed, he emphasized the focus of his question. What did Seon Che die for? Taemin fell into a heavy silence, biting his lip hard. His fingers began to rub roughly against his trousers. He seemed to be fumbling for something in his right pocket. "I don't understand your question, sir." But then, Taemin brought two hands forward towards Seon Che, holding a letter. "This is the chief's last will and testament." He opened it. Inside were brief lines written in black ink. "My beloved father, by the time you read this letter, I will no longer be in this world." Seon Che looked thoughtful. As he glanced toward his old house, he reflected. "Now that I think about it, everything you said was right. I respect you more than anyone." His dreamlike image, the one he aspired to, was standing tall with a blade, surrounded by thousands of corpses. "I wanted to become a hero who fights for justice, just like you. I believed I was fighting for the righteous cause." Seon Che's ideals were painted with mounds of skulls piled high, all in the name of fighting evil. They have taken countless lives, and I wonder, is there truly a paradise at the end of this blood-soaked road? The current situation is beyond my capabilities. Father, please keep your final promise to me. The two faces, one white and one black, each with their own expression, stood side by side. We promised that when we met again, we would collect each other's remains. The female demon's expression was sharp, staring ahead with murderous intent. I cannot be forgiven for the sin of unfilial piety, having left the world before you, Father. Please, walk out into the world once more for the sake of the people. The letter in Sion Che's hand began to crinkle as he squeezed it. I beg you, Father, with my very life. Sion Che's face appeared, covered in scratches. Father. After reading the letter, he remained in the same state, except his eyes were now closed. Smoke from the candle drifted through the room. Sion Che's palm gripped tight, crushing the letter into a ball. You damn fool. Sion Che's eyes were bloodshot and filled with pain as the sharp blade pierced his flesh. A stream of bright red blood sprayed out. It splattered everywhere. Chi Kuang's eyes widened, burning red. After taking the hit and coughing up blood cough, Hack gasping for air, he still tried to speak. Doesn't sound like you at all. Still have something to say? The look on his face was cold, but the guy kept questioning, confused. You know everything. You knew the plans we in Chaos had laid out. The sharp blade was still lodged deep in Sion Che's chest. You knew I wouldn't follow Siku, and you knew you were going to die, right? His entire body shook with tremors as he collapsed against the wall. I'm not sure about other things, Sion Che said, still holding his head high, a confident smirk on his face. But I am certain that your plan will never become reality. Chi Kuang, irritated, pushed the blade even deeper. You're at death's door, yet you're still trying to act tough. Huh. His consciousness was fading. Everything else. I'll lead to Father. The image of the guy in front of Sion Che started to blur, along with a voice as cold as ice. I'll help you leave peacefully. Then, his eyes opened to see a space where Sion Che's body was enveloped in a blue, living energy. He was confused. How am I still alive? He noticed his own arms still moving, which was even stranger. How could this be? Just then, Sion Che saw small objects stuck to his clothes. Needles. A tall shadow with a familiar figure, making him suspicious. It was Siku. As he looked closer at that serious face, Sion Che was even more bewildered. How? How are you here? 10 minutes earlier, Chi Kuang had looked down with contempt. You're at death's door, yet you're still acting tough, huh? His voice was filled with arrogance. I'll help you leave peacefully. From behind, the sound of soft footsteps approached. Just as Chi Kuang grabbed his blade to strike another blow, a hand lunged out just in time. The guy's cloudy eyes widened in shock. Siku's hand grabbed Chi Kuang's wrist tightly. Then, he threw the guy backward, causing a massive explosion. His eyes looked at his opponent with utter disgust. As soon as the obstacle was cleared, Siku turned his attention behind him. Chief, he hurried over. Chief? Wake up. Are you okay? Siku muttered, checking his condition. He's unconscious. Even so, he was still alive. Looking at the wound, he assessed it. It's a deep cut, but luckily it didn't hit his heart. I have to perform emergency aid quickly. Siku pulled out syringes and whispered to him. Hang in there just a little longer, Chief. While treating the wound, he prayed to himself, you have to survive. From the rubble, Chi Kuang was still breathing. Siku. He looked up with pure hatred. Why? Why are you still alive? Chi Kuang staggered, wielding an iron rod as he moved forward. You were supposed to die in the S-rank dungeon. How the hell did you survive and make it back here? Chi Kuang roared in a rage, calling his name. Siku, after recovering from the healing energy, Sion Che woke up abruptly, gasping in pain. What the? Cough, cough. Siku looked at him with concern, softly asking, Chief, are you okay? The chief's eyes widened as he stared at Siku's figure. Stepping out from a dream. Hunter Siku, why are you here? He asked, spotting the chief's deep, ghastly wounds. Stop talking. Siku urged him. That wound is too deep, Sion. Just save your breath. Sion Che felt a strange, rushing sensation flowing through his meridians. Is this your doing? How? He wondered to himself, feeling his wounds slowly knitting back together. As far as he knew, out of the 13 heroes, only Saintess Luia could have pulled that off, but Sion Che firmly stopped him from trying to save him. Stop it. You've already traded your own life away. I have to die for the Sword Saint to show his face, Siku explained with a weary sigh. Looking at the chief, you can still live. Chi Kuang didn't kill me. His voice echoed steadily in the chief's ears because he thought taking out the chief was more important than me. Siku realized that countless criminals were hiding out of fear of the name Baek Sion Che, so he looked Sion Che straight in the eye, determined to comfort him. As long as you, Chief, are still alive, that in itself is a way to protect everyone. Sion Che was left speechless by these words. So, you must not die. Siku knelt on one knee. Please, stay safe so you can protect everyone. Siku let the chief slump against the wall for a moment before turning around and saying, get some rest for a bit. After giving the order, Siku stood up and blocked the path in front of him. Che's eyes widened in shock, and he called out, "Hey, wait." But suddenly, through his blurred vision, he instinctively called out for his father. Thinking of this, Che felt something strange. He didn't know why, but Hunter Min Siku's silhouette looked exactly like his father's. After a long exchange of blows, Shi Kuang was nearly exhausted. Red energy began to stain the ground beneath his feet and his arms. Shi Kuang collapsed in fatigue. How? How is this possible? How can you? Shi Kuang was so furious his eyes went bloodshot, and he roared out in question. Still be alive? Then, Shi Kuang used his S-rank precognition ability. A series of images appeared before his eyes, images of Shi Kuang and Siku battling each other. In that split second of life and death, he saw himself landing a hit on the guy. Shi Kuang grinned, thinking, I see it now. The future. At this moment, Siku was used to this look and calmly watched him, speaking up, Curious, aren't you? I have a lot of things I want to ask you too. But Shi Kuang didn't answer. He pushed off the ground, jumping into the air. Following his vision of the future, Shi Kuang was confident in his strike. He cracked a crazed smile. If you want to come here. But Siku was faster, countering with a reckless punch that caught him off guard. A sharp, piercing pain surged through him, and then Shi Kuang was sent flying back. By inertia, he slammed straight into the boulder from earlier, creating a deep crater. Shi Kuang couldn't believe his eyes. What? Clearly. I saw the future, he muttered. Has the future changed? But Shi Kuang refused to accept a defeat like this. Impossible. He stood up, grumbling. That shouldn't be possible. Suddenly, Shi Kuang hovered in midair and slammed his feet hard against the ground again. The black and white images flashed before his eyes once more. Now, Shi Kuang realized with a daze. What was that? My body just now. Once again, his heels lifted and dropped. The person lying on the ground was, unexpectedly, Shi Kuang. He didn't want to believe his own eyes. What could it be? Shi Kuang's arms went limp. Is that my future? Death. At this moment, Siku's voice drifted over slowly. I already warned you, didn't I? He looked straight at his opponent with a smirk. You're next. Upon seeing the future and his own death, Shi Kuang refused to accept the truth and screamed. Nonsense. He yelled like a madman. Stop spouting bull, Min Siku. But Siku wasn't scared in the slightest, just smirking. You can't beat me, Shi Kuang. His arm had just equipped a steel gauntlet. Even as he said this, the memories of the previous battle flashed through his mind. But immediately after fighting the Cerberus in the S-rank dungeon, Siku remembered he had used the Hermit's Super God Speed, level 2 S+ skill. He had rushed here immediately, so his physical stamina was severely drained. Regarding this, Siku was still forcing himself, unsure if his body could hold out. Shi Kuang gripped the two swords at his waist, grinning maniacally, refuting him. Spouting bull? I saw it. Shi Kuang mumbled like a lunatic. The two of you are the ones who are going to die here. With that, Shi Kuang lunged forward like a rocket. I'll help both of you go to hell together. Siku entered his combat stance. It was time. The two sides began to clash violently. Despite the wound on the corner of his mouth, Siku looked fierce and terrifying. After just one exchange, Siku started to have a bad feeling. Could it be? He glanced at Che, who was slumped to the side, filled with worry. From the very beginning, he had planned to target the chief. As soon as he thought that, Shi Kuang lunged straight ahead with cunning, his voice full of confidence. I'll send this old man away first. At this point, Siku didn't know what to do. It was too late to stop him. Finally, he had no choice but to use the Hermit's Super God Speed level 2 S+ skill. This ends here. Herclet's Divine Martial Arts, First Form, Dragon Descent Kick. His feet began to glow, shrouded in divine power. The entire building began to tremble. Siku stomped down, causing the floor to shatter into a massive hole. Shi Kuang couldn't help but be stunned. The floor. Saying that, he descended, landing on the ground to Shi Kuang's surprise. On his side, dust filled the air. Shi Kuang looked up with a crazed expression. You destroyed the entire floor. He roared, berating him. Are you out of your mind, Min Siku? I did it to protect him. You ignored me just to target the chief, didn't you? Saying this, Min Siku gave a faint smirk. Sure enough, there had to be a reason why you ignored the bait me just to come here. Shi Kuang swept his eyes over his opponent. You look tired, so I'll help make it easier for you. Thinking this, Min Siku sighed warily. His condition wasn't great, but his endurance had increased. Even so, he was holding on. His S-rank monster power had exceeded 80% thanks to the condensed practical experience. But Siku glanced back, full of anxiety. Protecting the chief while continuing to fight would be extremely difficult. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. His eyes were firm with a new plan. He had to finish this in one strike. The floor in front of the chief was just a pile of rubble. Che's arm began to twitch. He seemed to have regained consciousness. I must have passed out for a moment. As soon as he opened his eyes, Che was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. This, in front of him was a fierce battle. How? How is this possible? Che silently assessed him. He had also somewhat guessed that the boy had long surpassed S-rank hunters. In his eyes, Min Siku was a prodigy who had transcended the S rank. He had become an S+ rank hunter. Che began to hope. Can he turn the tide and open up entirely new possibilities? Che froze for a few seconds. He mustered every ounce of strength he had left and shouted. Soon, the devil Che is sending a signal to Siku. He will be resurrected at So-un. Just then, Shi Kuang noticed him looking behind and smirked, threatening. If you get distracted in front of me. The enemy's blade slammed into the ground right beside him. Chi Kuang grinned like a demon. You're going to get hurt, you know. Blood began dripping down from his face, looking truly demonic. What is this? Siku thought. I'm determined to take him down. I don't know what that is, but I'll finish Chi Kuang first. Chi Kuang, already accustomed to the fight, laughed. Thinking you can end this in one blow? Things won't go your way, Min Siku. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his twin blades and unleashed a formation with a roar. I can see the future, he boasted. Siku, however, remained calm and unbothered, ignoring the threat. Chi Kuang, I have a lot of questions for you, so don't you dare die yet.
Siku immediately channeled the first form, unification.
But to Chi Kuang it was laughable, talking big. Huh? In the future, I win. Using his magic to amplify his voice, Chi Kuang roared about his victory. But the moment he unleashed his power again, he suddenly went deathly silent. He couldn't see the future anymore. Chi Kuang couldn't believe his eyes, his voice trembling with doubt. You're just a human. How the hell could you? Siku shrugged, looking indifferent. This power isn't perfected yet, so even I can't fully control it. He simply tapped his foot. Even that small movement caused the ground to crack into pieces. Hercules' fighting technique, first form, unification, thunder spirit, azure dragon kick. Siku swung his blade with overwhelming force toward his opponent. Chi Kuang stood frozen in place, unable to believe his eyes, stammering, No, this is impossible. That's a power no human should possess. Immediately after, a violent surge of power erupted, shaking the entire area. That raw, brutal force was the result of Siku's strike. Suddenly, he began coughing up blood. It was excruciating. Siku slumped over, feeling incredibly frustrated, thinking, I didn't expect the backlash to be this intense. A power not meant for mortals. Siku suddenly cast that thought aside, replacing it with a new realization. No, that's not it. Not even gods can use two divine techniques at the same time. Fresh blood kept spilling from his mouth, dripping down onto the floor. Even he himself admitted it was a power beyond even what the gods possess. Siku didn't bother to look up, mind-weary as he thought, if my level 2S rank brute force proficiency hadn't stayed under 80%, then my body probably would have been completely shattered. His eyes rolled back in his head, his face deathly pale. Immediately after, Siku collapsed in helplessness. Move. My body, there's still so much to do. The scene shifts to a chaotic place. Screams of terror ring out as demons run rampant. Everyone in the city is constantly fleeing, screaming, Run! Run away! Someone with a leg injury keeps calling for help. Help! Help me! In front of him, the massive figure of a demon looms. He trembles, shouting, Help! Please, someone save me. He backs away in fear, stuttering his plea. Please, please spare my life. Of course, it didn't spare him. Instead, it swung a massive hammer straight at him. The demon's roar echoed, filled with raw power. But in that moment, a grotesque foot stopped when it touched a flyer on the ground. The monster lowered its head slightly to look. The girl nearby watched it with caution. Suddenly, the little boy next to her spoke up. Big sister? She immediately signaled him seriously. Shh, quiet. The boy whispered back, It's time for me to take my medicine. As he spoke, the boy held up his phone. When she saw the time displayed on the screen, she froze. Huh? The clock hit exactly 2 o'clock. This left the girl even more stunned. An alarm at 2? She gestured softly while the monster's shadow loomed closer. Give it to me. The girl held the phone, trembling uncontrollably. She prayed silently, No, no, please, please, please. As soon as she turned off the alarm, she let out a sigh of relief. That was almost a disaster, but the girl was startled by what happened next. Following that was a terrifying growl and a loud crashing sound. Elsewhere, a demon with sharp fangs was shrieking. Other monsters were pouring out of nowhere like rain. Heian saw this and furrowed her brow, complaining. There really are a lot of monsters, aren't there? Hana, beside her, was busy channeling magic and said, "Buy me some time." She knit her brows in deep concentration and shouted. The energy radiating from her hands grew stronger. "I'm going to unleash a massive attack." With that, Heian leaped from her position. She charged straight at the two hulking demons and shouted back, "Got it." With dizzying speed, Heian dashed through, cleanly slicing off their arms. She even used her sword to stab directly into one of them. After dealing with them, more aggressive ones swarmed in. This made Heian sigh in frustration. At this rate, it'll never end. She tensed up, continuing to fight, and didn't forget to ask, "Hana, how much longer?" Hana, still focused, replied, "Almost done. Try to hold on. A little longer." Heian looked grave and muttered, "Damn it, I can't take much more of this." Right at that moment, a group of people appeared out of nowhere. It was Jiang Wei's group. He approached with his sword blazing, declaring, "We'll help you." Saying that, both Jiang Wei and his disciples leaped into the fray. They closed in on the demons. He shouted, "Tai Chi." The demons, with their blood-red eyes, glared at the group. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth and charged without hesitation. He immediately used his 8 trigrams technique, slashing through all of them. Just then, Hana spoke up. "Everyone, get back," she gathered her fire energy into a massive circle and shouted with a firm voice, "I'll burn them all in one go." That scorching firepower surged forward like a dragon, spewing flames wildly. In the blink of an eye, the spot where the demons stood was engulfed in fire, accompanied by thick, billowing smoke. Heian frowned as she watched, muttering, "If we keep fighting like this," because from high above, even more demons were landing, making her sigh. "It'll never end." Heian pursed her lips and asked someone else, "Sojun, how much longer do we have to hold out?" Sojun was in the middle of researching. With his turquoise power, he answered, "Almost done. There is definitely a main gate supporting countless other gates." He was keeping his eyes closed, his voice cautious as he spoke. "We just need to find the connection point of the rift on the gate." Suddenly, Sojun opened his eyes and spoke up in surprise. Startled, the others looked at him. "Found it." He looked serious and replied, "It's the S-rank dungeon that Han Che-jin entered." But then, Sojun suddenly froze, his eyes wide. He looked up, bewildered, and wondered, how could this thing appear in an S-rank dungeon? It's magic power. The scene shifts inside the S-rank dungeon. Someone was resting their chin on their hand with a sneer. This person sat imposingly on a throne and gave a cold hum. It was Lelu. He licked his finger and whispered mysteriously, "What a suitable sacrifice for me, isn't it?" In front of Lelu, someone was kneeling, with both hands tightly bound, unable to move. In the city, Seon Che was witnessing everything from behind someone's back. He himself couldn't believe what he had just seen. His fists clenched and trembled. His inner thoughts continued to race. Superhuman power beyond human capability. No, this is power no human should possess. Suddenly, Siku coughed violently. Naturally, his eyes and his complexion were deathly pale. Facing a city in total chaos, Siku collapsed. Then, Seon Che's anxious voice rang out. "Are you okay?" He lay collapsed as Seon Che called out to him, "Hunterman Siku." In that withered city, only the shouts of Seon Che echoed. "Hey, Hunterman Siku." He ran over, shaking Siku's body, filled with endless worry. "Are you all right?" Hunterman Siku. Seeing the other man's condition, Seon Che hissed, thinking he needed first aid immediately. He touched the needles on his own body and said, "Use the needles currently stuck in me." But Siku's hand quickly stopped him. "No, Director." He sat up with difficulty and weakly warned, "If you do that, Director, you'll be in danger." Seon Che refused, sadly accepting his fate. "I am already prepared to face death, so hurry up and use these needles." Siku smiled faintly, lowering his voice. "It's all right, Director. I still have spare needles." Meanwhile, the sky outside remained blood-red and chaotic. As he inserted the needles into his shoulder, he let out a sigh of relief. "I feel like I'm coming back to life." Seon Che couldn't stop looking at him, deep in thought, reflecting on how miraculous it truly was. His gaze fixed on the needles, and he continued, "This power belongs to the Saintess Luol. Among the 13 heroes, only she possesses such miraculous power." Suddenly, Siku stood up. Seon Che was taken aback and hesitantly asked, "Where do you think you're going?" The chief, watching him turn away, asked anxiously, "Are you trying to save people in that condition?" Seon Che frowned, questioning him. "Why? Why the hell are you doing this, Min Siku?" Siku turned slightly and flashed a confident smile. "I made a promise." His voice was firm and full of conviction. "The rest is up to you, Chief." At that same moment, Li Gun was propping his chin up with a mocking smile, perched arrogantly on the throne. Li snorted coldly. Bizarrely, she licked her own finger and mused, "What a perfect sacrifice for me, isn't it?" Come here, let me have some fun. Before her stood a woman clutching her sword. On high alert, Lee slowly stepped down the stairs, her voice dripping with mockery. You know, I'm trapped here, so I can't get out. Han Chae-jin was caught off guard by the revelation. Lee's voice echoed steadily. If I borrow your body, I might be able to escape this place. Right after that, a dark, gloomy aura emanated from her, making Han Chae-jin even more vigilant. Outwardly, she looked calm, but inside, she was deeply anxious. She couldn't move, and she couldn't even make a sound. Standing before the gloating Lee, Han Chae-jin began to tremble. She could clearly feel the overwhelming disparity in power. Fearing for her life, she gritted her teeth. Hesitating for a moment, Han Chae-jin bravely lunged forward and unleashed a powerful strike. It blew the dark aura away. Lee paused, her brow furrowing slightly. You dare resist my remnant? Han Chae-jin thought to herself, trying to steel her nerves. Stay sharp, Han Chae-jin. This woman is a monster, not a human. She kept her sword pointed at her, fully guarded. She told herself, this is a monster I can't deal with. Lee frowned, looking disgusted, and wondered, how can a human possess the power of a god? Han Chae-jin stood her ground, maintaining her reason. The monster wanted her body. Her hand gripped her sword so tightly it began to shake. Han Chae-jin gritted her teeth, struggling internally as she brought the blade to her own throat. If I die here, everything will be over. Seeing this action, Lee's expression darkened, and she groaned, oh, for heaven's sake. Suddenly, a tendril of energy slithered toward her at lightning speed, quickly binding Han Chae-jin's hand. Then, it tied her other wrist. Han Chae-jin couldn't react at all. The monster's voice rang out, are you planning to end your own life? Then I'll be meeting Jack, won't I? Lee smirked, speaking with immense confidence. If you die, I won't be able to get out of here, either. Her hand reached out. She wasn't offering comfort, but rather, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'll make sure you're free quickly. Han Chae-jin maintained her composure. Trying to think of a plan, no, I can't give up like this. Just as she prepared herself, a surge of energy suddenly erupted from the opponent's body. She bit her lip, determined. Even if she had to use the Taeguk power, she had to stop this. Lee groaned in irritation. How annoying. Even if it was divine power, it was just a fake. She unleashed her power, easily overpowering and blowing away Han Chae-jin's energy. She laughed, mocking her. Nothing is going to change. Han Chae-jin breathed steadily, sinking into deep thought. No, it can't end like this. She closed her eyes as if bracing for the end. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared, causing space itself to tremble. That hand grabbed Lee by the throat. Lee couldn't even gasp. Whoa, what is this? Clip watched as the space shattered and wondered. Space is cracking? Did he break through my barrier? Impossible. Just then, the corners of Siku's mouth curled upward. Because I made a promise. His feet slowly stepped out into reality. Even if everyone in the world abandons you, his booted feet touched the ground. Siku's entire form emerged from behind the shattered space. Even if the whole world turns its back on you, or if you even turn your back on yourself, those words of Siku's still echoed steadily as he kept his hand firmly on Lilith's neck. But I will always be by your side, he insisted. Siku's face was twisted in rage, radiating a murderous aura. He firmly declared, that is my promise, even if it has faded from your memory. As he reached out to grab her arm, he gritted his teeth and asked, how is this so difficult? How? How can you possibly break through the barrier? Siku didn't answer right away, only returning her gaze with pure hostility. Only then did she seem to realize something. Her lips curled into a smirk. So, it turns out you're the one who taught that girl how to use the power of the gods. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, expanding violently across a wide area. Lilith let out a piercing scream. You are nothing but a lowly mortal. Her voice echoed through the air. How could you possibly wield the power of a god? Siku's face darkened. He stepped back and muttered, you're curious. I just watched a video and followed along, that's all. Lilith clicked her tongue, waving her hand dismissively. That's not funny at all. Inside, she thought to herself that this was not a power a mortal should ever possess. A flash of deep contemplation crossed her eyes. You're clearly lying. Lilith then spoke up, reacting to Siku's defensive stance. I am the daughter of the almighty enemy. Her voice boomed, accompanied by a massive burst of magic. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Watching this, he gasped in shock. Lilith seemed to have become even more powerful. She reached out her hand, as if inviting destruction. The nearby curtain, originally intact, was shredded in several places by the sheer force of her impact. That terrifying energy kept obliterating everything in its path, aiming straight for Siku. He dodged while remaining silent, his mind racing. How is this possible in an S-rank dungeon? That thought kept circling in Siku's head. How could a character from God Tube even exist here? As Lilith screamed in fury, die. He suddenly remembered his encounter with Chidias, and a thought struck him. First Chidias and now Lilith. If that demon really is Lilith, Siku nimbly dodged another few blows, still deep in thought. Then what happened at Soan this time? And just as she lunged at him, cloaked in that massive sphere of energy, he became even more certain. It was all caused by Lelixu. Meanwhile, the ultimate goal of the chaos is surely to resurrect Lilith. Lilith frowned in annoyance, not forgetting to mock him. You scurry around like a rat, don't you? Siku knit his brows, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. This was dangerous. The backlash from the Thunder Dragon Foot technique was still lingering. She suddenly launched a direct strike, wearing a smug, triumphant grin. Let's see you dodge this one. Seeing the attack closing in, he realized in his heart that even if he could dodge, it was already too late. Even though his body hadn't fully recovered, Siku quickly clenched his fist and unleashed the Hercules Divine Martial Arts. Second form. He channeled the energy directly from his hand to counter his opponent's strike, the heaven-shattering Force Fist, and just as expected, Siku's blow shattered Lilith's power, catching her completely off guard. Impossible. Lilith gasped, panting heavily, her expression unable to soften as she questioned, how can a mere mortal repel my technique? She was even more taken aback when she realized the power Siku was exerting was on par with the power of a god. He, too, was breathing just as hard, sweating profusely. He pondered, Lelixu is a character from God Tube. Chaos and God Tube. Siku had a question that was hard to explain. Are they truly connected? At that moment, Lilith's hands began to tremble. She grew increasingly furious, telling herself, this can't be happening. Am I feeling fear? Lilith hung her head slightly, her voice wavering. I am Lilith. But immediately after, she unleashed a surge of power, even stronger than before, accompanied by her affirmation, I am the daughter of the almighty enemy. How could this be? Right then, Han Che-jin, who was tied up, suddenly spoke out, Siku, kill me, no matter how strong you are. Looking towards Siku, she screamed in desperation, you can't defeat that demon. He furrowed his brows, staying on high alert. Stop saying such ridiculous things, Siku replied, turning around. How could I ever hurt you, Han Che-jin? But Han Che-jin immediately cut him off. Look at your body, it's covered in wounds. Lilith grew annoyed and roared. Shut your mouth, you sacrificial offering. Stop your nonsense. She launched a brutal attack right at Siku. The impact shook the entire area, but he was using his hands to shield himself from the blow. Lilith sneered. Since you're such an important sacrifice, I didn't plan on killing you. She let out a breath and asked, you intend to use your own body to shield her? Lilith rubbed her chin, growing even more smug. Oh, I just thought of a great idea. Han Che-jin bit her lip, filled with worry. Siku, are you okay? He remained highly focused and quietly replied, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Seeing things go quiet for a moment, she whispered imploringly, Siku, now is your chance. Please, kill me. Siku whipped around and shouted loudly, stop talking such nonsense. Han Che-jin interrupted him again, observing his condition. Look at you. You're panting, you're covered in wounds. How can you possibly defeat that monster? Her words echoed endlessly in his ears. If she gets to the outside world, everything will be over. If I die, it will all end. She screamed once more, begging him, kill me and run. However, Siku immediately retorted, Han Che-jin, stop talking about such absurd things as death. He stared at his opponent with a deadly serious gaze, and affirmed, I will definitely win. With that, Siku gave a cheerful smile. We are going to get out of here together. This left Han Che-jin feeling conflicted. Siku, watching this display of affection, Lilith sneered. How blind. The dark power of hers began to engulf the surrounding space. Siku's legs trembled as he struggled to stand firm. Lilith still spoke mockingly. Seeing how you protect that woman with your very body, it seems she's a very important person to you, isn't she? Unexpectedly, Han Che-jin let out a cry of pure agony. He spun around and shouted, Che-jin. Siku's hand clenched tight, changing his direction. I will kill you. But that dark energy drifted away, leaving him shocked as he gasped. Huh? Lilith had possessed Han Che-jin's body, her lips curling into a smirk. What a surprise, one shock after another. But her eyes widened, radiating a lethal intent as she made a final threat. It's already too late. Siku stood there, unable to believe his own eyes, but she glared at him with murderous intent and spat out a threat, leaving Chiku looking on in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. He desperately called out that girl's name, Han Che-jin. Lee let out a triumphant laugh, wearing an expression of pure delight. She said, I love the look on your face. Lee, now in Han Che-jin's body, drew her sword, nodded, and added, "Yes, that expression suits you perfectly." Siku squinted to get a better look, his heart racing with questions. Had Lee really taken over Han Che-jin's body? Just then, Lee's eyes locked onto her target. With a sudden burst of speed, she moved like a gust of wind. Not stopping there, Lee unleashed a lightning-fast strike at him, taunting. "Well, what's going through your head, mere mortal?" She let out a cold, mocking laugh, hitting the nail right on the head. "Are you still trying to save this girl?" Lee immediately unleashed a massive shockwave into the ground, sending it hurtling toward her opponent. Purple smoke filled the air, clouding everything until visibility was zero. As the haze slowly cleared, she declared, "If you want her back, you'll have to kill me first, Siku." Siku agilely dodged the last two strikes, making Lee smirk. "How long do you plan on running away?" She threw another verbal jab, aimed right at his weaknesses. "Is it because it's the body of the girl you love that you can't bring yourself to attack?" Siku didn't reply, staying on high alert, which only made Lee even more smug. "With a body covered in wounds like that, do you really think you can deal with me?" She shouted, waving her arms in a taunting display. Dark, sinister energy quickly manifested behind Lee. She didn't miss a beat, adding, "And if you kill me, this girl dies with me, too." She couldn't help but let out a smug, satisfied laugh. Strikes cut through the air one after another. Lee just stood there, raining attacks down on Siku. Siku struggled to dodge every single blow. She kept summoning more power, delighting in the chaos. "Just a mortal, even though I don't understand it. How can a mere mortal wield the power of a god?" Lee asked, yet she remained confident, declaring, "But I'm the one who will win." As branches of energy shot toward him from all directions, Siku frowned, thinking to himself, "Damn it, it's too late to dodge." A split second later, violent explosions rocked the area. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere, obscuring everything. He was gasping for air, looking completely exhausted. Seeing her opponent's broken state, Lee smirked and mocked him. "Oh, no energy left to dodge. Even if you use the power of a god, your flesh is still just human." Those words echoed coldly. That kind of power wasn't meant for a human to endure. Siku had to drop to his knees just to stay upright. Siku stared straight ahead, a thought flashing through his mind. Lee has taken over Han Che-jin's body. It looked like he had suffered injuries from that last blast. Blood trickled down to the floor. Was there really no way to force Lee out of Han Che-jin's body? Just then, Lee slowly stepped forward and spoke. "I'll make things easier for you now." She hadn't even finished her move when she suddenly froze, sensing something. Lee felt it deep inside her body. What was that? Though weak, she was still resisting with the power of the Taeguk. But this was only a matter of time. Siku, too, felt that strange energy. Even in his weakened state, he could sense the Taeguk power radiating out. This made him realize that Han Che-jin hadn't been fully controlled yet. Lee tried to talk tough, raising her voice. "You know it yourself with a body in that condition. There's no way you can defeat me." Siku let out a confident laugh, as if hope had been reignited. That was true a moment ago, but if Han Che-jin is resisting, things are going to change. Lee faltered, her expression stiffening. "What do you think you can do with that dying body?" He gave a cold laugh and replied, "You really are a disciple who causes nothing but headaches." The scene shifted to a bright, open sky. With sunlight filtering through the leaves, Siku sat slumped, resting. Hercules stood by his side, lecturing him endlessly. "My divine martial arts are built on both form and essence," he kept reminding him. "You'll die if you try this. That isn't a power your current level can handle yet." Siku nodded in defeat. "I understand." But Hercules wasn't finished, adding, "So, until I give you the word, you are absolutely forbidden from using it." He emphasized the final point, absolutely not. Back in the present, Siku's palm clenched shut. He was calculating his moves in his head. Hercules' divine martial arts, first form. He unleashed the power, and it wrapped around his body like a sphere of energy. Lee never expected this move, shouting, "What is this?" Siku's form changed. "This is the superhuman force form." The immense impact caused her to scream, "No, no." Lee unleashed an attack straight at Siku, not forgetting to demand, "How can you use that power? It's impossible." Naturally, he swatted the attack away and dismissed her. "It's useless. I'm 10 times stronger than I was before." Her face showed a hint of panic, her voice trembling slightly. "Even if you have that power, if you kill me, this woman dies too." Siku moved in a flash, appearing right behind Lee, and whispered a single sentence. "If it were just me, that would be true." This made her jump. "Since when did you know?" His hand gently touched Lee's body, but as long as Han Che-jin's consciousness remains, the energy around Siku vibrated intensely. He continued, "I can channel the Taeguk power to her." She gritted her teeth. "You bastard. You think I'll just let you?" Siku didn't answer, just curled his lips into a smirk. He was confident as he made his demand. Get out right now. Siku pulled his hand back into a fist and drove it straight into Lee's body. The Taeguk energy and his true internal energy surged again. The blast was so powerful it blew away her life force, forcing Lee to be ejected from Han Chae-jin's body. Immediately after, long, flowing hair appeared. Han Chae-jin had returned. Siku caught her in his arms and asked anxiously, Han Chae-jin, are you okay? She blinked, wincing in pain. Siku. He laid her down gently and instructed, rest for a moment. Immediately after, Siku's body morphed again. A blue light engulfed him, turning him into that liquid-like form from before. He turned back and declared, I'm ending this quickly. Lee, after that hit, sat crumpled in a corner, unable to comprehend what was happening. Her face turned deathly pale. Suddenly, the godlike power surged out from within her. While Lee was still lost in thought, Siku slowly approached. What kind of person is that bastard? She frowned in frustration, asking herself again, is he really just a mortal? Lee gritted her teeth. Because her efforts had failed, she launched herself into the air with powerful wings, her voice dripping with ferocity. I don't need a weak human body like this. I'll show you. Lee acted like a maniac, focusing all her internal power into a massive energy blast. This time, my true power is exactly as I predicted. She keeps unleashing barrage after barrage at Siku, who nimbly dodges and weaves away. Lee too lets out a dry, contemptuous laugh, her gaze full of disdain. Human bodies are too fragile to endure the power of a god, she scoffs. Siku frowns, staying on high alert. He realizes she's right. A shot tears past him. He barely manages to dodge, checking his own physical condition. Lee too keeps hurling massive waves of energy. As he runs and deflects, Siku thinks, thank God for that demonic strength. It's the only reason I can still keep going. It's the only thing keeping him standing on his own 2 feet. Above her head, a massive, swirling vortex of magic forms. Lee too lets out a booming laugh. This is how a god's power should be used. A flicker of determination lights up Siku's eyes. If I unleash all of this demonic strength, I might. He grits his teeth, waiting for the perfect opening. At that exact moment, Lee too raises a finger and commands, die. A massive, overwhelming sphere of energy hurtles toward him. Siku immediately raises his hands, realizing, it's too big, he can't dodge it. He braces both hands against the blast. It feels like it's crushing him, while Lee too laughs in pure delight. Lee too strokes her chin with a smirk, mocking him. You're just like a bug struggling to survive. Siku's hands have turned almost pitch black, but he pours every ounce of his inner energy into the defense. Fighting against that colossal magical weight, Siku lets out a fierce, guttural roar. Suddenly, the energy blast is deflected away, creating a massive shockwave. Lee too is even more intrigued. Oh, through the thick, black smoke, his feet are still planted firmly. Siku is completely unscathed, which only seems to excite her even more. To think you could actually block that. Outwardly, he remains calm, but inside, he's shaking, he's reaching his limit. Siku clenches his fists, mentally resolving to end this. Lee too, I need one hell of a final strike. He stands in the space filled with her black smoke. Lee too narrows her eyes slightly. He tells himself he has to hold on just a little longer. Her hands begin to pull together, forming a new orb of energy. She goads him. If you can still take another hit, then I'll acknowledge you. Siku drops into his stance, ready to take the next blow. Even if it kills me. His voice is clear and resolute. I'm betting everything on this final blow. Wild, crimson energy surges outward. Lee too pours all her power into this decisive attack. Still arrogant, she repeats, This is what true power really looks like. Immediately after, she fires a beam of raw energy in a straight line. Siku clenches his palms tight, decisively triggering his second move, fusion. As the energy beam roars toward him, he channels his spirit, creating a defensive barrier. Behind him, the faint, menacing silhouette of a ferocious tiger tenses up to block every incoming strike. Lee too, straining to maintain her magic, gasps. I don't believe it. Before her eyes, the shape of the massive, growling tiger looms. Lee too screams in pure shock. That's impossible. At the same time, the city is still in total chaos. One of the monsters that was just sliced in half by one of Min Chung's subordinates crawls back, and he shouts, Captain, that's it. We've reached our limit. The remaining demons are shrieking. The sky over the city is stained a sickly red, filled with jagged, unsettling tears. The subordinate whimpers. Captain, you have to make a choice. Li Min Chung is hesitant. Finally, she steels herself and orders, Team 4, evacuate the civilians now. Hearing this, the subordinate turns back and urges her, Team 4, pull back. Everyone, fall back. As he turns, he looks stunned and calls out. He sees Li Min Chung fighting alone. Captain, what are you doing? Min Chung frowns, eyes sharp with vigilance, and replies, if everyone pulls back, who's going to hold the line here? Go. Now. The subordinate is clearly conflicted, but the demons are growling, making terrifying, otherworldly sounds. Left alone, she stands her ground and screams, "Go. Get everyone out of here." They move fast to evacuate, but suddenly, someone leaps over them, right before Min Chung's eyes. A figure streaks by like a gust of wind. The person draws a blade, ready to strike, and without a second's hesitation, slices a wide circle. The monsters are torn cleanly in two. Without looking back, the person simply declares, "I'll handle them. Get everyone out of here." Li Minchang looks at their silhouette and feels a spark of recognition. You are. Facing that massive, incoming surge of magic, Siku doesn't hesitate to unleash his Tai Chi Void Destruction Fist. Litu tries desperately to hold her ground, but she can't hide her sheer panic. No way. Facing the vicious, lunging tiger, she screams in absolute terror. This is impossible. At that exact moment, the dark red sky is suddenly torn open by a series of bottomless abysses. Just one look up, and the guard stammers in shock. The sky. He sees the sky clearing up and yells out, "The gate! It's disappearing." The group of guards erupts into cheers of excitement. "We're alive. We actually made it." Even Qiangyu is rattled, stuttering as he speaks. What just happened? Why did the gate suddenly vanish? Noticing the abnormality, they stop what they were doing and look around. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Wei is also left dumbfounded by the sight. What is this? Seeing the sky back to its clear blue, he stands frozen for a moment before muttering, "This is impossible." Jin Yu is stunned for a long time, finally whispering to himself, Did they really? Did they actually conquer an S-class dungeon? Unlike the others, Siku lets out a relieved smile. This is it, the sign of a successful conquest. The dungeon has been cleared. She tilts her head, her eyes flashing with curiosity as she whispers, Did Han Che-jin really clear it? Just then, the air in front of them starts to crack. Like a shattered mirror, the fissure grows at a pace visible to the naked eye. From that spatial rift, a figure steps out silently. Seeing the sight, the group of hunters shouts in unison, "Hunter Siku." They see Siku carrying Han Che-jin as he steps out. Someone gasps in astonishment at the sight of Hunter Siku. Look at that." The observer's body trembles. After a moment, they manage to exclaim, "Oh my god, he actually made it back." Gently placing her on the ground, Siku begins to explain the situation. Han Che-jin is heavily injured. Qiangyu stares blankly for a long time before begrudgingly offering praise. You're truly something else. How should I even put it?" He stared deep into his eyes, then sternly reminded him that he was even more severely injured, though Siku himself didn't seem to feel a thing. "I'm fine," he said, his eyes glued to where Han Che-jin lay. "Treat Han Che-jin first." He spun around in a frantic, anxious rush to find a medic. "I'll call for medical support. I'll be right back." No sooner had she spoken than she bolted forward, but before she could run more than a few steps, Han Che-jin stepped into a pool of gore and stopped dead in her tracks, stammering in disbelief. Blood. Standing directly across from her was a mysterious figure in a crimson cloak, watching silently. Han Che-jin's face darkened, her eyes betraying her wariness. "What? Who exactly are you?" The stranger sauntered past the headless corpses littering the ground. He tilted his head slightly, the shadow of his hood hiding his face, revealing only murderous, glowing red eyes. Jiang Wei immediately felt a chill down her spine and gasped in shock. That face. She was trembling with terror, unable to get the words out. "Crimson. Crimson Shadow?" Siku asked, voice filled with suspicion. "That person is Crimson Shadow?" Crimson Shadow approached slowly and spoke up. "You know who I am?" Siku's face fell. He asked in a low, doubtful voice, "No way. Don't lie. Crimson Shadow actually exists?" Hana, pale-faced, spoke up in a panic. Why? Why did Crimson Shadow suddenly show up here? He didn't answer anyone. He simply spoke in a low, heavy voice. "All of you." With each gloomy word, the surrounding atmosphere grew heavier. The pressure crushed down on everyone. Seeing me in this moment, a drop of bright red blood suddenly shot into the sky. "You all must die." Han Che-jin hadn't even realized what was happening when a crimson object closed in on her, but in that split second, a hand reached out and grabbed her. Only then did Han Che-jin realize, terrified, that Crimson Shadow had closed the distance without her even noticing. He was relentless. He swung his arm hard, breaking free from the grip. Crimson Shadow immediately stepped back, widening the distance. Both landed safely on the ground. Siku panted heavily, challenging him with a strained voice. "What are you doing?" The thought echoed in my mind, not a voice, but a familiar yet hazy image. It gradually flickered in his mind, a familiar method. Chika's aura flared up, his voice cold as he interrogated. "How are you able to use that power?" Siku responded calmly, his tone both teasing and mocking. "Let's see." Should I even tell you? After posing the question, his tone turned firm. You were the one who wiped out the guild, weren't you? Chika glanced at Han Che-jin, his expression indifferent. I only came to collect the sacrifice. As soon as he finished speaking, he darted away, leaving behind a heavy silence. In the blink of an eye, Chika had teleported right in front of him. He curled his lips into a smirk and declared indifferently, but you have to die. Saying that, Chika didn't hesitate to swing his hand at Siku. He quickly stepped back. The exact moment he moved, the ground between them was torn into a deep trench. Chika's face turned icy. Killing intent surged in his eyes. Even in your dying state, your reflexes aren't bad. No sooner had he spoken than another wave of energy surged out. In a heartbeat, Chika was standing behind Siku, leaving him completely vulnerable. Seeing the strike coming, Siku quickly tilted his body, dodging by a fraction of a second. He immediately countered with a swing of his own. The moment he felt the pressure spike, Chika quickly retreated. Chika looked slightly suspicious and muttered to himself, "So that's it. You've awakened the powers of the gods. The lightning spirit of Thor, S+ rank. The battle god's arts of the Black Queen, S+ rank." Without waiting another second, Siku lunged straight at him. Chika also attacked to meet him, aura surging all over his body. The moment their fists collided, two streams of power seemed to merge into one. A violent shockwave erupted immediately after, shaking the entire area. The group of hunters was pushed back by the massive pressure, forcing them to brace themselves. Just as they regained their composure, Min Siku could not help but be stunned by the empty space in front of him. His face went blank, filled with doubt. Disappeared? No. Is he hiding? Suddenly, Chika's serpent-like voice echoed in his ear. The power of lightning? No, that's the power of the thunder god. Cheongu also frowned, unable to hide his confusion. What is that? He stood frozen, stunned by the evenly matched battle unfolding. Could this even be called a fight between humans? Watching the two exchange blows, leaving afterimages behind, he instinctively blurted out, "How can he move at that speed?" Chika didn't hesitate and slammed down a decisive fist. Finally, Chika landed a hit on Siku. He said his name with a flat tone, "Hunter Min Siku." Every word seemed filled with mockery. "Are you being overwhelmed?" She watched the entire scene in silence. Then, she suddenly shouted, "Everyone, stay alert." She snapped her head back, her eyes blazing with intensity. "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" That voice was like a wake-up call, shaking the hunters out of their stupor. "Don't just stand there, do something." After a momentary pause, Cheongu quickly gave the order, "Everyone, hurry and help Hunter Min Siku." Immediately, the whole group charged toward the center of the battlefield. In the middle of the chaos, Siku stood with explosive momentum, rushing straight toward Chika. With just one glance, he knew which god's power it was. This time, it's Hermes. As he swung his leg, Chika agilely launched himself into the air. In a split second, he spun around and unleashed a heavy punch. A stream of crimson mana flew out like an arrow. Pinning Siku to the ground, he curled up in pain. Blood immediately spilled from his mouth. Chika slowly raised his hand to the sky, as if performing some ritual. The space above was torn apart. A crimson whirlwind swirled, resembling the onset of the apocalypse, accompanied by his maniacal laughter. Die. Han did not hesitate and immediately gained momentum, leaping into the air. She kicked off the building wall. Using the momentum to close the gap on Chika, Han exploded with killing intent and roared with fury. "Don't forget we're still here." He looked at her indifferently, his voice cold as ice as he warned, "Don't get in my way." Witnessing Chika's action, her eyes constricted in fear. No, it was too late. The mana crashed down, blowing Han away, with a painful scream. Seeing her collapse to the side, he judged her coldly with contempt. "Just a small fry, aren't you?" Hannah shouted frantically in concern. "Lee Hyan, you bastard. I won't forgive you." Immediately, the group of hunters combined their efforts, focusing all their attacks on Chika. But he merely flicked his hand, and all the attacks were instantly neutralized. Chika coldly gave a warning, "Get lost." Saying that, a whirlwind of wind exploded around him, tearing through the sky above. She narrowed her eyes, her face filled with confusion. "What? My command skill. It's gone." Chika slightly flicked his hand. A simple movement, but it carried heavy pressure. A ball of mana descended in front of Hana and the others, accompanied by his cold, chilling voice. "Blow up." A terrifying explosion erupted violently, followed by a tragic scream. In the midst of that, blue lightning surged around Siku's body, proving he had used the power of the god, the battle god's arts of Hercules. Second form, Tai Chi. Siku slowly stood up from the wreckage. A giant tiger was summoned, facing Chika with overwhelming pressure. He stared at it for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth, using the powers of two different gods. "Thanks to you worms, I've had more time." The tiger let out a shocking roar, carrying wild power as it charged straight into that crimson ball of mana. Following that, the explosion erupted, shaking the entire space. Cheongu stood in the dust, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it. Did he just take down an S-rank hunter that easily? In a blink, their sixth senses tingled, signaling something was wrong. At almost the same time, both turned and struck out behind them. But right after, that figure appeared quietly behind both of them. Chica laughed coldly, the laughter carrying icy intent. Too late. The whole world seemed to dissolve into darkness. Only the blade remained, with streaks of blood reflecting a dark red color. In the end, only his lonely silhouette remained, along with a dark red shadow cast across the ground. Chica's hoarse, rattling laughter tore through the silent space. Finally, Siku bent over in pain, struggling to cough up mouthfuls of blood. He lowered his head and coughed a few times, but his gaze remained icy. The effect of the god's turbulent force has worn off. In that moment, Siku's mind was flooded with chaotic, fragmented memories of the tragedy that befell Lee Hyun-ju and Hana's team. Lee Si-jun, what happened to the S-rank hunters? The images of the two team leaders falling one after another returned, making his heart grow even heavier. Even Chief Sang-wei was taken down. The stranger's cold voice tore through the silence, dragging Siku back to the brutal reality. It's over now. But amidst the tension, a figure silently stepped forward. Han Chae-jin gripped his sword, shielding Siku behind him. "Don't come any closer," he said, his voice low but menacing. Hearing that, Siku groaned, struggling to speak. Han Chae-jin. Han Chae-jin. He gritted his teeth. He forced out the words, "You need a sacrifice, don't you? I'll follow you." He kept pushing the deal, completely unaware that mana had already begun to weave into his body. "So please, spare him." Crimson shadow continued to advance, prompting an angry warning from Han Chae-jin. "Don't come near. If you come any closer." The man suddenly raised a finger, as if signaling something. She screamed in terror as she realized her entire body was being bound by mana. "What is this?" Only then did Crimson Shadow speak lazily. "No matter how much you try to resist," he said, slowly stepping in front of Siku, declaring in a deep voice, "Today, I must take his life." He shuddered in despair as he realized his body was completely paralyzed. He couldn't control it anymore. Siku, unwilling to give up, narrowed his eyes, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. Am I really going to die here?" Right at that moment, someone suddenly lunged into the fray. He leaped forward, swinging his blade to shatter the blood projection. Crimson Shadow paused, startled by the young hero, amidst the swirling sword aura. Cheon Pyong stood there, announcing in a low voice, "Leave the rest to me." Siku gasped, "Sir, are you Cheon Pyong?" He lowered his voice to reassure him. "Don't worry." He seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring ahead, then Siku collapsed. Cheon Pyong spoke, praising the young hero. Across from him, Crimson Shadow's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "You, Cheon Pyong?" He challenged him with a dark tone. "The one who cut himself off from the world and is slowly dying, why did you show up here?" Cheon Pyong's gaze drilled into Crimson Shadow as he countered. "Can you truly bear the weight of a life stained with blood and illusions?" A powerful surge of mana erupted, engulfing his body. "This isn't a joke." Mana slowly took form. Crimson Shadow sized up Cheon Pyong, his shoulders drooping, eyes gloomy. He lunged forward, swinging his sword, gritting his teeth as he asserted, "The hero who once ruled this world is no more." Across from him, Cheon Pyong leaped up. Crimson Shadow nonchalantly declared, "Only a ghost of the past remains." Cheon Pyong swung his blade and replied, "The burning passion of youth has faded." He drove the tip of his sword straight into the man's chest. After pulling it out, he spun in midair, adding, "But over the years, there are things I have learned." Cheon Pyong steadied himself with a hand on the ground, struggling to stabilize his body. Across from him, Crimson Shadow also became composed. His face darkening, he questioned, "So, could a sparrow really become a divine creature over time?" Crimson Shadow directly asserted. "A sparrow can absolutely never turn into a dragon." Cheon Pyong remained perfectly calm in his retort. Although he couldn't turn into a dragon, he gave a cold, steely look. "It can still become a viper." A blast of light suddenly flashed through the space. In an instant, everything erupted as the power of both warriors clashed. Cheon Pyong attacked while questioning, "What is the reason for this?" He was furious, to the point that it seemed Cheon Pyong actually knew this person. "Did you need to show your face yourself? Still, can't forget what happened back then." Crimson Shadow heard this and stomped in rage. "I'm the one who should be asking." He blocked Cheon Pyong's strike while retorting, "On the contrary, do you dare claim that this world isn't working against the laws of heaven, according to your own justice?" When he said this, his eyes were overflowing with fury. The two collided and were pushed back to a distance. Qian Piong fell silent. He unleashed a massive surge of power that flew straight toward Crimson Shadow, but he managed to dodge it just in time. It seemed Crimson Shadow was somewhat confused by the answer. Xianche coldly retorted, "Do you really think this world can survive on nothing but some naive idea of hope?" Seeing Xianche's unwavering resolve, Chich-an challenged him again. "Do you honestly believe that?" His hands tightened around his sword, ready to strike. After sweeping his blade through the air, Xianche fired back. "Let's see about this hope." It may sound trivial, but his sword energy relentlessly chased after Chich-an, no matter which way the villain dodged. Now a traffic light turned deep red. Chich-an pivoted and stood on top of it, looking down at him. Xianche voiced his thoughts. "It might be meaningless, but it's still something worth keeping in your heart." As Chi-Shan looked down, he scoffed. "Xianche, I never expected to hear those words from you. Is that your new belief?" Remembering the blood-soaked visions of the past, he sneered. Chi-Chan stated firmly, "I don't gamble my life on things like belief." Watching his comrades fall one by one before his eyes, he couldn't understand Xianche's way of thinking. "Is that the justice you speak of?" He didn't let Chi-Chan continue. Xianche raised his head and declared, "I am not risking my life for a belief." His eyes drifted elsewhere, as if he were questioning his own heart. Finally, seeing Siku lying nearby, Xianche gathered his courage and admitted, "Because I could be wrong at any moment." He surged with internal energy, ready to continue the battle. "There is no more time left. Let's finish this." In a split second, Sanche's figure vanished as Chich-an unleashed his own magic to chase him. The two faced each other for a moment before Seonche coughed up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to lean on his sword to steady himself. However, from the other side, Chich-an spoke up. "I'll admit, there is even more power beneath your feet." Chich-an's helmet was blown off, and he unleashed intense magical energy to protect his body. "I admit defeat for today." Releasing Han Che-jin, Chich-an taunted, "Enjoy your victory for today." She looked down at her body in surprise. I've been released?" Immediately after, he vanished into the ruins of the graveyard. "All of you, enjoy the end of the world that is coming." Seun-chi's body trembled violently as he muttered, "Run away to enjoy the victory." A sense of deep despair surrounded him. The price paid was too many lives. On the other side, Han Che-jin propped Siku up, calling his name incessantly. But no matter how loud she screamed, he just sat there silently, not moving at all. "Siku! Siku!" The sky turned dark, enveloping the entire city. Rain fell, soaking the ground, and the downpour grew heavier. The sound of the rain was so loud it drowned out Han Che-jin's desperate cries. She sobbed, heartbroken, "Siku! Siku!" Seun-che stood nearby, witnessing the scene, unable to say a word. Han Che-jin kept shaking him, calling out, "Siku! Siku!" She sobbed, "Say something, please." Images of Siku's smiling face flashed through her mind the way he looked every day. Back then, Siku had asked blankly, "Huh?" Han Che-jin sobbed, begging, "Just say huh again. Please, Siku." The rain poured down on them both, as if the sky were weeping in their place. Seun-che observed everything, lamenting, "Is all that remains just a woman drowning in sorrow?" The rain stayed silent, without a single sound. Looking at the ruins all around, he asked himself helplessly, "Is it too late?" Seon-che sighed, weary. Everywhere Chi-Chain went, nothing was left. He lowered his eyes, wondering, "Is that why?" The scene flashed back to a long time ago, in a very peaceful village. Seon-che held Luvia's hand affectionately. He asked sadly, "Saintess Luvia, do you really have to go?" She spoke calmly, "I cannot go against the will of God." Then, Luvia opened her hand and gave him a cross. Seon-che was confused. "If you're asking why I'm giving this to you," she explained calmly, "because I think giving it to you is for the best." Hearing this, he asked, "Are you talking about some ridiculous prophecies again?" Luvia looked amused. "Oh my, are you finally going to believe me?" Seon-che scowled. "Believe what? It's all nonsense." Immediately after, she began to explain, "This sword pendant, this is a holy artifact meant for you. A small gift I'm giving to you." Luvia suddenly sighed, "So that the rest of your life will not be filled with regrets." These words left Seon-che stunned. "What do you mean?" She gave further instructions. "You just need to channel your internal energy into it. In exchange for your energy, it can save countless lives." Luvia smiled, reminding him, "Since it can only be used once, use it when it is truly needed." Back in reality, Seon-che stood under the pouring rain. He picked up the pendant and lamented, "Seon-che, I wanted to save you, but..." Seon-che closed his eyes and sighed, bowing his head. "I am just like you." Far away, Han Che-jin was still calling out, "Siku! Siku!" With that, Seon-che held up the cross, channeled his internal energy into it, and muttered, "How incompetent of me." The surrounding darkness was immediately covered by a warm light, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually faded away. The person lying unconscious on the ground started to move his fingers. The guard sat up, scratching his head in confusion. Oh, what happened? The others were just as bewildered. Clearly, I was. Near. Everyone around started to move their bodies in a daze. Changu lowered his head, confused, asking himself, how could I have come back to life? Suddenly, Siku on the ground also coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Han Che-jin, who was by his side, saw this and immediately cried out, "Sigh. Siku!" She was overjoyed, stuttering, "Your heart, it's beating again. How is this possible?" Han Che-jin looked up and turned to her side. Seeing Seon-che standing unsteadily, she called out, "Sword Saint." He nodded to show he was fine. "I'm all right. I'm just a little tired from the energy drain." However, Han Che-jin quickly realized the truth. The Sword Saint's internal energy was completely gone. She assessed him calmly. "You're just like an ordinary old man now." Seon-che stretched, groaning, "Oh, my back." Just then, someone approached. The figure stumbled from behind the pile of debris. It was Seon-che. The moment he saw him, Taemin exclaimed in shock, "Director." Seon-che approached cautiously and asked, "As soon as I recovered, I rushed here. Is everything over now?" He looked on, bewildered. "Wait, Chief, why are you here? You were clearly—" Seon-che looked flustered, scratching his cheek and bowing his head. "Well, you see." Just then, Cheon Pyong also spotted him and called out, "Father, father." Overcome with emotion, he replied. His father just gave a silly, awkward smile. Suddenly, Cheon Pyong lunged forward and was pulled into an embrace. Seon-che looked completely confused. "Father?" His father cut him off, saying, "As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. Just being alive is enough." From the pile of rubble, more movement stirred as time passed. The scene shifted to the hospital. Someone was trying to open their eyes. "Where am I?" Siku wondered groggily. "Is this heaven?" Siku sat bolt upright in the hospital bed. He looked around in a daze, wondering if he was actually still alive. Then, his gaze fell upon Han Che-jin, who was slumped over nearby, and he gasped. "Han Che-jin?" She blinked, slowly opening her eyes. Seeing that, Siku asked, "Did you sleep well?" Han Che-jin looked up, dazed, and blurted, "Oh, finally." She snapped back to reality and called out, "Siku." He smiled happily and sighed. "I thought I was a goner, but it turns out I'm still alive." Hearing Siku say that, Han Che-jin stood frozen for a long moment. Suddenly, she lunged forward and hugged him, saying, "I thought you were never going to wake up, Siku." Thank goodness. This reaction from Han Che-jin caught Siku off guard. He gasped, "Han Che-jin, wait a second. I can't breathe." Just then, someone opened the door and walked in, calling out, "Miss Han Che-jin." A nurse came in, looking worried, and scolded, "Are you doing this again? I told you to stay in your own hospital room." But when she saw Han Che-jin hugging Siku, she stopped in her tracks. "Oh," the nurse exclaimed in surprise, "Hunter Siku, you're awake?" A while later, still in the hospital, Siku walked down the hall, marveling. What on earth just happened? I've never seen Han Che-jin look like that before. He recalled the shocked expression on her face when she saw him wake up. Siku rubbed his chin, thinking, she must have been really worried. Suddenly, he spotted Seon-che outside in the garden. "Chief." Siku walked out to greet him. "Hello, Chief." The man turned around and answered happily, "Hunter Siku, you're awake?" Siku walked over to check on him. "Yes, Chief. Are you okay?" He gave a gentle smile. "As you can see, I'm doing fine. It's all thanks to someone." Seon-che finished, then asked, "Are you all right? You look like you'd come back from the dead." Siku sat down next to him and replied, "I'm fine now." Seon-che exclaimed happily, "That's such a relief." He looked confused and asked, "But why am I still alive?" Seon-che turned serious and whispered, "I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I'm not sure." He began to explain slowly. "They said you collapsed and my father fought the Scarlet Shadow." Siku listened intently as Seon-che told the story. It took a long time to finish. After hearing the whole story, Siku looked down and sighed. "So, the sword immortal saved everyone." He sounded dejected as he muttered, and he lost all his internal energy. Seeing this, Seon-che comforted him. "That was my father's choice." Siku asked another question. "Chief, what happened to Yu Chi Kwang?" He shared what he knew. "He's being treated at this hospital as well." Seon-che added, "He lost all his mana and has become a vegetable." Siku fell deep into thought. "I have so many questions about the chaos. If he's still alive, he might be able to recover with healing arts. That should be fine." He was still curious, though. But who exactly is the Scarlet Shadow? Sion-che replied. I'm sorry, he admitted. I don't know much about the Scarlet Shadow either. Just then, Cheon Pyong approached from behind and spoke up. Let me tell you, Sion-che gasped. Father, Siku, turned around upon hearing that. The sword immortal Cheon Pyong? He quickly realized that the man had no strength left at all. Siku assessed him cautiously. He's just an ordinary old man now. Cheon Pyong walked closer and asked in a friendly tone, Are you awake, Hunter Siku? He bowed respectfully and replied, It's all thanks to you. Thank you for saving my life. Cheon Pyong smiled gently. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Because of you, I don't have to live a life full of regret. This left him confused. Sir. But the man just walked past him with a big laugh. Cheon Pyong glanced back and said, Aren't you curious about the Scarlet Shadow's identity? He followed behind him, confirming, Yes, that's right. Cheon Pyong began to explain slowly. Just like me, the Scarlet Shadow was one of the 13 heroes. Hearing this, Siku was stunned. What? Sion-che, standing nearby, was equally shocked. Is that true, father? Cheon Pyong confirmed it once more. It's true. One of the 13 heroes. The truth is, it's Sadue. He killed his own comrade, the great mage Elbert, and turned into the Scarlet Shadow. Siku asked curiously, why? He was the hero who captured the Demon King. Cheon Pyong frowned sadly. That is true, he recalled the events. After we defeated the Demon King, and peace was restored, everyone became afraid of our absolute power. We were like radioactive waste. Everyone stayed away from them. Cheon Pyong added with a touch of sadness, even the people we risked our lives to save turned their backs on us. He felt very bitter. To destroy us, they sent assassins. The heroes had to endure deception and betrayal. As one of them walked into the room, the fuse had already been lit. The fire had burned more than halfway. The result was a massive, unexpected explosion. They didn't stop at any method or trick. As a result, the 13 heroes one by one turned their backs on the world and lived in hiding. Except for Sadue. The fire grew larger. From behind, Cheon Pyong called out, Sadue. At that moment, he was stepping on someone, saying, Sword immortal. Do you know? The gods, they never truly watch over us. No matter how much we reach out, no matter how desperately we beg, they never answer. The creature groveling at his feet whimpered, Please, save me. He bowed his head, insisting that humans could never ascend to godhood. In every aspect, gods are far superior to us humans, we remarked, probing him. But he asked, Do you know, Sword Saint? The man's gaze turned sharp as he spoke up. There is one thing in which humans surpass even the gods. The thing Yu mentioned was malice. Back in the present, Song Jinwoo spoke calmly. But that is just one perspective, isn't it? Min-soo-ku widened his eyes in surprise, blurting out, You mean? That story could actually be true. Song Jinwoo frowned and replied, That's not what I meant. He insisted that what we saw with our own eyes was the absolute truth. Sadue was betrayed by everyone, and that's when he became the Scarlet Shadow. Sion-che was a bit skeptical. If you ask me whether that moment was what turned Sadue into the Scarlet Shadow, I don't think so. He argued that Sadu's madness might have begun long before that. Sion-che heard this and started to share his opinion. But according to Sion-che, it was totally possible. However, Sion-che cut him off and asked, With a man like that, would he really break just because people turned their backs on him? A heavy silence filled the room. Siku rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Don't use your own perspective to judge the world. Those who betray are only a small fraction. That is the noble mind of Kongtu, rank S. After saying that, he turned to Sion-che and asked, Is that what you mean, sir? He turned to walk away, and Sion-che nodded, praising him. You're getting better. Sion-che, don't judge the whole based on a small part. He gave his assessment. Look at the world with a broader perspective. That is what I meant. Sion-che hung his head in embarrassment and apologized. Sion-che calmly said, Sion-che, after you're discharged, come straight home. This caught him completely off guard. Father, am I really going to return to that world? Sion-che turned his head and replied, I may be old, but I can still offer some guidance. Sion-che was even more confused. Father, do you mean you will personally mentor us? He specifically looked at Siku and added, And you too, kid. Your name is Siku, right? Siku replied politely, Yes, that's right. Then Sion-che offered, If you want, you can follow Sion-che home. Sion-che was startled and cried out, Father. Siku rubbed his chin, contemplating the offer. I don't even use a sword, and I've already been taught by the gods. Is this necessary? Finally, he replied, I'm okay, thank you. His answer left Sion-che and Sion-che stunned. Are you crazy? Siku thought to himself. Compared to the Hakuin, this is nothing. The pressure from being followed is so much. I don't even have time to breathe, he thought, scratching his head. Besides, my current training is already too much to handle. If it's not too much trouble, instead of me, could you mentor Han Chae-jin instead? Her face immediately popped into Seung-che's mind. He asked back, "You mean Han Tae-san's granddaughter?" Siku confirmed firmly, "Yes, exactly." Hearing this, Seung-che turned to leave. He answered the request, "Bring her to see me directly. I'll consider it then." Only Siku and Seung-che were left in the garden. He headed back inside the hospital. Siku walked and pondered. The Scarlet Shadow is one of the 13 heroes. Scarlet Shadow, obviously. He recalled when the guy asked him, "How can you use that power?" Siku realized the issue. It turned out to be a character from GodTube. He started thinking. So, before the Scarlet Shadow was one of the 13 heroes, he was actually a character from GodTube, Siku. Or maybe he only came into contact with GodTube after becoming the Scarlet Shadow. He didn't rule out any possibilities. Or perhaps he was corrupted only after interacting with GodTube. The more he thought, the more confused Siku became. He finally decided. I don't know. I should probably just ask directly. Siku thought about Adonis, the best agent he had assigned. Suddenly, right at that moment, dozens of people came running down the hospital hallway. They rushed over, shouting, "Hunterman Siku." It's really Hunterman Siku. This left him with a giant question mark. Huh? What's going on? Reporters shoved cameras in his face, asking, "Hello, please share your thoughts on becoming an S+ rank hunter. The first in the world to be recognized by the Sword Immortal. There are rumors that the one who made the Sword Immortal appear is Hunterman Siku. Is that true?" Siku was bewildered, having microphones shoved in his mouth. Huh? What? Oh, man. At the same time, at the UN headquarters, deep within the high-rise, a secretary called out, "Mr. Secretary General Marvel, the Scarlet Shadow has appeared in Korea." Secretary General Malay, while reading documents, said, "Go on." The secretary cautiously reported, "The damage is over 30 billion won, about 3,000 people injured, about 70 people dead. The conclusion is that he failed his objective and retreated." Hearing this, Malay couldn't help but be shocked. What? A red shadow appeared. He set the papers down and asked, "Did the Sword Immortal stop him?" The assistant quickly explained, "That's right. The person who initially stopped the Scarlet Shadow was a Korean hunter named Man Siku." Malay said with curiosity, "Man Siku?" The assistant understood and immediately reported that he was the S+ rank hunter, recognized by the Sword Immortal himself. This made him incredibly shocked. S+ rank. The assistant added, "This person is the first S+ rank hunter in the world to be recognized by the Sword Immortal. Appearing in Korea was S+ rank hunter Man Siku." Because the reporters were hounding him so much, Siku finally had to hide in the men's restroom at the hospital. He sighed wearily. Phew, that was hard to escape. Adonis saw him looking so gloomy and couldn't help but sigh. "What are we going to do? It looks like you're even more famous than I am, Siku." Siku gave a forced smile and asked, "How have you been lately? Are you running a GodTube channel?" She smiled and explained, "No, I'm still preparing. I'll shoot a video soon. When I'm done, I'll show Man Siku first." Man Siku gave a helpless, awkward smile. "Thank you." Adonis added, "And about that thing you asked before." She scratched her cheek, remembering, "The way to get to your world's dimension." Siku remembered. "That's right, I did ask her for that." Adonis replied that day, "I will try to find a way. I will find a way to get to your dimension," Siku told himself. "As for Sadu, I'll ask about that later." Then he asked, "What kind of thing is that?" She cleared her throat. And Adonis calmly revealed, "You just need to give up your divinity." This left Siku completely stunned. "What?" Siku asked, confused, trying to confirm. "To be exact, which divinity are you talking about?" Adonis hesitated. "Well, I guess it's the essence that determines the existence of a god." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be curious. The godhood? He thought back. Previously, he had asked Hercules what it meant to have subscribers on GodTube. After thinking for a while, he explained, "Just understand that it's a factor that shapes divinity." From that, Min Suku silently inferred, "As I understand it, the more followers a god has, the greater their influence. The number of followers and the divinity of the constellations. If you look at it from the opposite perspective, it means the constellations on Earth have all abandoned their divinity. That includes Fenrir, Hunter Min Suku, and even Che Bio Lee. They have all weakened because they cast aside their divinity. But the Sword Saint doesn't seem to have weakened. Or perhaps, even if he did abandon his divinity, he has a way to restore his original strength. More importantly, what does giving up divinity actually mean?" Thinking this, his heart pounded with unease. He hurriedly asked, Could you tell me more about divinity in detail?" Adonis replied with an awkward expression. I apologize, but I cannot tell you any more than that. I've been banned from the upper circles. His words left Min Siku stunned. He muttered, "Ha! Banned from the upper circles. Master Adonis?" In her head, the images of the two high-ranking goddesses appeared. Adonis complained indignantly, "Aphrodite and Persephone have blacklisted me." Hearing their names, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The two goddesses had really put Master Adonis in a tight spot, but the current deadlock kept Min Siku preoccupied. He still needed to gather more information. He tried probing again. "Is there no way to get off the blacklist?" Adonis replied with a smirk, "I hear you just need an invitation from someone who has influence in the upper circles." Hearing that, Min Siku muttered as if something had just clicked. If it's someone with influence in the upper circles, then could Leo Parkio be a member of the upper circles of the constellations? The name he just uttered left her stunned, and she quickly confirmed it. "You know Leo Parkio. Master Leo Parkio is the leader of the key faction in the upper circles. It is no exaggeration to say that almost all the culture in the upper circles today was created by Master Leo Parkio." Min Suku's eyes suddenly lit up, and he made a suggestion. "So, if I receive an invitation from Lee in the past, will I be removed from the blacklist, right?" Adonis nodded. Lee Min-chung replied, "Of course, but how is that even possible?" The corners of his mouth curled up into a mysterious smirk. "I'll try meeting her once and see how it goes." Just then, in the top-floor hospital wing, Mina's room, her secretary stood to the side, reporting, "Here are the investigation documents you requested. It seems Director Han Guang-wook is related to the So-un disaster." Mina was momentarily stunned but immediately asked, "Have you checked the location of?" "No, of Han Guang-wook yet." She respectfully continued, "He tried to flee abroad, but because of the So-un disaster, he is confirmed to be staying at his private residence for now." She hurriedly asked, "Have you reported this to the Inspectorate Bureau yet?" But at this command, the secretary stammered, I can't report it." Mina sighed, her voice heavy with worry. "But we can't just ignore this, can we?" She nodded, silently acknowledging her helplessness. "That's right. But the government is protecting Director Han Guang-wook, so there's nothing we can do." Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "What did my father say about this?" The secretary quickly updated her. "There are no instructions from him yet. Perhaps try talking to the chief of the Inspectorate Bureau." Just then, I heard. The chief of the Inspectorate Bureau is also hospitalized here. Returning to Minsiku, as originally planned, he quickly met Lee in the past to talk. As soon as she saw him, she teased, "Hey, want to try it with me once?" It almost made him choke to death. Finally, at this moment, outside, people were frantically searching for Minsiku's whereabouts. A guard suddenly spoke up. "Didn't you hear anything?" The person next to him urged impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly, find Hunter Minsiku. He must be hiding somewhere like the bathroom." At this moment, they almost caught him. On this side, he was still trying to steady himself after Lee's impulsive actions just now. The proficiency of the gentleman's mind from Confucius, level SSS, started to fluctuate violently. Minsiku clutched his chest, thinking, "This woman is truly insane." Guessing the other person's psychological state, she spoke softly, "Your expression looks like you're thinking, 'I'm crazy,' huh?" To avoid her probing gaze, he cleared his throat. "Ahem, the reason I contacted you this way is that I have something I need to ask of you. Lee, I hope you can write me an invitation to the upper-class society." Before he could say anything more, she blurted out the name of the invitee, "Adonis, right?" He shouted in surprise. "How did you know?" And yet, Lee only replied, "News spreads very fast, but in return, I have a condition. If you subscribe to my channel, I'll write the invitation for Adonis." Deal closed, Minsiku hurried back to his hospital room. He carefully observed his surroundings. No one is here, right? Let's hurry back to the room. But remembering the amount of money needed for the subscription, Minsiku's face suddenly darkened. Lee's channel membership, 64 billion won. I expected it, but isn't that too outrageous? There's a fee from Han Chae-jin totaling 540 billion won. If divided by month, it's about 45 billion won per month. Not enough money to subscribe, right? But considering I'm dealing with personnel, perhaps I can gain a good trait. As soon as he opened the door, the sight before him left him stunned. The person exclaimed, "Oh!" Han Chae-jin turned her head and spoke, "Minsiku, is someone chasing you?" Regaining his composure, Minsiku slowly replied, "Yes, nothing, just the reporters. At the right moment, I had something to say to you, Han Chae-jin. Do you want to be taught by the Sword Immortal?" She asked back in surprise, "Taught by the Sword Immortal? You mean from now on, Minsiku won't be teaching me anymore?" Hearing the self-reproach in her tone, he was momentarily flustered. "Huh? What?" "That's right." Hearing that, Han Chae-jin flatly refused. "I don't like that. Seeing this pouting attitude, the chief got goosebumps, grumbling uncomfortably. Are they all crazy? On this side, Min Siku also foolishly confirmed. Huh? She pouted, rejecting the idea. I don't like it. I want to be taught by Min Siku just like now. You said you would take responsibility for teaching me. You have to take responsibility. Looking at the aggrieved expression clearly on Han Chae-jin's face, the chief of the Inspectorate Bureau shouted in confusion. What? Even Mina, standing nearby, quickly covered her mouth with her hand, eyes wide with excitement as she exclaimed, Oh! Min Siku just stood there, asking back, Huh? Ah, no, that matter. Just at the climax, the system displayed a notification, Zhu Liang's insight, level S+. By this point, he calmly cleared his throat. Well, how about this? Let's go meet the Sword Immortal together. If the Sword Immortal says he won't teach Han Chae-jin, then I will continue teaching you. Hearing that, after thinking for a while, she finally agreed. Okay, but then she immediately turned away, her face showing clear dissatisfaction. A while later, on the hospital rooftop, Hercules hadn't seen the person yet, but his booming voice already rang out. What is it? A patient again? Min Siku sheepishly scratched his head, replying, feeling helpless. This time the situation is quite complicated, he asked, confused. What is this complicated situation? He slowly explained it. First of all, I met Chedias in the dungeon. Then, Min Siku rattled off a long story about everything Hercules was curious about. After he finished, the old man pondered, evaluating. You met Chedias in the dungeon? You mean the Crimson Shadow, a character of Goddess. Min Siku nodded and answered immediately. Yes, I think so. No, I'm certain. I don't know if you know anything. At this point, a familiar figure appeared in Hercules' mind, and he slowly muttered, using a divine word. Judging by the fighting style, I'm not sure. Seeing the blank look on his face, he secretly doubted. If the Black Ghost doesn't know this person, could it be that he isn't a character from Greek or Roman mythology? Remembering something, the Black Ghost asked, But you used Ghost Power's chaos and still managed to stay alive? He was amazed, but Min Siku just calmly replied, that, I just got lucky, which left him nothing but bewildered. Lucky. My power, and you can explain it just by luck? Truly a heretic. In that case, your proficiency must have increased a lot, right? How much has it increased? Hearing Hercules mention it, he suddenly remembered and said, I haven't checked yet. He urged him, check it, try it. Min Siku quickly accessed the app, calming himself. Wait a second. Welcome to Gospel. Not even 3 seconds later, a flurry of system notifications flooded his screen, leaving him absolutely shocked. He could only exclaim in awe, the mastery level is insane. Hercules was also astonished and spoke up. Your Herculean strength is at 94%, and your divine swordsmanship is at 55%. Seriously, after calculating and discussing for a while, Min Siku finally dragged himself back to his hospital room. As soon as he opened the door, he sighed wearily. Finally, back in the hospital room. I have to get some rest now. How long have I been asleep since that incident? Suddenly, a notification sounded. Min Siku pulled it up, and as soon as his phone unlocked, a series of messages left him startled. 312 unread messages, missed calls from CO. That's a lot. They were all messages from CO during the time Min Siku was missing. The situation outside had changed drastically. In her messages, CO wrote with growing anxiety, Where are you? Are you okay? It looks like the entire Seoul area is in a state of emergency. Outside, sirens were blaring loudly. It was terrifying. Right now, your family and sister So-eun are at my place. Min Siku, you went out to bring sister Dioku and her siblings over. Are you okay? Dioku and her siblings have arrived. There are so many monsters roaming around outside right now. A little later and we would have been in big trouble, but it's still safe inside the house. The monsters can't get in. The ferocious appearance of the monsters kept the little girl in constant fear, but just in the nick of time, a massive figure appeared to save them. The monster quickly backed away from its ferocity, its screeches turning into whimpers. That figure was none other than Fenrir. In her message, Seo also expressed that even though Fenrir had already taken care of everything beforehand. Reading this, Min Suku's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally relaxed. It's a good thing I left Hyok Doji at home. Continuing the message, the girl recounted excitedly. But, brother, Fenrir brought home a strange cat. It's so cute. Hearing this, the image of the massive, terrifying three-headed dog Cerberus appeared in his head, and he subconsciously muttered, a strange cat? Right. It's Cerberus. But contrary to Min Suku's imagination, in Seo's eyes, this Cerberus was incredibly cute. She recounted that Doji seemed to like it very much. I even gave it a name, brother. It's Samson. Why aren't you answering? You're really okay, right? You appeared on TV. That's amazing. Brother, read this. You've become a huge superstar. The photo Siku sent was the latest news report about him. The world's first S+ rank hunter, Siku, chairman of the World Hunter Association. Mr. Atticus announces respect for the Sword Saint's opinion. But are you really okay? Are you in the hospital now? Why aren't you contacting me? Reading this, Suku sighed. So those reporters have already posted the news. Huh. I have to reply to her. He then quickly sent a message to reassure her. I'm fine. I'm healthy now. Okay. As soon as the message was sent, Siku called immediately, leaving him a bit dazed. Suku slowly picked up the phone. Hello? Hearing his voice, the girl asked rapidly, Brother, are you really okay? Looking at Siku's frantic tone, he just smiled gently and replied, Yeah, I'm really okay. She immediately suggested, Then let me cook something delicious and bring it to you. Hearing that, Suku replied awkwardly, No, it's okay. There are reporters and equipment surrounding the place now. Even if you came, you wouldn't be able to get in. Even knowing that, Siku couldn't stop worrying. Understanding his sister's feelings, Suku reassured her, I'm healthy, so just stay home and study. The graduation exams are coming up soon. Siku pouted. What does that exam matter? You're what's important. Really important. Hearing that, he shouted to set her straight. Don't talk nonsense. Go study. Scolded, the girl replied quietly. I know. Seeing that, Suku ended the call. All right, I'm hanging up now. After talking, he realized she was still as cheerful as ever, so he breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, It's a good thing Siku seems to be doing well. Back to the main point, Suku asked, puzzled. Let's see. All right, the subscription fee is crazy 64 billion won per month, because this time I have to subscribe to Leo Park EO's channel too. How much do I have left now? Huh. Why is my balance only this much? I haven't earned a single cent lately. It seems quite a bit of time has passed since I blacked out, huh? Wait a minute. Does that mean the system chose this exact moment of misery to send me a notification that left me stunned? I could only stupidly blurt out, what the? Channel membership payment due. Membership benefits will be suspended. Siku muttered in frustration. What am I supposed to do now? Will I lose all the skills I've mastered? All those skills I've accumulated for so long. Why now? Looking at the latest notification from the Gotuk channel regarding the unpaid Blue Dragon channel membership fees, he couldn't help but sigh at the numbers on the screen. The two most expensive packages, costing 16 billion and 32 billion, still haven't been paid for. It's just as I thought. I have no power of my own left. It makes sense, since it was just borrowed strength. So, it wasn't really my own power. Thinking that, Siku immediately tried to channel fusion energy. Just a few days ago, he could still use that power. Only when mastery reaches 100% does it truly become your own power. My S-rank comprehension ability hit 100%, but 10% of that was thanks to the magnifying bracelet. For now, I have to come up with the 48 billion that hasn't been paid yet. And what about Lee's channel in the past? What am I supposed to do now? 64 billion. At that same moment, at Waryu Pavilion, the bodyguard bowed respectfully and reported, Chairman, the guest has arrived. Hearing that, Chairman Tae-san immediately waved his hand and replied, Understood, I'll head out. As soon as he finished, he hurried toward the door. The chairman stood in the middle, flanked by two long rows of bodyguards bowing in unison. This made the Sword Saint, Cheon Pyong, speak up politely. There's no need to act like this for a useless old man like me, Tae-san greeted him. It's been a long time, sir. Seeing such a high-ranking, powerful chairman. Bowing to him, he chuckled softly and said, For an old man just waiting for death, isn't this a bit too formal? I just wanted to have a drink with you. Tae-san replied calmly. It's just a small token of my sincerity. Please, come inside. After exchanging brief pleasantries, the two quickly moved to the inner room of the Huaryu Pavilion. Starting the conversation over a cup of warm sake, the Sword Saint, Cheon Pyong, spoke slowly. It seems both you and I have headaches because our children have caused quite a lot of trouble. How do you intend to handle Han Guang-wook? The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Because of the serious tone, Tae-san froze for a moment but quickly regained his composure. He took a sip of sake. He savored it carefully, as if to buy time to reflect on his answer. Seeing that the chairman still hadn't spoken, Cheon Pyong cleared his throat. It's been a long time, and I've already brought up such heavy topics, haven't I? At this, Tae-san finally responded, It's all right. The Sword Saint bowed his head graciously. I apologize. Seeing an elder lower himself, Tae-san didn't hide his true feelings anymore and confessed, "It's not your fault. On the contrary, I am the one who should apologize." Cheon Pyong sighed, then suddenly picked up the sake bottle and said, "Raise your cup, let me pour for you." Before he could even take a sip, the other man spoke up. "If one has done wrong, they must be punished, even if he is my own son." The sword saint laughed and lamented. Changing the fate of the world to maintain justice is not an easy thing. It's not that it's impossible. We once believed that. We could change the fate of the world instantly, but it turns out to be a long, drawn-out war. If our generation can't do it, the next generation will. And the generation after that, like that, as hundreds of years pass, the world will change, won't it? This remark made Tae-san curious, so he asked, "If so, who is the person in the next generation that you trust?" The sword saint didn't rush to answer. He clicked his tongue and reflected slowly. "Let's see. On the surface, he's quite a foolish-looking boy." Around the same time, on the streets of Seoul, the silhouette of a familiar car could be seen speeding down the road. Inside, Min-ah expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Slightly surprised, Lee Min-chung replied hurriedly, "It's nothing. I was just doing my job." She added, "The bureau chief already contacted me beforehand. I heard you want to arrest Director Han Gwang-wook." Min-ah nodded, her voice filled with sadness. "Yes. If we arrest Director Han Gwang-wook, then all related criminal charges will be made public." This made Lee Min-chung a bit worried. "In that case, you mean the SH Group will suffer serious damage, right?" Regaining her composure, she said calmly, "If my brother no, if Han Gwang-wook is arrested, the SH Group might collapse, and I have the power to cover this up. But don't we still need at least one fool who dares to say that justice still exists?" After traveling for a while, the two arrived. The assistant at the scene reported that the director had arrived. As soon as Lee Min-chung stepped into the private residence of Director Han Gwang-wook, he shouted loudly, "Han Gwang-wook, do not move." Inside, he was still leisurely playing Go with the Chief Secretary of State Affairs. Presidential Assistant Kim Min-woo, who was annoyed, questioned Min-ah, "What kind of rudeness is this?" She didn't hesitate to raise the arrest warrant and warned him, "You are under arrest on charges of involvement in the terrorism plot during the recent Seoul disaster. Based on Article 200 of the Criminal Procedure Code, I am conducting an emergency arrest." Kim Min-woo finally spoke up slowly. "Long time no see, Director Han." Min-ah and Lee Min-chung walked up to him, coldly declaring, "This is an arrest warrant for Director Han Gwang-wook." Wait, the previous line merged two speakers. Is greater than Min-ah and Lee Min-chung walked up to him, coldly declaring, "This is an arrest warrant for Director Han Gwang-wook." He brazenly held out his hand. "Let me see." Kim Min-woo stared at the paper in his hand, then tore it to pieces and declared brazenly, "This arrest warrant will be dismissed." His actions left her stunned, her eyes widening, her voice stuttering. "What?" Without taking an explanation, he flatly ordered, "Just know that. Ask her to leave." Lee Min-chung angrily retorted, "This is something that the chief of the inspection bureau had personally stepped in to handle." But when Min-woo just asked indifferently, "So what?" Han Gwang-wook stepped forward, smugly mocking, "Sorry, Min-ah. You've come a long way, but as you can see, I'm very busy today." Right at the climax, footsteps echoed in the hallway. As soon as he stepped through the door, Chairman Tae-san said sternly, "Just in time, everyone is here." Seeing him, Han Gwang-wook turned pale. "Chairman, why is the chairman here himself?" Tae-san warned him coldly. "It's time to stop, Gwang-wook," he asked, confused. "Huh? What do you mean, father?" Without any formalities, he bluntly questioned, "Now, confess all the crimes involved and pay the price for those crimes." At this point, Han Gwang-wook still pretended. "What are you talking about?" "Chairman, no, father." Tae-san's voice was stern, but still showed clear remorse. "Even now, I want to fix that mistake." Only now did he realize the seriousness of the situation. He loudly complained, "Did you come here to play the role of a father? Who made me like this? It was none other than you, father. If you can't overcome the war between brothers, you won't be able to win in the business world. You were the one who taught me that, and now you come here. But Dad, why did you just ignore us all those years? Why didn't you fix your mistakes back then instead of waiting until now?" Tae-san lowered his head, his voice filled with regret. "I'm sorry. I came too late. I never wanted you to carry this burden alone. I'm at fault, too." His words left him completely stunned. "Dad?" Turning to Mina, Tae-san said slowly, "Han Mina, thank you for growing up to be such a fine person despite being raised by an unworthy father like me. Do you think you can lead the SH Group as chairwoman in the near future?" Hearing this, she asked in astonishment, "Me? Chairwoman of SH Group?" Mina still couldn't believe her ears, stammering, "Dad, what do you mean? Han Guang-wook, refusing to accept this, shouted, Mina as chairwoman? No, that's impossible. The corporate war isn't over yet. T-san turned, his voice cold. The corporate war is over, and you should know better than to cause a scene with a guest present. If you pull back now, I won't say another word. Sensing the hidden meaning in the chairman's words, Kim Min-gu immediately stood up. Panicked, he cried out, Say, Secretary. Walking up to T-san, he bowed respectfully. Thank you for looking out for me, sir. Chairman, if you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving now. With that, Kim Min-gu turned sharply toward the door, leaving Han Guang-wook frantically calling after him. Wait, wait. Secretary Kim. Secretary Kim. Dad, I don't accept this. Do you have any idea what I had to do to reach this position? Understanding his son's mindset, the chairman remained firm. I know. I understand. That's exactly why I made this decision. Han Guang-wook screamed, making a scene. This is ridiculous. I won't accept this. Mina noticed something was wrong. She called out worriedly, Brother, where do you think you're going? Chairman T-san reached out a hand to stop her. She looked a bit stunned. Dad? He gently reassured her. It's okay. I've already taken care of everything. A moment later, Han Guang-wook rushed down to the lobby as the chairman had ordered. Security was already stationed below. As soon as he saw them, he asked naively, Chief? Chief? The chief spoke up, looking uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Director Han. From today on, we will be escorting you. At the chief's order, he signaled to the bodyguards beside him. In less than 3 seconds, 2 tall, burly bodyguards lunged forward to restrain Han Guang-wook, causing him to shout out in rage. What are you doing? Chief, let me go. Chief, how dare you arrest me? At that moment, Chairman Tae-san glanced over at Lee Min-chung. Han, are you an inspector from the Inspection Bureau? She nodded hesitantly, confirming, yes, that's correct. I'm Lee Min-chung, captain of the Inspection Bureau's Seoul branch. He then made a request, I'm sorry, but could you please help me keep an eye on Guang-wook? Hearing this, Lee Min-chung replied awkwardly, but, T-san explained, no matter how much of a disgrace he may be, he is still my son. Mina, standing nearby, tried to intervene, but the chairman couldn't just abandon him. He bowed low, pleading with her and seeing his sincerity. She finally agreed, I understand. Afterward, Lee Min-chung turned and left. Only then did Mina voice her question. Dad, why go to such lengths? T-san turned his head slightly and replied, You're asking why I'm handing the chairmanship to you. Mina, it's because you are nothing like me. She stammered, Dad, that. Before she could finish, he continued, When I was young, I was always jealous of those with power. So I created power for myself to keep growing and to stand at the very top. But eventually, I hit a major barrier. A barrier called talent and genius. Back then, I had 2 choices. Either keep trying until the end to overcome it, or pull those above me down. I chose the second option, to change the world with my own hands. Only when I stood at the top did I realize that where I stood wasn't the peak, it was just that there was no one left higher than me. That's right. The one changing the world wasn't me. On the contrary, I was holding them back. You have never hated people, nor have you ever had the intention to belittle others. You only focus on proving your own worth. That was the reason. It had been several days since Guang-wook was arrested. At the hospital, Siku was pulling his hair out, searching for funds. I have to figure out a way. 48 billion won for the channel registration fee, plus the bypass fee, that's 64 billion. A total of 112 billion. Just then, someone knocked hard on the door. CC Coach Siku. I'm sorry for dropping in like this. But as soon as he saw Tae-san, he stammered, Chairman. Walking to the bedside, the old man asked kindly, I heard you're being discharged soon. How are you feeling? Shaking the man's hand, Siku replied, I'm feeling much better. But Chairman, why did you come all the way here? T-san smiled gently. I came because I wanted to thank you personally. This left him confused, so he could only scratch his head. Chairman, what are you thanking me for? Without beating around the bush, T-san got straight to the point. The Seoul disaster. That was the responsibility of our SH group. If it weren't for you stopping it, I would have committed an unforgivable crime. Thanks to you, I still have a chance to atone. So, thank you very much. Seeing T-san bow his head in gratitude, Siku shouted in alarm, Chairman, you don't need to do that. Please, lift your head. It makes me uncomfortable. He took full responsibility for everything, so he decided to punish his son, take full accountability, and resign as chairman. As long as I am in office, I really want to repay you. Is there anything you need? Before he could think, his mouth moved faster than his brain. No, I don't need anything. When he realized his current predicament, the young man gasped, A moment later, after Chairman T-san left, Siku, checked his notifications. A number appeared on his phone screen that left him in shock. He whispered to himself, awestruck. 200 billion transferred into my account. Just how much personal wealth does that man have? Whatever, he thought, and Siku quickly paid off all the outstanding fees. The go-to notification popped up immediately. Unpaid registration fees have been paid. Member benefits will be restored. Just as the payment went through, his power was instantly unleashed. Siku thought with satisfaction, all right, as a new notification popped up. You have subscribed to the live channel on Passer. You have received an S-rank charm skill. He stared blankly and whispered to himself, S-rank? Wait, what? What kind of rank is that anyway? Suddenly, the hospital room door swung open. A familiar voice called out, You're still here, big brother? It was Han Chae-jin. Seeing her, Siku was a bit surprised and said, Oh, Han Chae-jin. Her face flushed red, her eyes glued to him. She stammered, Hunter. Min Siku? Siku spoke up first, asking, Why did you come here? Han Chae-jin hesitated before answering, I heard my grandfather was here. Hearing that, he replied, Ah, the chairman. He's already left. Have you been discharged, Han Chae-jin? She replied softly, Yes, I'm feeling much better. Hearing Han Chae-jin say that, Siku inwardly smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But his series of expressions made her heart race. She thought to herself in a panic, Oh, why am I like this? My heart won't stop pounding. She didn't dare look him in the eye. Hunter Min Siku saw Han Chae-jin standing there, lost in thought for a long time, so he stepped forward and waved his hand, asking, Han Chae-jin, are you okay? Startled, she replied shyly, Oh, I'm fine. By the way, what are you planning to do this weekend? Without thinking, he answered immediately, This weekend, I don't really have any plans. Why? Is something up? Han Chae-jin just stood there, looking flustered, stuttering. Well, the thing is, she couldn't get the words out. She blamed herself. What's wrong with me? Gathering all her courage, Han Chae-jin firmly blurted out, Would you like to go get something to eat with me this weekend? Only then did she realize what she'd done, thinking, Why did I just say what was on my mind? That statement left Siku somewhat stunned. He quickly asked back, Oh, sure, go eat. Han Chae-jin was already losing hope, saying, I guess you don't want to. But a moment later, his voice rang out, No, not at all. I'd love to. The weekend arrived quickly. Looking at the remaining balance on his phone screen, Siku couldn't help but sigh, thinking, 88 billion won left. How much is the membership fee due next month? He carefully calculated, his face growing more and more distorted as he did the math. When he arrived at the final total, Siku could only slump his head and groan. 127.1 billion. This isn't enough. I have to find a way to make money. Since I'm an S+ rank hunter, I should be able to earn something, right? I can craft gear and sell it. I have to do something. Not far away. Han Chae-jin had arrived at the meeting spot early. She was dressed in a cute outfit, but she wasn't feeling very confident. She lamented, I'm going crazy. Why am I like this? Why did I just say that out loud? As she finished that thought, Han Chae-jin looked up and caught sight of Siku's slouching figure. She was momentarily stunned. Seeing he hadn't noticed her yet, she gently waved her hand and called out, Siku, I'm over here. Only then did he realize she was there. Siku quickly replied, Oh, Han Chae-jin. She smiled brightly and greeted him, Hello, Siku. Seeing Han Chae-jin had been waiting a while, he said apologetically, You got here early, didn't you? She replied simply, Yes. Not wanting to keep her waiting any longer, Siku suggested, Let's go. Han Chae-jin nodded, yes. Sitting at the table, the two happily enjoyed their meal. Even though they had known each other for a while, it was their first time on a private date, making Siku feel a bit shy. He thought to himself, I've never gone out to eat with her like this, so it feels really awkward. Siku's eyes suddenly rested on Han Chae-jin. He couldn't stop showering her with compliments. You look really pretty today. Seeing him staring so intensely, she softly spoke up. It sounds like a lie. Habitually, Min Siku replied calmly, Huh? No, you really are pretty. I'm saying it because I mean it. It's not a lie. That left Han Chae-jin confused, so she asked back, Huh? What's pretty? Siku thought, just a few days ago, it felt like hell, but now everything is so peaceful. It feels just like a lie. Hearing his explanation, Min Siku laughed awkwardly and played along. Ah, yes, that's right. Inwardly, he scolded himself. I really shouldn't have said what I was thinking. Han Chae-jin lowered her head and slowly expressed her feelings. Everything is thanks to you, Min Siku. He politely replied, Not at all. If it weren't for you, Han Chae-jin, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Suddenly, she proposed, I have a place I want to go with you today. Seeing how excited she was, Siku curiously asked, A place? Where to? Han Chae-jin answered mysteriously. Just follow me and you'll find out. You're going to be with me all day today, right? As she thought this, she reached out her hand. Inwardly, just say that and it'll be fine, right? It feels like a lie. Just a few days ago, it felt like hell, but now it's so peaceful. It feels just like a lie. Everything is thanks to you, Min Siku. There's a place I want to take you today. You'll stay with me all day, right? He nodded slightly. Yes, of course. But her behavior just now made Siku feel a sudden flicker of doubt. She's usually not like this, so I feel a bit awkward. Seeing him agree, she excitedly signaled, let's go. A moment later, they arrive at the mysterious place Han Chae-jin had mentioned, an amusement park. Right now, the two were struggling with a claw machine. Siku enthusiastically instructed, move to the right a little bit more. Han Chae-jin. She replied tensely, here, right here. After finishing the claw machine game, they headed straight for the ultimate stress reliever, karaoke. The two of them exhausted themselves trying out every entertainment activity one after another. By the time evening fell, they were walking along the road, both clearly showing signs of awkwardness. Han Chae-jin was confused, thinking, I clearly told myself, just act like this. And it was fun, but it feels like something is still missing. Something feels a bit awkward. Siku spoke up, I had a lot of fun today. Han Chae-jin. She nodded in response. Yes, I had a lot of fun too. As she finished her sentence, they both laughed, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Just then, the public speakers began to blare a warning. A dungeon break has occurred. Please evacuate immediately. Min Siku was horrified and blurted out, a dungeon break? Not far away. Swarms of monsters were quickly spilling out onto the roads. They ferociously attacked the people, causing them to scream in terror. Help! Help me! The guard squad quickly appeared on the scene. Everyone, this way. Evacuate quickly to keep the situation under control. Min Chung rushed over, shouting, what on earth is happening? He replied, Captain, it looks like the recent disaster in So-on has left most of the hunters hospitalized, so the response time is dragging. It led to a dungeon break. She hissed in anger. Damn it, of all times. Wait, is this really just a coincidence? Over the past while, Hunter Siku has already cleared so many dungeons. Gather every hunter we've got left. We'll hold the line until reinforcements arrive. Just as she finished, Han Chae-jin cleared her throat and interrupted her. No need for that. Without another word, she decisively swung her blade, slicing deep into the monster's flesh as she sensed its presence. Min Chung screamed in shock. Han Chae-jin. She turned back and signaled, leave this to us. You focus on evacuating the civilians. Caught off guard, the monster instantly went berserk. It roared in a blind rage. Li Min Chung shouted in a panic, Han Chae-jin, look out. In that critical moment, a familiar voice drifted over. We've got this. No sooner had he spoken than a punch of immense power from Siku slammed directly into the monster, leaving a gaping hole in its body. Before it could even struggle, she looked at him, momentarily stunned. Hunter Siku? Han Chae-jin hurriedly rushed toward him, calling out, Siku. Honestly, I felt like something was missing today, but now that feeling is gone. Understanding exactly what he meant, Siku nodded in agreement. I felt the same way. Han Chae-jin, I felt a bit awkward during our date today, but not anymore. It seems like this is the kind of date that suits us better. He reached out his hand affectionately and said in a sweet, gentle tone, Shall we go, Han Chae-jin?